Good morning, Magic players. Welcome to the start of a new year, a new NRG series. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Mason Clark. Mason, how are you feeling?
I am so excited, Niall. This is the first step in our journey to see who will make it to champs, who's going to be our winner this next year, who's going to go to the Pro Tour, who's going to win so much money, and who's going to play some great Magic. I mean, all this combined with my favorite format. Wow, what a way to start the day.
Yeah, and speaking of the format today, we are watching the Modern 10K Showdown. And this weekend, we've got a lot of exciting Magic because tomorrow we have a Team Trios Showdown where I believe the formats are Standard, Modern, Legacy. But on
Yes.
top of that, as I mentioned earlier, this is the start of a new year for the series. That means a blank slate for the leaderboard. Mason, do you want to talk a little bit about what the leaderboard means, what players are playing for in this series?
Yeah, totally. And maybe we can get on the screen for us as well here. But basically, at our event, we really love to reward consistency over time. So if you ever win a showdown, you're going straight to champs. You're going a bunch of money and a bunch of leaderboard points. The player of the year will get a bonus at champs along with free entry into all our events the following year. Garrick is our winner of last year. Free entry into all these, had a perk at champs. Very exciting stuff. So even if you win and you go straight to champs, which is a $30,000 24-person Pro Tour Invitational tournament. You can only get there by winning one of these. We're doing well on the leaderboard. There's still a lot to play for because those points matter at the end of the year. Now, for everyone else, we cut our year in half into, part one, part two. The first four events of this year are going to be part one, and whoever are the top four at large players will go to our champs at the end of the year. So that means all these points really matter. Let's say Niall and I are in the finals. Niall beats me. I get second place. So I have 25 points. The only person ahead of me after this weekend would be Niall right now. I'm in a prime position to make it to that champs, get that large prize pool chance, that Pro Tour invite, and so much more. You can see on your screen all the dollars and everyone that people are playing for, along with regional championship invites hosted by the Star City Game events here in the United States. There's so much going on. And you'll notice, too, if you're someone new, we reward you all the way down to 128th. That's right. If you do well and battle it out here, top 32, that really matters. 2 years ago, our player of the year, Connor Mullally, barely made it, Niall, to player of the year. He won by 1 point. And I know Connor, and there are so many times Connor could have dropped and, would have got his 1 point, but he battled it out, got the second point from the 128th position, and it ended up mattering. And that's what I love. Magic playing that goes well. If you do well consistently, you're going to get rewarded, Niall, here on the NRG series. So come on down and play. Even if you have a bad weekend, it could end up being the weekend that matters. We can't wait to see you. Consider coming down. And if that's not your thing, hey, we're going to have a lot of paper magic for you this year on stream. And I can't wait to watch it all with you.
Yeah, a lot of Magic this year indeed, as we are looking at the Season 1 schedule on our screen here. Obviously right now we've got the Chicagoland event that is happening right now this weekend. Coming up soon, we have an event in Madison, Wisconsin with a Standard Showdown and a Pioneer Trial. And then we've got coming back to Chicagoland in May, followed by June, we are in Indianapolis for another Standard Showdown, another Team Sealed Showdown, which I got to tell you, Mason, I love commentating these events. I love that there is such high quality paper Magic coverage, but the double-edged sword to it is every time I'm like, can someone fill my spot? I think I might want to play this one. It looks really sick. The prizes are really great.
Yeah, so
it's just so exciting.
It's very exciting. Well, I have my bag ready to go. So if Norm's like, Mason, I don't need you this weekend, a lot of these things are drivable. My neighbor drove up yesterday to this one. I could have gotten the car. So y'all better hope they keep me up here so I'm not taking any of your prize money from you. But yeah, I mean, look at all these awesome tournaments we're going to play, and including Sealed. We heard y'all. You mentioned you wanted some more limited on the series. We brought it to you along with Legacy. We understand that players love Legacy. We want to help bring that to you. That's been a big part of our history. And tomorrow you're going to be able to watch some. So make sure to follow this channel. That way you don't miss any of this action coming up.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today. Because as we've said, this is the Modern 10K Showdown. And Modern's in a very interesting spot right now. We just had the Prague and Canadian regional champs. Upcoming very quickly, we have the Portland regional championships. All of these are modern formats, so there's been a bit of a focus on the format recently, and it feels like it's really been growing and evolving ever since the BNR last year. What are your thoughts on the format going into today?
I mean, it's in such a crazy place. You mentioned at the end there, which somehow is something that like should be there, but we had 2 cards banned, 4 cards unbanned, including Splinter Twin. Now I don't have to be Twitch chat about unbanning it. I'm blessed for that every day. But the format's really changed. I mean, let's be transparent, honest with one another. You know, Splinter Twin hasn't really done the best. We've seen it win a couple challenges, but players are still trying to figure out how to build those decks, even if they are viable. Faithless Looting, been a great addition for some decks in the format, has not changed things dramatically. Green Sun Zenith, big get for decks like Amuletide and Yawgmoth. Not much else so far. I'm very interested to see if that changes with time. That does feel like a card that's breakable. But, I mean, obviously Mox Opal, everyone said it with day one. This is going to get rebanned was the narrative. And so far, it's making a good case for itself. I don't know if we're there yet, but Mox Opal has totally broken the Underworld Breach deck in half. And that has changed the format dramatically. And we're hanging out our feature match area where the other big news is this black-white flicker deck, popularized by Theo Jung here on your right, has taken over sort of as the control deck du jour of the format. Players are playing things like Breach in order to combo kill. That means control decks like this that can sometimes line up pretty well and have powerful sideboard cards to become real forces in the metagame. And actually, Niall, this deck was the top performing deck across all RCs last weekend, beating Breach. Now, it was by 0.3% when it comes to data, but it was a win.
Hey, 0.3% is 0.3%. As you said, that is a win. I am very excited to watch Theo play this deck. I think the deck is so sweet. It's been so cool to see it in all of these different events. And I mean, we know Theo is such a strong, powerful Magic player. I can't wait to see how he does here today.
Yeah, Theo, I mean, our champ from last year, a Pro Tour mainstay, someone you'll see on those feature match areas a lot. And, you know, like I said, someone who popularized this deck. A fun little side story is when Theo won the first challenge with this deck shortly after the BNR, it said, hey, I don't think my deck's very good, but I made a bet with a friend and I'm going to play it. You know, it's sort of like a, you know, this is my personal baby. And players were kind of like, no, I think your deck's really good. And we've been seeing that since then. So I just love that Theo started with, please don't play this. And then people have adopted it en masse and it's done great.
Yeah, and we're going to see a really great start here for Theo. I was reading that turn 1 Aether Vial, which very powerful card. Now, we haven't talked much about across the table from Theo here. We have John Wegner. He is on the Frogtide deck, which feels like Murktide has really evolved and taken a lot of different forms over the years in this format. And right now, that form seems to be a Dimir deck utilizing Psychic Frog from MH3, and then the Abhorrent Oculus. Very, very cool card. Interesting stuff to, you know, sort of cheat out of the graveyard with these unearth effects. What do you think about this matchup, Mason?
So this is a tough one for John. I mean, if you're John and you see Theo as your opponent, you're like, oh no. Then you see this turn 1 Aether Vial and you're like, oh no. As you see John bend a counterspell, has another counterspell in hand. Aether Vial, you know, as long as there isn't a crazy amount of pressure, Theo's going to get to play all of his cards uncounterably if he wants to, you know? And he has a couple instants and sorceries in his deck, but really 90% of his spells are creatures. So he's going to be able to get them underneath that. And that would be a problem in its own right. But in addition, the creatures line up very well against a lot of the threats. You know, we've seen Felia Exuberant Herder really kind of take over in this modern format, along with cards like Psychic Frog from MH3, these powerful 2-drops. But being able to flicker a Murktide so it loses all its counters, or a Frog that you went in on, has huge implications.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we do see the Ephemerate already in Theo's hand as we are going back over to his turn. You get an uptick on our Aether Vial up to 1 counter on it now, as we're just going to go ahead and fetch for a basic Plains. It looks like here, as we've got a Frog on the board for John, which for whatever it's worth is, you know, already able to uh, jump over Theo's blockers, assuming he's not able to put up any flyers here. But we are just going to go ahead and see the Overlord of the Baelmerk impending out, which is going to give Theo this trigger. And it looks like we are going to get a Witch Enchanter as the card we are picking up from that. Pretty nice to be able to, you know, use that effect to get a creature or a land, depending on what you need there.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the big thing that's kind of moved the needle. So the One Ring obviously was the best card advantage engine in Modern, maybe one of the best in Magic's history, if we're being honest. Overlord, the Bale Merc, players were a little skeptical. This is a standard card, but we've seen, these Overlords are very strong in standard. And in this deck, the trick, is that cards like Felia, Flicker Whips, they flicker this out and it comes back. So, a play pattern that can happen is Theo end of turn plays the dog turn 2, then plays this and immediately flickers it, draws 2 cards, and has a 5/5 on the board. If you played Modern 10 years ago, that might not sound good enough. The creatures today and the free spells, it is good enough. Now, you're not going to beat a Storm deck with that, but there's a lot of decks that just cannot beat that much value.
Yeah, as we are going to see John go ahead and consider away a Harbinger off the top of his deck, attacking in with the Psychic Frog, and it looks like before damage here, we are discarding a Fatal Push. Maybe thinking about discarding more. Nope, just
Yeah,
gonna go ahead and get in there with the single counter on the frog and draw our card.
Yeah, I tell this to a lot of people in coaching about the Frog Tide deck. The 1 damage almost is like not enough, right? And I sort of joke with people that the first time you connect with Frog, you must discard something if your hand isn't perfect, because you would need to get the clock going. And that's one of the real issues we've seen with Murktide decks in the past. They need to close the door quickly. That's why Murktide is sort of, always a 4 of, or at least in high numbers. Now, we do see these new age versions lowering that a little bit. Their threat count has increased dramatically, especially when it comes to closing the door efficiently. And I like that from John there. Could have gone a little more in, but knows there's a lot of things that can reset the Frog's power toughness, so doesn't want to commit too hard and get blown out.
Yeah, as we are gonna go ahead and see on Theo's turn, we're just gonna uptick our Aether Vial, take down our impending creature here, just play our land and pass with Aether Vial on 2 and 3 mana up. What a scary sight if you are John here.
Yeah, there's a couple things that Theo can do that would be like fairly strong, like Aven Interrupter. Another Theo just likes standard cards in Aether Vial. That's what's happened, I think, this weekend. But that's something that if John tries to commit to a Murktide, he doesn't really have the mana currently, at least, to protect with a counter spell, and that would be pretty devastating. But also, this Vial on 2 is just representing all of the creatures uncounterable. So, even if Theo has, double 2 or whatever, a lot of his 2s also have flash. So John has to think about a lot of things here.
Yeah, a lot of options open for Theo. John thinking about what to do. We know there is a counterspell and a consider. It looks like a Murktide and a frog in hand for John here.
Yep. I think what John's thinking about is thinking to Stupor is our top card. I think we're thinking about, are we maybe going to bolt this in order to play Murktide plus counterspell? And it looks like we did discard the second Fatal Push.
Now, Fatal Push seems like it would be a good card against a lot of Theo's creatures. Most of them, are Fatal Pushable, but is the tricky spot here for John just that it is hard to actually target any of Theo's things with spells, knowing that he can, ephemerate them away at any time?
That's definitely part of it. I would also say the dog is like the only great one to Fatal Push. Every other creature in Theo's deck has a strong ETB for the most part. Emperor of Bones, also one you could argue, like that's pretty good. Lots of times Theos will try and set it up so that card immediately gets value. But this card from H3 Felia here is like the one. I think John was thinking, well, Theo never put it in play when I had a chance. Maybe I'll just discard it, as we do see Sink into Stupor on the dog.
Yeah, and looks like Sink into Stupor happened after the dog attacked. So it looks like we did get that trigger on the creature here. As we're going to play a Recruiter of the Guard. Go ahead and search the library for a creature's toughness 2 or less. It looks like we are going to get Flicker Wisp from that.
Yeah, and Nile, here comes Value Town. Because with that Vial on 3, this Flicker Wisp can flicker both the Recruiter or the Overlord, but also it can flicker away this Psychic Frog as well. And you're seeing Theo hit another Recruiter.
Yeah, that is a lot. Oh, we're just going to go ahead and vial in the Skyclave Apparition onto the frog.
I love this here from Theo. Remember, our events are not open deck lists like the RC or Pro Tours like that. So there is some hidden information. And we've seen some players play a couple to Shiny Tidebinders. and things of that nature. And these frog lists, very customizable. So Theo's just saying, hey, I know I'm going to get rid of this frog. I have this Skyclave. I'm just going to do it now, not get tied bindered, and potentially be very upset. So great play there from Theo. Also makes it so Fatal Push isn't a live card to hit the Skyclave apparition back. John keeps discarding Fatal Push. Theo might think, well, homie has a bunch of Fatal Pushes. Why would you do that?
Right, as we are going to see a large and in charge Murktide here. It's going to have quite a bit to exile. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be as many counters as we could possibly get on this guy.
A Super Size Me moment.
Super Size Me moment indeed. John with just 2 islands up, but we know there is a counter spell. Looks like Theo choosing to leave the Aether Vial on 3 here. I mean, we do know he's got 2 3-cost creatures that are face up in hand. Got the Ephemerate, I've got Ophelia in hand.
Yeah, looks like Theo thought of essentially starting off with maybe at play Vial, Flicker Wisp your Murktide and attack, but instead it's going to cast a Recruiter of the Guard. Putting it backwards there if you're curious, because doesn't want to accidentally attack with it. Remember, it's Summoning Sickness, gets counterspelled.
That's going to go ahead and get countered as we're going to go ahead and crack this Marsh Flats for a land here. Just going to be a basic Plains. Very important source of mana here. That 1 Plains up keeps this Ephemerate online. So it looks like we are going to Ephemerate the Recruiter. Theo determined to get this Recruiter effect across. And that's going to be a Solitude.
Yeah, and you're seeing why I kind of compared this to a control deck at the start. When I first started playing this deck, I kind of thought it was taxes. And to be fair, I think, when a lot of people say taxes, they mean creature control. But I think this deck plays a lot more like the Omnath 4-color deck, which was very loved by many players, as it just grinds the opponents out and then worries about winning later.
Yeah, as we are going to go ahead and pitch cast that Solitude to get rid of the Murktide, and then attack in with our creatures, which is going to trigger our Overlord, and we're going to get another Recruiter of the Guard back. Got the Ephemerate Rebound coming up next turn. Theo just feels so in control of this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, in Magic games go wild. It's hard to ever call it early. I'm thinking about making a DoorDash order, though. It sounds like to me I've got a little bit of time at the rate this game's going, because John has some threats and had a pretty good start. Like against this deck, you need to have stuff like Psychic Frog early to force their hand to get those extra resources and then try to grind through them. But just not being able to do it here this game, as Theo's holding up this Flicker Wisp as a way to protect his creatures if there was a kill spell, right? But also, just like we mentioned, has a Recruiter to go grab another Solitude or Ophelia or anything we want from the deck. I think the only non-tutorable card in Theo's deck this weekend is an Overlord of the Baelmerk when it comes to his main deck. So tough place
looks
to be.
like at the end of John's turn here, we're going to use our Aether Vial to get this Recruiter of the Guard into play. Theo flipping through his deck, looking at a Flicker Wisp. Looks like that is going to be the pick for Theo here. And something that I think is really interesting about watching really good pilots of this deck over the last couple of weeks is they seem, totally fine getting their opponent's life totals pretty high. With all of these Solitudes and stuff, we end up seeing a lot of the times pretty high life totals against them, but they just feel like they are so in control of the game. It looks like we're having a judge call here about this Ephemerate.
Yeah, so what ended up happening last turn, we notified the judges, is Theo remember, Theo cast a Recruiter, it got countered, and then we ephemerated the Recruiter. That meant the Recruiter couldn't attack. So last turn, Theo actually got 1 more point of damage in. I think it's probably a moment where, Theo, an incredibly clean player. I think this is just, a little bit of early morning and just a little misstep. We thought we were going to get this off and get our attack in. Obviously, that didn't happen. We don't know exactly. I'm not a judge, but I imagine what's going to happen here is Theo's going to get a warning, and we're probably just going to give John 1 life. John was tapped out with no creatures in play. Didn't really change the game, but I'll let the judge be the ruling of that. That's not my job, not my rodeo. Mine's to talk and look good, and I'm doing both.
Now let's talk about what John can feasibly do from here, because the Dimir frog tide deck does have a lot of like explosive turns and power, right? I mean, like getting an Oculus into play is always a big deal. You know, what is there anything that John can feasibly do to start to regain some ground in this game here?
So, I mean, Oculus is good. It will create a lot of chump blockers. And theoretically, you could even see a situation where, like, you get an Oculus down. Maybe we then like find a way to get this Overlord off the board, and we like race in the air and barely stabilize. The problem is this Overlord's getting, a value trigger every time, right? And there aren't many things that actually kill it in John's deck. There are lots of things that could unsummon it, like we saw, like Sink into Stupor. But once it's kind of on the board, it's either trading in combat or it needs to get bounced, which means it gets more triggers. So John needs to figure out a way to get something down the board, pressure Theo enough, and go the distance. Theo's deck's actually not very good at actually closing the door without the Overlord or Ophelia or an Emperor Bones. Those are sort of the biggest creatures to various amounts here. It looks like the players are still talking to the judge. The judge is stepping away for a second to double check something. We'll give you all the ruling as soon as we know it. But yeah, so there is some things that John can do, but it's really tough that Theo has this Overlord in play. John decided to fight over the Felia a couple turns back instead of bouncing the Overlord. And I think that might have been a little bit of a misstep. It might seem like it's not that big a deal. And I think if you haven't played against Overlord, it's a little innocuous how good it actually is. For example, lots of people think it's only the milled cards you can choose from. It's your whole graveyard. And that's a huge difference. We saw that Theo could have flicker whisked the Murktide. It would have been, a fairly clean answer. We move on with our day. Yada, yada, yada. We have a 3-1 on the board. But what ended up happening instead is Theo got a Solitude and went down a card, quote unquote, to answer the Murktide, because Theo wanted the ability to, hey, if I don't hit a Recruiter off this Overlord to get a Solitude, I just want to pick up Solitude. And that play pattern is backbreaking for these Frog Tide decks, which do not have a good matchup against these sort of controlling decks if they can get to the point where they're sticking Solitudes. Typically, that's hard for those decks to actually do against the Frog Tide deck. I should say at least not easy. But they're more rigid than Theo's deck is. We're seeing how much value, how hard it is to interact here, and just how much everything kind of needs to be answered. So, this is why we're seeing a little bit of, some doubts in the community on the Frog Tide deck. Some of the matchups in the metagame are just shaping up to not be good for them. They have a tough energy matchup. So many cheap creatures, they get underneath you, strong 1-mana removal spells, a tough place to be. Eldrazi, a matchup that, if they come prepared for you, they can fight back a little bit. You have a lot of consigned memories in your sideboard, but, I got to remind players that countering one spell is not enough all the time. Now, sometimes it is against these Eldrazi decks. They go all in and they have to, ramp something out and you get an early frog, but it's not free. And then this deck's a tough matchup, along with some other ones in the format being tricky. So, the frog deck, in my mind, really needs to innovate in a big way to really redefine itself on the metagame.
Yeah, and something I'm seeing in John's list here that I'm kind of interested in for this game is these 2 copies of Nihil Spellbomb. Because something I think that we've seen over and over the last couple of weeks with this black-white flicker deck is a lot of times the deck size gets really low, and sometimes they even mill themselves out. With how powerful this Overlord is, it is still mill 4 every turn, which is quite a lot. So you think there's any world where with these spell bombs, John can maybe start to set up enough chump blockers to just keep his life total stable, take care of the graveyard when it matters to keep Theo from generating too much value? And is there possibly a mill angle here?
There might be. I think no matter what happens, it's going to be a situation where multiple Oculuses or multiple Murktides need to hit the battlefield sooner than later. And I could see a world where if you have a couple Oculuses, you're able to stall things up enough. Maybe the game gets a little freaky with it, and then we keep going. It seems to me like currently the judge ruling is there is no fix. And so we would continue the game state from here. But Theo is, I believe, actually appealing that John should get a life. As you can see here, Theo's talking to the judge. So we got the official ruling. The floor judge ruling was this is going to be a GRV. You failed to maintain game state, etc. Please play tight and, keep an eye out on if you're playing good Magic. We're not going to change life totals, though. Theo's saying, hey, I think that's dumb. I think, essentially. I think he's saying, I disagree. I think my opponent should get a life back. Now, if I was Theo in this situation, I just might not attack with the recruiter in a chance where I later could. Obviously, that gives its own benefits, right? It's on defense.
Yeah, sure.
It's not a clean fix. I might even tell my opponent, I have no intention to block with this card. But Theo here, I do believe, is trying to say, like, hey, I really messed this up. This doesn't seem fair to my opponent. This is on me. I mean, there's no other way to really interpret this, right? Theo's the one who appealed, and we can clearly see frustration on his face right now. As you see him kind of smiling and shaking his head like, I don't know, that seems silly to me. But, the rulings are the rulings, and I think that's just where we're going to continue play here in a second, is at 15 life for John here. And you know what? Good on Theo for trying to do what he thinks is right after, a misstep here. And we're going to continue play with this ephemerate, targeting one of the recruiter or the guards. Yeah, and you see Theo putting it back there, like not attacking with this one. And we even saw it last turn too, by the way. I just want to highlight, Theo tried to play the one recruiter that was something sick upside down as to make sure we don't accidentally attack. Very clear Theo's trying to maintain a clear board state here, as Solitude is the search. And we were talking during the break there, Niall, this is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, this recruiter of the guard is just so powerful in Theo's deck. It gets literally every single creature in his deck except for the Overlord. That is so powerful. A 3-mana 1/1, grab any creature you want out of your deck.
Yep. We're gonna play a Boggart Troll.
We're gonna hard cast this Solitude. We've got the mana, we can afford it. Solitude going into the I can't attack with this zone.
I was curious if John had something in hand that they maybe wanted to discard, like a second Oculus, just to gain a life and also hope to rip an Unearth, but it doesn't look like that was the case.
Yeah. It's like John at 16 life. Oh, gained 1 from the frog. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and attack and get another Solitude out of the yard with our Overlord.
And there's the Nihil Spell Bomb.
Yeah, as we are back over, John, gonna go ahead and play the Nihil Spellbomb at 8 life, though. Life total so low for John. And there is an Oculus.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. John needs to do stuff like this just to not be dead on board, but also knows Theo has a Solitude. Now, Theo might be thinking, is there a subtlety? Do I even want to play around it if it was there, But the Solitude is just proving to be a big issue, and it shows why these Murktide decks have always had issues with the Solitude decks.
Yeah, and here comes the Flicker Wisp. It's like we are flickering the Oculus during the instep.
Yep, and this is a sick trick here. Since it says the next instep, that will be gone during all of Theo's turn, and then Theo will be able to attack through 4 lethal here with this massive board state. I think Theo's thinking about, can I attack with not the Overlord in order to not mill? Okay, Theo's just going to attack with everything. I was going to say, you could not attack with Overlord to play around your opponent getting a little information here, but yeah.
And that is going to be lethal. That is going to be game 1 going to Theo Jung here. Congratulations, Theo. I mean, expertly piloting this pretty tricky deck and taking the first game of our series, of our showdown here. As we're going to take a look at our deck list, here is the Frogtide list from John Wegner. Taking a look at this real quick, Mason, anything stand out to you? Is this looking pretty stock? How are you feeling?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple things we can do in the sideboard. When it comes to the main deck, like fairly stockish, Bloodchief Thirst, is a card we've seen players pick up as a way to kind of have another kill spell, and it can kill a flip to Johnny. So that's been a pretty interesting innovation, there if you're looking at the deck list screen here. But from the sideboard, we don't have a ton of things we can do. Now, we can bring in Consign to memory, and we can consign the return trigger on things like Felia and Flicker Wisp as a way to maybe stop some of these shenanigans that are going to occur. Try to create like blue kill spell essentially. Not the best plan in the world. That does require your opponent to kind of have some of their best cards already going, but it is something you can do. And I probably would have to end up doing in a lot of spots. And then Stern Scolding, that's the big one. Counter target creature with power or toughness 2 or less. That is, toughness 2 or less is so important. No, it is power toughness. I'm not going to doubt myself ever again. I'm the GOAT. It's both those things. But countering this card here is so big because of the solitude. I mean, obviously the whole deck is like basically creatures with toughness 2 or less to make Recruiter work. But the big one is solitude. We saw how in that game there was a Flicker Wisp with the Aether Vial that removed it. But there'd be lots of other games where you don't get your Aether Vial set up, or maybe it gets interacted with a little bit. And then having this as a way to like cleanly kill, the solitude that might get cast as a way to protect your threat is going to be needed. Because like we said, John has very few threats and Theo has lots of answers.
Yeah, and is there any consideration to the surgical extractions in the board here? Do you think there's ever a world where John wants to bring that in against Theo?
I think you could. I think, like the solitude part of the deck is such a like issue. Normally, I really hedge away from surgicaling against fair-ish decks, but there's a little bit of unfairness going on. And if you think you can beat everything but the solitudes, I can understand that sort of approach. Also, you maybe just want to cut all your counter spells, all your force negations. And so maybe the first, surgical is better than like the first, Nihil Spellbomb or Counterspell in that world. So a lot going on there. Toxic Deluge, another card you could consider bringing in this world. A lot of low toughness, so maybe you can, pay 1 or 2 life, clean up some things on the board.
Sure. Well, let's jump over to Theo's list here. I mean, hard to really even say what is stock with the black-white flicker deck at this point. The deck feels very new and being constantly iterated upon. But what are your initial impressions? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of one-of creatures here with the Aven Interrupter, the Trawler, the Apparition, the Scholar, the Orchid Phantom. What are your thoughts here?
Well, one, I gotta say, Theo added the Aven Mindsense to the sideboard, which is something I wanted to do. So I'm glad to see that. That's one of my favorite cards from Old Modern. Glad to see it coming back here. But this matchup is really good for Theo. I'm not exactly. I think there has been some debate, and from players I've seen, kind of like how much they want to sideboard here. Like I've seen players say, like, "Hey, you want to trim on some of your cards that don't really matter." Like these sort of awkward-ish threats in your deck, like something like Tidehard Skull that it kind of more reliability. Maybe you want to trim like a Fatal Push and you want to bring in some cards like Thoughtseize in order to like try and remove the big threat or like their sideboard card and clear the way for that. I've seen people say you want to bring in your White Orchid Phantoms in order to, make it so your opponent has more threats to deal with. Sometimes you mana screw your opponent as well or fix yourself. So there's a couple ways to go about it. I sort of generally like to approach this matchup with a very light touch. I'm not going to bring in a whole bunch of things. I kind of like Avid Interrupter on the play, but I'm not even in love with it. It's kind of awkward. So I'm interested to see how Theo does this because, like we said, Theo's the one who popularized this deck and, has only played 2 challenges with the deck, but has won both challenges. So, Theo is someone who's very accomplished, very strong, and seems to be really in tune with this deck.
Yeah, as we are getting into the match now, John on the play, having just a fetch land for turn 1. Theo drawing the Aether Vial as his draw for turn 1. Fetch, shock, Aether Vial. What a start for Theo. Let's see if John has anything to say about it.
Yeah, one
Looks
thing
like
I'll
that
note.
might be resolving.
Yeah, I think this is just it's down, but I'm going to surveil. Theoretically, we might have a force, and we might be like making sure we want to know all the information, before we force. But I doubt if that's in our deck. One thing we didn't talk about before that we could see from John is there was engineered explosives in the sideboard. Now, Theo's deck is a lot of 3s, and we have no way to get to 3. High level analysis here, but you can get to 1 pretty easily. And blowing up Aether Vial, if you want to keep the counter spells in your deck, could be a good way to facilitate that. It's just a matter of sort of how do you want to play the games.
And looks like John leaving a card on top. It looks like it was an Oculus, seeing a Nihil Spellbomb. Looks like we do have a Force of Negation, and I think that is the engineered explosives in hand here. As we're going to play out the Nihil Spellbomb. And looks like
Thought Scour.
Yeah, I think I might have missaw, maybe drew
So
the
that
Thought Scour, not an Oculus.
yes, yeah. So that I thought that was an Oculus at first as well. I thought it was the full art one, but there is an Oculus in hand of the normal variety. But that was the card that was on top. That art looks very similar to that big old eye.
As we're gonna go back over to Theo, who we have one counter on our Aether Vial. Just gonna surveil, leave card on top, and pass back over to John here.
All right, so John decided to leave in both Force of Negation and Counterspell. Did bring in the Engineered Explosives to make these cards a little bit more doable. There's a bit of a wild line here from John that could go really sideways, but I'd be very tempted to do. Main phase, pop that Spell Bomb, get rid of Theo's one fetch land, a little oomph, fetch, and then slam the Oculus. And just be like, Theo, don't have a Solitude, friend. You're up. And I know that sounds a little aggressive, but John needs to get threats going sooner or later. We saw game one, Theo very, very methodically activated Vial, didn't worry about too much, took his time, did not want to fall too far behind to counter spells. And while Theo might, try to not play around those cards as much, when your opponent's not playing anything, Theo doesn't feel pressured to, and Theo might even be like, well, maybe this person left in a couple counter spells just in case. As it looks like we are going to play Engineered Explosives on one here. Looks like John might be a little ahead of himself on wanting to pop that card as we saw the tapping of the mana.
Yeah, looks like we've got the Engineered Explosives down. It's like we don't have a fourth land at the moment. We're going to go ahead and fetch a land here. Now, slightly unfortunate that if we're about to pop this explosive, we are also going to lose our spell bomb.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, but that is life, and this, I think a good way to think about this, Niall, is, well, first off, Niall, I know you're trying to protect the spell bomb. We all know, don't get clever about it. Not tricking anyone here. But the Aether Vial is acting a lot like a Soul Ring right now that gives your creatures uncounterable, and it's about to turn into a Black Lotus that gives your creatures uncounterable. And when I tell you, you basically, against a counterspell deck, get to have, uncounterable 3 mana over and over again. That is so hard for anyone to beat. Now, it looks like what John's doing here is we're main phase fetching now so we don't get got by any shenanigans. You could have seen like a Vial activation to get rid of the Engineered Explosives, and then it has 0 counters on it when it comes back. But, okay, it looks like we're going to keep the shields up. Yeah, John wants to keep the counterspell up as to not let anything try to hit and maybe eventually work towards this EE activation.
Sure. As we did see Theo draw another Aether Vial last turn. I mean, the turn 4 Aether Vial is certainly less impressive than the turn 1 Aether Vial, but being able to simply reestablish it after it gets blown up, pretty nice. Although, having to keep it in hand, having to respect this Engineered Explosive, kind of rewarding John for this patience with the EE here.
Yeah, as we were seeing, I'm a little curious. So I think what John might be doing here is a little known tricky dick, which is Nihil Spellbomb says when it's put into the graveyard, you can pay the black in order to have it happen. And basically, I think what he might be doing is saying, I'm going to pop my EE and then pay the black so that I get the card from the Spellbomb hitting. I'm not exactly sure. It just seems to me that that was sort of the intention here. It does look like Engineered Explosives is getting popped. Now, in response to activation, the vial can still be activated. So, Theo does get value, but at least this vial is gone, and these counterspells in John Wagner's hand is going to really get more activation. Looks like there's some conversation happening. Oh, I see what happened. So last turn, John fetched an island, but that was a Bloodstained Mire. You see Theo smile a little. Scoreboard even here. But yeah, so John accidentally grabbed the wrong kind of land. Obviously, black-red fetches can't get basic island. That's why they put me here, Niall. I have the insight like that.
Yeah, that's why they call you the expert, knowing which basics we can get with which fetch lands. That is high-level stuff. So we're going to go ahead and get a judge here, talk about what happened, see what we can do.
It's really funny because in my mind, I was thinking that John should have probably actually got Swamp because John does have Harbinger of the Seas in the deck. And I don't know if they're in, but Harbinger turns all the lands into islands, so there's no real worry about that. So you really wanted the Swamp, but it didn't occur to me when I was thinking about it that was not Delta. I think what's going to probably end up happening here is we've probably gone too far, and we're just going to let it lie. I don't know. Once again, we'll give you the ruling when we get it from the judge. But you know what I do know, Niall, is that there are more NRG events coming up later this year. Do you want to quickly throw those on screen for us here so we can talk about them? Because we have a lot of fun, magic, and slight GRVs to cover here the rest of this year. As we see Mox champion Will Kruger, roommate of Theo there in the background, coming over to watch his future match area and probably give his friend a hard time after this about everything that's going on here. But we're going to be going all across, the states here, playing in these tournaments, giving you a chance to come. So we'd love to have you come on out and play.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've got, obviously Chicagoland this weekend. And then, soon in March, I believe we're going to be in Madison and then coming back to Chicagoland and then Indianapolis. I think I got it all from memory. Who needs a slide? We've got modern showdowns. Here it is. We've got standard showdowns. And then the one that's so exciting to me, June 28th and 29th in Indianapolis, the 10K team sealed showdown. I'm going to tell you now, I'm sick that weekend. Not going to be able to be in the booth. Gonna be mysteriously in Indianapolis playing team sealed. What a fun event.
Yep, and I believe our ruling is fixed, so let's head back to the feature match area to watch some more Magic. But yeah, it looks like we're just continuing here, but we'll, get it exactly for you here in a second. I think this is just a second of double checking, like, should we have you search or whatever. But yeah, I mean, those are exciting. Team Sealed is a very hard but very fun format. Obviously, all the team events, you get to hang out with your friends all weekend. What a blast. You get to have a forever story about who weighed who down, which is just good, healthy relationships we love to encourage here. But jokes aside, it's really fun, to build sealed pools. They're very high skill and very hard. Like the fun thing to me about sealed Nile is, right, there's a theoretical best deck or the best deck for each time you play your round, right? Like maybe you're supposed to change your deck up given what your opponent sees. And doing that times 3 is such an interesting, thought experience. A lot of players are a little hesitant. They're like, oh, what if I just open 12, dual lands or whatever, and I have no rares? Well, that doesn't really happen, let alone in these team environments. So I'm excited to see, that coverage and how players will deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be very fun. I know for me personally, I can never remember the team trios events where I weighed a team down, but I will never forget the ones where I was weighed down by my team. So truly, really, really healthy stuff, really healthy thought patterns and relationships here. I love a team event.
Yeah.
Looks like we're not backing anything up. We've got a GRV to John. GRVs for everyone. You get a GRV, you get a GRV. Look under your chair, you get a GRV. Everyone in this game here. As we're going to go ahead and start resolving this EE. Aether Vial is going to go away. Nihil Spellbomb going to go away. Now John has the option, as you mentioned earlier, to go ahead and pay the 1, draw this card that will take him off of Counterspell. Okay.
So it looks like maybe what John's saying is, all right, so you activated Vial in response, and in response to that, I'm activating Spell Bomb to get rid of your fetch land, and then get the card. It's the same. Now, I think
John is just on the 1 land up with 2 counter spells in hand here.
Yeah, I think this might have been a bit of and this I am so sorry with all the confusion. I thought this was the end of Theo's turn. That was the end of John's turn.
Yeah.
Activating the spell bomb to get a card. Listen, don't get me wrong. I brought it up. I love drawing a card here. I think we had to leave our mana up though there for counterspell. I was a little confused on the game state there. That's on me. As you're seeing here now, John got a card. Theo gets the attack in with the Felia and gets any card and a counter.
Yeah, and we're gonna replay a spell bomb. Recruiter gonna come back. Felia is gonna get a counter. and Theo just off to the races, and John, looking at these counter spells. Now, is that not a spell snare as well in John's hand?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a spell snare. Sorry, excuse me. At least one counter spell. I can't tell if it's a spell snare or a cantrip. John's keeping his cards pretty close to the chest there. Doesn't want me to know. So if it was a spell snare, though, that might have been a bit of a small error.
As we're
And
going to
we're
go
going to see.
ahead and fetch here. This is a delta. Anything we get is legal.
John actually on the Esper build grabs the planes. We got to get a judge.
We're just going to get a surveil land here.
Yeah,
Take a
I
look
think
at the top.
the players jokingly, Theo saying, "Hey, what fetch was that?" But like you said there, the blue black duels in your blue black deck, your fetches are going to be able to get them. You don't need to worry about that too much.
Yeah, so taking a look at the top here.
And these Surveyor lands, were a big get for a lot of decks in Modern, especially nice for decks like this where, turn one, I've seen players like into their turn fetch Surveil and then unearth Oculuses, like just putting these really like costed to be late game threats into play immediately. So speaking of which, here's an Oculus.
Yeah, here is an Oculus. Once again, we're in this kind of awkward mana spot, though, of just having one land up with these counter spells in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, this is sort of why during the, we were talking about the deck, and I was like, maybe there just needs to be like a restructuring. This is sort of what I meant. Like, it's really awkward sometimes to play your cards, and John even has like a large amount of mana, which is normally the choke point. Normally it's like, okay, I got to get to this land while having all these things and the time, etc. John's hit a lot of it, but still doesn't have it. And that is like a really, I think telling thing that maybe these decks need to lean themselves down and clean up a little bit, get more 1 and 0 mana cards in the deck. Always strong. Once again, that's why they pay me the big bucks. Add the cheaper, stronger cards to your deck, because we are going to see a force negation on this fatal push.
Isn't this John's turn?
But it is John's turn, yeah. So I think John a little confused about where we were there. Hey, John, it's 1-1 on that, friend. I was confused a second ago.
All right. Looks like we're going back over to Theo. We have a counter on the Aether Vial now. Does not do much for us till we get it up to 2.
I'll tell you what does something for us, though, is this Emperor of Bones, Niall.
Oh, and we are going to immediately take this Oculus under the Emperor of Bones. That is scary.
Yeah, Theo will have the ability to adapt this Emperor of Bones and put an Oculus into play. You can do that for offense, again, attack in, or, use it on defense. It looks like Theo's just holding up mana, is going to flicker the Recruiter and search. But yeah, you're going to see how, one, we just turned off Unearth, right? So like if that was the backup plan here for John, that's not going to work. And also on the next turn, Theo could, be attacking for an additional 7 damage, 2 from the counters, 5 from the Oculus.
Yeah, I mean, again, very commanding position for Theo here. And John with just a handful of these counter spells that just aren't really doing anything. I think a Harbinger, the pickup for the turn here.
And you're seeing Theo's board. It's, all plane. Oh, excuse me, not that is not a planes. Those are all duels about to turn all into islands. So Theo is taking a second to be like, am I supposed to do something here? I could ephemerate, but looks like he's fine with this sort of using Aether Vial to play the game and not really worrying too much about it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are, getting into it here. And I mean, we also do still have this Felia on board, right? Like if we ever really need to get something out with our lands here.
That's a great point. Yeah, just flicker the Drowner and be like, hey, guess what? Emperor does get to exile anything there, which is always a nice little bonus text.
Yeah, I get to keep chunking through John's graveyard here Looks like we are flickering the recruiter.
I think Theo knows, by the way, that John has a bunch of counter spells in hand. He can't fetch.
Sure. Well, he knows for sure that there is a force of negation and a sink into super.
That's true. You know what? That's a great point. So they're going to sink into Super the dog. But yeah, I think Theo, I think in general, the Theo's figured out that like there's a ton of reactive cards. And it looks like John is saying, hey, I'm fine with the flicker. And does about the dog now. So we are going to get this recruiter activated again, which might seem a little silly to some, but you have to remember Theo has to move to discard now. 8 cards in hand. So who's really
That's right.
winning?
That's right.
I'll give you a hint. It's Theo.
Now, we have lost the ability to adapt our Emperor Bones. For as long as this Harbinger stays on the field, which with multiple Solitudes in hand, feels like won't be that long, but we'll see.
Bam. Solitude. The real power play here from Theo is not to hit that creature, though, is to hit his own.
Coming down, exiling the Harbinger. All of Theo's mana back online. A third counter spell for John. So awkward into this Aether Vial. We have a hand of counterspell, 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 force of negation.
Yeah, and you're seeing here from Theo, I've got my dog in. What can go wrong? Like you mentioned, Theo does know about the force. Yeah, I think John maybe thought there was a chance to interact with the Aether Vial there, although I'm unsure exactly what was happening. Maybe there's just some confusion. But anyways,
Theo has another Aether Vial in hand. There is no rest for John on the horizon.
Yeah, and you're seeing one of the really strong parts of Emperor Bones. I mean, people think of this card and they think of it like a Reanimator card. And when working on this card, I really thought of it more like a Jund threat that could go in Reanimator. And you're seeing why, because when you grab things like Solitude, it really turns into one in a black Solitude you again. You know, the Solitude doesn't stick around. Sometimes it does get attacked and you get a little 3 life, but Theo just has another kill spell. And it's just so hard for John to get out of the spot.
Yeah, I mean, Theo just generating so much value. Just playing that Aether Vial, you know, John going to counter it. You gotta start casting these counter spells. As we're gonna get a Flicker Wisp, which can come in uncounterable.
Yeah.
Is that a surgical?
That's the surgical. I mean, this is the awkward part of the surgical, right? We talked about how, you know, the Solitudes might be enough to fight over. Maybe the Overlords are enough to fight over to warrant this card. We had mentioned doing it in lieu of these counter spells. But even, you know, if we had other interactive cards, it kind of shows how it can be a little awkward if you don't get it early. Because Theo's goal is for Solitude to never be in the graveyard. You know, Theo wants it in hand or on the board. Now, that doesn't always work out, but it can be a little awkward when you're behind, as we are going to see the vial activate.
Yeah. Emperor of Bones ended up, you know, protecting the Solitude. Kind of interesting.
Yeah. I wonder if that was something that was on Theo's mind as well. I mean, obviously it was the best creature, but, you know, it is a situation where you could have taken one of John's spells to make Murktide smaller. You know, it's not an issue to, like, not worry about that. So I don't know. I think it's some interesting stuff here. Boom, counterspell. Taste it.
Counter spell. Get rid of that Orcish Bowmasters. As Theo just has, I mean, lethal on board.
It does look that way to me, especially once you adapt, get that Oculus in play. Oculus Aether Violet combo. Not really the way we normally think of a combo right now, but
As we're going to go ahead and swing out for lethal. John, nothing in hand that can stop this.
now this is where you're John. You surgical Theo, write down his deck list, and then go over to the NRG booth and pick it up.
And that is going to be game. Congratulations, Theo Jung 2-0 in our very first match of the NRG Modern 10K Showdown. Congratulations to Theo showing expert skill on this black-white flicker deck.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like you said at the beginning, Theo's the one who popularized this deck. Theo is, a pro tour player of like one of the highest caliber, works with people like Team Channel Fireball. You're going to expect type play from him no matter what. But the deck that he also likes, you're going to see even more from that. And, when we interviewed Theo when he won champs, one of the things he said is, my Pioneer deck choice isn't the best deck in the world, but it's a deck I really love and I've put a lot of time in. And when the moments like that come, I try and play those decks. Well, Theo found that in Modern. I'd be very worried if I was a competitor against Theo, because not only does this deck look very good every time I see it, it also is something that he's loving and putting time into. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in the Chicagoland area against Theo today or tomorrow. It's going to be a tough place to be.
Absolutely. I mean, Theo showing that he is here. He is back for 2025, ready to, fight for a spot on the leaderboard immediately. And I am excited to see where he's going to go. Now, we are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Magic. We've got Modern coming at you all day today, so stay tuned. Welcome back, Magic players, to the NRG series Modern Showdown. This is a 10K big tournament, a lot on the line. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Mason Clark. And we've already seen some really great Magic with Frogtide versus Black White Flicker, but we're about to watch some very exciting Magic in this match between Steven Dykman on this 4-color Grinding Station deck versus Zoe Riederman on Boros Energy. Now, Mason, I know you know a lot about the Modern format. Boros Energy has been a bit of a menace in the format for a while now, but ever since the unbans, this Grinding Station deck has just been putting up results consistently everywhere. What are your thoughts going into this match?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what's happening right now is the Mox Opal deck goes so fast, it's combos so efficiently, and typically has a great game one against these energy decks. Now, the energy deck players, they've been adapting. They're trying to figure out the perfect mix of sideboard cards. We're still seeing not a total unison on sort of what you're supposed to do, but there does seem to be a good recipe. Have a couple enchantments, have a couple instants, maybe have a creature, basically diversify, make it so they need to draw the perfect sideboard cards at the perfect time. And the energy deck, it got 2 bannings. A lot of people got banned with the One Ring, but it did lose Amp Raptor. That hurt the deck a little bit. Still very consistent, very strong, low fail rate. And that's why you're seeing it be one of the more popular choices, despite, I think, pretty universally being, like, hey, if, at best, maybe it's better than Breach, but probably not, is kind of the consensus among most players.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a very exciting match as we have Steven Dykman and Zoe Riederman. These are 2 big-time NRG players. I mean, these are people who play consistently, put up results, are, very frequently on our leaderboard. So, starting off the year, we've got this clean slate of a leaderboard, everyone fighting for these spots and these points and these invitations. So, really excited to see these 2, NRG mainstays, battling it out in this match here.
Yeah, I mean, Steven Dykman, we saw made the finals of our champs this year. The previous year won it and, won our player of the year. Zoe Riederman, someone who's played multiple of our champs now, grinds all these events, and has put up great results for herself in her own right. So this is definitely 2 skilled, experienced players who are also friends, like they play all these events. They're all there together. They hang out, they get dinner. So I think we're going to have a really great match of Magic, because it does look like Dykman's on a mold of 5 though.
Yeah, but I mean, what a 5 that this looks like. I'm seeing a Mopal, a Urza's Saga, a Haywire Might. I think that might have also been a Malevolent Rumble. Not sure on that one, but Zoe, I mean, one of the best starts you can have with this deck is just going to put a Guide of Souls out on turn 1 on the play. Looks like she might have kept 7 cards here.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Zoe also knew maybe what Dykman was on. It's unclear to me. Maybe, Dykman will definitely has like a very wide range of decks he'll play. I would say he leans a bit more like controlling type stuff, but that's, definitely like by the minorest of degrees. We saw him win our first event 2 years ago playing Team of Rhinos, which, is a tempo deck. So this is definitely, someone with an incredibly wide range. Zoe, really likes aggressive decks. She can play other things. She likes combo. She likes aggro. I've seen her mid range a bit from time to time, but combat, would say, is Zoe's biggest strength in Magic, as we're having an incredibly fast start here.
Yeah, as we are going to go Mox Opal into Bobble, into Urza's Saga. And then there's the Haywire Might. That is turning on the Mox Opal. And, Mold of 5, play 4 cards, turn 1. What a start for Steven.
Yeah, very big there. What I was going to say is Zoe has really leaned her deck into being more aggressive. She has 4 Ragavans in the main deck, which if you've been gone for the last year, might not sound that unique, but a lot of players are down to, 2 or 3 at most just because of the mirror match. But Zoe really hedging for these sort of other breach deck, other combo decks or Ragavans at its best.
Yeah, as we're going to see an Ocelot Pride come down on turn 2. It's going to trigger the Guide of Souls, gain Zoe a life, get Zoe an energy, and we're going to get a cat token at the end of this click. No second land drop for Zoe. Now, important card spotted in Zoe's hand here is the Thraben Charm. Can be very nice against Steven's deck here.
And I gotta call it out real quick. Theo Jung cannot escape our feature match area. From the NRG he won last year, you see his energy token on the bottom, and then for winning champs, there's his cat token of his cat stomping him like Bone Crusher Giant on the board. So Theo really hogging the feature match area this weekend, as we do see a shock and a passing back to Zoe.
Yeah, and she's gonna play second Ocelot Pride. She may only have 1 land, but she is doing so much with it. Now, that being said, Steven does have Saga on 2 here and does have the ability to make a construct if he wants to start doing that.
Yeah, and I think Dykeman's a little low on gas in hand, but like you said, these constructs are good. They're going to be very large, and it's turn 2, so yeah, you're a little low on gas when you moldify, but you're also probably about to have multiple 7/7s in play, right? Or excuse me, 6/6s. So that's not the worst place to be.
Yeah, as we are going to attack with the Guide of Souls, gonna jump the Guide of Souls using our 3 energy. It's gonna give it flying. This is very important so that Steven Dykeman is not able to make this construct to block the guide. But it looks like we are going to be making it at the end of turn here, as Zoe is going to get 2 cat tokens.
So I think it's worth noting, a lot of times this sort of draw here from the grinding station decks, and we're calling them grinding station, chat. Get over it. I'm just going to say that right now. There's 2 breach decks. It's too confusing. We're calling it station. Cancel me. Anyways, normally that would be really strong. But since we drew the double Ocelot Pride Nile, we can actually chump block these decks ad nauseum, because most players have cut Shadow Spear from this deck. That sort of backup game plan we saw be so popular from Jesse Robkin here on the series, it's just not a thing that's good enough on average these days. But in spots like this, it just puts you in this really weird position where it's like, yeah, these constructs are big. They're going to help me, not die or whatever, but they're not enough to actually win the game on average. So this is going to force Dykeman to really play the combo role here.
Yeah, as we are going back over to Steven Dykeman's turn, looks like a Malevolent Rumble or Saga in hand, as we are on our 3rd chapter here. Looks like we're just floating a mana. And it looks like this is going to be the token that we are temporarily using to represent this construct creature. There's at least 2 Phlages in Zoe's hand, plus the Thraben Charm that we saw earlier. And it looks like for Steven Dykeman is going to be the Aether Spellbomb.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense. This is something that can get the guide off the board. Might even be important to maybe keep a Pride off the board to stop, a bunch of extra cats coming. Also, just a redraw, right? We mentioned how Dykeman's sort of forced to play the combo role now. A fair game plan is almost assuredly not going to work out this game. So just, hey, I get a redraw whenever I want instead of bobble with a delay draw might be sort of what Dykeman's thinking about here.
Yeah, and it looks like we are tapping down some mana. And we are going to go ahead and do Malevolent Rumble with the mana that we floated earlier. And
Dykeman won. Game's over. I'm pretty sure Dykeman just won the game. Yeah,
Looks
and
like
you
we're
see
bringing up an
Zoe.
underworld breach.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. You see Zoe head in hand. She was best friends with Jessie Robkin. She teamed with her with so many events, won so many things in 2022 with this deck on her side. But Dykeman just won the game, Niall.
Yeah, why don't you walk us through how Dykeman just won the game after casting Malevolent Rumble?
Yeah, I need to double check. I think he has the other mocks in hand, but basically he can play Breach, then using the first Scion and the Opal, then you can escape the station from the graveyard, and then you mill your whole deck and win from there. Now, it looks to me like maybe he doesn't have the Opal that I thought he had in hand, which is my bad. So you won't be able to actually bring it back right away. But we are one card away from excuse me, one turn away from winning because we will have that mana unlocked. So, excuse me, I jumped the gun a little bit there, but yeah, I mean, this just shows how powerful this deck can be, and just like how over the top some of its draws are compared to the rest of the format. If Dykeman had either a Mox Amber or a Mox Opal in hand, we would be talking about the sideboards right now. And there's nothing Zoe can do. And you can see Zoe head in her hands. She knows she's like living on a prayer.
Yeah, now, all that being said, as we saw earlier, Zoe does have the Thraben Charm in hand. Now, she doesn't have the mana to cast it just yet, but given that Steven does not appear to be playing Breach this turn, how much do you think that matters? How impactful do you think it is that she'll be able to, if she wants to, answer this Underworld Breach when it comes down?
It's going to be so huge. I mean, there are so few cards in the main deck that actually matter in this matchup. Huge draw step there from Zoe. You nailed it on that. Part of Thraben Charm is it's just really good. It's just like a strong magic card. In this matchup, it's incredible. Blows up the breach, can hit the graveyard or clear a blocker. All modes you really want. So, had Zoe drawn a land there, Niall, I would say she would actually a huge favorite just to win, because Dykeman would go for the breach, and barring drawing a second breach, Dykeman would have probably lost the game, as Zoe could either exile the graveyard or kill the breach, whichever one she thought was best in the situation. But yeah, you see Zoe sort of just tanking, and Dykeman saying like, "Hey, I am going to go for the breach combo next turn." Like I said, these two players know each other very well. They've been friends for years now, and I think Dykeman's basically just saying like, "Don't worry, Zoe, I will not slow roll you." And I think Zoe's being like, "Okay, is there anything I can do?" Because back when Zoe and played with Jessie Robkin a bunch and really popularized this deck here on the series, along with Corey Baumeister and Ross Merriam, it used to be a removal spell was good enough. Like this Galvanic Discharge would have killed the Emery, and it wouldn't have guaranteed anything, but it would have been a position where now the Amber doesn't make mana, and maybe you can force them to replay something and put them behind a little bit. Well, Mox Opal doesn't care about that. It's a card that just makes mana. So you're seeing Zoe kill the Scion because she's trying to prevent the mana from Dykeman, but Dykeman's saying, "I have the land." Yeah, and there's just not enough pressure on board. This construct can block the 1/2 Emery, and yeah, this 4-color grinding station deck, Niall.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, keep in mind, Steven Dykeman was on a Multi 5 that game, right? Multi 5 played 4 cards turn 1. All right, so Multi 5 play 80% of your hand on the first turn, and Zoe, one of the strongest starts you can have in Boros Energy, Guiding Souls, Ocelot Pride, never found that second land. Was never able to really develop that, and just got run over by Grinding Station doing what it does.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know we were cutting. You could see how I was laughing and shaking my head. It's so crazy when you say it too, right? It's like we multiply on the draw against kind of the best aggressive deck in the format. Now Zoe didn't have multiple mana, right? But she did have a really, really strong one lander start, and had Zoe drawn that land, like we mentioned, on any of those turns, I think Zoe probably pretty easily wins. I mean, she was kind of closest to lethal there already, so another turn, right? Like, not that crazy to think. And it's just so impressive, and really shows, well, hey, if you're playing Portland next weekend or Charlotte in a weekend and a month from now, which is the weirdest way to describe that, you have to be ready for this breach deck. Even if breach doesn't do well in Portland, players like me are just going to play it. You can't get me off the deck. I'm going to play it till they take it from me. With starts like that, how are you supposed to win? And that's a 5, like you said, Niall. It's a 5-card hand. No one has a consensus built deck on this, as we should look at our sideboards here. I can talk about this all day. We still don't know what the best build of Breach is.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at Zoe's Boros NRG list here. Now, I mean, this is, a deck that has been popular and powerful in the format for quite a while. But Mason, what here sticks out to you in Zoe's list?
Okay, so there's a lot of things, and this is a great moment for people who want to learn how to beat the Breach deck. The best way to beat them is to take a bunch of different like avenues of attack and make it so that they can't just have one sideboard card that solves all their issues theoretically. So you're seeing Zoe do that in real time here. We have Ghost Vacuum, something that's not the greatest, but can come up. It can be a bit of an issue. She might not even side that one in, but you could. It's like a fine way to break up something sometimes in the middle of their win condition. You get that. It can be a little awkward. We saw how, Dykeman needed an opal there to win on that one turn where I thought he had it. Well, that was in the yard, so we could get it. We see Stony Silence. That's a back-breaking card in this matchup. High impact. Orange Chance, actually, another really great card. Your opponent casts a Breach. In response, you cast Orange Chant. They can't cast any more spells. You've essentially countered the Breach, and now you sort of get to go back to yourself there. Huge upgrade there. Wear Tear, very similar. Destroys an artifact or an enchantment or both if you have the mana. That's going to make it really hard to combo. That's also something that can fight over these Urza Saga lands for their fair game plan and their tutor package. And then Blood Moon is a card you can have as well. That's going to turn off the Urza Saga, make your mana a little bit harder. That's another one where I could see Zoe maybe doesn't want to have that one when she's on the draw, like I mentioned with Ghost Vacuum. It isn't as high impact, but it is something that can be a huge thorn in the side of these Breach players. And that's the best thing you can do. Do not go all in on like, I'm on 4 Stonies in a dream. Sometimes it'll work out, but they will know this and they will have these cards that can fight over these things. Breach players come prepared to fight over everything post board.
Yeah, so we're going to jump over to Steven's list real quick before we get back into our match. And as you said, this deck is not settled. There's not really a stock version of it yet. It has evolved and iterated so much. We see Steven Dykeman on the 4-color version. We've got this one Teferian here. We've got a Lavinia. We've got some interesting choices here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Lavinia, by the way, it really shows what Dykeman thinks about the format. Main deck hate card. As these players are almost done really quickly on our sideboard, we're going to want to bring in the cards that stop things like Stony Silence. We know those are coming. We want to bring in the creature interaction, stuff like Unholy Heat. And you're going to want to sort of fight those games. Prismatic Ending is a great way to kill a creature, great way to kill a sideboard card. That's what the white's really bringing to the package here, is you have more like powerful answers to some sideboard cards. I should say more catch-all answers is the better way to describe it. And Savine's Reclamation, which is a very powerful thing to have in your main deck for comboing. If we get there, we'll get there on that one.
Yeah, so you're going to get into our game 2 here. Zoe on the play. It's going to start with a Ragavan this time. Another very strong start for Zoe's deck.
Yeah, and we were saying it before. This is the kind of matchup where you want Ragavan. In the creature matchups these days, Ragavan always had the issue of can't beat a Young Wolf, for example, right? It's part of why we saw Yawgmoth rise to prominence. Well, Dykeman's deck, a bunch of its creatures outside Tameo, you don't really want to be blocking with early. And that mana advantage for Zoe, even if this is a one-lander, if that Ragavan connects once, it could be the difference.
Yeah, it looks like Steven going to go ahead and play a Bobble. Look at his own card here. Looks like Steven Dykeman on an opening of 7 cards, which, I mean, that's got to feel scary if you're Zoe. Like, you just got, cleaned up by a mult of 5. When you see that same opponent keep 7, that's intimidating. As we're going to go ahead and fetch after the Bobble. Steven must not have liked what he saw on top there.
Steven almost presented the deck without getting the search there for the land. Was just shuffling. I knew the top card of my deck is one that I did not want. And you're gonna get another look. And I gotta say, this is like a huge part of the deck is like, when do you bobble? Knowing to like bobble who, like, do I surveil now or do I keep it for later because I need to maybe make A, B come together. There's a lot of selection and a lot of choices with this deck. Now you can't play a lot of cards from your graveyard with this deck, as we see the Mox Amber get binned, but yeah, it is a lot of like little decisions that can really add up.
Yeah, as we're going to see the Ragavan attack That's going to be a Haywire Might picked up for Zoe off the Ragavan. What a hit! Of all the cards in Dykeman's deck that you could hit, wow. And the treasure token to be able to pop it when you need to. This puts Steven in such an awkward position.
Yeah, so you're seeing Zoe very wisely here. She knows her land returns to survey a land, so she wants to do that before she fires off this Haywire Might. It's like you're saying, incredible. And like even if it isn't your best play mana wise this turn, I personally would be so tempted, to get this Haywire Might down on the board. Looks like Zoe is going to go with Guide of Souls first, but yeah, she does get the Haywire Might, and she's lost the green, but still, like, if we ever get a way to do that again, like another Ragavan connection, this is a card you would sideboard in if you had it. It's
absolutely, just... absolutely. Zoe must be thrilled to be able to play this Guide of Souls into this Haywire Might.
Oh my God, Niall. Steven has Aether Spellbomb in hand. He can bounce the Haywire Might to his hand.
The value, the value.
I don't even know if that's that good, but if it was me, I'd be so tempted. Be like, I'm on the feature match area. Look how smart.
Yeah, Spire of Industry going to be the land for Dykeman this turn as we're going to play a Malevolent Rumble, flipping a Tamio, Bobble, and Emery. And is that another Bobble?
Tough decision here. I can't quite make out a lot of Dykeman's hand, but it does look like he's a little land heavy. Now, I know one of those lands is Boseiju, and that's definitely playing the role of a spell this game. So it might look like Dykeman only has, 3 mana value worth of cards in hand currently, but, you can make a strong argument that his hand does have a decent number of spells.
Yeah, so we're going to pick up the Emery, put the rest in the yard. We've got this one little Scion. Do you think this Scion is on Ragavan blocking duty?
I could totally see it. It does like give you these like jump ahead kills. I'll tell you what, it might be on dying to bombardment duty.
But yeah, we are going to see Goblin Bombardment come down, and Zoe happy to throw away this Haywire Might to get rid of the Scion there and get in with this Guide of Souls, this Ragavan.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe gains 2 life for her troubles as well. It's very tempting to want to hold that card for forever. But like you're saying, if Dykeman blocks the Scion there, there's an Emery coming down. So the Emery might, block the Ragavan as well. Then you never get the green. Then you feel kind of silly. Instead of getting this treasure and potentially getting a card that matters, you ended up hitting a land for Dykeman, but there's only so many stations in the deck. Dykeman probably brought in his Jace in this matchup as the backup win condition, but theoretically, he might have decided to err on the side of a little bit of greed, not play around surgical extraction. You hit it, and you might be, not worrying about combo for the rest of the game. Sure. You won't know that, right? Because you don't know the sideboarding, but Dykeman does, and he might play way differently. So a lot of little edges just to hitting with Ragavan.
Right, and now Zoe also has Wear Tear and the Thraben Charm in hand, which might be part of, why she was happy to just throw away this Haywire Might. And I wonder if that is something that, Steven might pick up on.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Dykeman definitely knows that it's either a big sign of strength or a big sign of weakness there for Zoe, right? And I think the coming turns will give Dykeman a lot of information about that because the Haywire Might is good to have on the board. So,
wow, and what a pull for Dykeman here on this Malevolent Rumble, getting an Urza Saga, Bobble, Portable Hole, and Mox Opal. Once again, spoiled for choice.
Yeah, and this is a really tough one. We know that, Emery is face-up information for all the players. We can see the rest of Dykeman's hand. We know there's like a station, a soul guide, and a spell bomb, some lands, 2 Boseijus actually. So lots of ways to fight through Stonies type cards, but Zoe doesn't have that half of the hate. Zoe has the instant sorcery half, and this is what we were talking about during sideboarding. When you diversify and you're not all in on something like Stony Silence, Rest in Peace type cards, it makes it harder for Dykeman to sort of have the right things at the right time.
Yeah, as we are going to pick up the Mox Opal. We have the Scion now. Yeah, Dykeman looks like choosing to play this Mox Opal, I think, to keep himself at 7 cards in hand. Looks like we are going to be sacrificing the Scion, make a little mana. And there is the Aether Spell Bomb. Still one artifact short on the Mox Opal being online.
Interesting. Yeah, here we go. We're going to throw away a Boseiju to get the Soul Guide down to unlock the Emery.
Yeah, Soul Guide Lantern being played here, which is going to turn on the Mox Opal, which is going to make Emery castable. And we are going to hit a breach in the yard there. Lands on the Emery Mill. And Zoe going to fetch at the end of Daikon's turn here.
Yeah, normally binning Underworld Breach, not the end of the world, but shifting Woodlands, a big add to this deck from the release of Modern Horizons 3, means that Dykman does sort of have a pseudo copy of Breach available to him once he draws that card. And there's still Savine's Reclamation, a card I alluded to, one of the big reasons to maybe play these 4-color builds of the deck, allowing you to have a little bit more protection from interaction. It means that if we draw that card, that's a 3-mana version of Underworld Breach we can play from our graveyard.
Yeah, as Zoe going to grab a Surveil land here. As we get back over to her turn, then Ocelot Pride as the draw for turn. Oh, this is very interesting. You know, we've got the Bombardment, we've got the Pride, we've got Thraben Charm and the Wear Tear. And that's Zoe's entire hand here.
Yeah, looks like Zoe's plan might not be to attack this turn, or if it is, maybe just Ragavan.
Yeah, as looks like looking at the Thraben Charm here to take care of the Emery and get an attack in with the Guide and the Ragavan.
Yeah, and
that's going to hit a Tamio.
That's a big one.
Looks like Zoe counting her permanents. We've got 6, 7, 8, 9. So playing Tamio and then getting the cat token, Zoe will get a cat token and a treasure token. She'll have the city's blessing. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yeah, the players are counting. I'm having a little bit of a hard time following.
Yeah. Zoe surely, making sure to, use the treasure token from last turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Zoe gets an energy and a life of the Tamio as well. But yeah, I do believe the cat will be the 10th city's blessing, and then you will get, everything else from the way the ability resolves. But I maybe miscounted. Obviously, these players are double checking. Yeah, it looks like they agree there will be a city's blessing as the cat resolves. More life, more things. Tough place to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this play a lot from Zoe too, thinking about it more. I was a little hesitant to use Thraben Charm, such a powerful sideboard card, but Zoe realizing I could hold this card up, or, I still have one piece of interaction. Dykman clearly doesn't have it fully set up yet. I can force him to have to get to it next turn instead of maybe giving him a few more draw steps to get there.
Yeah. Zoe really doing a good job of putting the pressure on Dykman here. Is going to draw another grinding station. Not quite what he needs. Or sorry, that might have been a Mox Opal. Yeah, looks like it was a Mox Opal.
I think Dykman might just be dead unless these free draws can get there.
Sure, looks like we're going to be tapping this Mox Opal.
Yeah, this is a sign to me that we're probably going to see a popping of one of these artifacts. So we're just going to use the Opal mana now. I think Dykman's trying to figure out, do I need to play this second Opal before I pop in case of like some wild chain of hits of like Malevolent Rumble into a thing. My gut is you probably have to if you're going to win. But, with no Whip Flare type card in the sideboard for Steven, Zoe, I think she's sweating both board clear and a combo kill. As another
Yeah.
Hunks.
As we are going to pop the Soul Glide Lantern here. Draw a card. So taking a look at Dykeman's graveyard. I mean, it feels like Zoe just has this one wrapped up, but let's see if Dykeman can get out of it.
Yeah, I think Dykeman might have made an uncharacteristic misstep not playing second Opal. Due to the fact that we don't have a Wrath, I think we just had the combo this turn. And I think having the mana up front is good in case spots like this come up. But it looks like it's going to be okay because there is the station trigger from the floating Opal mana before. But I don't know if Dykeman... I think it's just one draw step now that we had to play the station first instead of having something like Malevolent Rumble to maybe get us there.
Yeah, so I mean, Zoe, did a very good job of spotting that she needed to put Dykeman on this sort of clock and not give him any of that extra time. And it's like she's probably going to be rewarded for the pressure she was able to put on him.
Yep. And also, we're talking about all this. If even if Dykeman gets there, Zoe does have Wear Tear up. And I don't know if Dykeman can actually beat that. We're going to see Grinding Station activate to mill Zoe 3. This to me looks like, let me see how many sideboard cards I can spot.
Sure. So we're going to mill a few. Get the new Mox Opal down. Float some mana.
Yeah. Dykeman did miss the Grinding Station untap trigger to itself. Got to remember that card counts itself. This is me giving Dykeman a hard time, by the way. In case you can't get
mill Zoe again.
All right.
Zoe no has sideboard cards there.
Yeah, maybe Zoe didn't sideboard. That'd be great news for Dykeman. Oh, maybe Dykeman's trying to get the mill you a bunch, but sage you to also see how many basics you got, Yeah. All right. I mean, this is the moment Dykeman needs to redraw if we're going to actually try and win.
But can he get it? I mean, Zoe just feels so locked up. And that's going to be it. That is going to be game 2 going to Zoe Riederman. We are going to have a game 3 in this match, Mason.
It's very impressive stuff here. And, it really shows, too, like, how these energy decks are getting better at sideboarding versus these breach decks. When we last saw the energy versus breach matchup before the unbanning without Opal, matchup was pretty heavily favored to the Grinding Station deck. Part of that had to do with the One Ring. That was a card that was in these energy decks and not a huge factor for them in the matchup. And they didn't have a lot of cards for the breach players. And the breach players had the One Ring, obviously, to buy time, draw to their sideboard cards. So very huge impact. But as time goes on, we need to adapt to the metagame. These players are finding more and more cards that overlap kind of across all of Modern while situationally hitting the breach deck. I think that's always been a big issue for the breach deck. One that can overcome very consistently, but it is something you have to be very cognitive of. It's like, hey, I'm a deck that's weak to artifacts, hate, enchantment, hate, graveyard hate. I got a little better against creature hate with Mopal being unbanned, but not that much. I still kind of need them in some percentage of games. So a lot of sideboard cards can go the distance against this deck if you use them correctly and have the right mixture. And that last part there, the mixture, is where I think so many players have the awkward part of, like, they keep a hand. It's like, wear tear, stony 4 lands or whatever, or maybe it's like a mulligan. They keep that. And sometimes you have to do that. But with no clock, this deck can just, very easily play a fair game, or given its time, it can answer all those kind of threats.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a really hard part about playing against the Grinding Station decks is it is really hard to know at any point in the game sort of what gear you're supposed to be in. Like, am I supposed to be respecting and trying to control their ability to combo? Am I supposed to be putting clock and pressure on them. And I think Zoe showed a really excellent skill in navigating, shifting between those gears throughout that game. I think she did a very good job of paying respect to it when she needed to and putting pressure on when she needed to. And, really hoping that we can see her continue that into the final game of this match as we get down to it in just a moment here. Looks like our players are just about ready to dive into it. But either way, we've seen very good magic from both these players. Very excited to see this match go down and figure out which one of them is going to be 2-0 going into our round 3 at our 10K Modern Showdown here in Chicagoland.
Yeah, I'm really interested. I'm also interested to see how the players are continuing to adapt. Like a card we saw a few weeks back that maybe was a little ahead of its time, maybe just isn't that great in the deck, was Orim's Chant from these white builds from Dykeman. Well, if players are going to start playing more instants, right, and things that are there to respond to the breaking up of Breach, that's a great card to bring in and sort of be like, I'm a lead on Orim's Chant. Do you have a response? If you don't, you're going to die. It adds 1 mana to your combo. It's a little situational, but it overlaps in other, oh my God, matchups.
Whoa.
How's this for a turn 1? Storm count 4, Nile.
Oh my God. Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Mishra's Bauble, Urza's Saga, Malevolent Rumble.
Was
5 cards played. 4 of them start with the letter M.
Follow the money.
We're going to see a Tamio, 2 Mox Opals, and a Flooded Strand off of this Rumble here.
Did Dykeman have the win if his last card in hand was Station instead of Haywire Might? He was very close, I think, to actually having a turn 1 win.
That is crazy. Yeah, he does have Haywire Might and Underworld Breach.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to lead on Emery instead of Rumble to often win, but also Rumble only costs 1 mana. But yeah, I think Dykeman was dangerously close to the fabled turn 1 here.
Wow. I mean, Zoe already in such an impossible position. Trying to take a look at her hand here, see if she's got any of her hate pieces. I'm not seeing that. Oh, I think there is a Thraben Charm, but that seems way too slow now.
Yeah, you know what? Your 2 mana card just wasn't good enough. It's a real statement on things, as it might end up actually being pretty good here. But Zoe, yeah, she kept a hand that's a little slower, and can play that kind of more the fair game here on the draw. And it looks like Dykeman's wanting to play a game similar to that.
Yeah, it looks like as we are going to, tick up our Urza's Saga, Zoe gonna fetch for a Surveil land here.
Yeah, so a lot of things going on here. One, great heads-up play, I think, from Dykeman's side. My opponent is playing a deck with a lot of really good ones that they want to draw. I've seen a couple of Ragavans from my milling and the playing of the games. So I know that's something. So clearly Zoe kept cards that are good against me. Might be Stony Silence, might be Wear Tear. So I'm going to try and get this value from the construct, from my saga here, excuse me. And then if my opponent fetches a Surveil land, I'm going to make a construct to play around Wear Tear, getting my fetch land activation on the stack and blowing up the saga. So really heads up play here from Dykeman, and just sort of doing a great job of showing just how much this deck can play around so many different types of hate while still presenting that I can kill you out of nowhere draw.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, really forcing Zoe into this position of having to respect the combo and, not really free to do what her deck does best.
Yep. Yeah.
Although she is going to go ahead and cast this at Johnny, make a cat.
Yep. And now Dykeman gets to make the construct, played around, everything. I think a lot of players just would have passed the turn and not fetched ahead of time, but that's why Steven Dykeman was both our champ and player of the year in the 2023.
Yeah, these constructs are going to be huge. Amazing. Like this one is already a 4/4, about to be a 3/3 with this Bobble Pop. But if we make another one, fetch something, it's going to be like swinging for 5 next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. And it looks like Dykeman picked up Teferi 3, and that's a very interesting one. Not only is it a way to get this Johnny potentially off the board for a bit, if you want to go that direction, but it also is a way of I talked about Orim's Chant, right? This 1 mana way to make it so your opponent can't combo on your turn. Well, Teferi means you're not even able to cast anything. So that could be a great way to start protecting our combo. I'm curious to see how Dykeman wants to play it here.
Yeah, very, very interesting here as we are back over to Dykeman. 2 breaches, another Malevolent Rumble, Haywire Might to Fairy in hand.
I think Dykeman's really close to winning with protection up. Now, obviously, we know Dykeman doesn't really need protection because we know Zoe's hand, but Steven's probably thinking about cards like Surgical Extraction. That's a card that's very much on these 4-color players' minds. It's sometimes not good enough. Sometimes it's backbreaking. It's especially tough if you can get the station out of the deck. But I think Dykeman has the ability to kind of flip. There's a lot of ways to play this turn. We could see a contract activation. We could also see like activate my Opal, make like a white mana, float a mana off Saga, search my deck for another Opal, Legend Rule, play this Teferi, cast Rumble, and if I hit Station, I win with Teferi up.
Yeah, as looks like we are going to be floating the mana off of the Urza Saga as we go through here.
And it looks like Dykeman decided not to do the Opal aggressive line that I talked about, but taking a different one.
Looks like Spell Bomb, top card of Dykeman's deck.
If you wanted it so bad, friend, you could just wait a turn. You didn't need to go through all that.
The impatience of some of these grinding station players.
Kids these days.
All right, so you're going to get Spellbomb onto the field. Got a mana floating from the Saga still. Then tapping our land and our Mox Opal. Could it be Teferi time?
I think it might be Teferi time.
As Teferi go ahead and gets played. It's like we were bouncing the cat token. Another Malevolent Rumble picked up for Dykeman here. Sacrificing the Scion to play Haywire Might.
And this might look a little odd to you, right? Like there's a Mox Amber in play. This is saying that Dykeman really wants to leave the Spell Bomb activation up in order to protect, either the Teferi or potentially stopping a Johnny from getting flipped. Zoe might try to do something like, get another cat into play or maybe Legend Rule of Johnny's. That's a great way to flip it, is just have another Ajani. And then if Zoe were to do that, we can bounce it with Spell Bomb. So you're seeing Dykeman here, even though stuck on mana, quote unquote, with our 2 Moxen in play, is sort of saying like, hey, I value, doing this over having this Scion in another land.
Yeah, as we see Zoe shocking Anna Foundry here, playing a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, getting the 2/2 Goblin Shaman token onto the board. Also want to take a quick moment to thank everyone for watching this stream. I mean, these are such incredible productions of Paper Magic, which is just such a wonderful thing to get to keep alive. And remember, if you want to see all the rest of the events that are being broadcast later this year, hit that follow button on Twitch and hey, maybe even subscribe. Looks like we are going to bounce away the Goblin Shaman token with our Spell Bomb. We're upticking to Fairy, playing Urza Saga.
I mean, Dykeman has 2 Malevolent Rumbles in hand and 2 Underworld Breaches. We're definitely casting a Rumble this turn.
Yeah, as we go ahead and cast this Rumble.
We've
got Reclamation, Flooded Strand, Emery, and Bauble. Taking Emery into hand, it seems.
Yeah, I really like this. Your Savines has flashback, so going to the graveyard. I mean, you can't even take it, but like it going there means you have like. So yeah, you see Zoe wants to read it. It going there is kind of nice, and that means if you play Emery as well, you have a lot of like ability to kind of play these cards from your yard, represent threats if they get answered. There's
Oh,
a
and there's
station card.
grinding station and another Emery in the yard. A lot of ways for Steven Dykman to churn through the deck there.
Well, I believe the game's over now because you can use the opal and the scion to play your underworld breach. Then you start escaping mox opals, and then you play your grinding station, and you have so many cards. It looks like Dykman doesn't agree with me. Maybe I'm missing something, but it looks like there's more than 9 cards in the graveyard that aren't the opals.
Sure. I mean, maybe once again trying to respect the surgical.
Well, with the fairy in play,
Oh, sure.
yeah, it's actually this is sort of a moment I think now of Dykman feeling like I don't know. Actually, I'll be honest. I think Dykman just missed it. This deck's hard to play. I'm not going to act like it's not hard to play. I'm not going to act like there's not like something. I'm not going to try and come up with some crazy line. I think Dykman just made an oopsie.
Whoa, stony silence.
Yeah,
An oopsie that might cost him.
2 mana being floated here.
Sure, perhaps casting this rumble.
Yeah, Rumble with Teferi on instant speed is a great way to potentially find something like a Boseiju here, create another blocker. Now we know Zoe has Wear Tear in hand and Thraben Charm. We can't do anything in response, but does Zoe have a land to exile the yard after Dykman's committed so much to it? Because she might, feel like she needs to.
She does. Oh, there's a Boseiju.
All right. Dykman, like Boseiju, will endure.
Right.
Do it,
And
Readerman. Blow that land up. Yes.
Zoe blowing up the saga here. I'm playing a surveil land.
Yeah, and Dykman has had the win, has the win. Does he see the win? Now, I guess to be fair, the Stony Silence might be causing a bit more of an issue, but I'm pretty sure, with the Embryon play, the Boseiju costs 1. You do that, you use your Amber mana, you play your Breach, you Opal, you station, we go we, and you win the game.
Right. So we Boseiju here.
And I think Zoe declining the search because she left the card on top with the Surveil. She knows what she has there and doesn't want to lose it. Now, we know some different losing about to happen.
So you're floating a little bit of mana.
One thing to note too is even if we had a lower graveyard, this Emry does give us 1 more Mox. You just cast the Mox from the yard. So yeah, and it is all face up here. Dykman just needs to prove there's one in the deck. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see hey, Zoe, here's the deck in a second, especially with Teferi in play. There's nothing that can really happen. The only card in Magic that is commonly played that could win here is a Boseiju that could get this breach. But we also know Dykman has another breach in hand that would just go again. And here's a station. If you haven't seen this combo before, basically what happens is grinding station first it enters the battlefield. It sees itself entering, creates a trigger. You sacrifice one of your opals, mill yourself for 3. Then it untaps. You recast the opal, float a mana, do it again. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Your whole deck's gone, and you cast Thassa's Oracle or Jace, Unraveler of Mysteries, and win the game by having no cards left in your deck.
Yeah, as we are seeing Dykman going through this combo now.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I imagine this might be a moment too where Zoe might be like, for coverage, I'm gonna let you like do your thing, yeah, and like we'll just demonstrate this for a second here and then flip it over. Both
Sure.
these players
Yeah.
knows what's happening, and yeah, Dykeman's like, I have it in my deck. Oh, there it is. Actually got milled. So, congratulations to Steven Dykeman there.
Yeah, huge congratulations to him. Obviously a skilled pilot in, as you said earlier, a very hard deck to pilot. And, very well played from Zoe as well, going up against this deck that is, the sort of current boogeyman of the format. She played very well. It was able to secure that game too. But ultimately, Dykeman taking it down, going to be 2-0 going into our round three. And I think here in a moment, we're going to get to talk with Steven Dykeman about that match. Mason, what were kind of your thoughts and impressions of seeing that?
I mean, I think it showed just like why this deck is something to be so afraid of, and like it's really a reminder to me of of like why I'm so strongly advocating for this deck so often. When people ask like what should I play, like, hey, you should learn the breach deck. It is very strong. We saw some incredibly fast starts there, and while yeah, game two, we kind of got beat up a little bit by some hate cards or pressure. It's clearly not unbeatable, and if you maybe build your deck a little differently, you could fight over some of those things. It's a deck that can adapt to what's going on. It's not something like, let's talk about maybe the mono blue Belcher combo deck, right? That deck can do some little things. It has access to all the blue and colorless cards in Magic, but it can't really play a different game plan. This deck can be Urza Constructs beatdown. It can be a combo deck. It can be a control deck where you're Teferiing and then Holy Heating and you Underworld Breach to get your kill spell back a few times. I've done that a lot myself. I just play a Breach and I'm like, heat, 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 go. Just like you can play a lot of different games, and that's really showing. And just also shows like you need to have the hate very quickly against this deck. This deck's best draws with that disruption. That's just really hard to do when it has draws like that. Now, I would also argue that Dykeman, his game three draw especially was like near the top range of best draws we can have. I was talking about how it was a card away from a turn one win. So that's clearly going to be very indicative of a strong start, but it really shows this deck is great and something that, I highly encourage you to pick up and play if you're playing one of these RCs and you want to. I know it's hard, but you can do it. Even the best players in the world make mistakes here and now. I've watched a lot of players like Jesse Robkin here play this deck in the past, Corey Baumeister. Sometimes you make little mistakes about how much you play this deck. That's always going to happen in Magic. But who doesn't make mistakes that often is Steven Dykeman. Steven, how you doing, bud? Congratulations on being 2-0.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, thanks. That intro was really nice. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so, yeah, this deck's pretty nuts. Really, the first time I've played it was actually today. The moto lag has been pretty brutal lately, so it's been really hard to play these decks on moto. So I was testing a lot of Boros energy this week, but basically my teammate Raja Suleiman for tomorrow was kind of like, I think we need to play Team or Breach. It's too busted, and so I had somebody make me the 4-color version. But yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty clear how broken the deck can be on turn one of game three there. I mean, I'm just playing a 2-mana spell that ramps me and draws me a card on turn one, and have a Saga in play on turn one, and my opponent has no permanents in play, and yeah, we're kind of able to win through a pretty good amount of hate pieces there. Teferi was pretty brutal for her not being able to do stuff at instant speed. So, it was kind of just the deck firing on all cylinders, to be honest. We didn't win super fast, but like it was a pretty brutal game.
Did you realize on turn one you were one card away from the turn one win?
I didn't actually realize that, but that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So
yeah,
that's a little telling. Maybe, who knows?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, very explosive start there in game three. But I mean, also game one, like you had a mull to 5,
Yeah.
which against a lot of decks, people are like, sorry. But when you go mull to 5, play 4 cards turn one, I mean, just such a good demonstration of how resilient and explosive this deck can be.
Yeah, what's also really wild too is game one. I mean, it's a non-open deckless tournament, so I actually assumed she would be on a breach deck. So that's why I kept Haymire Might instead of I had the option to keep like an Aether Spellbomb. Aether Spellbomb would have been way better against NRG. Like this is like my hand's even better game one if I know what my opponent's deck is. And so I mean I think that speaks to the power of it too. I would have definitely taken a permanent that like can't get interacted with, right? Because she could have shut off my Opal if she kills that Haywire Might game one, and then I probably lose for sure. But fortunately, she didn't have that, obviously. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you said you haven't had a chance to do a ton of testing with the deck, but are there any decks in particular going into this weekend that you are more concerned about running into? Is it mostly just the mirror? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the mirror is I guess probably one. I know Sewer is the black white deck that Theo did really well with online a couple times, and I think he's playing it today. I think we got to see him round one, but
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, I think that deck on paper, it wouldn't seem like it'd be that bad for Breach, but the math says that matchup is bad for Breach, so I'm not really sure what the deal is there, but that deck's supposed to be hard for Breach, so I guess I'd prefer to not see that one. And yeah, the mirror. I mean, it's inevitable. I'll play the mirror. I mean, it's just
Sure.
a lot of people are playing this deck, so I kind of expect the mirror. The part of the reason I'm doing the 4-color build is it's supposed to be favored into the mirror. So um, the main deck Lavinia is obviously quite good, and Teferi can be sweet, and the white cards carry some good weight there. So hopefully I'll be good in the mirror too. But yeah, I don't think this deck is honestly too afraid of too much. It's just really really powerful and pretty broken, and yeah, we'll see how long this one lasts in Modern, but as long as it's an option, yeah, it's a really good one for people to learn and play, I think. So
I mean, it sounds to me like the question I have to ask, I know the answer to, but I'll ask it for people at home. A lot of people are watching this weekend, Dykeman.
yeah,
We know we have Portland next weekend. We
yep,
have Charlotte the weekend after that. Oh, so the month after that, pardon me.
yep.
I don't know if you're playing that event or not, but it sounds to me like you're basically saying like I'm sorry, Breach is, one of the best decks, a really strong endorsement. You mentioned wanting to test energy. How do you feel about like going into an event like that with, choosing these decks? It seems like you're kind of thumbs upping both of them,
Yeah,
but
I
hearing
am.
you talk, it sounds like you should play Breach.
Yeah, I think Breach is like probably the deck to beat right now. I do think the black white deck is really good, but I think that deck also requires like a lot of. I think you really want to play that deck a lot. That deck's like you get a lot of choice. I mean, Breach is kind of that way too. All these decks like have decisions, but like Energy and Breach are the decks are just so obscenely powerful that like they can kind of just win on their own. Black white is not that way. Black white, like you really got to maneuver and set yourself up to win. So I think if you were going to play black white, you'd want to test that one a lot. But yeah, I kind of think those are like probably the top 3 decks. Titan is obviously still always there and good, and we see Dom have a lot of success with that. I know my buddy Kyle is playing that today. Kyle Gonzalez, he plays a lot of Amulet too, and if you're a very good Amulet pilot, that's still a good option. But yeah, I mean, if you're not playing Breach, you better have a good reason to not play Breach is kind of the thing. So, and you better have a good amount of hate for it in Portland, because I think it'll be one of the most played decks. It seems to kind of be the talk of the community right now. So, yeah, that would kind of be my advice.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us here in the booth. It was great to talk to you. Go relax, have some fun,
Appreciate
and
it.
we'll see you in the future rounds.
Thanks a lot, man.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, I mean, great to hear from Steven Dykman there after expertly piloting this deck into a 2-0 going into our third round. Which, speaking of our third round, it'll be here before you know it. We are going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to hit follow on the Twitch channel. We'll be right back with more Magic. Welcome back, Magic players, to the NRG series Chicagoland Modern 10K Showdown. I am Nile Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Mason Clark. Mason, we have already seen such incredible Magic on display. I mean, last round we got to see Steven Dykman and Zoe Reederman on this Grinding Station Breach 4-color version versus Boros Energy, respectively, which Dykman took down and is now 2-0 going into our third round. And we're going to get to see some very exciting Magic here in this round as well, as we are going to be watching Amulet Titan versus Goblins, 2 just wildly different decks. What are your thoughts going into this, as we have Will Kruger on Titan on the left and Jack Strepik on Goblins on the right here?
Yeah, so I mean, Goblins is like this fringe modern deck that has some actually really fast kills available to it. There's a couple things you can do. We'll get in more into that later, and play sort of a lot of high power sideboard cards. Amulet Titan is sort of this mainstay of modern that has been around for a long time, has gone very fast and very efficient. He can play through a lot of hate, but also kill very quickly. And Will Kruger is someone, we've seen here on the NRG series for a long time. Very proficient, very heads-up player. Has a lot of Pro Tour success, Mox champion. The accolades go on. So someone like him picking up this deck, I think, is a good sign for some tight gameplay about to happen.
Right, as we are seeing Urza Saga, Arboreal Grazer for Will here. Now, Mason, here's a little trivia question. Without looking at their deck list, who do you think has more? Do you think Will has more lands or Jack has more creatures?
Ooh, that's tough. I bet Jack just probably only has 4 vials. So I'm going to go with Jack has more creatures because the deck typically only plays it plays goblins, vial lands. And so I think probably the MDFCs too from MH3 might have helped that as well.
You are correct. Jack has 33 creatures to Will's measly 31 lands.
Wow.
So beats them by 2.
Now here's a question. Is Will's deck 60 or 61?
Will's deck is 60.
Makes you think.
As
Dom
we are
Harvey would never.
seeing multiple caverns here. Who knows what Jack could be naming with these caverns? As we are going to go ahead and have our first creature played here for Jack.
Runvolt Horde Master? Do you not know all the goblins by heart? Or just the art? Does your brain have useful information in it, Niall?
Runvolt Horde Master is going to be the Goblin cast. This is going to be a little bit of a Goblin Lord for the other ones. And also generate us some value.
Yeah, this is one of the...
Sorry, go ahead, Mason.
I was gonna say, this is one of the new goblins that they got in the last couple of years. It's pretty nice. It gives you some protection from interaction while still just letting you do the beatdown plan, which is sort of the backup for this deck.
Now we see Will has the Amulet of Vigor on the field here as we're going to go exploring.
And Will dangerously close to being able to win the game here. Has some weird lines available to him. Picked up a Summoner's Pact. So could pact for the Grazer in order to go up 1 mana. I think that doesn't really give anything on this board state. Lumra is the only spell in his hand besides that. Most players have moved away from things like Azusa as well, so we're not going to probably see something like that happen. But yeah, looks like
Will. Yes, we're going to see the Growth Chamber come up. Have the Amulet trigger. We're going to bounce back the Boseiju.
Yep. And then thanks to Explorer, play the Forest.
And play our Forest. So, a lot of mana up for Will right now.
Yeah, and normally this is the turn Will ideally would be going off, but just doesn't quite. He's 1 mana short from being able to get a Lumra or a Titan in play. As the Goblin Trash Master comes down.
Yeah, so they're going to see Jack bolt in this Boggart Bog, take 3 damage, and play this Goblin Trash Master. Pretty nice being able to sacrifice a goblin, destroy an artifact, get rid of that amulet, and also a Goblin Lord.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, Jack's the trash man now and takes those amulets down.
Yeah, so we're going to see a construct be made on the end of the turn there. It's a measly 1/1 construct at the moment. So we're going to float a mana as this making a good impression of an Urza Saga here, goes and gets an Amulet of Vigor.
Yep. And then you see Will, immediately the first thing we want to do is play a land. That's because Goblin Trash Master could blow up the amulet, and Will wants to make sure that he has priority, before there's a chance for Jack to interact. So smart play there from Will. Just going to be like, hey, I'm going to get my untapped trigger for sure. You can blow up this amulet if you want, but I've got my mana.
Yeah, Crumbling Vestige is going to come down. We're going to float a green, untap it, and then the amulet will get destroyed there. Construct back to being a 1/1 for those following along at home. And then here is the Pact.
All right.
And that's Titan. We have exactly enough mana for it.
And now this is where we go into the hyperbolic time chamber because we can't quite win this turn due to that trash master stopping our amulets. A classic play pattern.
Yeah, we're gonna get our lands. We don't have any amulet triggers. We do have, as you mentioned earlier, the Lumra in hand. We also have in hand the Aftermath Analyst. Very important card in these current contemporary amulet lists. We've got that Boseiju that we bounced back earlier.
Yes, I think maybe what Will's trying to figure out here is one, should I play around something like a Blood Moon in the main deck? I'm playing against this Goblins deck. Will's not going to be, super familiar with all of the ones and twos of, probably knows the combo that's available to this deck. So knows that that's kind of coming, knows that there's a fair plan, but it's probably trying to figure out, okay, do I need to keep this basic in play because of a Blood Moon to pay for my Pact? I can do that pretty easily. I kind of want to get this Lotus Field into play so that my Loomer can do a little more. There's a lot of different options available to Will here.
Yeah, Will in a really, really tough spot. And as you said, Blood Moon could just be a devastating effect. Looks like we're going to get Otawara and a Growth Chamber bouncing the Otawara back to hand. Get in for one with that construct. You go, little guy.
Bam.
Put some damage on the board as we pass back over to Jack with looks like a mountain and a bunch of creatures in hand here. We do see the Kiki Jiki, but it looks like instead that is going to be a Goblin Ringleader. So we're going to reveal the top four here. Put all the goblins into our hand. Did we only hit one there?
Only a Sting Scourger was hit.
That's tough. That's
Yeah.
tough.
Well, luckily we have the Ringleader, so it's staring down the Will drew an amulet.
That's huge. As he pays for the pack trigger. Not going out like that. Not losing the game that way.
Mm-hmm. You can see NRG owner Norm there in the background taking some pictures. We don't normally get to see him on this side of the camera.
And it looks like we are considering how to sequence this just right. Looks like an Echoing Deeps in hand there. We know about the Boseiju and the Otawara.
I think Will has it from here. I could be mistaken. We're going to have to see exactly how he wants to go about things here. The new build, it's interesting. There's a lot of like graveyard integration into this combo thanks to Aftermath Analyst. But you sometimes like it's very weird just because of like you're trying to play around things and that's where it gets complicated. Other times it's really just like I won. Like it's long, it's convoluted. I'll say it all when it happens, but it's a very unique build of the deck that's, Amulet has always been either something you could, teach a computer to play or is incredibly challenging. And he has like, a ton of spots where you play around a lot of things. So a lot of weird, dynamics of playing this deck of like, very easily I kill you this turn. It's deterministic. And spots are like, well, I can kind of play around most things, but which ones do I pick?
Right. So we're going to pay 2 for this amulet as we get in with our Titan and our Construct. Titan's going to trigger this time with an amulet on the board, so going to be much nicer than the last Titan trigger we were given. And Will still has not actually played a land for turn, so that Echoing Deeps can still be played.
And that, to me, looks to be like a big part of things.
Right, yeah. So we can get something like, Lotus Fields out, sacrifice some lands.
Then there's a second Lotus Field trigger. Sacrifice 2 more lands. Okay. Yeah. Looked like Jack was maybe thinking about responding, but decided not to.
Yeah, so 6 mana available. We're going to tap it all down, get out Lumra. We're going to mill these 4, get back all of these lands. I mean, this just has got to be pretty devastating.
Yeah, I think the game is over now. I might have missed something here, but basically what's going to happen is, like you mentioned, there's no land drop yet. That Vesuva should enter as a copy of Lotus Field. I imagine will sacrifice, the Lotus Fields proper, and then has all this mana we're floating, and then has Aftermath Analyst. And that will let us sort of go again. And I think Will has a way to go get another Titan, sort of start chaining off, or get like a Dryad of the Elysian Grove plus a Valakut. It might be a little off deterministic. I couldn't quite make out Will's hand, but either way, this is just so much mana.
I believe Will's hand is Echoing Deep's Analyst, Boseiju Odawara.
Okay. So you can Odawara back the Lumra to go again. You can also Odawara back the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
So a couple different lines there. Looks like those are all the bouncing from the 3 bounce lands. So those are going to go back to our hand.
Right. We're going to play our Analyst. I mean, we have infinity mana. Going to mill a Titan, a Pact, and a Boseiju. And if you're Jack right now, do you think this is mostly just, okay, let me see all the cards in your deck before I die?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I also think, Will's really close. I thought Will had another way to go get a thing. He doesn't quite have it yet, and Jack does have some infinite combos available to him. So Jack can theoretically win if it comes back. So I think that's sort of what we're seeing from Jack here. Is like, okay, like let me see that you actually have it. / I might be able to just win this game. So
sure, yeah. As we're resolving all of these triggers still. Got these 2 Lotuses up, and it looks like we're passing back to Jack. I mean, we've got the Odawaras and the Boseiju backing us up, but I mean, like you said, there are infinites available.
Yeah, I think that's actually maybe what's going on here with Will. Is Will's actually just wanting to leave up the Odawara and the Boseiju right now, and basically just be like, okay, if I have these, I basically can't die. As Sting Scourger makes its debut.
Bounces back the Primeval Titan to Will's hand. And then we are going to see, which one is this?
This is Pashik Mons, I believe.
All right, doesn't. So we're just passing back to Will. I mean, surely Will has it locked up from here.
Yes, yeah. Now there's like, you can see how much quicker Will's moving. We're gonna get a mirror pool. We're gonna probably make another Titan. Yeah, we just actually so we have haste, which is lethal with the life total because of how big Lumra and everything is. So yeah, you're seeing a moment there of I think Will maybe could have gone for it, but I don't know if he was deterministic, and so I think made a really heads up choice there. It's like, well, I might whiff, I might not. What if I just left up my interaction and just had big green idiots? And it was a plan that worked.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going to take a look here at the deck list, here is Jack's Goblins list. I mean, a lot to digest here, Mason, but let's take a look at the sideboard specifically. I mean, I'm seeing 3 Damping Spheres. I mean, what are you thinking about this sideboard?
Well, sorry, I was screenshotting this deck to play later. So 3 Damping Spheres, that's first up, and then 2 Disruptor Flutes. Once again, I'm no Goblins expert. I've played more of the deck than Twitch chat would probably believe, but which I've played a lot with it, but I haven't played in recent years. And I can imagine Disruptor Flute is a card that you could theoretically bring in. When it enters, you choose a card name, and spells in the chosen name cost 3 more to cast. And then activated abilities of the source of the chosen name can't be activated. So it's like a Pithy Needle that adds 3. I think this is much more a situation of Jack might just have some goblins in the main deck that aren't very good. and they aren't for these kinds of like combo matchups. So even though Disruptor Flute adding 3 mana to something like Italian might not be the best thing in the world, it might be enough. We might also just see one of the lands get chosen, right? Like Hand War Battlements, Mirror Pool, things of that nature, in order to stop some crazy Titan shenanigans. So maybe you can't stop Titan proper, but you Disruptor Flute that. I could see that being a very real line here for Jack.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. As we're gonna take a look over at the Amulet Titan list from Will, and as you said, this deck has been changing a lot lately, and I mean, there's a bunch of new lines and graveyard integrations. What are your thoughts looking at what Will's got here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that kind of jump out to me. We saw how Odawara was kind of nice. That's pretty, something we could see again. Seal of Removal, just bouncing a creature to the other's hand. We haven't talked about it too much, but Goblin's deck does have a combo kill where it kind of makes infinite goblins and then has things that sack and deal damage to the opponent when a goblin dies, and you just make a ton of goblins, kill your opponent. So I imagine we'll see that and some various other sideboard cards to fight over things like that, like Vampire's Vengeance, deal 2 damage to all the non-creatures. Sorry, all non-vampire creatures. So Will, hoping not to run into vampires this weekend, but
Yeah, as we're gonna go ahead and get down into our game here. Game 2 of this match. Will Kruger up a game. Jack on the play here with the Goblins deck. We're seeing some Kiki Jikis. We're seeing Conspicuous Snoop.
there's Vampire's Vengeance for Will on this mulligan.
Yeah, looks like that was brought in. And we're just gonna play a Scalding Tarn and pass over to Will. And that's going to be a Crumbling Vestige Grazer into a Bouncy and get the Vestige back into hand. Nice start for Will here.
Mm-hmm. Very fast here. Lots of mana available. And you're seeing like the Amulet Titan deck can go kind of wild, produce a ton of mana one turn. Also just sort of, can get to 6 mana on turn 3, turn 4 via doing things like Grazer and just making these land drops.
Yeah, now what I'm not seeing in the sand from Jack here is a Damping Sphere. I know he brought him in, saw it as he was quickly flipping through the deck here. And we're going to play this Conspicuous Snoop.
Yeah, and this is a big part of it. So the Snoop, you get to play with the top card of your deck revealed, and then it has all activated abilities of Goblin cards. So if you play the Bogart Harbinger, you can go get Kiki Jiki. You make a billion Snoops. The last one targets the Harbinger, which searches, and now we have a game. Jack wins. So we're gonna make a billion Kiki Jikis because we're gonna tutor for Kiki Jiki with the Harbinger, put it on top. Then we're gonna make a bunch of copies, go crazy. Then we'll go search up, things like Pashlik Mons, etc. Now, actually, Jack has a couple of Kiki Jikis in hand. I don't know how many are in his deck, but it seemed to be
2 Kiki Jikis in his deck.
Yeah, so I don't know how many he has in hand. There's at least one. Typically,
I think he has 2. I think he has 2 in hand.
If he has 2, he doesn't win here. There might be some new addition to the deck when it comes to comboing. Yeah, and Jack unfortunately drew both Kiki Jikis, so normally this would be game over.
Oh, and the Vengeance going to just deal with the Snoop. We got Trash Master on the top of the deck. Unfortunate to have the 2 Kiki Jikis there.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot to be in. I almost wonder, if Jack needed to activate Krinko, get Skirt Prospector. I don't know. It's a really tough spot to be when you draw these sort of, dead-ish card combo pieces. It's really tough. In fair matchups, Kiki Jiki actually goes kind of crazy in this deck. You copy some of your things like Run But Holdmaster, you grow your team, they die, you get a bunch of cards. Not the kind of game Will Kruger's going to play this weekend.
Yeah, as for Will, we're just going to see Spelunking come down, and we're going to see the Bog exile Jack's graveyard here, as we are once again going to see the Runbolt Horde Master for Jack. We know that the Trash Master was the pickup for the turn.
I just noticed Jack's flex slot hoodie has the word Goblin written on it.
I appreciate his love for the game.
Yeah. Love for the Gobbo.
Love over the Gobbos. We're gonna see Titan come down for Will. I mean, oh, this is brutal. This is so tough.
Yeah, and I mean, this is sort of the problem with decks like Goblins is there. And I've said this for a while. I actually think Goblins is a lot closer to the top tiers of Modern than people think it is. It does some surprisingly strong things. I mean, look, Jack's 2-0 in this tournament so far, right?
Mhm.
Has won some rounds. And we just saw how if we didn't have the Kikijiki, we did just have a win set up there. We can grind a lot more than people think we can. And we have access to some really powerful, cards that no one is really respecting. That being said, your opponents are doing things like this, where they
Yeah.
are, really taking over this game in huge, like over the top ways that are really hard to interact with. And they, are ready to fight through a lot of things post board that you're going to be doing. Even if some of your, goblins are weird, they often overlap with cards that, these players are used to fighting through.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're just gonna have a couple of bounce lands for Will here. I think that was a damping sphere picked up.
It was.
I mean, oh, we've got the Boseiju. We're gonna float the 2 mana.
Yeah, and yeah, you actually see Will being like, cool. I think that's actually a really smart play from Will. If there's something like Summoner's Pact, we obviously would have seen the Boseiju. But in this position, it's just like, well, I don't really need to do this right now. Maybe you do something with the mana on your turn, and I'll take a draw step at least. What's the worst that happens? I'm down 1 or 2 mana on the turn. Oh no.
Yeah, as Crumbling Vestige going to be enough to get that Boseiju out and deal with the damping sphere. And we're going to go ahead for Jack and get a land off of that. And looks like we're swinging him with the Titan again. Getting our lands.
Yeah. And I mean, I think Will's just making sure, like, is there any way I can, like, for sure win this turn? What can I do to make sure that I don't get got from nowhere? If Will is aware of the Goblin stack and the combo, which I imagine he knows there's a combo, and there's like some version of that involves Kikijiki. Will probably also knows Jack has Kikijiki in hand, so he might be thinking like, okay, maybe I want to get like this Teleria West to go get. You could get another pack. You could also get something like another Odawara from the sideboard and just like have those sort of things up ready to go. I think a lot of roads lead to Rome here for Will Kruger.
Sure, as we are transmuting this Teleria West. Deciding what we want to pick up.
Yeah, I don't know what you'd really want besides either more Titans, Odawara plus a bounce land, and maybe a Valakut if you want to try and get a Dryad win going, but that's kind of far away. But Will's got something. You could always, go for the sagas. People try to rely on that some of the time.
Sure.
Of note, we learned last weekend from the Canadian RC that I was able to do coverage with that Dom sideboards out his Urza sagas all the time. Which was surprising to me that basically this almost always takes them out. So Will, friends with Dom, very easily could be doing a very similar thing here. Might have kept them in 2 just because doesn't know what Goblins has in the sideboard. And it's like, well, I might need the speed.
Sure. As we are going to get the Pact, get the Titan. Looks like Lotus Field, Odawara going to be the lands that we pick up on the ETB. Sacrifice a couple.
All right.
And then we've got a Grazer to come down, play a bounce land, bounce the Odawara. And I think we're just passing back over to Jack. I mean, Will should have it, I think, locked up next turn, unless Jack is able to do something incredible.
What about Trash Master? I'm the Trash Man.
I don't know if at this moment in time I would call the Trash Master incredible.
That's tough. That was our play.
We're gonna attack and block and then extend the hand. That is gonna be a clean 2-0 for Will Kruger. Congratulations. Again, expertly piloting a very hard to pilot deck. Congratulations, Will. Very well played.
Yep, great play there from Will. Expect nothing less. One of the things about Will is his technical play is so tight and so clean. If you ever watch him play Magic, especially I think it really showed itself with Hammer back during the MH2 metagame, where we saw Will really dominating with Hammer, playing it sort of all the time, and just had very crisp, clean play. Did a good job of kind of knowing when to go for it, when to play around something. Amulet Titan kind of have some similar vibes when it comes to this exact play style we're talking about here of technical play, knowing when to go for it, access to these sort of random kills. So I'm really excited to see, what led Kruger to want to play this. Is it just a good vibe situation? Is it liking it more than Breach? I know that Dom Harvey sent a Discord message to his testing team before top 8ing the RC in Canada. That was if my Breach matchup was good, I'm playing it. And then the underlying message was, Dom, we know you're playing it no matter what. But, Dom felt like the matchup was good. I'm curious to see sort of, is that a prevailing thought among Titan players? You have a lot of Boseiju, you have a lot of strong sideboard cards, and you do have a pretty good matchup versus some of these other decks. Decks like Eldrazi that are trying to play these fair over-the-top mana games, with big mana, have always struggled against these Titan decks. That is a historic sort of thing. So, maybe they're a little better than their predecessors. They've gotten some stronger cards, but seems unlikely. Seems unlikely your energy matchup's that good, especially as they're going really low on Blood Moons, right? That used to be a card that was a big problem. They're still very fast and efficient. They have Wear Tear, but okay. And then if your Breach matchup's good, then that really just leaves the Sewers deck as something to think about there with Black-White Blink. So maybe this is just, the secret pick.
Yeah, well, we will get answers to your questions because we are going to have an interview here in just a moment with our Amulet Titan player, Will Kruger. And personally, I'm very excited to ask him how he felt as soon as he realized his opponent was on goblins. As we've talked about, this is a closed deck list, but also, as we mentioned, when you sit down and your opponent is wearing a hoodie that says Flex Slot Goblins, maybe give something away. Hello, Will.
Hey.
Congratulations on that round 3. Very expertly played. Congrats on the 2-0.
Thank you.
I'm dying to know, how did you feel when you realized you were up against goblins of all decks?
I know Jack, so I
Sure.
was like, oh, I'm paired against Jack. I know he's playing goblins, so
Sure.
yeah, I don't know. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, it sounded kind of bad matchup, but maybe because he has the conspicuous Snoop into the Harbinger, and you can't really do a lot about turn 3 kills. And I thought he might have Blood Moon, but he never played a base land. He probably can't play Swamps, but deck's all red, so I don't know. I was worried about Blood Moon, and I boarded in some an extra Boseiju and stuff because he might have had that. But yeah. So
makes sense there. So I guess my question to you, Will, is a lot of players going to this weekend, it's sort of Breach and Energy is a lot of the talk of the town. What led you to Amulet? Do you think it's well positioned? Do you like the vibe? Sort of, how did we end up here?
Kind of a combination of those. I actually like the Breach matchup, which might be just Cope, when it's yeah, oh, my matchup against this really broken deck with this card that got unbanned and might be rebanned or whatever is actually really good. And it's usually it's not, but I think this time it is. I don't know, because you're a little bit slower than them, but Boseiju is actually really important. And normally when people say oh, I have like 3 or 4 disenchants in my deck, I'm good against Breach, that's obviously not really true. But if you're racing each other and you buy one turn to then untap and tighten them or whatever and either get another Boseiju or kill them or something, then that's pretty good. So yeah, I like the Breach matchup a little bit. I like the Energy matchup too. And it's not that good. It's they have kind of a quick clock, but they're mostly just kind of playing random creatures and stuff. And then the way the Energy decks are built, they'll have 10 cards for Breach and a Blood Moon or in 2 Wear Tears or something. And I don't know, I thought Amulet would be pretty good against that. And then I like the Eldrazi matchup too. And then the Frog matchup's bad, but I think people are playing it less. And then also my friend Nam won a qualifier on Magic Online, and he played no counterspells, and then other people started playing no counterspells, which is exactly what you want if you're just trying to cast 6-mana card, And they're playing Thoughtseize instead, which is still good, but not as good. So I was kind of thinking, a lot of things kind of lined up. I thought it'd be pretty good. So playing Amulet.
That makes sense. I
Yeah,
guess.
well, I mean, you clearly like have the chops to play Amulet. I mean, it is a deck that has evolved a lot over recent years. You know, like we've seen it, we were talking about earlier, integrate a lot more of the graveyard recently
Yep.
than it used to historically. What are your thoughts on the sort of current iteration of the deck with all of this Lumra stuff and this analyst stuff and all of that?
I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty important. I'm not really. I've been playing this deck for like a week. I played it in like 2017, like last when Coalition Relic and Trigger Major were in the deck and stuff. It was pretty different. That was like the last time I played Amulet. So I had to like learn like this week about all that stuff and like how it works and whatnot. But it's pretty good, I think, because you kind of gives you like an alternate angle. So it's like if they like Stonebrain your Titans or something, then you can get out from under that without actually much trouble because you have Zeniths and packs and stuff to go get Lumra and start. Hopefully you get like Amulet and Lumra and Lotus Fields and lands that generate mana. Then you keep bringing them back, and then you keep copying the Lumra, and then you go through your whole deck. You besage all the permanents and Dryad Valakut them out. It's kind of the goal there. But yeah, I had a guy like he went like turn 2 Stonebrain or whatever, and I had a oof. I had like the oof for it, but like if I didn't, my hand was like well set up anyway. To like just play through it. Like I could have played through it pretty well, and like I played some games online and stuff to practice, and like I was beating Stonebrains. I had like a super weird game where like my Lumra ended up in my graveyard, and they Stonebrained my Titans, and they also Stonebrained Valakut, and then I had to like shifting woodland my Lumra, which couldn't give me a trigger, and like I couldn't find my mirror pool, so I just kept attacking them for 6 after I besaged all their permanents. So you get some super weird spots, but like so yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Will, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time here to talk to us in the booth. It was great to see you. Good luck in the rest in the matches, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks.
As they flew me away from Will, I can just say goodbye to my friend. It's all right because we have more magic for you, so I'm down for that. If we're gonna run away from Will, let's run to some magic.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got our backup feature match here ready to go. I'm excited to get into it and see what we've got, what these players are bringing. But, very great to have an opportunity to talk to Will there and hear about the Titan deck. I mean, what's really cool about this tournament and this format this weekend is that, we're in our third round and we've seen all these different decks doing really well as we're getting into our backup right now. Looks like we've got Eldrazi Ramp Mirror, John Garvey on the left, Grayson Nemitz on the right here.
Grayson, someone you saw in our champs last year.
Yeah, looks like we are in game 2, it appears. Grayson up a game.
It also looks like we've come in at a weird spot where there's 2 dueling Karns, but Grayson seems to have been on the board for longer, or at least has gone up more than John's has.
Yeah, as we are getting this Myco Spawn here. I mean, very powerful card. Yeah, the dueling cards are very interesting because John, obviously his card is less loyalty, but also has this liquid metal coating on the board, which to me feels like would have come out before Grayson's card.
Yeah, I have the feeling that John maybe got coding, maybe got a land or something with an activation, and then Karn came down, and that would probably explain the loyalty dynamics we have in play.
Right, as we are seeing Malevolent Rumble for John here. Not sure what card he just picked up. Didn't quite catch it.
I did not as well. I think it was one of the Eldrazi.
I think that's a good guess. See, we've got our Scion token. We've got the Haywire Might.
So you notice John has 3 different piles in the graveyard area. Sideways one's Exile. Top one is all the card types that aren't represented for Delirium, and the bottom is Delirium count. Specifically card type count, because Emrakul you could technically reduce by 1 and it still reduces. But that's sort of what's going on. This is open information to both players. Everyone kind of plays Emrakul. Wouldn't even be surprised if Emrakul won or is involved in game at number 1. So it's just a way to save some time there. And Grayson doesn't really have a graveyard, so it's kind of doing both roles just by being a pile.
Yeah, as we are back over to Grayson now, going to go ahead and attack in, set up our blocks here. And this is going to be a K command coming down. What is that? X's one?
Just one. Yeah, I think we just had the Utopia Sprawl and the Scion or whatever type mana going. Excuse me, it was not the Utopia Sprawl, but the Sanctum. And so we just sort of like got Scry one, remake the blocker.
Yeah. And it looks like for Grayson here, the Sowing Myco Spawn going to come down.
And you're seeing just how important Sowing Lycra Spawn is in these mirrors. I mean, it's a great bridge card for this deck, especially with Eldrazi Temple. It comes out so soon. But really what ends up happening is in these mirror matches, we see Bajuka Bog come together that graveyard. It's a great, John's pick up the cards. It's just a way to like get you ahead and put them behind, and becomes, weirdly one of the more important cards there. As once you're able to also search up Bog, your opponent can't really Emrakul you most likely, and that just puts you so far ahead.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be a win for Grayson Nemitz, who I think just took down the match. It looks like these players are de-sideboarding here. So congratulations to Grayson. Also going to be 3-0 going into our next round here. Very well played. I mean, we came in, as we said, at a very awkward time, it looked like, in this game. And anytime you got decks like these that have dueling cards going on, that is a little bit of a headache playthrough. Looks like he piloted it very well.
Yep.
But yeah, that is going to do it for the coverage we have for round 3 at our modern 10K showdown. I mean, as I was saying before we got into this game, we've seen so many different decks. Even just then, that's the first time we've seen Eldrazi ramp today. And it's 3-0. We just saw Titan go 3-0. We've seen the black-white deck doing well. We've seen Breach doing well. I'm excited to see how the rest of this tournament unfolds, which will be here right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, Magic players, to the NRG Series Modern 10K Showdown here in Chicagoland. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Mason Clark. Mason, we've seen a lot of really good Magic. We're about to jump into some more. But first, I want to make sure everyone is aware of a side event that's actually present at all of the NRG Series events this year, which is this Value Vintage $30 budget vintage deck format. I mean, this is a really cool little format that I've seen popped up at a lot of different events and conventions. And, if you like the gameplay of vintage, but maybe, don't want to pay vintage prices, I think this is a really cool way to sort of get into that and get started on your vintage journey.
Yeah, it's a really cool, really underexplored format. I mean, the $30 price limit really changes things and the way you think about stuff. And the metagame will naturally move as, theoretically, maybe a lot of people like a deck, the format gets popular, deck gets self-regulated, goes above $30. So we'll have to see exactly how this format kind of evolves with time. But I think it's really fun to play. I've seen some awesome games of it so far. And speaking of awesome games, we have some here this round.
Yeah, that's right. As we have Rodney Bedell, they're on Boros Energy versus Chris Foshi on Domain Zoo. Now, both of these decks fairly aggressive, able to put out a lot of hurt very quickly. What is your thought going into this aggro v aggro matchup?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that people like about the Domain Zoo deck is it does a couple things pretty well. So one, it has this really quick clock with these big beefy creatures, right? And that is something that's like pretty greatly appreciated by players. You want to kill your opponent very quickly, and with all these combo decks running around, not give them time. And it has a little bit of interaction. We're seeing Tribal Flames in the main. We're seeing Consign to Memory in the main here for Chris. So very much taking that kind of tempo-y beat downy role that we've seen Zoo decks do in the past. Boros Energy plays like kind of, a modern age Zoo or Jund deck and gets to the board really quickly. Of note, Rodney Bedell is playing a innovative build of the deck with like Mim Knight in the main deck and Enduring Renewal. We'll get to that one in a second. But typically what ends up happening is there's a lot of battling for the board. Rodney's deck can kind of clog it up a bit better, but Chris has Scion of Draco with Leyline of the Guild Pack to really take things over. So we'll have to see, how this exactly plays out.
Yeah, I mean, Chris certainly capable of some pretty explosive, impactful starts here if we see any of these ley line draws. But I mean, Rodney on Boros Energy, I mean, for a long time in Modern, especially before these bans, this was the deck to beat. And it is still able to, put up results and really work its way through tournaments. So, you know, a big battle here between these two aggressive decks. Very interesting. These sort of cards in Rodney's deck that we don't often see in the Boros Energy lists. We've got the Memnite, we've got these Enduring Renewals.
Which chat obviously knows. We all know Enduring Renewal, right? That's a card that's very commonly played. So I think
everyone knows 4 mana Wide Enchantment Enduring Renewal that has us play with our hand revealed. If you would draw, there it is. I mean, bringing it up on screen feels egregious because everyone knows it. But if you would draw a card, put it top part of your library. If it's a creature, put it in your graveyard. Otherwise, draw a card.
So this is going to have some interesting play patterns. I'm trying to figure out if there's actually like a weird combo. One thing it does, it kind of fuels your Phlagias. Your Phlagias, like you just have all the resources forever. You can't really get creatures off the board. And this is very powerful as well with things like Ranger Captain of Eos, where if your Eos would die, it would go back to your hand. So you can lock your opponent out. They can't cast on creature spells. And you can search up a 1-drop every turn.
Yeah, very, very powerful stuff here as we're getting into the game. And we're going to see Rodney starting up with a Ragavan on turn 1. A lot of very strong starts are possible for Boros Energy. I think it's very hard to say, which one at any given moment is the strongest, but worth noting that Rodney's only running 2 Ragavans. So, having it on turn 1 here, game 1, pretty nice.
Yeah. Now, turn 1, not seeing anything, Rodney plays the Ragavan, and typically this is sort of what you want, right? Now, Chris's deck is full of big, beefy creatures that can block that. So if you're running Bedell fan, you're going to want to see some sort of removal spell that's going to hopefully stop something like a Territorial Kavu from stopping the Ragavan.
Yeah, as we are back over to Chris now, who I believe has Domain already.
It looks that way to me. Yeah, blue-red in the Nabzan. So there's the Scion of Draco.
Geez, turn 2 Scion. That is quite the blocker for this Ragavan.
Oh, and Rodney just caught something I didn't notice. I don't know if anyone did. So when Rodney fetched, you see Rodney smile. We got Sacred Foundry, but one of our sleeves was stuck together and we had another land. So when Rodney untapped, realized they had 2 lands. And so Rodney just immediately calls a judge. It's like, I accidentally added a land into play. This is supposed to be in my deck. Now, this is going to be a GRV, I'm almost sure. And then Rodney is just going to shuffle the deck and draw a card. Nothing's changed,
Right,
we fetched, played it. There was no information gained. And, it's not, it doesn't look like it's supposed to be in Rodney's hand. It looks like the players are confirming here. Yeah, I see 6 cards there from Rodney. Was on a, we're just going to count and make sure everything is good and clean here. But yeah, it's a situation where that's clearly from the deck. It was just stuck to the Sacred Foundry. And then, we'll probably just continue play from here.
Yeah, we'll see as the judge is, looking things over, making the decision here. But I mean, regardless of what happens, Rodney has got to find a way to get through this Scion, which not an easy task here.
Yeah, the Scion, bigger than most bolt effects. Obviously, Galvanic Discharge can grow, but we have no energy right now, so we can't get it. The Raven Charms removal spell we're seeing from these decks, that would require another creature. So Rodney would really need a Memnite here plus the Raven Charm in order to connect, which would be a very sort of sick play to have happen. But this card, when it was originally released, it's like huge body and hardness to kill while being, essentially cheap. Gives it a lot of impact. 2 mana card, you can't Fatal Push, you can't Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, so we're going to attack it and then once we block, that's going to put 2 damage on it from the Ragavan. Follow that up with the Thraben Charm. That will be enough to do it. I mean, it's going to take 2 of our cards, but it will take care of the Scion. And we're going to see a Territorial Kavu come down for Chris, following up with just another huge threat.
Yep. And you're seeing Chris put a dice on this Kavu. That's much more just representing, hey, I have domain, and try to make it clear it's not a 10-10. But yeah, I mean, a good play there, I think, from Chris, actually, just like, don't let Rodney get more resources, hit some of your removal spells to answer this Draco, and just force Rodney to have something like a Discharge, like a Thraben Charm. Especially if it was Discharge, that card will just answer, it will answer your Draco eventually.
Yeah, so we're going to see Fable, the Mirror Breaker, as the play for Rodney. Going to make the Goblin Shaman. Pass back over to Chris. Rodney really wishing that they had their one of Blood Moon right now.
Yeah, the one of Blood Moon is going to go a long way if it can hit the board this game.
Well, Fable's a good way to dig for it a little bit.
Very true. Of note, Rodney did draw Enduring Renewal. I believe that is in hand. So that could be making its first ever NRG feature match area appearance, which is wild. It's such a commonly big part of the format, but we just haven't never seen it.
Another Scion for Chris. Devastating for Rodney to see your Domain Zoo opponent go turn 2 Scion, follow it with Kavu, follow it with Scion. What a sequence here as we are going to attack with the Kavu trigger. Go ahead and discard and draw a card.
Yep. And you see Chris getting rid of Ragavan there, representing, Leyline Binding here with this Plains. It's sort of the only big thing. We saw Chris tap down the Triome, which to me, there's nothing that really the Triome could do that's typical of these decks, but Plains is the one thing that has got to be on Rodney Bedell's mind with Binding there, as it looks like not what we like from the Fable.
Yeah, not what we like at all. I think we pitched 2 lands and found 2 more.
I think that's right. Now, once the Surveil lands, so it's like you get a little value, but a little value isn't so great against 9 power on the board.
Yeah, 9 power, and also the Kavu has, first strike trample?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, can't even really, chump with the Goblin.
Yeah, it's looking tough for Rodney. Rodney's hand, has a Ranger Captain, has a Ragavan, has the ability to go grab something like an Ocelot Pride or a Guide of Souls with this Ranger Captain. But like you're saying, first strike, trample, it's so hard to beat a 5/5 in combat, and now your chump blocking doesn't even work. So let alone the first striking 5/5. Oh, I think we're getting the Mim Knight, Niall.
Oh, as we are going to go ahead and get the Mim Knight. As predicted, play our tap land. I mean, this is just such a threatening position for Chris here. I mean, you have to, against this deck, be constantly scared of cards like Tribal Flames and Lightning Bolt, of which Chris has 4 of each, and 4 Phlagias. A lot of ways to just get the last little bit of damage across to Rodney.
Yeah, and that's a big part of this domain deck, right? Is it kind of hits in chunks of 4 and 5. So in some ways, it sort of reminds me, of formats like Dan, right? You only need to hit once or twice before you're really threatening lethal, despite, only hitting once or twice.
Yeah, and there's Leyline Binding for the Goblin Shaman. We're going to trigger the Kavu here. And it looks like we are
Tribal Flamesing.
Scooping it up. Yeah, Tribal Flames. That'll do it.
Yeah, and you called it there now. How are you supposed to get out of that situation, even without the binding, right? I'm pretty sure Rodney was maybe just almost dead there with the Tribal Flames of itself. But even if it wasn't, Rodney wouldn't be able to fetch, would be on such a low life total. A really tough spot to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Chris taking that one down. As we're going to take a quick look at the decks here. Here's Rodney's Boros Energy list. And we've already talked a little bit about, the Mim Knight and the Enduring Renewal, but let's take a look at the sideboard, Mason, and talk about what Rodney could be bringing in. I mean, I see number 2 Blood Moon. Seems pretty huge.
Yeah, the number 2 Blood Moon's a big one. I think also a bunch of cards we have for Breach are incidentally hitting the parts of the domain deck here. So like Wear Tear, for example, great way to answer either the Scion or a Leyline Binding or both, as long as there isn't a Leyline of the Guild Pact in play. But it does also remove the Leyline of the Guild Pact and let you unlock your other copy. So I think we're going to see that one. Excuse me there, sorry. We're going to also see Wrath of the Skies. It doesn't basically ever kill a Draco, but it kills the rest. And you got to do what you got to do. And I think Rodney can position themselves in such a controlling fashion that this might be a very realistic plan. Maybe the Wrath in the full 3 of is too much, but I would be kind of shocked that isn't at least a consideration here for Rodney.
Yeah, absolutely. And might be able to get a look at Chris's list as well here and see what he is working with. Taking a look particularly at the sideboard. I mean, we've got Pest Control. Got some Wear Tears of our own. What do you think Chris is interested in?
So yeah, I think Pest Control is a great way to sort of clean up the Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls parts of the deck. We mentioned it before how sometimes in this matchup what ends up happening is prides get a little bit out of hand. And even though you have all the 5/5s, your opponent has all these 1/1s. So I imagine that I could see Thraben Charm. It's a great way to maybe kill one of these cheap creatures for 2 mana, but also answer a Flage. That's a big thing. Could also see Surgical because Flage is so important. In Flage Mirrors or any matchup where that kind of card matters, having Surgical to stop the opposing Flage is a great way to sort of go about things. Now, I could see where Chris doesn't really want that card. We have enough sort of other things that we feel like we're going to be fine. We can beat a Flage, but that is a card that is definitely on the mind of anyone who's playing Flage of well, it wouldn't be unreasonable for my opponent to bring in a Surgical, which is a true testament to Flage. It looks like the players are mulliganing here.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get back down into our match. Game 2 here. Chris up a game. Rodney Bedell on the play. Looks like we're taking a mull to 6. And I think this might be another Ragavan start for Rodney. Although Guide of Souls also an option. I think there's also an Ocelot Pride in there. Rodney spoiled for choice on this turn 1.
Yeah, it has an Ajani as well too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Choosing to start with the Ragavan. I think Rodney is a little light on lands in hand. In fact, this Sacred Foundry might be the only one. This Ragavan might be the plan to try and be able to cast more of our spells, as Chris is just going to play a Triome.
Yeah, I think Rodney also, very experienced in this format. Lots of times the Domain Zoo's ideal start is to do this, fetch the Triome essentially, right? And have that Leyline Binding unlocked instead of Tribal Flames. So Rodney kind of knows there might be something in the way and they can, sometimes interact. But if I play this Ragavan, I'm guaranteed the hit. And like you said, when I'm light on mana, I really want to make sure that I can double spell on turn 2.
Yeah, as we are going to see exactly that happen with Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride. This is going to gain Rodney a life and also secure us that cat token at the end of turn. Oh, and an energy. Don't forget that.
Mm-hmm. And the energy is huge. We talked last game about how Galvanic Discharge can get to the spot where you can kill a Draco, but Rodney wasn't there. And since the banning of Amped Raptor, your incidental energy producers are just much lower, right? It's just Guide and your other Galvanics that are giving you energy in these decks now, which means, you just don't have as much floating energy around to answer multiple Dracos. So getting this Guide going is huge here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's wild to me how even with just one land, Rodney's already so close to threatening City's Blessing.
Yeah.
Because we have Ragavan, which is going to make a token. We've got Ocelot Pride, which can easily make a token. If we find a land to play a Johnny, that's 3 new permanents.
That's a ton. I mean, that would be, that's exactly what we talked about. The Ocelot Pride takes over the game, and you have to have cards like Pest Control for that. So Chris here really wants to cast Pest Control.
Yeah, as we are fetching for a card here, can set up Domain.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? Because if Chris has Pest Control, we have to get Steam Vents. I'm sorry, we cannot get Steam Vents to cast Pest, which means we don't have Domain. And if you don't have the right cards, It's not the end of
That's
the
not pest
world.
control mana.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, getting domain, there's clearly some thought there. Makes me wonder if Pest is in the hand. Maybe Chris also thinks I can let Rodney have a turn with all of this. If I develop some big creature and then Pest control, clean it up and start beating down. When your opponent misses a land drop, sometimes you can do plays like this that normally you wouldn't want to. It's Tribal Flames.
Tribal Flames on the Ragavan.
Yeah, I like Stone Rains, and that plays like a Stone Rain to me, so.
Yeah, and I don't know if Rodney has a way to play a creature or really do much of anything. I think there is a discharge in the hand. We are going to get the end step trigger from the Pride, from the lifelink on the Pride, but I mean, taking out that Ragavan really slowed things down for Rodney.
Yeah, and heads up play there from Chris. I think there were other things available, but just sort of like, hey, if I can just get this game to be a little bit more my tempo, it will be okay. Let's take some time to do that here. So here comes that Plains as Chris just fetching up the same lands every game. The domain life.
Yeah. So here we go. 3 mana available to Chris. Worth noting, if pest control is something he has, it is online now. But it's going to be a Flage targeting the Guide of Souls, it looks like. That's going to gain Chris 3 life. I think is that a Blood Moon in hand for Rodney?
Yeah, Rodney's had that Blood Moon from turn 1. It's been hiding on the back. And there's another Guide of Souls.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and swing in. I mean, Rodney is putting on a decent clock here. We do get to jump the Ocelot Pride with our guide here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a ton of damage. And, Chris is showing that, like, hey, my burn spells can sometimes play like removal. And Flage is going to allow you to do that and not fall too far behind if you can escape it right away. But it's going to be at least one more turn before that can happen and 2 more cards.
Yeah, so you're going to play a Surveil land here. Put that into the bin. Which means the next turn with a fetch, we could have Flage online. There's the pest control. Takes care of everything on Rodney's board. And now Chris threatening the Flage next turn.
Yeah, and Rodney passes the turn back. And, if we got the Ajani down, maybe we can blow up the Ajani. And, Arena of Glory for the Flage.
Oh, this is tough. This puts Chris so far back in the game.
Boom.
I just can't help but think how all of this really comes down to Chris taking care of that Ragavan at the right time.
Yeah, prioritizing making sure that, the Ragavan never connected again. Very heads up play. We'll see another heads up play here from Rodney. Galvanic discharging for 0. So if we draw another discharge, we can actually answer the Flage.
Jeez, this is brutal as we simply pass back to Chris, a Wear Tear being the draw for Rodney this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, there's only a Flage in play, but that's all you need. That card will win the game if it goes uncontested. It's made that way.
Going to be 9 damage. And pass over to Rodney. I mean, we finally found that second land. We got to pay 2 life to play it. That is going to be game. Congratulations to Chris taking it down. Going to be 4-0 going into our next round with Domain Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive stuff there. I think it shows like why some of the players are really leaning towards it. Obviously, Rodney was a little, had some issues that game with mana, but game 1, kind of a similar thing we had playing mana. In that game, we did function really well for a bunch of the turns. So, I mean, you keep some one-landers with this deck, especially on the play of Ragavan. This is a strength of the deck. You get to do things like that. So I think, when we have these games happen that create some sort of games that look like non-games, it's important to remember that normally, that's a really strong thing there for Rodney with the NRG deck. So wanted to highlight that. We are going to see if we can get an interview with Chris. Chris maybe, wants to do some other stuff. We'll let you know about that. But we do have a backup feature match either way. So we are going to have some more Magic this round here in just a second. But yeah, I mean, the Domain Zoo deck, very appealing, especially if you're wanting to play something that's a little bit more off the beaten path, has those powerful starts, has that interaction. And I mean, with Chris here with 4 main deck consigned to memories, really has a lot of game versus both the Flicker deck the Breach deck to some extent. You can stop some of that stuff early on. And the Eldrazi deck, obviously, everyone sideboards that card for them, and Chris just has it in the main deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something very cool about the modern format in general is that, we have these decks that are the leaders of the format. We've heard people all day saying, oh, you got to be playing Breach. And if you're not playing Breach, why aren't you playing Breach? But also very frequently we see, decks like Zoo or even like Merfolk, stuff like that, do well at tournaments specifically. And I don't know, I think it's just a really good sign of a format that things like this can perform and beat out these decks that everyone's saying are the decks we have to play. But we have an interview with Chris that we can go down to. Chris, congratulations on taking down Boros Energy there in our round.
How are you feeling, Chris? You're starting off 4-0 today here at the event. You're playing Zoo. Are you feeling good about things? How's the deck, and how did we land on Zoo for the tournament today?
I've been playing Zoo for many years, and obviously it's evolved over all those years. I have a lot of experience with it, and I tune it frequently. And I felt good going into these matchups because Zoo is so, I guess, flexible.
Mm-hmm.
It can play many roles. It can go aggro, mid-range, tempo, whatever you want it to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were talking in that game too about, I mean, obviously Rodney ended up getting a bit mana screwed, but it felt like really the turning point, the most pivotal moment of that game to me was when you decided to tribal flames the Ragavan. That just like completely, stopped Rodney dead in their tracks. How do you feel going into these matchups? I mean, like you said, the deck is very flexible. How do you feel looking at a hand and trying to decide, like, okay, when do I need to tribal flames a creature? When do I need to cast this pest control? Like, how do you manage navigating all that?
Yeah, it's based on the matchup and the board state, obviously. Against Boros, you have to learn to slow down a little bit, Mizzou. They're obviously a better aggro deck than you are, but we win with better creatures and I think better individual cards. I think during that specific matchup, I noticed he was strangled on mana, so I went after his Ragavan, and I said I'd worry about the Guide of Souls later. Pest Control was a good top deck. I'm not gonna lie. It basically won that game, I think. So.
Yeah, Pest Control are, I think, a really smart innovation for this deck here. And it seems very clear that you have a lot of care and love for Zoo. And that makes me have this question for you of, you have these 4 consigns in the main deck. Is it sort of the metagame in combination with it and Flage that got you there? And how did you land on these 4 consigns? Because historically, we've seen Stubborn Denial sort of in that spot, right? So how did we land on that for this weekend?
I moved all my stubbies to the board. Black-White really pushed me into consigned main. That's a little bit of a harder matchup for us with Solitudes. So I wanted to mitigate that. It's very good against Titan, and I know Titan's popular here. And it's also scams my Flage with Arena. So it's never quite dead.
I love it. That makes a ton of sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Chris. Again, congratulations. Extremely well played. Obviously, a very skilled pilot of this deck, and good luck on the rest of your matches today.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, hopefully we'll see more of Chris in that Zoo deck later. We're going to check in on our backup feature match. It is a time-shifted one, so let's head on down to that right now and get some more Magic action for y'all.
Yeah, as we are going to be looking at Sean Ryder on the Orzhov Blink deck against Cody Murray on the Teamer Grinding Station deck here. It looks like Sean on the play for this one, just going to be fetching up a Surveil land. As for Cody here, we had turn 1 Tamio Bauble. Not the most explosive Grinding Station Breach turn 1 we've ever seen, but certainly a strong one.
Yeah, and I mean, that's part of the thing with this deck, right? Like we've seen some, near turn 1 wins, a very strong, obviously, thing that this deck gets to do. Also gets to play just kind of normal games like this, where, if Cody just, attacks, flips the Tamio here by popping the clue, that's a very reasonable place to just end up. And, that is like this fair, grindy-ish control game plan. That is something this deck gets to do and have those insane starts that kind of, thread the kill on turn 2.
Yeah, Sean also very strong turn 2 here, straight into the Emperor of Bones, which, as we talked about earlier, can exile anything from the graveyard, which very relevant against a deck like this, as we are going to see the Tamio flip from Cody. Here we go. A lot of options available to Sean here.
And that is, a big part of the appeal of this Blink deck is, we talked about it earlier, kind of plays like a control deck in some regards, and can kind of pick people apart, and you just get to play it a lot of different ways. And things like, oh, we have no more lands, no more basics in deck. That was a Stone Rain.
Is that our only basic?
I'll say this, the other one has to be in hand if it's not, and I didn't see it before.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the deck list now. Yeah, we have one island. Oh, that's our only basic.
Yeah, and things like this, you gotta have room for a lot of duels to make your mana really work. But you see some players have some basics for life total reasons or White Orchid Phantom reasons as it becomes a bigger and bigger part of the format. You've seen energy players have it in their sideboard, and sometimes they bring it in against you to fight over the Saga plan. And now this Orzhov Blink deck's main decking it. If you're heading into these RCs over the next couple of weeks, you might want to consider having another basic, or trying to hopefully not get got by this, as this Blink deck is real and lots of people are playing it.
Yeah, and everyone's playing sort of different exact lists of this Blink deck. Looks like Sean is on 3 White Orchid Phantoms in the main, 1 in the side. And if I'm Sean Ryder right now, I am definitely making a mental note of, okay, Cody has 1 basic land.
Yeah. Game 2 and 3 is to be huge information to know.
Yeah, this huge, huge information.
Speaking of huge here, Cody just cashing in on the Tamio now to get back to the Rumble. Going to use the Scion and the mana from the Tamio, it seems, to recast Rumble.
Yeah, very, very efficient use of his mana here. So we are seeing another Tamio picked up from the Rumble. What a sequence of plays. Rumble, sack Tamio to get Rumble back, play Rumble, get Tamio back.
Yeah, it is a wild place to be. And there are worlds too where, like, with the right cards in hand for Cody, that was a win. If you had some more mocks, or just a couple of artifacts, turn that one on, you cast the Breach, you have a station hiding out somewhere, that would be a winning turn. So it just shows you this deck can go from 0 to 60 real fast, even when it has slow starts.
Yeah, as you're gonna go ahead and get into combat, Sean exiling a Mox Opal from Cody's graveyard, attacking in with these creatures, getting him for some damage, pressuring that life total. And then we are going to bolt in this land. And I think that's an Aven Interrupter. I think that is the fun of one of Aven Interrupter in Sean's hand.
Yes, and that card is fairly strong just in general. It's just a powerful card. Something in standard that hadn't seen play yet, but is good. Really powerful with, Ephemerate. But against the Breach deck now, the little flavor text on the card of cards in the graveyard and cards from exile cost 2 more to cast, really coming up big here. Players normally don't think of the exile part because of how Aven Interrupter plots a card. But, if Cody goes for a Breach, and we have Aven Interrupter in play, all the cards we escape will cost 2 more mana, which means you just basically can't combo unless your deck is like, 6 cards in deck already.
Yeah, as we are seeing end of turn here, Orcish Bowmasters to shoot down the Scion.
Yep.
Orcish Bowmasters also a fun of one of in Sean's deck.
Yeah, this deck has just a lot of tutoring available. So, between both the Recruiter of the Guards and, honestly, Overlord of the Bailmark, milling 4 cards, that's going to see a lot of your deck. So having these one-of can be really high impact in certain spots. And, in spots like we're seeing right now, sort of put your opponent in these weird positions where they have to play around these cards.
Yeah, Philia is also going to get flashed in. And we're going to Fatal Push the Tamio attack in with all these creatures.
Yeah, it looks like maybe there was a Emperor of Bones. I don't know if it was said or whatever. It is a beginning of combat trigger, and Sean was like attacking. Maybe it was. I don't exactly know. We'll have a judge look at this here. No real information was gained or lost, but yeah, and with a time shifted match too. Apparently, this is a long judge call. We're gonna cut back here. Maybe we can fast forward and use the power of the VCR, see if it works. I actually don't know how that works. I'm just here to talk, so that's what I do.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we were just talking about how this black-white blink deck is able to run all of these sort of sort of toolboxy creatures because we have a lot of ways to tutor them. We have a lot of ways to get through our deck, play from our graveyard, all of these things. But right now we are really seeing, as we're getting back into the match here, I mean, Sean just kind of like having it all. Having everything sort of right when he needs it. I mean, this Wide Orchid Phantom just taking care of these lands. It looks like that was flickered by the Philia to get rid of the Urza's Saga. I think we maybe missed the Emperor Bones trigger. I think that's maybe what was decided here because I don't see anything new exiled with it. Maybe we got another Mox Opal. Kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I can't tell because of the way the graveyards are laid out. There were definitely one in the yard before. I think what ended up, I don't know the exact ruling, but it was definitely about the Emperor. And it looks like they did get to rewind, but doesn't really matter. That would not have caused, I think, too much of a difference there with the Aven Interrupter and hand there for Sean. Really showing us, though, just how good this deck is at, sort of picking apart your opponent while applying a little bit of pressure. And let's take a look at the sideboard, see what these players have to fight over each other. As, I think people are starting to realize now this black-white blink deck is a presence in the metagame. Even if you think it's bad, it's popular.
Absolutely. As we're going to first take a look at the Teamer Breach list from Cody. Now, we've mentioned many times today that the Teamer Breach, I mean, just the Breach Grinding Station deck in general is not settled on. A lot of different takes on it. So what do you think about what Cody's got here, what his options are on the side?
Yes, I mean, you definitely want your Boseiju type cards. You want to fight over the, stony, silency type things you can expect. The deck plays Aether Vial. So even though you're giving them a land, giving them 1 mana versus, the repeatable instant speed uncounterable, multiple mana Vial gets, you're fine with that. Life in the Loam provides a way to actually create a backup plan with Urza Saga and also the Loam. So I think that's a little bit of a package. Probably want the Nature's Claim too. I can see Flame of Anor fight over some of the creatures, maybe draw some cards if you're lucky and have a creature in play. Probably want the Jace just to play around surgical type cards. And we talked about before, I'm really interested to see how players want to use Consign in this matchup. It is something that can stop a Felga and Flicker Wisp trigger. I think this is probably not Cody has so many cards to bring in. I don't think this is a spot where we want it. Whereas with Dimir Frog, I really liked it because I think you had so many cards to cut.
Sure, it makes a lot of sense. Let's take a look over at Sean's list on this Orzhov Blink deck, another one where the list is very, everyone's kind of playing their own flavor of it. We're seeing, as mentioned earlier, that 4th White Orchid Phantom. We've got Thoughtseizes. We have Fairy Macabre, Grafdigger's Cage. I mean, a lot of Stony Silences. We have a lot of hate pieces here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, literally every card in this sideboard is reasonable to bring in versus Breach, except Plague Engineer. That is the only one that is not that reasonable. And we saw too with the one basic White Orchid Phantom, kind of goes up. Now there are varying degrees. What that does mean though is that Sean needs to figure out what cards we really, really want. I think Wrathless Guys, that's a way to fight over the fair plan. Stony Silence, that's going to make it so the artifacts don't work. Fairy Macabre, something is a little lower on. Maybe you don't want to fight this fight. It's tutorable. Now, sometimes it's clutch. There's a lot of going on there. Drannith Magistrate, you won't be able to cast cards from exile. Sometimes that comes up with different iterations of these decks. But I think overall, it really matters on what do you think your opponent's doing and how you want to go about it. The whole sideboard has reasons it could be reasonable. So, and Breach is sort of the deck that people are playing. So I kind of like having access to all this. And then an open deck list tournament like an RC, this would be sort of a nightmare to figure out because you could see anything in between. So let's get back to the play areas. I think our players are ready.
Absolutely. As we're going to get into our game 2 here, Sean Ryder on Orzhov Blink up a game. Cody on Teamer Breach going to be on the play here. Just going to play a tap Steam Vents and go. As far as turn 1 grinding station turns go, very lackluster, but going to be followed up with an Emery and a Mox Amber. So we're seeing the Jace and a Opal and looks like just a couple of lands.
Yeah, Jace bobble, a couple of lands, so that draw engine's going to be online for Cody this game. And I was curious too, right? Like you mentioned, kind of a slower start makes you wonder, what does Cody have in hand where this is something that we're really interested in. Now, I think Cody maybe brought in Whip Flare. I see a red card in hand. We're flicking fast here, so I could be mistaken. That's a card that sometimes lines up great and really matters against Orzhov. Other times the damage has been done and it doesn't really line up as well as you'd like. So I'm going to be curious to see sort of how players continue to think about that card and how they want to play this matchup, as it is early on in the days of playing against these Orzhov decks.
Yeah, as Emperor of Bones going to be the turn 2 play once again for Sean Ryder, going to get rid of that bobble, which, I mean, as of right now, gives Emery nothing to target. But there is the Flame of Anor from the sideboard to take care of the Emperor of Bones.
Yet Emery being a wizard matters so much here. Getting those 2 cards as well, and really help this card kind of, even see main deck play in some people's builds, because it's just, kind of nice, sort of a sideboard card you want some percentage of the time you already have in your deck, and you're good to rock and roll from there.
Yep, and there is the Mox Opal, not enough artifacts quite yet to get that online, but very powerful nonetheless. I see a Solitude in Sean's hand. I think that might also be a Wrath Disguise. Kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I think there's a Wrath, a Solitude, a Overlord of the Balemark, an Aven Interrupter, and a Thoughtseize. Maybe a White Orchid Phantom. Yeah, it does look like White Orchid got flicked to the front here. So Sean has a bevy of options, and this is where a lot of the, real, I think, nuance and skill comes in this Orzhov matchup. Is like, okay, I can only play 1 card a turn where I don't have Aether Vial most of the time. What do I do here? How do I want to set things up? Do I want to hold up Aven Interrupter? It's such a powerful card. Do I want to save this for later? Do I want to Thoughtseize this turn? How do I go about it? I think, a lot of ways to think, a lot of things to think about, and a lot of ways to play these turns, as we are seeing White Orchid Phantom go Stone Rain mode.
Yeah, I mean, we see the island on the field. We know that is Cody's only basic. That is information we learned in game 1. So we're just gonna destroy one of Cody's lands.
Yeah, and I think I like this a bit more than Thoughtseizing. Obviously, maybe you just die or whatever, right? Like you could have Thoughtseized, got rid of the Breach, but getting rid of that red land does force Cody's hand a little bit, because we don't have that mana anywhere else, and the Mox Opal's turned off. So that would mean either you get to Rumble or Breach. Now, obviously, Cody could have more lands in hand. He could draw more lands, but it is just a thing they actually have to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go back over to Cody here, the Thassa's Oracle in the graveyard now. Seeing another Emery, which looks like that is going to be the play here.
Yep.
Keeping the old one, getting the mill trigger. And there is a Mox Amber.
And yeah, I mean, that's pretty big for potentially doing Breach shenanigans.
Yeah, but I mean, is that our only artifact in the graveyard?
I think it is. I think we just haven't been able to find one. The bobble we milled near the start of the game just, got answered immediately. And
yeah, that Emperor of Bones really, really changed the shape and texture of this game, with this Mox Opal just being offline the whole time and Cody struggling to find a third artifact.
yeah, and I mean, this deck plays like a decent amount of artifacts. It's probably, I haven't looked up the exact Frank Carson math, but I remember hearing from someone that it's like I'm kind of an artifact short, and that's why some people like the white version. You get Portable Hole, Kill Spell, gets you up to kind of, Mox Opal's really consistent range. But, there's also just, even if you have enough, it's just going to sometimes fail, as we're going to see Cody try to find the combo by chaining Emerys. This is something that a lot of the Breach players really advocate for, is sort of like, hey, even if you don't fully have it, start chaining your looks, because sometimes you can just win, especially when your opponent's tapped out and have very few options to interact.
Yeah, very few options indeed. I mean, we do have the Solitude, but how much? Oh, there's the Mox Opal in the graveyard as well. We still need a third artifact.
Yeah, and you're seeing this here. So Cody's going to escape this Amber. Could also use the Emery, but I think it's going to Emery on some future artifact here. And now it's going to try and replay this Amber. And we could see Sean get rid of the Emery to stop this looping, because currently you're going down 2 cards each iteration, but you're seeing a lot of looks. And yeah, Sean's saying, you know what? In response to this, I do want to get rid of that Emery and turn off this mana engine for you. Excuse me.
Yeah, and Cody deciding how he wants to respond to this.
This is with the Amber on the stack. It's my understanding. Don't know how else we have priority, but
yeah, it's what it seems like.
Of note too, Cody already milled one of the Underworld breaches. So we're down to 2 breaches in deck. Now, we've talked in the past, Shifting Woodlands gives you, sort of another breach. But when you're a little tight on mana, War Under the Gun, both those things make that a little bit of a less viable option.
Yeah, and now we have no mana left. Have to pass back over to Sean. Just these two lonely Moxen that can't produce any mana at all. Let's get in for a little damage with our White Orchid Phantom. And that's going to be a Thoughtseize. Well, it looks like that was the Whip Flare, which is the only card we can take with the Thoughtseize. The only other card there is a land. And that's going to be an impending Overlord here, which we see the Drannith Magistrate, we see a Solitude, we see a White Orchid Phantom, and we see a Recruiter of the Guard.
Yeah, it looks so. And yeah, you're seeing Sean sort of being like, okay, coast is kind of clear. I'm going to tap out. Even if you breach me next turn, you can do the everything we talked about before, but it's going to be, sort of low on resources. Maybe I can, stall up enough to get there, and I kind of need some more things to clock you. Could hold up Aven Interrupter, but, if your opponent just like land goes, you're not really moving anywhere. Could preemptively play it just to get a clock, but if you see Whip Flare, you got to think there's more kill spells coming where that came in.
Well, and we can't even like chain Emrys anymore, right? Like one of them's exiled.
Oh, so yeah, great point.
We can just get one.
A little one and done. Call it a day.
A little one and done. Which, I mean, if I was Cody and I drew Breach, I think I would say thank you for the one chance. It looks like a Malevolent Rumble. I mean, pretty nice find here. We're going to see land, Opal, land.
Yeah. I mean, interesting spot here. We've used all the Surveil lands, it seems. Takes the Opal. I like that preemptive fetch there for Cody. Really try to put themselves in a position to have, everything ready to go, and also not get got by, the Rumble hitting like Breach and the 1 red source. The 2 life could end up mattering, but what ends up mattering way more is having something like that go off when it does feel like the game is starting to slip away a little bit from you here.
Yeah, I mean, just brutal, not able to find this third artifact. Really just, it's incredible how impactful that one Emperor of Bones was to this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Emperor of Bones, soft graveyard hate, but getting, one activation here and there, especially against decks like this, sometimes come up in huge ways like this and really show, little things go a long way.
Yeah, and there is Drannith Magistrate. And, this is kind of what you were talking about earlier when playing against there's our Bauble. We have Opal online finally. Playing against the Grinding Station decks, you need to be able to attack them on multiple axes. And Sean is just doing that perfectly right now, where we are pressuring the life total. We are keeping Cody off the combo with this Drannith, we're just making parts of the combo harder with this Drannith Magistrate. We are pressuring from all these different angles, and Cody really struggling to have a path back here.
Yeah, and I mean, Sean sort of has the game wrapped up if we hold the Aven Interrupter. It's really hard to imagine Cody ever getting out of it. we're going to try and like actually just put the game on an end state here by playing Overlord of the Baelmerk. You know, sort of one of our things may pick up a Solitude, could also pick up Recruiter, could pick up, we're going to go with Ophelia. But Cody here, I think would I give some props there. Bobbled upkeep, very smart. We saw Thought Seize from the opponent, and if we're just going to like breach like we did, we want to have it here. But with the Drannith Magistrate in play, Cody can't cast any of the cards in the graveyard. Could have drawn something like an Unholy Heat, which would have been devastating in this position, but instead doesn't have it and is now facing down this Overlord of the Baelmerk who was flickered in, so it's got itself alive now. It's unimpeded.
Yeah, very, very interesting here as we are going to pass back over to Sean, who seems to have it wrapped up as the players are shaking hands. And I think that is going to be a clean 2-0 from Sean Ryder on the Orzhov Blink deck. Congratulations, Sean. Going to be 4-0 going into our next round with this Orzhov Blink. I mean, incredible. I mean, such a cool deck. Really excited to see it played. It's so much fun to see it piloted by people who are truly skilled with it. So just really a privilege to get to watch.
Yeah, it was great to see. And I think it really shows too that like there's a lot of play to both these decks. And I think, while some of the people who play a lot of Breach really think this matchup isn't the scariest thing in the world for them, that you do, even though if you're not afraid of a matchup, you do need to kind of think about it, right? And there's still a lot of things to be learned in these sort of games. And I think we did a really good job of playing those games, especially from the Breach side. We, did a lot. I mentioned a lot of moments, right? These little decisions that I think end up being huge. We ended up not going our way. We ended up having, things not work out in that regard. But that doesn't mean, it's over. And there's still just a lot going on in the matchup when it comes to learning the nuances, the intricacies. So I think that this is a matchup I'm going to be really curious to see how is it played and how we're thinking about it 3 months from now. Once both these decks have kind of hit their maybe, final states, is this a thing we're worried about? Is it not? I'm going to be really interested to look back at this coverage in this round at that point. But I think that actually does it for this round, Niall.
Yeah, I think so too, as we are going to take a short break as we get back into the Magic later. We're going to bring more rounds. We're going to be playing Magic all day, all weekend, as we have tomorrow our Team Trios Standard, Modern, Legacy. Going to be a very exciting event. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the NRG series Modern 10K Showdown here in Chicagoland. We have seen a lot of really great Magic today, but I could not be more excited for what we are about to see in round 5 of our event, Mason. We have not one, but 2 former NRG champs going head to head in this one, as we have Raja Suleiman versus Theo Jung. Now, we saw Theo's deck earlier as we're getting down to the match here, but Raja has really brought a quite interesting deck. Do you want to talk about it for a moment?
Yeah, Raja's brought blue-black mid-range, and this isn't your Murktide deck. We haven't named this because it's not Murktide. It's playing cards like Bossum. It's playing Imri. It's playing a little Second Frog, a little Tassiger the Golden Fang. This is just blue-black. I got counter spells. I got kill spells. I got discard spells. I got creatures to kill you. And Raja's bringing it to battle here as the former champ takes on the current.
Yeah, as we are going to kick things off here, get these hands resolved. Not sure who we have on the play at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a subtlety in Raja's hands. Looks like Theo's on the play, starting off with just a Surveil here. Fatal Push into the yard.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting too because, Theo and Raja, I believe, are like friends and they know each other. They play these events, right? So Theo probably knows Raja, and Raja is known for doing sort of his own thing, loves to play control in Modern as well. So Theo maybe knows it's like some blue-black kind of interactive pile, but might not know all the different, subtleties, where Raja's probably tested against this Sewers deck a lot because Flicker has really taken over in the metagame over these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, as we are going to see Odawara as our land for turn, play out a Tamio and a Mox Amber, and then we're going to play the Nihil Spellbomb, a classic turn 1 play 5 cards.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting part of Raja's deck. We have a couple Ambers, but we're not playing 4. Raja's doing something that a lot of people talk about but never really pull the trigger on, of like, hey, my deck has a lot of legends. I kind of want, the ability to have some extra mana. So I have a couple mocks in my deck, and they just do things like we just saw here.
Yeah, as Theo gonna go ahead and push that Tamio, take care of it immediately. Pass back to Roger. We're gonna play land here. And it looks like we're just passing, maybe. Going back over to Theo, cracking this fetch. Looks like that's going to be another Surveil land for Theo here. Really getting a lot of control over the top of his deck.
Going to the back street, trying to find the goods.
And I'm going to put the Witch Enchanter into the graveyard. And draw one anyways. Surveil land bug in real life. As we're going to impend this Overlord. Looks like it's just going to get quickly countered.
And I want to call back to our round one. I'm sure some of you were busy during that time, but we saw Theo play a similar matchup, Blue-Black Murktide versus this, where the Vial was in play on turn one, and our handful of counterspells did nothing. This game, Raja, even though it's still on the draw, isn't having to compete with the Vial, and it's going to be much harder for Theo to sort of enact the plan uninterrupted.
Yeah, as we are going to fetch here for Theo. And we're just going to get a basic plains here. We have the Igandro Castle on the field as well.
Great way to protect your Ophelia.
Yeah, we're just going to hardcast a Witch Enchanter.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Raja could fight over this, but also, what does Theo want to hit? Does Theo want to hit the Spell Bomb and just get it off the board? Does Theo want to hit the Amber? I don't think Raja cares much about the Amber right now. The Spell Bomb, Raja's pretty happy with having up, but also you can just pay the black and draw a card and, keep your counterspell for later. As it looks like the Witch Enchanter. No, it looks like Raja actually wanted to take the card draw and maybe let the Amber die. Could be a heads up way to have Tasker hit the board. You blow this up, and then now I've got more Delving Fury for my kind of dead mocks.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going back over to Raja, 4 lands in play now. We see a Subtlety in hand, as well as I think a Counterspell and a Fatal Push. And Theo gonna get in with this Witch Enchanter. And gonna, play another one of the MH3 creature land flip cards in the Bogart Trawler. This one is going to get hit with the Subtlety.
Yeah, Bognaughty, as I like to call it, might be going to the bottom here.
Yeah, looks like that is where Theo is sending it.
And that's always such an interesting part of Subtlety, right? It's like, are they doing this because it's 4 mana to play this card and they don't want to have their mana tied up, or do they actually care about this card they're putting on top or bottom? And with cards like that, it can be really hard to tell.
Absolutely. As we're going to get in for a little bit of damage from the Subtlety here. It looks like we have Bobble, Counterspell, Fatal Push, I believe is the hand. And 2 Ephemerates in Theo's hand. So we're going to Bobble, show Raja our card. Show us our card too, Theo. It looks like a Recruiter.
That's a huge one with Ephemerate.
Yeah, not as huge if it gets countered, which it looks like it will.
Yeah,
and we're back over to Raja.
Yeah, draw from the bubble, draw from the turn, then just an immediate attack. But you're seeing, just how different this game is when you have Vial versus when you don't.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Raja's been able to just have such control over everything Theo is doing. Now, that being said, eventually, got to run out of counterspells.
It's true.
And we're going to play a Skyclave Apparition. This one's going to get through. Takes the Subtlety.
I think this might actually end up being a bad news situation for Theo. I think one of Raja's last cards is Fatal Push.
That's right.
And that means we'll get a 4/4 token instead of a 3/3. Now it doesn't have flying, but it's very big.
Yeah, we have perhaps buffed the subtlety.
Skyclave Apparition, one of the weirdest cards when it comes to tokens, because they didn't make like a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4 one. They just made an X one. So it's like always a token you have to like get a dice for. It's a whole rigmarole every time.
Yeah, as we are going to go ahead and make this illusion token for Raja. We're going to fetch here. Surveil away a fatal push.
Yeah, and you see Raja thinking about it. I think Raja is low on gas, and it's like, does his fatal push matter enough with this 4/4? Because obviously it's a spell, which is nice, but maybe I need something a little bit stronger.
As Tamio, I think the last card in Raja's hand might just be a land. But I think Theo's just sitting on ephemerates and lands.
I think so too. And yeah, I mean, Theo had a couple good draw steps in the road to kind of force Raja's hand, but now, can't really attack, and 0-3 is huge. Losing the race as well.
Yeah, Raja about to start drawing cards with these clue tokens. I mean, we can, block an ephemerate or something. It just feels so bad. It looks like we're just taking the damage down to 4 life for Theo.
Yeah, Theo, I think, is realizing this ephemerate needs to be on something like
a there's another Tamio in Raja's hand.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for insulation here. And, Raja does have a lot of lands. These kind of decks can do this sort of thing. But, he's putting Theo in a position where, hey, you've got to have something quick. Theo doesn't. And you also notice both players are kind of holding lands, trying to posture here. Sometimes players, you hold lands, you're trying to bluff something. But players of this caliber, they play around stuff sometimes. And this is your best out, is maybe hope for them to get, a little more confused, despite wanting the mana for both players, as we are going to see a block. And yeah, Theo really valuing the ephemerate here for something like a Solitude.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to draw again with our clue. Not sure what Raja's picked up here. Going to play another land. And Tassiger coming down.
The Golden Fang.
For 1 mana, the 4/5 comes down.
Yeah, and this is one of the cards I was mentioning when we talked about like needing specific cards. Tassiger's activate ability is a ton of mana. Now, back in the day, it was incredibly strong. Here, it's still going to be pretty good. Like Raja's going to get some stuff, and yeah, Theo's going to give the one that's best for Theo, but Raja just kind of needs raw resources a lot of the time. So it looks like Raja's basically trying to lay out what cards am I delving away, which ones am I keeping, and trying to basically hopefully make it so no matter what, we get a spell here or a card we want. Looks like, for the most part, it's baubles and counterspells in the graveyard for Raja.
Yeah, I mean, delving away the fatal pushes there, taking that option away from Theo.
Yeah, and you see Raja just main phase activating this here, seeing if we hit like a bauble gets given to us, we get our card immediately. Could have faked having up mana for a counterspell, but knows that isn't what this game is about right now. And
it's going to be a Flicker Wisp. It's going to take care of that token.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end step here, Theo can flicker this Tassiger away.
True. Yeah, a lot of decisions here for Theo. In a very tough spot.
Yeah. Really sick game of Magic getting to watch here. 2 matchups for both players. I imagine, Raja probably a little bit more experienced just because Theo's deck's a bit more well-known, but they're both thinking about, okay, what's going on? What have I seen? What do I play around? How do I navigate from here? This is sort of, the funnest part of Magic in a lot of ways. So it does look like we're ephemerating the Flicker Wisp.
Yeah. Going to exile the Tassiger for a turn here. Save Theo some damage.
super interesting spot because the Tameo wants to attack to get a clue. Roger keeps wanting to draw cards, but the Flicker Wisp is in the way. You have a Fatal Push. You could, commit to killing the Wisp, but maybe you don't care about it as much as that. A very weird spot here for Raja, who probably lead on the Thoughtseize to sort of see what's going up.
Yeah, with the Thoughtseize, we forced the Ephemerate to happen now. We don't have a way to turn on the Fatal Push in response.
Well, yeah, we might have in response, but Theo might flicker our Tameo. He might also just flicker his own Surveil land to get a little selection.
Sure.
I can't imagine this Flicker Wisp was... Yeah, you see Theo there playing around Fatal Push in such a smart play. Doesn't want the Tameo to connect.
Very heads up from Theo. Very well played. Now, I mean, we still do... We still do have the option to investigate on attack, pop that, and then push.
Yeah, but that's asking so much more of Raja and just, forcing the hand a bit more. As Raja's actually going to Legend Rule the Tameo, doesn't need it anymore to Fatal Push here.
Yeah, that'll do it too. We'll attack, get the clue.
Pop the
Crack
clue.
the clue.
All right, Raja. I'm a little confused on that one, but, you've got it going here. A Psychic Frog comes down, and we're going to get some surveilling happening. These Ephemerates are going to fizzle, as there's nothing for them to target.
And I think that is going to be it for our first game. Congratulations, Raja Suleiman, taking it down with blue-black mid-range.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got game number 2 still coming here. I'm really curious to play our sideboard, but that first game, I think, shows 2 big things to me. 1, the difference of Aether Vial versus not for Theo's deck. And 2, how, once again, Modern seems to be an underexplored format. So quickly players are like, we know what the best decks are, let's do it, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what? Now people were saying that 1 month ago, and Theo came in with this black-white deck and changed everything. We're now talking about it being like a top 5 deck in Modern. Well, maybe Raja's doing the same thing right now. We'll have to see how this weekend plays out. Let's check out these players' sideboards, though, as I can't wait to see what Raja has in here because the main deck was crazy enough. We're starting with Theo, though.
Yeah, taking a look at Theo's list here. I mean, we saw this a little bit earlier today, again, as we were playing the Dimir Murktide player. What are we thinking? What are we liking in the sideboard? I mean, I know you are just a personal lover of the Aven Mind Sensor, but
yeah,
what are your thoughts?
I love Aven Mind Sensor. Might not be the right spot. Even an Eruptor, I could see, once again, I mentioned round 1, how like on the play, he gets a little better. But Raja's deck seems to be a lot cheaper mana value wise, a lot less punished by, committing mana to a threat and then getting got. Tassiger sort of always gets its value versus Murktide, where replaying it with plot, it's just a 3/3, something a Flicker Wisp can trade with. So I would guess that Theo approaches this basically the same as the Murktide matchup and will sideboard accordingly from there. So maybe something like March of the Whirly Light comes in here as, another answer to Tameo and Psychic Frog, where most blue-black decks today aren't playing main deck Tameo. But besides that, I imagine it's pretty similar stuff here.
Yeah, let's take a quick look if we can at Raja's list. The very interesting blue-black mid-range list that we have here. As we mentioned earlier, 4 consigns in the sideboard could be quite nice. Also got some other options here. How are you feeling? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I mean, the 4 consigns, I do think we probably have enough things that we can bring some of those in. I still think the counterspells are kind of rough. We saw just how good they are without Aether Vial, so maybe Raja, will want to trim on things more like these Nihil Spell Bombs. We have 3 in the main deck, a very large statement about the current belief of where Modern's at. Besides that, though, I think we're going to bring in probably some cards like Shoot the Sheriff, having some more kill spells, kind of nice. Stern Scolding, once again, massive, basically counters everything in the deck. And then, I think that will probably be all that she wrote when it comes to the sideboard. I could see some other things like maybe you want the Meat Hook Massacre because of the low toughness, that can clear some stuff up. I could see a world where maybe you want some Thoughtseizes as a way to try to, fight over the cards like Solitude ahead of time. A lot of different ways to approach it. I'm not going to sort of claim to have full understanding of Raja's deck is trying to do, but I think, fighting over Solitude is a believable thing. It's really a matter of, do you want the extra cards or not? And we'll have to see as these players are presenting to cut right now.
Yeah, let's get down into it. I am excited to see these two champs battle it out in this game 2 here. Going to have Theo on the play as our players are drawing up their opening hands. Not seeing a lot of lands, but do see two Aether Vials in Theo's hand here.
Yeah, and it looks like Roger decided to bring in the Harbinger of the Seas that were in the sideboard. I thought he might try to avoid those, just given things like Vial, etc. But looks like he wanted to bring it in, as maybe he thinks that Theo won't respect it from his deck.
Yeah, as we are going to bolt in this Bower Trawler Bog here to get the Aether Vial on board. Gonna bobble the top of Theo's deck, and then Thought sees him as we get a clean look at the hand here. No other lands. Fatal Push, Emperor of Bones, Skyclave Apparition, Aether Vial, Solitude.
Yeah, I mean, the big ones jump out to me are Vial and Solitude. Can definitely make an argument for Fatal Push, especially with Theo's only land being this Boggart Bog. Vial will stop, the double spelling situations from happening. Fatal Push obviously means that, our 2-drop creatures like Psychic Frog will be protected from being a 1-for-1 interaction. So you could do something like maybe take the push, develop a frog, get it solituded, and now you got Theo on low resources, and that might make the Vial a little worse because there we go. I think Roger is agreeing with me. The Vial is really strong, and we're only on 1 land here, but eventually Theo will draw lands, and if we're low on resources, then it doesn't matter that we have all these Vials. So I think Raja might be trying to take that approach to this game. And also, Raja knows the top card. We don't. So it might just be a land. I think the Vial plan isn't a good one, as it was.
Yeah, it looks like it was indeed a land. We'll go ahead and play out our second Vial. Now that Harbinger definitely feels less impactful when Theo's got 2 Aether Vials on the board.
Yeah, it probably is just going to be something that stops impending Overlord at this rate of the game, right? Because Vial on 2, Vial on 3, that's going to cast basically everything. So I agree that I think it's probably going to be basically non-existent. But, it could come up in some weird scenarios. As I think Raj is trying to figure out, do I want to slam Psychic Frog now and sort of let the Solitude get it, or maybe potentially the Skyclave? Or do I want to hold up it plus Stern Scolding in my hand? And it looks like Raj is just going to take the risk on the Psychic Frog right now.
Yeah, so we're going to uptick our Aether Vials. We have one on 2 now, and we have the Emperor of Bones in hand. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and fetch.
Yeah, and a potentially disaster. I mean, now we have planes for underneath the Harbinger of the Seas. A really tough spot for Raja. I think Raja was really hoping that this could not be a castable card, and it was going to have to be Solitude if Theo was going to want to kill it.
Yeah, that's going to be the Skyclave Apparition taking out the Frog. And then looks like before combat, we are going to get this Emperor of Bones onto the field. Go ahead and exile that Bobble.
Yeah, and we're seeing, Vial very strong. Even in this game, we kept a 1-lander, kind of on the back of Vial. We've drawn a bunch of lands. Kind of when you keep these 1-land Vial hands, your Vial resolves, you kind of hope to never draw another land. But still very impactful here in this game and has made the texture of it very strange.
Yeah, what is Raja to do at this point? We've got the Harbinger, doesn't seem like that much. Looks like we might have an Emry as well. I think we have a Sink into Stupor.
Yeah, picked up Tassiger for the turn 2, so that might be something that can help you, in a couple turns start to stabilize. But once again, we know Solitude's there to sort of be this big issue. So
yeah, also just kind of tough with, Emperor of Bones pressuring your graveyard every turn to get that that delve fuel in there. Looks like Harbinger is going to be what we play here. So we've got a body.
And I think Theo and Raja are joking about it. All right, I'll take up my Vials with my free evoke card, as is my last one in hand against your Blood Moon. Yeah, and you see they're chatting about something there and smirking.
Yeah. As we're going to go through Theo's turn here, activating the Violon 2. Going to be another Emperor of Bones.
Yeah, I think the trade might be good for Raja. It doesn't look like it would be at first glance, but
I guess we don't have a way to grow the Emperor anymore.
Yeah. Which is maybe a reason to, keep it locked down, right? Like the Emperor potentially, becoming a 4/4. Unironically, it's kind of frustrating for Raja here. So, but I also just think Raja needs things that kind of go his way for a second. And taking the trade here, take a trade, pick up a fatal push, start going off. That's a way for Raja to get back in this game in a real way.
Yeah, we do have the Odawara, which would be really nice against Aether Vial. Does not feel as nice against 2 Aether Vials.
Yep. I think Raja can actually just fetch, get and play Tasigur here.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we can delve away 2. Tasigur will cost 4.
Yeah, and we all know there's a Solitude in hand, but also what else is Raja to do, right? Like we need to work through these things, and like you point out, the Emperor Bones is going to stress our graveyard more and more. Might as well just get this down and work through this. Theo takes up to 4 on the Vial. To me, that's a big sign that I'm kind of okay with this Tasigur sticking around for at least 1 turn.
Yeah, as Theo looks like has a Thoughtseize about to play here.
Stern Scolding and I think Sink into Super are the.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think Theo's pointing out that no, I can actually Thoughtseize that land out of your hand.
Yeah. Now, the interesting part is I do think it might actually be Sync, but there's a lot of worlds where it is just Stern Scolding. Like that is a very strong card, especially for 1 mana here, in combination with Tassigur's activation. But
Emperor of Bones, exile Emperor of Bones.
That's called going infinite. What are you gonna do? Kill my Emperor? I'll put another one in play. Sure, it will go away, but who's to say I won't ephemerate it? Stay woke.
Yeah. And once again, we do not have the ability to grow this Emperor at the moment, with only our 1 black source being the Bog, which we use to Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I mean, Raja, I kind of like getting into combat, seeing what can happen. But I think Raja is supposed to just activate this Tasigur in the main phase, try and hit something, like a fatal push that can maybe come up, or hit a bobble and sort of move through your deck, right? Because you have the Sink into Stupor. I guess waiting is fine. Probably can't go too wrong.
Yeah, I wonder. Man, a lot of options available to Raja. I mean, you can start to think about bouncing Vials. Just buy yourself a little bit of time on this Solitude.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Odawara for 3, thanks to that. Yeah, and with the Vial trigger on the stack, and you know what? Raja's saying, hey, and you see Theo's face tanking on, do I want to keep it on 3 or go up to 5? And yeah, I kind of like this. Raja, there's a smart heads up play from both of y'all there where it's like, hey, I want this Tasigur around. If you want to 2-for-1 yourself and lose the Solitude and whatever the white card, fine, I'll accept that. But if not, I'm going to slowly accrue value. I came to do that this weekend, and by golly, I'm going to do it.
Right. Well, and we also know, we and Theo both know about the Sink. Oh no, the Sink into Super is one we took. So we are out of known bounce spells. But it looks like we decided to keep the Aether Vial on 3.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because, I mean, like you said, there's Stern Dismissal in hand for Raja. And Raja has 1 mana. And this feels like a spot where he just has to counter. He's like, yeah, what else am I going to do?
We drew Solitude. So Solitude, pitch Solitude, put it under the Emperor of Bones, adapt the Emperor of Bones, get the Solitude out, take care of the Tasigur anyway, hit you for 7, 8, 9?
Yeah, I totally missed this line. Maybe it was better just to let. I guess the Emperor Bones just gets big either way, but getting nugged by that much, and also firing the bones off. Maybe Raja thought it's better to keep the bones offline, but yeah, this is a very real clock now, and I think a very heads up play from Theo there, who knew exactly what was going on. You saw how quickly he immediately was like, adapt, get this back, get you.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going to fetch here.
Going down into the actual Undercity sewers here.
I think that's a harbinger of the tides for Raja in hand.
I think so as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna bin a counter spell. Gonna play our harbinger. I think it's just gonna end up jump blocking something.
Yeah, I mean, Raja is, on death's door.
I guess you can trade it.
Yeah,
with the Skyclave. Oh yeah, but we're just gonna pick them up. We're just gonna scoop them up, which means we are going to have a game 3 on our hands here. Congratulations, Theo Jung. Really, once again, showing just expert prowess in this black-white blink deck.
Yep. And we're seeing too just how much like core magic stuff is also coming into this gameplay, right? Like how am I going to engage with combat, these sort of little things, along with the nuance stuff, right? Like I totally missed it there of like, well, it feels like we have to go to the solitude, whatever. But then suddenly the extra 3 damage and the adapt and just life didn't really matter there, but it could come up later. And it just swung things so far to Theo and sort of forced Roger to be on the back foot. Where maybe if Raja didn't, maybe Theo would have waited on the adapt, would have had a little bit more time. It's hard to say, but it was a very interesting game. And I'm so excited to see game number 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited to see how this one concludes. I mean, both players really showing why and how they were able to earn the title of NRG Series champ. We are getting to see a really, really impressive display of both of these decks. And I can't wait to see how game number 3 goes. Looks like our players are still sideboarding down at the table. Let's take another quick look at Raja's list. Again, it's a very unique one.
Yeah, this is a very unique take. I mean, this is a Raja special. If you know Raja, you've watched him play here on the series for a couple of years now. He loves to have creative approaches to both, the way he builds stock decks and deck building in general. Very much someone who gets in tune with a format, has the way he wants to play the games and goes about playing them. This is a very, very interesting deck. And, we're giving enough time to screenshot this so y'all can go infest the MTGO leagues and really, do the hard work for us to let us know as we're heading into Portland next week. And speaking of future events, let's pull up the upcoming events for the rest of the year as our players are still sideboarding. We have a little hand cam we can see as our next one here is Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we're going to have a 10K standard showdown followed by a 5K Pioneer trial, which, not a lot of places to play high stakes competitive Pioneer out there right now. So if Pioneer is your jam, this is the place that you want to be.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this one. Just in general, like standard is such a unique and interesting format and has a lot of diversity to it. And Pioneer was sort of, people are saying, hey, it's getting really good. We're finally getting that deep, deep card pool we needed with enough answers, enough threats. And, there hasn't been, like you said, a lot of light on it recently. Well, we've had multiple sets come out. Anyone who puts the work into that 5K trial is going to be paid off heavily. So I can't wait to see that there and commentate that one here in the booth and see who's going to take it down. It looks like our players are finally finishing shuffling up here.
Yeah, so we're going to get back down to the match here. Our game 3 of Raja Suleiman versus Theo Jung, NRG champ versus NRG champ. Demir mid-range versus Orzhov Blink.
Yeah, we saw last year. So Raja, played some of the events, had a pretty strong start, but focused some more on some real life things. This year, coming back, wants to play champs again, wants that title, and if he can win this weekend, that's a great way to get back there. As Theo's waiting already, Theo has that invite from being our current champ as a Fatal Push takes down Tamiyo.
Yeah, turn 1 Tamiyo, followed by Theo. Play the fetch land, just show you the Fatal Push. Hey, this is gonna happen. Get rid of the Tamiyo. We have a handful of cards here for Raja that are pretty interesting. Although no black sources just yet.
Yeah, and with Blossom in hand too, that's a card that Raja definitely would have liked. And here comes that annoying Aether Vial again.
Yeah, Aether Vial put into play. I mean, it's just really making this Harbinger feel pretty awkward. Also, Theo 2 planes in hand.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the Harbinger. I'd love to talk to Roger about what the idea is here, as it does to me seem like it's a little lackluster in this matchup, even when you can slam it on 3. Even if the Val wasn't here, it gets drawn a turn or 2 later, it's just going to get you out from underneath it.
Yeah, as well. Someone's going to come down, going to get Fatal Pushed immediately. Back to Theo. We've got a counter on the Aether Vial. Play one of those planes. Theo only runs 3 planes in the deck. He has them all right now.
Yeah, I wonder how much that played into Theo's keep as well. I didn't see how many of them were in the opener, but it's probably fair to assume there's 2, right? Like, it's like, well, I've kind of got this 1 card cover. I don't need to worry about it anymore between this and a Vial.
Yeah, and there's Psychic Frog as the play for Raja. We're going to go back over to Theo, who's going to uptick the Vial onto 2. We have a Bowmasters in hand, so we do have something to do with it immediately. And here comes the Thoughtseize. Going to get a good look at Raja's hand here, assuming this resolves.
Yeah, and Raja pointing out, hey, that's a Sink into Stupor. It's like a land.
It's like a land, but it's a land that you can Thoughtseize. We've got Harbinger, and then we've got Sink into Stupor, and then we've got 2 Stern Scoldings.
Yeah.
Stern Scolding also pretty awkward into this Aether Vial.
Yeah, it keeps coming up how Aether Vial is this huge menace. And you see the Solitude in hand for Theo. And I don't know if he has a white card that could actually, block the to pitch to the Solitude to answer the Frog, even if we wanted to. But this is just an incredibly weird spot. And you're so close to hard casting the Solitude. Maybe you can try and bait Raja. I don't know. This is a really tough decision. I could see an argument for both Stern Scolding and Sink into Stupor. Looks like Theo's just going to take the Sink, maybe to protect this Aether Vial.
Yeah, I really like taking the Sink into Stupor to protect this Aether Vial. When you know your opponent's hand is creature counterspell, Harbinger, I feel like you want to really keep and protect this Aether Vial. That is just such a clean answer to all of those things. As Theo looking like going to Aether Vial in this Bowmaster's Shoot the Frog. Now this puts an interesting position on Raja here, right? So the frog is marked for 1 damage. If we jump it to draw a card, we're gonna give Theo another trigger.
Yeah,
Actually, this might even be after blocks.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it with the trigger on the stack if you want to prevent damage too, because Raja can discard a card. So maybe you're forcing Raja to discard. Now, if you can tell from my commentary, I think the first discard's pretty free for Raja. This Harbinger of the Seas with the quadruple plane or the triple planes, excuse me. That one's there. But yeah, I think Raja might be thinking about before blocks, because if Theo doubles, he'll have to discard 2 cards instead of 1.
Yeah. Force him to jump now. All right, so this is definitely before blocks. We've forced Raja to jump the frog. And then we are casting a Shoot the Sheriff before we get this additional trigger here. So we don't even have to discard now.
Yeah. Raja just wanting to... It probably feels like that Bowmaster is going to be an issue and doesn't want the Orc to amass, causing more issues in the future turns. So...
Yeah, and Theo going to get in with that Orc army as the Aether Vial goes up to 3 counters. Had not found a 5th land for the Solitude just yet.
Yep, and 3 is the spot where the whole deck starts to get turned online.
Oh, and there is a Flicker Wisp to stop Raja from drawing another card off of this frog this turn.
Yeah, and you see Raja has a Fatal Push in hand. Can now use that as a way to take care of the Wisp.
Mm-hmm.
Really interesting game state we're in right now, where Raja's needing Theo to not draw land, but also I don't really care because I have the Stern Scolding as long as I leave it up. But I kind of wish I could do a couple things in a turn. It's a very interesting spot here.
Yeah, as I mean, we have options. We can play this Harbinger and Fatal Push. We can play this Harbinger and hold up Stern Scolding. We can't do both.
Yeah, I think if I was Raja, my gut would be Fatal Push the Wisp, hold on to this Harbinger. With all those planes in play, all I'm really stopping is a Overlord at the moment, and then move on. But it looks like Raja doesn't mind the Flicker Wisp, as we're seeing Vile tick up to 4, and that means Solitude's just a turn from coming down.
Yeah, and still no land for the Solitude here. So we're going to pass back over to Raja. Not sure what he picked up there.
I think it might be another Stern Scolding. I think Raja's very angry. He's one to scold
Oh, I
someone.
think you're right. That is tough against the Aether Vial that's about to be on Solitude numbers.
Yeah, I mean, if there wasn't, this Aether Vial in play, this would be a great position for Rasha, Just, all right, I got a bunch of counter spells, you got a bunch of 5 drops, let's start casting them. But Vial changes the dynamics of these matchups so much, and you can see Theo's finally ready to start attacking.
Yeah, as we get in here with the Flicker Wisp, pass back over to Raja. Going to attack with the Frog. Bring in the Solitude, exile the Frog. We have another Frog in hand. Looks like that might have been the pickup for this turn.
Frog is exiled. We'll get that taken care of here in a second.
Yep.
As Fatal Push can kill the Flicker Wisp, it might need to stay around. We might be worried about cards like Felia coming down.
And here is Psychic Frog, and we are going to pass over. So no Fatal Push available till next turn for Raja.
I don't know. The judge is asking, so they might just be like, we're all good, right? Just double checking everything.
Just confirming Solitude exiled the Frog. It should be gone. That's going to be a Witch Enchanter as the pickup here. I think we have 2 more Solitudes in hand, though.
Theo is not alone, despite having so much solitude. Attack for 6. Bang.
Yeah, get that damage across.
I wonder if Theo just main phase cast the Switch Enchanter because it's a 2/2.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Fatal Push back online all of a sudden.
Oh no, it can kill my Witch Enchanter.
Oh no. There we go. Let's get some power on the board. We've got like 3 Stern Scoldings.
Roger, yeah, you gotta fire off the scolding, my man. You're not getting better. It's just there you go.
Yeah, and we get the push on the Flicker Wisp. So I mean, Raja doing a really good job of, despite being what feels like very far behind, managing Theo's board state.
Yep. But I think that one thing I'm really it's telling to me about this matchup and might be an issue for Raja's deck long term is just how much of a pain it seems to be to fight through this deck, even when there's no Overlord of the Baelmerk. And Overlord of the Baelmerk's the thing that's supposed to go kind of way over the top in these kind of matchups. So, it might just be the way these games are playing, but Theo is doing such a good job of being that controlling deck, which, these blue-black mid-rangey decks have always struggled with is control decks in Modern. As Glistening Deluge is played. I missed that one on the sideboard.
Deluge. I mean, once again, Raja doing a good job of keeping up with this board state here.
Yeah, this is a great...
had another Solitude in hand. It's chose not to get it out. I guess saving it for answering something of Raja's.
Yeah. Looks like there is a small life total discrepancy.
Yeah.
It looks like
Theo, I
Raja is
think,
supposed to be at 10.
Yeah, maybe just missed 3 life gain from attacking with the Solitude.
Yep.
And here comes Harbinger once more. We've got a recruiter in the guard for Theo in hand. But of course, Raja just stacked with these Stern Scoldings.
Yeah. And you're seeing Theo too. It's a really, and it's, I think, Raja, but anyways, it's a really weird spot where like you kind of want to win, but you're a control deck at your heart. So this card doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Solitude's not meant for this card. I'm a wait, And we're seeing a lot of patience from Theo, where I think a lot of players would have ended turn, got the Solitude, get rid of that, bang, attack Raja for 3, put him to 6. And, maybe they ends up regretting it. But I think the way these games kind of should play out, this is really good for Theo to kind of have that patience, at least for another turn, and see if Raja will slam something like a Basim that you want to answer right away.
Yeah, as we are going to go ahead and get that Solitude in, which Theo has another Solitude in hand, the 4th Solitude in hand, and is now going to, I think, just hard cast this Overlord.
Yeah, he hard cast it, and I think this is really telling too about what Theo knows is going on. Theo's like, hey, I'm going to cast this card even though I could Violet, because I know you almost surely have one counterspell like at most. After how the last game went, you're just not going to be having that kind of card in your deck. So I can slam this and put it on the board and still have that Solitude that's uncounterable up, because I care more about that than this Overlord. And if you do have the one counterspell, then rough beats.
Yeah, well, and also, we know there are multiple Stern Scoldings in hand, so we can't like violin the Overlord, flash in the Solitude, and I think that is going to do it. It looks like Theo picking up the game 3 here. Congratulations to our most recent NRG champ, taking it down with the Orzhov Flicker.
Yeah, and I mean, just impressive game from both players there. The Orzhov Flicker deck, I say it every time, it continues to impress. And Theo's taken down, the 2023, the 2022, the 2023 champion is our 2024 champion. So, unless there's someone from the 2021 era, I think Theo's knocked them all out today. But, there's still going to be a lot of Magic left to be played today. I'm excited to see, can Theo sort of, get these last couple rounds done and make our top 8.
Yeah, a lot of Magic still left to be played later on today and this weekend. Again, we have the Trios event, which is going to be on coverage all day tomorrow. We've got Magic coming at you all day for the rest of the day today. A lot to stay tuned for. And let's take a quick look again, Mason, at what is upcoming for the NRG series later this year in case people want to play. And that is a lot of really cool events. I mean, we are in the Chicagoland one right now. But coming up in March in Madison, we have a standard showdown. We have that Pioneer trial we are talking about, 10Ks, 5Ks. In May, we come back to Chicagoland for Modern and Standard. And then Indianapolis in June for the Standard Showdown 10K, followed by the 10K Team Sealed Showdown. What a cool event. I would love to play a 10K Team Sealed event. That is so sick.
Yep. I can't wait to see those events all coming up to you in just this first half of the year. We'll announce the other half later on. But Niall, I think that's unfortunately going to do it for our time in the booth today. It was great to get to commentate with you. There's still going to be a lot more Magic left. Do you want to let the people know who's coming?
Yeah, absolutely. That, as Mason said, is the end that he and I in the booth today. Thank you for watching. Please give NRG a follow so we can continue to bring you this high-level coverage. But don't worry, there's still going to be a ton of Magic brought to you by, I believe, Doomwake and Drake Sasser. Is that right?
Correct. Yep, you nailed it.
Yeah. Really capable hands that we're going to be leaving you in to take you through the rest of the Swiss portion of this Modern 10K and then the top 8. And we will have a winner and our first person invited to the Invitational later this year. So, Mason, it has been a pleasure to commentate Modern with you. We got to see a lot of really cool games and really sick decks. Good luck commentating the team event tomorrow. I'm really excited to see it. Again, that's Standard, Modern, Legacy for tomorrow. very exciting, but it has been a blast. Thank you very much.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right, everyone. We are here and back for round number 6 of our 10K Modern Showdown, the first event, of course, of the 2025 year, the first event of the season. Really, I mean, this is the opportunity for all of our players that, are part of the NRG series to really get their season started off on the right foot. And of course, the first opportunity for someone to qualify for the end of the year championship for this year. I am here, Drake Sasser, joined in the booth by Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake. We're going to be bringing you rest of the coverage for the rest of the day. Before we do that, let's talk very quickly about what these players are playing for as they do get ready for round number 6. And here you go. You can see this is a showdown event, a 10K showdown. So I want to talk really quickly. That first place prize, you get $2,400, 30 points, and of course, a direct invite to the end of the year championship. You can get it done right now. And we see, our champion who's already qualified, Theo Jung, of course, who won in 2024. He's already qualified and doesn't actually need that invite, so he's got it all dialed up for him already. Of course, the only player qualified right now, but someone else will be joining him today, provided he does not win it all. And then, of course, RC invites going to second all the way through 4th, as well as a fall off on money and points from there. But I really want to highlight an important event for all of our grinders. You see the points at stake here as these players are shuffling up, and some of those players are here in our feature match already. We have on your left, we have Robert Hayes here on Grinding Breach versus Mason Grody on your right playing Is It Breach. Now, these are different breaches, Underworld Breach versus Through the Breach. Talk to me a little bit about what's going on here.
Yeah, you spoiled the fun. I was gonna say we had a breach mirror, but yeah, as you alluded to, this is in fact not a breach mirror. Robert Hayes on the left hand side of your screen playing kind of the traditional grinding station Underworld Breach combo deck. This is really picked up a lot in popularity since the unbanning of Mox Opal this past December, and deck that is basically on every single person's radar. If you're coming into this tournament, you need to have a plan for this grinding station deck. And on the right hand side of your screen, Mason Grode, kind of a throwback here. Is it Through the Breach? And this is Through the Breach with, large Eldrazi like Emrakul, the Eon's Torn, Ulamog, the Defiler. And, Drake, I want to highlight this card if we can put it up on screen. This card that we were talking about in the interim is Yggdrasil, not sure if I pronounced that right, Rebirth Engine, which is, a 3-mana artifact. This is kind of like your additional copy of Through the Breach, where when it enters, you exile all creatures from your graveyard. You can tap to, exile the top 3, and then you can pay 4 and tap to kind of do the Through the Breach effect. So you can set up a spot where you if you mill over or if you discard an Emrakul. So you want to hit the Emrakul off of the Yggdrasil, but you can do some ways to set it up and, kind of like an additional backup plan for Through the Breach, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a lot to like with that. And as we get started here, Robert Hayes started with a Preordained, very classic, and then a follow-up here, a Soul Land on turn 1, the Ugin's Labyrinth, exiling an Ulamog, so that's, a little flavor there. Putting Chalice of the Void, kind of making its real debut in Modern, thanks to the real critical mass of Soul Lands we have now, and quite good against this Through the Breach deck. There's a lot of very cheap spells. Now, whether you want 0 or 1, I'm sure there's some discussion of, but clearly Mason does like 1 here, and going to be deploying... Okay, yeah, we're getting our Eldrazi spawn off the Malevolent Rumble that was cast. And we deployed a Mox Opal as well, and back to Mason Grody. So you were just talking a lot about Yggdrasil. Actually really good with these Soul Lands as well, right? You don't need that colored mana. You can really start to pay in advance. You don't have to have it all rolled up quite yet. Unlike, Through the Breach, you have to have the 5 mana. You have to have the Through the Breach. You have to have the monster to put into play. This is something that, you can start getting going early, and you can do it more than once. So there's a lot to like here. You don't need to find another Through the Breach to to really wrap it up afterwards. Even if, the chances are small from winning, you still have it going. And you can just deploy it proactively and start exiling cards from the top of your library and hope you hit something.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Mason could just cast it right now, which I think he has one in his hand.
Yeah, he is. There it is.
It up. So all creature cards, which don't exist in Mason's graveyard. But yeah, it has the ability to it's sort of self-fulfilling. You don't need the payoff in the graveyard already. You can, find it later on. One really interesting thing about Mason's deck list is you see the Chalice of the Void in play. Only 2 copies in the main with an additional 2 in the sideboard. But it kind of has this sort of like prison element with a lot more interaction, like Chalice of the Void, Kozilek's Command, Kozilek's Return. There's even Ugin's Binding in Mason's deck list, which is not a card we typically see, but it's sort of like the gives you a Cyclonic Rift type effect when you cast large Eldrazi, which this deck certainly can do. with, given Eldrazi Temple, Ugin's Labyrinth, things like that. You brought up an interesting point earlier with Chalice of the Void, whether you're supposed to do it on 1 or 2. It's kind of close, right? If you look at the ones in Robert Hayes' deck list, there's 4 Tamios, 2 Preordains, 1 Galvanic Blast, 1 Swan Song, and then there's a couple of Saga targets here versus those zeros, which, Robert needs to sort of combo off. So, I think it kind of depends on where you're at in the game. If you want to maybe deny a little bit of setup, stop Preordains and things like that. So, Robert can't, dig closer towards those combo pieces.
And I'm sure if you have 2 soul lands, that changes the equation too, right? Like, Mason Grody here, we led on Ugin's Labyrinth into Steam Vents. That doesn't make 4 mana, so, you're waiting a long time to get your Chalice going, putting it on 1 and maybe disrupting something, even though really, I think Robert Hayes has done a really good job playing underneath the Chalice of the Void so far, deploying things like Moxen, Emery, Grinding Station. We seem to have a lot of the pieces going despite this Chalice of the Void, which is usually considered like a knockout kind of punch already going. And, oh no! On Emrakul, off the first 3 cards. And we can get that Citizen. We have a 4th mana source, and we sure do. Oh no, Robert doesn't want to play anymore.
Oh, wow. That was a good game to start off, huh?
Certainly a great showcase for this new technology coming from that Assassin's Creed Supplemental Universes Beyond set. 4 copies of Yggdrasil in the deck. We're going to get a look at that in here in just a moment. But before we do that, let's take a look at Robert Hayes, what he can do about it. And what a showcase for the Through the Breach deck. So here's Robert Hayes and his Grinding Breach deck. Let's take a quick look, of course, at the sideboard. We got 1 copy of Beseiju Who Endures, 4 copies of Consign to Memory, 1 Fire Spout, 1 Flame of Anor, 1 Jace Wielder of Mysteries, 1 Mystical Dispute, 3 Nature's Claim, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Spell Pierce, and 1 Unholy Heat. What do you like here against the Through the Breach deck?
Yeah, Robert definitely has some bangers here. 4 copies of Consign to Memory. This is just a slam dunk against these Eldrazi decks. And what's important about Consign, it not only counters, stuff like Yggdrasil, Chalice of the Void, all of these things, it also importantly counters the trigger. So yes, Consign to Memory can't counter like a Through the Breach on an Emrakul, but it can counter the Emrakul trigger. Then say Robert can just tank a 15 hit, untap, and then be able to combo kill. Nature's Claim, a card that probably wants to come in. Not great if Mason deploys Chalice on 1, but can stop something like a Yggdrasil or something along those lines.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. And with the Yggdrasil and all that stuff going on, there's a lot more emphasis on the color spells and the artifacts as far as things you're actually casting, putting in play. A lot more, some of the weakness, I guess, that you get at this over just Through the Breach, which is an instant. Well, speaking of, let's take a look at Mason Grody and the Is It Breach deck he's taken to a 5-0 start. Get a look at this spicy meatball. And of course, the sideboard is what we're going to be looking at. We got 2 additional copies of Chalice of the Void that will match the main deck 2 copies. We have 4 Consigned to Memory, 3 Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Kozilek's Return, 2 Meltdown, and 2 Mystical Dispute. What do you like here?
Yeah, Mason's probably going to want to look towards the Meltdowns here. Very good at cleaning up a couple of extra leftover Moxen on the battlefield, and notably good at killing the Urza's Saga plan if Robert decides to go towards that. Other than that, Mystical Dispute, there's a couple of cantrips, but you probably don't want to go towards that. Chalice of the Void, we saw it in game 1, didn't do a ton against Robert Hayes. Mason might want to go towards more copies of those. Maybe there's like a post-board plan where he wants to deploy it on 0 and maybe buy a little bit of time and force Robert to answer that before he can combo off. The Grafdigger's Cages do stop Underworld Breach, so maybe that's something that Mason wants as well. And past that, I think really just the Meltdowns, the Cages, and maybe the Chalices.
Yeah, a lot to like there from Mason Grody's side. And notably, a lot of the stuff he's bringing in is artifacts. So it seems like Robert Hayes should theoretically have the tools to fight back. We have a lot of artifacts and enchantment destruction going on. And assuming that's the direction that Mason's going to go, you would think Robert Hayes is going to improve quite a bit in the sideboard matchup. But, Chalice of 1 stops all those Nature's Claims. That's kind of awkward. So you're going to need your Consigns, your Nature's Claim to line up quite nicely as these players are taking a look at their opening hands for game number 2.
Yeah, Chalice on 0 is an interesting one too, because the way the Breach combo works is you do have to go loop through a bunch of zeros if it's, whether it's whatever 0 you have, whether it's Bauble, Amber, or Opal. So if you have a Chalice on 0, because those can't resolve, you actually can't go through the grinding station loop. So, now not necessarily Robert has to care about it in the early turns, right, in terms of setup. It's more powerful when Mason's on the play, because Robert can say deploy, an Amber, an Opal, a land, and an Emery, and then maybe even a Tameo after that. So Chalice on 0, much better on the play for Mason, but maybe on the draw just as a way to buy a little bit of time is something that he wants to go towards as well.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Do you like Tamio in this matchup? I mean, it seems like it might not really be what this matchup's about. And it's like a 1 if we're going to try to power out chalices on 1s. Maybe it gets caught there. But you need it for Amber, right? To make mana. There's like some of that tension going on.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I would guess you maybe would more likely want it on the play than the draw because you have a little bit of time to kind of crack those baubles and flip it before Mason can start to get going. But I would guess on the draw, maybe it's a little bit worse here for Robert as we see a labyrinth and a
Oof.
chalice. Now, is it for 0 or 1? Looks like 0.
Yeah, I didn't see any mana tapped, which, seems to indicate it would be for 0. He's responding here. Can't tell if we're going to be consigning. I mean, Nature's Claims work. That's the good news. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and get rid of it. Doesn't matter. 1, 0, 2. If he has another one, we can still cast that. But the consigned memory is going to cast. Go ahead and counter the Chalice of the Void. A good exchange there for Robert. And one of the advantages to being on the play, right, is you can hold up consign and catch that any turn 1 chalices that might come down. Not true if Mason's on the play.
Yeah, you see Robert maybe slow rolled the zeros for a little bit, and he's like, nah, you're not going to get me this time, Mason. And
oh, wow. And
fires
it comes
off.
up huge immediately. So really heads up from Robert getting those out of the hand. Just here's Chalice on 0, and that one's going to work.
Yeah, Robert could see the top card at the library. He knew Mason was going to draw another chalice. But, very heads up play here for Robert. One other thing that's worth noting here is chalice on 1 versus consign. The replicate mechanic gets around chalice. So say you have, a couple of mana. You can actually fight through a chalice on 1 with replicating consign because the copies don't get countered by chalice. So that is something that may or may not come up here. And we'll see if Mason maybe has another turn 2 Yggdrasil. Maybe this game's just over on turn 3. Teamer Breach, turn 3 combo deck. Well, looks like this is a Breach is maybe also a turn 3 deck.
Yeah, that'd be wild. I mean, I think, oh, wow. Yeah, here it is. We have Yggdrasil already ready to go. After multiple chalices, a great hand here for Mason. And, lining things up nicely. Robert doesn't have a lot going yet. But, of course, I mean, the card Underworld Breach can really get started out of nowhere. Nature's Claim is going to really slow down Mason. Don't think you want to exile anything in response or anything crazy like that. I can't imagine a reason to do that. But
I guess the one reason would be if you wanted some fuel for a later Ulamog. Like, if Mason has Breach Ulamog in his hand, he does kind of want something exiled for the Ulamog. So there's maybe a reason to do it, but Mason choosing to not do that here.
Sure. Okay. And just a land and go. A little bit of back and forth draw go. These players interacting a lot with each other. Well, in the ways that Is It Breach, I guess, does interact, which is chalices, which is not interaction, but you know what? You get the point. There's a lot of exchanging of the cards that slow each other down. Not a lot of the primary game plan stuff going on for either of these players. Now, there were some mulligans. So, Robert Hayes, 2 cards in hand. Mason Grody, 2 cards in hand as well. Shifting Woodland looks like added for Robert Hayes. Doesn't do anything yet, but can do some tricky stuff later.
I think Robert's got a Breach. I think he's got a Breach in hand, and he's maybe thinking about. I don't think there's enough cards in the graveyard. I know there's a fetch, a consign, and a claim. I don't know if he can go Breach and then exile enough to claim the chalice. Not even sure if that's what he wants.
Yeah, is that even good? I don't. I mean, maybe it is. You do need your zeros to work if you want your Breach to be a combo. So the Breach is effectively shut off right now, kind of by chalice on zeros. So maybe it's worth it to expend the first one, trying to get the second one to work a little bit better. Bobble's the other card is another reason to do it.
Well, and I think, the thing is, I think there's only 3 cards in the graveyard right now, so the Bobble would be the 4th. So you'd have to go Bobble, get it countered, Breach, exile 3, claim the chalice. You'd have no cards in hand. But yeah, you mentioned, so the chalice not only shuts off the Breach combo, it also shuts off the value breaches, because one of Robert's best, value breach turns is just fill up the graveyard, Breach, and Bobble a bunch of times, but that's also shut off by chalice. So this Breach, not like you mentioned, not really doing a ton here in the face of this chalice.
Yeah, it's an awkward hand to say the least. And it's kind of funny because I don't even think we have a win or anything really close to it, even if all those cards did work. So Robert really needs a lot of help. Whereas Mason, I mean, the cool thing about this Is It Breach deck is if things aren't going your way, you can just make some mana and eventually cast a giant creature. That's what he's doing. We're deploying creativity, the Talisman of Creativity. We got 2 Eldrazi from the Kozilek's command on Instep. We're making a ton of mana, and we have a Null Drifter on dial-up with Ugin's Labyrinth. We got a lot still going on in Mason's corner, even though he's not really working with a lot of resources.
Yeah, he's got enough mana next turn. Just go end of turn, Labyrinth, pick up the Null Drifter, 4 lands, the Talisman, and 2 spawns. That's 7 mana for the Null Drifter. And that's, like you mentioned, a really powerful aspect of this Breach deck, is it not only has these really fast Yggdrasil and Through the Breach draws, but it also gets to play 8 Soul lands. So
Yeah.
you kind of like have this alternative game plan where if your opponent is fighting on the stack and trying to counter your Breaches and your Yggdrasils, well, you can just start casting Null Drifters, and it doesn't really matter if they counter those because you're getting value out of them regardless.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it just gets stuff going for you, and
Yep.
that's really the I guess the genius of this deck in its current construction. You know, traditionally old versions back in my day of the Through the Breach deck were like more prison decks, kind of like what's going on here with the Chalices, but you did it with Blood Moon. And you would like, you know, just kind of sit around and eventually try to assemble Through the Breach plus Emrakul, like Nahiri, the Harbinger kind of added to that mix a little bit. But for the most part, they were just like really anemic because they didn't have any kind of synergy between its plans. If things don't go your way, you need a lot to rebuild. Whereas that's not really true of this deck. And that's really, I think, where it starts to shine as a real competitor in this format, especially now that the dust is settled with all of the bans and unbans that are going on. This deck looks to be very real. And Yggdrasil, I mean, we've already seen that card be an incredible threat. And here's a great backup plan. Here you go. Bam. Here's this thing.
And I mean, the Annihilator 1, don't scoff at that. That's going to end this game pretty quickly. Robert's going to, lose a lot of those permanents. And again, in combination with that Chalice on 0, even that Breach in hand, as we said earlier, just not really going to do much here for Robert. About a Breach and a Bauble. I think he picked up another Bauble and an Emery. So I believe the leftovers right now are double Bauble and Breach, which not really doing a lot here. Now, the Emery does turn on Breach a little bit, so maybe can spike something off of this and kind of cook a little bit. Nah, not really, though, because if you cast the Breach, you have no mana left over.
We have Amber now, right?
Oh, the Amber, right. Okay.
Yeah, the Amber's online now that we got Emery. So that'll let you get that going.
Okay.
But then I think we do still run out of mana. But we can get Bauble going, I think. We can at least get like a Bauble or 2 post-claim. And maybe that's okay. We'll see. I mean, Robert Hayes is going that direction.
Using Breach as a way to kill Chalice, draw a card, and maybe like Robert has nothing going on. He kind of feels like he maybe has to do this.
Right, yeah, it's like you can't just sit there like you mentioned and just take hits from this Annihilator thing. Like you can take 4 on the Dome for a couple turns, but Annihilator 1, I mean, that's pretty problematic. That's going to start to chip away at the resources that you need to actually have a combo turn at all. And I mean, yeah, calling that out. So this is a really important part of this card because you could just take some hits otherwise. If it was just a 4/4, I don't think you necessarily have to play this like this.
Right. Yeah, and there's the Bauble. So I think there is 4 cards in the graveyard currently. Two Baubles, right? So those will both get sacked, and then 4, 5, 6. You can play 1 more of those Baubles. So Robert will get 3 more cards next turn, and I mean, Robert's still has some stuff going on. Got an Emery and a Bauble going, so gonna look at 3 fresh cards next turn.
It's better than a Bauble if you're gonna go for one
that's
of them,
fair.
right?
Yeah,
so there we go.
It's a card either way, but it digs you a little bit closer to ideally the second Breach, because now Robert is kind of at a spot where he wants to probably find a second one too.
It'll be third because I think we build one over and have already exiled one, so that'll be Breach number 3. So we do have to do some digging, but Mox Opal being online thanks to being able to finally deploy these Baubles is a big deal. So we'll see if he decides to leave one in play, keep that mana going. Not usually a horribly mana hungry deck is this Grinding Breach, but it can be on its combo turns for sure. Turns like this one.
Yeah, especially once you get Woodland going, like you do need to get to a certain amount of mana for that. Which now there's Sorcery Artifact in the graveyard. The enchantment will be the 3rd type. So if Robert can find a fetch land, that Woodland is now online, and that could be another copy of Breach. So may not even need to find a Breach. Kind of already has one in rotation.
That's true. Yeah. And there we go. The Breach can be sacrificed to itself. Funny, in all the other formats I've played with Underworld Breach, we kind of regard that text as flavor text. But in Modern, more often than not, I mean, you just use Baubles to just kind of draw a bunch of cards or have like little middling turns to catch up, like we see Robert Hayes having. And we mentioned he needed a lot to get, really get back in this game. And that Underworld Breach turn, I think, could be it.
Actually,
the Null Drifter.
The Null Drifter is going to turn on Delirium for Robert. He can just sack a land. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's lining up.
Sure. That's cute.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Get that going. Thank you. Now, of course, that is one less mana that Robert has access to next turn, and Mason has no shortage of that. We'll see if he has anything else big to deploy to join the Null Drifter and try to get this game over with before Robert can deploy all the resources. It's Yggdrasil. Okay. Nothing in the yard right now, but we can have a great Emrakul turn like last time. Just exile top 3 Emrakul. Have a nice day. See ya later.
Yeah, so trying to think of what Robert needs here to kill. So he has 4 mana in play with the Woodland copying Breach, right? So he really just needs 2 mana and a station. And I believe that would be enough. Now, I don't know if he picked up a land. There's no opals in the graveyard, right? It's Bauble,
It's just
land,
Bobble,
Breach,
Land Breach,
Preordain.
Preordain, right?
Yeah, so no
And
mana in the
you need to
graveyard.
use Emery to get Bobble back to get your Mox Opal to work. Or if you have, obviously, if you have Grinding Station already in hand, that can be artifact number 3. But I mean, right now the Opal's turned off, and that means you can't really mill over Grinding Station and use Emery to rebuy it. That can't be a plan this turn.
Yep.
Without another artifact, we do have a Consign. Looks like in hand. I could buy a turn, something maybe.
Yeah, that could maybe consign the Yggdrasil trigger. Like if Mason exiles a big thing end of turn, goes for that next turn, Robert could use the consign to just buy a turn off of that. And just really needs to find that grinding station. That's really, I think, all he's missing at this point. I think it's consign, spell pierce, Beseiju.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you could definitely live another turn, because if he hits a monster here, you could just Beseiju the Yggdrasil, get that out of here. If he doesn't hit a monster, then whatever, we don't care. Okay, great. That's awesome. So now we get to keep that in the chamber. You have to sack something still to the Null Drifter. That Annihilator 1 is going to start to actually matter quite a bit, chipping away at the permanence that Robert's working with. But for the most part, I don't think you're in danger necessarily of dying right now for any reason. So we're going to Bobble still on his own instep after the exile happens. So he's going to get the card on Mason's upkeep.
Yeah, one thing you brought up, a turn and a half ago is the Breach deck is not usually a deck that is super mana hungry, but in this specific instance, needing 4 for the Woodland and 2 for Grinding Station, Robert really needs a lot of his mana sources. And, if you sack a land, that's 1 less for the Woodland. If you sack the Emery, the Amber is down. So really, either way, Robert has to go down a mana source here.
Yeah, and I think that's the actual decision, right? Is you have to decide, do I want to try to go the Shifting Woodland direction, or do I want to go find another Breach for my deck? And that'll kind of be dictated by what he chooses to sacrifice to the Annihilator. As we're going to go ahead and exile the top card again. Some mind games going on here. Did we exile an upkeep after Robert saw the card, just so that your draw wasn't known? That's cute. I like what's going on there.
A little fresh draw.
Yeah. Oh, he saw what it is. I don't want him to know. Get that out of here.
Not giving up anything. I love it. You like to see it. No free information here for Robert.
At least ask him if it's a good card first. Like, hey,
yeah,
sure. Good? Like, should I be getting rid of this? Like,
just staring for a little bit.
Yeah. Love it. Another land for Mason. No monsters, and I think we hit a Devourer of Destiny off the upkeep exile. So that's something that's on lock next turn, as Robert Hayes' life total is getting very low. There's Beseiju going to go ahead and stop playing games with the Yggdrasil. Get that out of here.
Yeah, but this Null Drifter is really starting to do some work on Robert Hayes. The Shifting Woodland is a good way to copy the Breach, but it's I don't think there's more mana sources in that. I think it's just all reactive cards. There's the Pierce and the Consign. I didn't quite get to look and see what was drawn off the Bauble. I don't think it was a Grinding Station.
It's kind of awkward too with this deck. When you talk about sideboarding with combo decks, especially sideboarding in interactive cards to stop what's on the other side of the table, you talk a little bit about over diluting your deck with interaction. I don't necessarily know that Robert Hayes has done that, but he has drawn a lot of different interactive cards, which speaks to me as like, maybe, okay, you thought you're going to be able to grind here, and that may not necessarily be the case, as Annihilator is chipping away at what you got going on, just drawing all these reactive cards a little late to the party for what's going on the table.
Yeah, there's definitely some tension in post-board games with the Breach deck where if you expect your opponent to have a lot of, like, an extreme amount of sideboard hate, which some people do, then you can kind of tailor your post-board deck list to be a little bit different against, like, you can play a little bit of a longer game. Some people, I think Edgar from the Canadian RC had a Life from the Loam. Some people have these other kind of, like, I've seen expressive iteration in sideboards. So they have ways to play longer games and trim on the combo. But if the game goes long, you would expect the Emrakul, Null Drifter, Devourer of Destiny deck to like be able to sort of fight through a lot of that kind of stuff. So that like you mentioned, that it seems like that's what Robert's done, but not kind of working out super well for him here.
Yeah, I mean, answering the 2 chalices, I don't want to, disparaging that. Answering those 2 chalices early was important for the context of this game and getting to still be playing at this point and not just dead to what's going on. But as we're sitting here taking draw steps and drawing interactive cards, I'm sure it does not feel good. And Robert Hayes, very aware of that, did pick up a Grinding Station there.
Okay, so now the question is, do we have enough mana? Because we have the Woodlands with the Breach in the graveyard, and we have Station. So right now, the Amber is not on, or the Opal is not online, rather, excuse me. But you can play a Bauble from the graveyard to turn on the Opal. That would be 5 mana. So from my count, it's 1 short, unless there was an
I think
Amber
there's
or
an
an
amber in
Opal
his
milled.
hand. So is that
Okay,
enough? Are we good?
that would be 6.
Is that lethal?
I think it should be, with the Emery already
Okay.
in play.
Yeah, we got Emery in play. Looks like we might have done it. All right. Well, I guess we're about to find out as Robert Hayes is reaching for mana. Seems confident. Here's Grinding Station. That does turn on the Mox Opal.
Yeah,
Here's
there's the
Amber
Amber.
number 2. And
So
there's
4
the
mana
Shifting
Woodland.
Woodland.
Yeah, and ask Mason, what do you got? Do you have an
Take a
answer,
breach.
Mason?
Mason nodding his head. I don't.
Taking a look at the graveyard.
All right. So now that Shifting Woodland is an Underworld Breach. So that's active. That's done. And now we're going to go ahead and Grinding Station away a 0. I think we're shortcutting.
Mason's just looking through the deck list to see what the win condition is, and I believe we're going to game 3 here in just a second.
Yeah. Wow. All right. So, we were sitting there talking about, did we ever doing that? Well, Robert found all the pieces he needed. And really, I want to highlight how well Robert played, really playing towards the Shifting Woodland path as he's getting attacked by this Null Drifter, That's something you really needed to be thinking about, is maintaining enough mana, that critical mass of mana you needed in order to make that work. Came up huge there on the final turn of the game. He had exactly enough mana with the Mox Amber in play. Did an awesome job setting himself up to have a chance in that game and obviously ultimately win that game.
Yeah, that was a fantastic display. Mason had a pretty good start, had the Chalice early, had the Yggdrasil, a little bit later on, didn't find too much off of that. And took a couple of hits from that Null Drifter, was able to kind of use the consigns and all those sideboard cards. So, like you mentioned, maybe we thought that Robert over sideboarded a little bit, but seemed to work out pretty well. So we'll see what these players elect to do for game number 3.
Well, as these players, I see them doing a little bit of sideboard. Let's take a quick look at the sideboards one more time as these players are shuffling up. Like I said, I think they're making some changes. So some play draw changes are really what I want to highlight here. You mentioned Tamiyo's, and that's something I want to talk about here because we talked about it very little bit. Tamiyo on the play versus draw. So do you want to start to sideboard some of these out now here for game number 3 as Mason Grody is going to be on the play from Robert Hayes and the Grinding Breach deck that you have in front of you?
See, I feel like if you're from Robert's perspective, right, from the cards that we saw that game, he seemed to have, a lot more of the interaction in the post board. And I feel like the Tamios get better the more interaction that you have, because for my money, Tamiyo is probably like, it is the best in those sort of lower, or not lower resource games, but in those sort of grindier games that go quite a long time, because the ultimate is a real threat. So if you can go, it is certainly, better on the play versus draw, because you want to go, turn 1 Tamiyo, back it up, untap with it, protect it, do on that, all that kind of stuff. So maybe it's a little bit worse in the draw, but even then, I still think he probably wants them if he's going to have this much interaction post board.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's really what I wanted to highlight, is after seeing how much interaction was in the deck, having a Tamiyo there, if your plan is just answer Chalice no matter what always, then actually just putting Tamiyo in your deck's fine. Don't try to sidestep the Chalice. Just try to be like, okay, I'm going to beat the Chalice. I need to be able to recover afterwards. I think that's a really, really well put analysis, and that makes a lot of sense to me. Now, here's the kind of the nightmare, right? Chalice in the play.
Yeah, speaking of play versus draw, I mean, you saw what happened game 1, or game 2 rather, excuse me, where Mason was on the draw, like Robert was in the play. I think, played land go. Mason had, land Chalice for 0. Robert had the counter spell, and then untap, and Robert immediately deployed the zeros. But here, because Mason's in the play, Robert doesn't have that opportunity. So, Robert's really going to need to find a copy of that Nature's Claim, or all those zeros are going to remain stuck in hand.
Right, which makes a lot of sense. And I think choosing Nature's Claim from Robert Hayes' sideboard decision, we talked a little bit about at the initial sideboard discussion. I think it makes a lot of sense as far as you expect people to put Chalice on 0 against you. So therefore, you don't have to worry about Nature's Claim being caught by Chalice. It's just going to work. But then, of course, that starts this leveling game where against decks that can put Chalice on 1 on turn 1, maybe they do that first, and then they can have a follow-up. And, that's kind of a little bit of a mind game you can do with the Chalices, assuming you have multiple of them. But I think it's very clear Mason has all 4 in his deck, as nothing on turn 2 for Robert, or really Mason, huh?
Yeah, and like you mentioned, with Mason having those Ugin's Labyrinths, he does have the ability to do that. In the hands where he has 2 Chalices, maybe can deploy one as protection on one, and then, deploy that second one. But yeah, nothing going on here for both players. As a preordain for Robert Mason, no Yggdrasil already sort of set up here. Now, as far as plays that Mason has available here, I mean, I think the big one, which we haven't really touched on too much, is Kozilek's Command. I don't know if we can get this card up on screen for people who may not have seen this card before, but it is a lot. And I think is as far as the Eldrazi versus Breach matchup goes, as well, now I look like a fool. Mason didn't cast it. This is probably one of the single most important cards because it can kill Emery, can kill Tameo, it can mess up with the graveyard for Breach turns, it can mess up with the graveyard for Shifting Woodland. Just does so many things in this matchup.
Yeah, it's really, I think this is one of the matchups where, and I like you highlighting that for exactly that reason, is even if he had one, maybe he doesn't cast it there, just because it is one of the most important cards for answering the graveyard. Like this might be the matchup where you use that mode the most. I don't know if Goryo's Vengeance, people are still trying to do that, but outside of some really dedicated reanimator stuff, that exiling cards from the graveyard, this is one of the matchup where that matters the most, and it can be a game winner, assuming, you have a turn like what happened there at the end of game 2, where Robert really had to extend all the mana to make it happen. Maybe that makes it good enough there. In order to just kind of let you steal a game that was otherwise completely lost. Not anything from these players. Really not mana,
no lands,
creatures,
nothing. What's going on? What did we keep? I wonder, I mean, I can't imagine Mason has the command at this point, because you would imagine if he had it, he probably would have fired it off, especially after missing those couple of land drops. So
right.
Mason's hand is probably, I would say, Eldrazi and maybe Through the Breaches. And there is a Yggdrasil. You got to expect the counter spell.
I can't imagine that's resolving. Robert's not casting anything. There's no shot that's resolving. Whatever. Got to cast your spells. And here, even if it did resolve, I have this little bugger. Get that out of here. Artifacts not going to be the path. And this might be the finally time for the Izzet Breach deck to show its Breach off. This might be a game where Mason's really gonna need Through the Breach itself, because these artifacts do not look like they're going to be working anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to Robert's sideboard, right? 4 Consigned to Memory, 3 Nature's Claim, right? All that stuff is really good against Yggdrasil, really good against a lot of those plans, but none of that stuff touches Through the Breach. So if Mason can find that card and maybe has it in his hand, maybe he's looking for something like an Ugin's Labyrinth, or if a Labyrinth comes off the top, we could maybe see a Through the Breach on the stack this turn.
Right, and that's the power, right? Even though Mason looks like he's very behind right now, and it may not look like the future artifact stuff's going to work, you can still just win out of nowhere, and that's really the power of the card Through the Breach. It's just a plan on its own, basically, as long as you have big monsters in your deck, and Mason has no shortage of big monsters.
Yeah, we talk about kind of like the popular modern decks over the past month or so, ever since the RCs, or since last week, and it's been a lot of Breach, a lot of the Team Eldrazi deck. Ooh, that's a nice little meltdown.
That's a nice meltdown right there.
I really do like this choice here for Mason. I think it's a pretty good metagame call, because you are faster against the Breach decks, and you have a pretty significant advantage in the Eldrazi mirror because you just slam it through the Breach. So I think it's a pretty heads-up metagame call here for Mason.
Whatever it takes to put Meltdown in your Chalice of the Void deck, I don't have it, but nods to him because he just lined it up perfectly and played around.
Well, I mean, you wait for them to kill the Chalice and then you cast the Meltdown. It's
so easy.
Genius.
It's just that easy. Anyway, finish your previous thought.
Oh, no, that was it. Great
Okay.
metagame call from Mason. I think it's pretty good in these kinds of matchups where typically the Eldrazi deck is weaker to combo decks and things like that. But Through the Breach says, turn 3, you're just going to die.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's about turn 1,000,000, and
not this
player
game
is dead. Yeah, but it might be dead now. God. There is Underworld Breach. I see a grinding station in the graveyard as well as a Mox Opal. So we did blow up the artifacts. This Emery is summoning sick. A lot of cards in the graveyard.
Do we have a second Opal?
I don't know. I can't see. I can't take a look at Robert's hand. If we do, I think we're cooking, right? Where that's just game because we can make mana each time.
Or an Amber.
To make the grinding station. But right now, it does not look like lethal.
I would have
what
to
if Mason
assume...
had a Kozilek's Command here and just could get one card? That would be gas.
Get the Opal?
Yeah. Oh, I Opal or grinding station, right? You just get one of those two. Doesn't really matter which one.
Yeah, so there is Opal and station, but I don't know how Robert's getting the second mana.
There's an Amber too, right? Is there an Amber tucked in there? I think there might be. Yeah, we blew up an Amber and an Opal with the Meltdown. That's what happened.
Oh, right, with the Meltdown. Okay. We're just going to, okay.
So then we have 2 mana, and then we're cooking. And then we have 3 artifacts. We already have 3 artifacts because Haywire Mike got to stay and play. He's reaching for mana. That's on the stack. Do we have the command?
Yeah, Command Exile Station would, I think, do it, right? Because then you can go Amber. You let
Well, then
Robert
he
cast the
bobbles a
Amber.
million times. It's not like it wins you. Oh, we have it. Let's
Yeah.
go.
All right, not
Yeah, I'm gonna
dead.
go up to the station.
And that is good. But like you mentioned, yeah, now Robert can kind of just pivot a little bit. And I don't know how many cards are left over in the graveyard. Looks like 7, I think. So this might be a draw 2 off of the bobble.
Yeah, and there you go. You can look at Kozilek's command. Got to use that mode like we were talking about. This is kind of what he was setting it up for. Not clear how long he had that Kozilek's command, but does matter here. Otherwise, I think he was just dead without this Kozilek's command. So that keeps him alive. Now, is it enough to win the game? We'll find out here in a little bit. But yeah, like you said, I think we just pivot here. Can we make enough mana to like Jace Wielder of Mysteries in any way? I don't think we can. It's just Bobble City here, right?
You got 2 right now. I don't think Robert has a land in his hand. I think the leftovers in hand are Breach, Rumble, Consign, which is, to be fair, a pretty good 3-card hand here for Robert.
Yeah, it's not weak. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Having a backup Breach already dialed up makes this play here pretty safe, but it is a little awkward. I think we see that here as Robert's really thinking about the best path forward. Do I cast the Rumble with the mana I have available and just say, okay, I'm doing a setup turn, put more cards in the yard, maybe get another bobble out of it, and really just plan to draw, or can I do something better? And I think that's the conversation. And of course, hold up, Consign.
I didn't even see this play.
Trigger. All right.
Oh, baby, this is a very heads-up play. So Robert is, with the Underworld Breach trigger on the stack in the end phase, consigning the Breach trigger. And what that means is now the Breach is available, excuse me, on Mason's turn to have that consign or Spell Pierce up. And the reason that's huge is because we talked about through the Breach, Robert had a consign in his hand, but didn't have Spell Pierce in his hand. So he needed the Breach on the turn to be able to hold up the Spell Pierce. What a heads-up play here for Robert.
Yeah, I mean, he was, once again, just in a lot of trouble if he doesn't have this Spell Pierce. And yeah, that's just going to happen. And Mason's hand is just all monsters.
Yeah, unbelievable line.
I wonder why Mason actually jammed it. You could just wait a turn and the Breach is going to be sacrificed again at the end step, right? Yeah, there it goes.
He might have a second through the Breach in hand. I didn't quite get a good look at Mason's hand. But I would assume if you're jamming there, you probably have a second one in hand to like bait, just make Robert do something this turn. Although I guess if you just pass, Robert doesn't have a spell to cast on end phase. So yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, taxing the cards in the graveyard could matter too, especially if there's a backup Breach involved. Like, I think just actually getting 3 cards out could matter here because he needs a lot of help already to rebuild for a kill Breach turn. And you might just have plenty of other ways to get monsters in play. But that through the Breach seemed pretty valuable to me. I'm interested to see how this is going to play out from here as Malevolent Rumble. I mean, this card, I think the gig's been up on this one for a long time. For people that weren't paying attention, this card didn't get weaker with the banning of the One Ring and Amped Raptor and all those things. It's still very, very strong and here to stay. Kind of the unsung hero. There's a lot of those coming around, right? These unsung heroes of MH3. Everybody talks about Nadu, talk about Amped Raptor and Oscillate Pride and all those guys. But some of these other cards that are kind of on the fringes are really strong. Malevolent Rumble among the mix as far as gluing together this Underworld Breach deck. Quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that the Rumble is so good is it effectively only costs 1 mana, right? You're paying 2 mana the turn that you play it, and you're getting the mana back from the spawn token. So, if you effectively say 1 mana, fixing spell that puts cards into your graveyard, the decks that utilize it, like the Teamer Eldrazi deck, do stuff with Delirium. This Breach deck wants to fill the graveyard for Breach. So it just is an extremely important piece of a lot of these decks and really kind of just makes them tick, makes them sing. One other interesting part about the previous turn, if we go back there on why Mason, the turn that Mason jammed through the Breach into the Spell Pierce, if Mason passes, Robert can just say end phase, Breach trigger on the stack, consign it again, and then have the Breach again on Robert's next turn. Sure. So it kind of just has this infinite loop of Breach consigned, which I'll be honest with you, I've never seen before, but is really cool.
And hey,
he's doing it again.
So nice. Let's do it thrice or whatever. Here we go. So he's got it
combo?
Available again. Is this a combo? Not clear. It certainly looks strong. I'll say that. And a big player if you're going to be playing against these decks that have a bunch of colorless monsters. But it does tax the cards in your graveyard quite a bit. We're doing exactly what you said. We're going to go ahead and make sure we get to keep that into the next turn once again, as Mason can really only look on. Does not look happy about the way this game is played out.
My head is exploding right now. This is the first time I've ever seen like this loop kind of in this fashion, and this is wild. This Breach deck is kind of crazy.
I think it's really strong. The card Underworld Breach is not one I've spent a lot of my life betting against. I'll say that much.
It's good bets. Good bets.
It's a safe one. That one
Yeah.
that was pretty safe. As it looks like we're going to be Malevolent Rumbling again. You mentioned only costs 1 mana. In the case of Underworld Breach, also pays for itself as far as the escape cost goes. So you're going to see that start to matter here quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Robert can sort of just churn through his entire deck to find the grinding station, and that's really all we're missing at this point. Now, I was going to say there could be some weird wrinkle where, like, Robert mills over the fastest Oracle and Mason can K-command the Oracle, but you don't even really have a window to do that because Robert still has the Consign and the Pierce in the graveyard. So there's not really a good opportunity for Mason to ever go for a K-command as long as Robert just holds up a mana with that, assuming he keeps the Breach loop going.
Right. Yeah, and Robert being in this position, he's not going to make any kind of mistakes. I think like that, really tapping down out of this consign loop seems very familiar with what's going on there. And speaking of cards that pay for themselves, Emery, another one that kind of nets you a card in the yard by kind of cycling those back and forth. We could do that as well, but I think Rumble is the better way to go. You only want to reach for Emery if you run out of green mana, I guess.
Yeah, it does have the Opal left over. I don't know if he milled over a second Opal to like keep going for more green mana, but yeah, really just trying to find that grinding station. Now, one did get exiled earlier. Now, we talked about during sideboarding games where sometimes the Breach deck can shave on combo a little bit. I don't necessarily know if Robert cut any copies of grinding station, but that could be a possibility too.
Sure. Yeah. And if that's the case, then we actually have to do it this way, right? We have to mill our deck over manual mode with these like Malevolent Rumbles and Emery, like not really loops because you're gated on mana, but this little like synergy thing where you can just keep going and going as long as you have the mana for it. And then
hey, Wiremite's getting in there.
Oh yeah, we're almost back to 20.
Yeah. don't think that
a real
damage
draw.
is gonna matter too much. Is it though? There's Consign.
Yeah,
real-ish.
I don't know. Real-ish. There's not a lot of mana untapped here for Robert Hayes. So, like, is he going to counter this?
Yeah, probably I guess not. Robert only has 1 blue, so if he does the Consign on this, then he can't Consign to keep the Breach in place. So may actually want to just let this go. It's only a divination, so maybe Robert doesn't care too much.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. He might just have another Breach too at this point, though. It might be just all roads lead to Rome. Robert Hayes putting on a clinic here in game number 3 a little bit.
Yeah, this Breach loop is wild. I didn't really put 2 and 2 together, and I've never seen this happen before. But now that I've seen that the Breach deck is capable of this, I have even more respect for the Breach deck than I had before, which I did have quite a bit of it before.
So yeah, we did lose Breach, but there's another one already in hand, so nice. don't even care about that.
Yeah,
so sick.
We'll run it back.
Yeah, now really the concern, I think, if you're in Robert's seat, is how do you lose this game? What does it look like?
Disconnect?
Sure.
That's all I'm thinking at this point. I don't know. I guess Mason could like somehow sneak in through the Breach because you have Consign, but I believe the Spell Pierce is still in the graveyard. So long as you maybe can keep this Breach Spell Pierce loop going, then that might be good enough. And I believe this is going to be a Tameo flip too. So even more problems here for Mason.
Oh yeah. Here comes the Tameo flip. So we're going to be able to get that going here. A card that I kind of called out as potentially not being exciting. Now we got the Planeswalker back half. You mentioned the ultimate. That could be a fine path forward as well. You can get some cards going.
Well, see, the thing is, by this point, Robert has already gone through so many cards that the Tameo ultimate is like a draw 5.
Yeah, draw 4. Here we go.
Sweet. Fine,
Yeah, not the strongest. Can also return some of the like counter spells and stuff to hand. I think that is more likely to be the parts that matter. Is here comes backup Underworld Breach.
Yeah, sure. Right back. Trigger on the stack. End of turn. Consign. Let's keep it going, baby.
We're having so much fun. Are you having fun, Mason? Mason looks like he's having fun.
The Underworld Breach is just an emblem at this point. It's just we're going to deal with this for the entire game, whether you like it or not.
It is particularly defiant that they put like text on the card to make sure it dies, and that's still just keeping it in play. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it stays in play.
Yeah, the consigns really just add a whole new wrinkle to this deck and just allows it to have, like, when I was talking about during sideboarding, I wasn't necessarily sure like how well the grindy plan or the non-combo plan was going to be able to facilitate in kind of these kinds of matchups. But now, once you've kind of seen it in action with the whole breach consign stuff, like if you have that loop, your opponent kind of is really just, it's almost like a prison deck. They just get locked out of the game entirely. And you can just kind of, as long as you keep holding up this mana and keep going through this loop, you can kind of just win at your leisure.
Right, yeah, and really you talk about inevitability. That's what we're talking about here, is like which deck has inevitability. Well, in the history of Magic, the deck with Eldrazi in it typically has inevitability. Because as the game goes to infinity, you're in like hard cast Emrakul territory, and that's not the most beatable thing in the world. Well, in the case here of Robert, it's actually, fine. Okay, sure. Like, I'll just counter your extra turn, back to me.
Yeah.
Like you can really just keep doing this forever and stopping all of the mana. I mean, we're talking about consign over and over again. You can also just keep Flame of Anor. You can blow up all the artifacts. Like, you have a lot of options as far as making sure that Mason gets nothing going ever. And really that flips the script as far as who has inevitability, as far as who you would think, obviously the cast trigger Eldrazi's deck, that's got to have inevitability. Well, here, there's a convincing case that actually just Breach in this matchup post-board has inevitability as the game goes long.
Yeah. And I think Robert might be going for a kill this turn. I don't know what the library count is, but we're doing a lot of Emerying, and I think...
Yeah, that exile stack
there's
is
an
large.
Oracle.
I think we're close to the end here as far as cards in the deck, which means it'll be Thassa's Oracle time, and then Robert will be able to wrap it up. And really, that's the nice aspect. You can really win whenever he gets around to it. It's like, I don't know, I'll build enough mana eventually. I'll keep passing the turn, and you're going to keep looking at this every turn until this game is over. And of course, it's game number 3 here. Both these players 5-0, looking to really get their shot into the top 8. And of course, the loser still going to have a shot at the top 8, but it does get harder. The winner is going to be looking really, really nice to make the top 8. And so there's a lot on the line for these players, but I think the end of the road here for this match is coming about very quickly, as maybe the last of the library going to graveyard here. And yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
cards.
we saw
This can't fail.
Yeah, we saw the Oracle already got milled over. I can't imagine Robert exiled it. So presumably we just go Opal, Legend Rule, Oracle, and we will be moving on.
And what an improvement. I mean, we saw when we talked about sideboarding, we talked a lot, and that's because I think that's really what this match was about. You can speak to decks having a really bad game 1 and then improving a lot sideboard. Typically, that's not a great plan because, whatever, you need to win 2 in a row. In the case of this Breach deck, though, I mean, Robert got destroyed game 1. Yggdrasil did what it does, absolutely clobbered on turn 4. And now here in the sideboard games has just put on an absolute clinic with the massive amount of spells that he's had access to bring in for the sideboard in this matchup. And I think that really shows a genius deck building there.
So I don't know if there's any extra blue mana floating. I haven't really been keeping track of the floating mana for Robert, but if Mason has a consign, we can consign this Oracle trigger. Again, I don't know if Robert has mana floating, and
that would be no, he just pumped into his own Eldrazi. I love the class there from Mason. I'm sure there's something, whatever. We can just recast it again or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But either way, what a performance there from Robert Hayes, really demonstrating. Is it too early to start saying this? Why Mox Opal was a potentially questionable unban? I think there's this Breach deck was something that was already on the radar previously. We'd seen Jesse Robkin, someone very, obviously a grinder on our series, other players picking up as well, Corey Baumeister, Ross Merriam. These are people that were in my sphere, and we're talking a lot about this Breach deck for a long time and how powerful it is. Now with Mox Opal added to the mix and the One Ring gone, I mean, is this our new top contender? Is this Mox Opal card maybe a mistake to re-add? I don't know. Might be too early to call, but that was an impressive performance to me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's also interesting, too, because, a lot of people touted the Grinding Breach deck as one of the best One Ring decks. And with the banning of the One Ring, I think a lot of people kind of assumed that that deck was going to get taken down several notches because of that and lose its kind of plan B. But I don't know about you, Drake, but Consigned to Memory Underworld Breach looked like a pretty good plan B.
Yeah, that looked pretty nasty to me. It didn't look like the most beatable thing in the world for decks trying to cast spells that are colorless or spells that create triggered abilities in any way. So, we'll see. This is still very early in the format, and I don't want to start any kind of rhetoric, but I'll tell you, back in my day, and when we all have Canes now, it's all over. But back in my day, of the cards that were on the modern ban list and cards that were not added to the modern ban list quick enough, Mox Opal was high on that list. So, when it came back. I'm looking at the other stuff. I'm looking at Splinter Twin. That card is not playable. People are going to play it. It's not good. I'm
You're
looking
gonna get
at
some hate comments for that one.
That's fine. I deserve it. People were excited about it. Come on. It's been a decade. Like, we're done. Green Sun Zenith, there's some applications and all that stuff. But the 0 mana card is the one that I'm like, okay, are we sure about this? Are we sure? I don't know. We'll see.
I
We'll
mean,
see.
as somebody who played Affinity it was my first modern deck. I played it for about 4 years before Opal got banned. I tried a bunch of Affinity decks when Opal first got unbanned, and they really just they don't really hold up in 2025 and 2024 when they got unbanned. So, as much as I want that to be a thing, you really have to have a good reason to not play this breach deck.
Right, and exactly. And it's Mox Opal's a card you can always point to. Back in the KCI days, people often would kind of tout like, oh, you don't need to ban KCI, just ban Mox Opal and everything falls apart. Because Mox Opal just is that strong. It has been a pinnacle of the modern format really since its inception. Started with the Affinity decks, then kind of moved on into these KCI style decks. They banned KCI. Mox Opal was still around doing its thing with the Urza decks. And then, of course, eventually did eat a ban, and we were done with that. We're done with Mox Opal. And now that it's back, I mean, it really shows how much it just glues together some of these like mopey artifacts. Like, is anybody playing with Grinding Station in a serious context without 0 mana Moxen? No, they're not. The card's not good. And so when you get to add another Mox into the mix and you get to like start to put this breach deck back together again in a whole new modern landscape, now it's a completely different story from what it even was previously. And we'd seen it quite a bit on the NRG series. And now Robert Hayes at 6-0 after an impressive performance here in the booth with us. Congratulations on that. And what a performance there.
That was wild.
Yeah, so talk to me a little bit. This is something that Devin was just going on and on about. He'd never seen it before. He's so excited. Talk to me about this consign like loop to keep your breach in play. Have you done this before? Is this like a thing? That is wild to see.
That's the first time I've done that. So I was actually, it hadn't come up like in testing or anything really. It's just not something we really thought about, or at least I didn't think about. But I was talking to a friend in between rounds, actually before this round. And he was telling me that he got to do it for like a turn to keep up consign for a Kozilek's command or something on his opponent's turn. And I was looking at my board state, my cards in hand, and I'm like, I could just do this for a few turns, I guess.
A few turns, yeah.
But yeah, it was great. It was awesome. Would recommend.
One
interesting thing about the breach deck that me and Drake were talking about is the ability to kind of post board and transform into this more of a grindy sort of mid-range style that can shave on the combo. And I think being able to do the consigned breach is a big part of that. A big question was whether or not you were going to keep in Tamios because not sure if maybe Mason's deck is a little bit faster. But did you kind of like more kind of do that little bit of more mid-range approach than shave on the combo a little bit?
Yeah. So I cut a couple Emeries instead of a couple Tamios. I felt that Tamio was more consistent on like turn 1 and turned on Amber to be able to hold up Consign or Spell Pierce or anything that would have been relevant. I felt like I needed early turn, like land Amber. Emery doesn't let me hold up anything special for like a Chalice or anything that he might have. But land Amber Tamio lets me hold up interaction. The whole time I was thinking like if he had a second Chalice to put on 1, then I was gonna Nature's Claim and replicate the Consign to counter the trigger to get rid of the 0, because the 1 I can play through, but 0 is difficult. So there was a lot I was thinking about, but yeah, I was going through. In sideboarding, I like to transition to a more grindy mid-range deck that's got more just counter spells, just a pile of counter spells against that deck, and I just kind of treated it like Eldrazi, except I sided out. I didn't see any Karns game 1 or 2, so like I cut all the removal spells because I just need to kill them and not.
Makes sense to me.
So.
Yeah,
and that you did. Obviously, you're 6-0 now. You're looking good for top 8. So congratulations on that. I hope to see you a little bit more. And your take on Breach. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about kind of your approach as far as choosing the deck and your testing process. But I think we are short on time, and I don't want to keep you as we move on to round number 7. So we're going to catch up with you, of course, later, assuming you keep winning. But you look to be doing a very good job at exactly that. Congratulations on your run so far. We look forward to talking to you more, and good luck in the rest of the Swiss rounds.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Well, that was really sweet. I like I said, love to see it. Had not seen that angle of Breach before, and of course, his take on it looked to be really smart. Played very well. I imagine we're going to be seeing more of him, as I alluded to a little bit later. But we got to get things turned over here very quickly, as we're going to be taking a very short break, and we're going to be back with the penultimate round of Swiss, round number 7, here in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. We're here for round number 7 of our modern 10K showdown. I'm in the booth, Drake Sasser, alongside Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We're going to be bringing you the entire show the rest of the way. These last 2 rounds, Swiss, and of course, the entire top 8. So we're going to be watching, of course, the penultimate round, as players really do start to punch their ticket into top 8. And among these, we have a variety of players, a variety of decks, and a variety of records on the line. There is a lot to play for here in our first event of season 1 of our 2025 season. Something I do want to talk about here before we do dive in. I mentioned previously what we're going to be playing for and all the prizes and things in the line, but there's one thing I did not mention last round. That is, of course, all Showdown winners, of which this is one, receive a custom token by Inklin Customs. You can see some of the tokens there by some of our Showdown winners from last year. You see Theo, of course, his NRG token, Dom Harvey with all the man he's got going on. You see Nikachu finally getting a Merfolk token there, custom made there to play in all of his Merfolk decks, and all of the other winners there as well. Get your custom tokens. She does an awesome job. And this is part of course, what you get when you win a showdown. That includes the team showdown. So all 3 winners from the team showdown, should you win it, all get your own tokens. So you can kind of get something going on there as far as a synergy between what you're doing in your token and your team, what you guys are about. So I wanted to mention that as a part of the prizes. It's a very important part. And of course, we use those tokens here on coverage as well. And here we have a matchup with a little something old, little something new, and nothing blue. Talk to me about Jump Saga versus Boros Energy.
Well, if you were playing Modern in 2015 and you were cryogenically frozen and have just woken up in 2025, you might recognize cards like Tarmogoyf and Dark Confidant and Thoughtseize. Those are all here in this Jun Saga deck with a little bit of a new twist. Got some Nethergoyfs, some Bowmasters, a couple of Ragavans, and it is an Urza Saga deck with access to like Haywire Might, Nihil Spellbomb, and Shadow Spear. This is a deck that had a pretty good run in a recent regional championship in Prague, I believe, this past weekend, and made a little bit of a deep run. I think they made top 32, and playing against kind of the big bad, the Boros Energy deck. Although I guess maybe now Breach is the big bad. But
yeah, the old big bad.
Yeah, but this should be an interesting matchup. You have the Boros Energy deck, creature focused, playing a lot of 1-drops, and Jund, which is very good at killing creatures. So be very interesting to see how this matchup plays out. I would have to imagine, maybe you would take the Jund side of things, although it also kind of depends on how many Blood Moons Nathan has access to kind of shut off those sagas.
For sure. I think Blood Moon's going to be a big player. And ironically, here in game 1, I think Renin 6 is a big player too. I mean, Renin 6 was born to kill Ocelot Prides and Ragavans, right? And a card that hasn't really seen any play. There was a time not so long ago that players were clamoring to get Renin 6 banned. They wanted this card gone. They thought it was too strong and those 4-color elemental stuff. They chose to ban elementals instead. And now, I mean, really, this is the only place I've seen Renin 6 in quite a long time, as we are having a little discussion here. Looks like we did surveil a Ragavan to the graveyard and instep, untap and drew.
What are we thinking? Do we have too many
cards in hand? No. What do we? I don't know what the conversation here is about.
Yeah, now I'm confused. I don't know who was in the play. I didn't quite get a good look. I would assume Jamie was right.
Yeah, because the Renin 6 is at 4. Yeah, so we've already ticked it up.
Nathan would be on the draw, and he should have 7 cards.
Well, he's about to lose one. Here comes Thoughtseize. Talk to me. I'll tell you what, Jamie looks like a Jund guy. I'm about this. I was talking a little bit before the show. I am here. I want to see. I have a clear favorite. I know casters aren't supposed to have a favorite. I want to see creatures.
Drake, talk to me about that basic planes.
Horrific. That's all you need to know. Horrific.
All right. That's all. Here's a Felia.
We're gonna flash in Felia in response. Don't want that one taken. The leftovers are a lot of spells. Yeesh.
Yeah, and Felia's got a lot of good stuff to flicker here. You know, you see the Fable and the Seasoned Pyromancer in Nathan's hand. You can flicker a Johnny to get an extra token. You can flicker, even just with the Guide of Souls in play, getting extra energy and extra life off of the Guide of Souls. So, a lot of good stuff that Nathan can do with this Felia. And we'll have to see if Jamie has a kill spell. Presumably, you take one of the threes. Although maybe it's redundancy and maybe you want to leave him with both and just take the Ragavan so he can't dash that. Also, kind of depends on what Jamie has.
Yeah, I would be surprised. I mean, he has a Fatal Push and an Orcish Bowmasters in hand. It looks like those all cover all that pretty well. I think the question is, do you want to Fatal Push this Felia? Like, how scared are you now that you know everything's face up, right? And you know he has all these good targets to flicker. Do you want to just go ahead and kill that now, or do you want to try to be a little bit more mana efficient, going with Bowmasters and then line that up? Not clear. But Jamie, I think actually still in a pretty good spot. We still have Ren ticking up. We're going to hit all of our land drops and, of course, threaten to pick off any X1s that are left stranded. That, of course, could mean like Seasoned Pyromancer tokens, the Ragavan if it's chosen not to be dashed, which would be a surprising thing to me. But the Ren at 6 is under a little pressure next to this Galvanic Discharge. So we'll see. I mean, fetch, shock, go just to pick up your land makes me think that we're doing some Bowmaster stuff, but can at least make the decision later. See what Nathan draws.
So I think the reason that Jamie wanted the fetch shock is because, you know, maybe he wanted access to double red, but wanted to make sure he had a black source up to hold up Fatal Push on Nathan's turn. So he kind of has, you know, basically has everything covered, leave his options open. So now in Nathan's spot, you know, do you want to play around the Fatal Push and go for Seasoned Pyromancer? Although if you go for Seasoned Pyromancer and he has Orcish Bowmasters, then things get really tough.
Yeah, that's awkward because then your tokens just don't work, and that's a big reason why you wouldn't reach for the Seasoned Pyromancer. And here it comes.
This is gonna be tough.
Templated. Do you have to you have to flash in the Bowmasters now before any cards are discarded, right? So yeah, here we go. That's gonna happen now.
And the thing is, this is not a May. These are the season. So a lot of these types of effects are not Mays. The Seasoned Pyromancer is you have to draw and you have to discard, or I guess discard then draw. So this is going to be tough here. So this Bowmasters is going to get to a 3/3, presumably going to kill the Felia because that'll be no attacks here from Jamie, and then you'll have a Bowmasters and a 3/3 Orc army. And you know, Nathan does have Arena of Glory, can discard Flage and then set up for a hasty Flage next turn.
Sure, that's a great way to recover from this.
Yeah.
You're going to go ahead and bin that. Not the most face down thing. The Flage kind of, you know, having to be in the graveyard here. And then, of course, Arena of Glory gets to stay in hand. But something that I imagine would be on Jamie's radar, as you do see him kind of point towards the Felia. Going to pick that off. And one of the tokens as well. Yep. Great exchange there, thanks to Orcish Bowmasters. Another card that really has quieted down, I think, a lot in Modern. This deck full of just, like, classics that are, like, strong, but we don't really see anywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting because Orcish Bowmasters used to be a huge part of the format before the One Ring ban, obviously. And, you know, it really kind of fell out of favor right around when the ring got banned. But these Boros decks there was a period of time, like right around maybe early January, where the Boros decks were kind of sort of trying to gun for each other, and they were just adding more 3-drops to their deck. Fable the Mirror Breaker, Seasoned Pyromancer to be better in those, you know, energy mirrors. And the more Pyromancers and more Fables you have, the better Orcish Bowmaster becomes, and that is, you know, what Jamie is sort of taking advantage of here.
Yeah, and it looks quite good. Here comes some beatdowns from the Orcish army. Gonna beat down for 3. Did use the Ren to go ahead and pick off the last token. So these a lot of 1 damage effects. I think Nathan's gonna have to keep that in mind when sideboarding. Is, you know, what are these cards good against, and how much of these X1s? I mean, maybe the answer is you want all of them, but I would be surprised if that were the case. And Jamie drew another old classic Tarmogoyf. See if that one. Oh yeah, it's time.
Wait,
not in the token box any longer.
Did you say Tarmogoyf? I think you meant to say Scrounging Deathclaw.
That's not a Scrounging Deathclaw. That's a Tarmogoyf. I can read.
Well, that's what it says on my deck list, okay?
It just shows you the latest version or whatever.
Yeah.
Sick.
So,
you know, not playing with those.
Nathan does have the ability to go for this hasty Flage. Now, we know it's not good enough because there is a Fatal Push in Jamie's hand with that Verdant Catacombs up. But if you're in Jamie's spot, you know, what other alternatives do you have? You got a couple of discharges, but no energy. So I guess what you can do is you can go discharge the Bowmaster, bank 2, and then discharge the Renin 6 to clean up those 2. But then, I mean, you're facing down 8 power at 15
life. It's a lot of power and toughness left over. That's not great. I mean, you have some Flages to stymie some time. I mean, you don't know. The Fatal Push isn't face up, right? This is not something Nathan knows about.
No.
And also importantly, Nathan doesn't know about the saga that Jamie chose not to play, choosing to play the fetch land instead to respect exactly that Flage turn. Like, you know, obviously, oh, it's a saga deck. You want to get saga running. Well, I mean, if you choose to play fetch land instead, there's a reason. So he doesn't know about that either. So there's a lot of hidden information there that obviously there's potential for blowout. But Nathan, I think, choosing to spend a moment here to think about this a little longer, I think maybe speaks to, all right, you know, is there a better line? Is there anything else I even could do?
Right. Yeah. It's like even if I know that Jamie has the fatal push, does that matter? You know, like is my doubles just discharge turn good enough? And I think we're lining up 3 mana.
Okay, just a Flage.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, sure.
Does player on the push, so now you can go 3 to the glyph and then discharge. Yep.
Okay, I mean that reduces the pressure quite a bit.
Yeah, it gains you a little bit of life too. Now you can, you know, the Pyromancer can check down the Bowmaster. You're just taking 3 damage. And now you're in a spot where next turn, if you haste the Flage, and you know, honestly, I'm going to count the graveyard cards. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's actually a situation where if Nathan respects the Fatal Push, you could even just not haste the Flage. So then if Jamie goes to kill the Flage, you then have the arena unlocked for the next Flage.
Right, and of course you get to get all this time from the triggers still anyway. Otherwise, you're taking huge beatdowns from the monsters in play. That's no good. But you know, the Flage trigger that you get even when they get removed means that you get to spend a lot of time. And you know, even here we see Tarmogoyf. The classic, you know, exchange back in the day was Lightning Helix plus Lightning Bolt to take down a Tarmogoyf. You know, had to get that 2-for-1. Got to do it here in 2025, but being able to get that Flage in the yard is a very different card than Lightning Helix proper. As you know, a little bit of, like I said, a little new, but Tarmogoyf's still getting it done, but gonna need some follow-up. Used to see cards like Scavenging Ooze to clean up this kind of scenario. Let's see if we got any of that going on. We do not. Any graveyard hate at all?
There is one Nihil Spellbomb to get off of Saga.
Sure. Okay. I mean, we have a Saga.
Yeah.
Does put a clock on what's going on here.
Yeah, the thing is, by the time that the Saga can get the Spellbomb, Nathan can cast 2 Flages. So I'm very curious to see if we... Yeah, see, I guess here, because you have land 5, you probably just use the arena, force Jamie to have the Fatal Push, and then you still have enough left over to escape the second Flage, I believe, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I think it'd be 1 short.
Yeah, with the other Flage, right? Because they'll have to get Fatal Pushed. Sure,
that's fair. Yeah, I think you'll have exactly enough on the next turn.
Right. You just have to exile. You have to be okay exiling one of your Flages, which I think you are. I mean, whatever. You can't have 2 of them anyway. All
Imagine.
right, sure.
Imagine if that thing wasn't legendary.
I'm good. It's the Valakut mistake all over again. Talk to me.
All right, so Flage. Not sure if it's being hasted, but presumably Jamie's going to kill it anyways.
Yeah, I think you kill it no matter what. I don't know if that matters. And that, I mean, like you said, that might be a reason to not haste it. It just kind of needs to die no matter what, and so you can just make sure the last one has haste. Going after the Bowmasters instead of the token. It's
interesting, though, because if Nathan doesn't haste it here, Jamie can choose to not kill it now, wait until next turn to kill it in combat, so then Nathan can't haste the second one.
And that might be what he chooses to do, and it is. I'm very patient with this Fatal Push. I love it.
I love it.
Love this sequence from Jamie. So
heads up play. Yep. It's not going to take up to 2. Now, we mentioned the Nihil Spellbomb, so... Yeah, and I believe Nathan is currently 1 card short. But say if Nathan goes to combat, Jamie can crack the Catacombs, push the Flage. Then Nathan with 5 mana can go discharge, kill the Orc token. That's the extra card for then 4 mana for the Flage. So can still escape the Flage before Jamie gets to that Nihil Spellbomb.
It's so patient. I think a lot of players would be tempted here to just go ahead and push the Flage and then try to push a Ragavan dash to get that to connect. And really, I mean, like I said, part of this patience here is so key. And I think Nathan's onto it. I think he's kind of sniffed it out. And I think Jamie's doing a good job. So there's like a metagame here being played back and forth with these players where it's like, all right, here's an attack.
Didn't expect this.
Attack.
There is a Fatal Push in hand, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless it's a different art.
Okay, so hear me out. I wonder if Jamie's actually just okay with taking a big hit, and then with the Spellbomb next turn, he can then Flage and get both Flages. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
So we thought he was patient last turn. This is the definition.
This is unreal patience. I'm so impressed. And this is honestly, I mean, really to give Jamie a lot of props here. This is why I couldn't play Jund. I would have pushed this thing immediately. And you know what? There would be another Flage that I would have to deal with. And that might even just lose me the game. This might be a game winner. This might be a big difference here, just being able to get both in one spell bomb. And I just don't have it in me. Jamie does, and that's why he's doing so well with these old cards. As here is a Ajani.
Yeah, now this
Uriah.
So this one, poses a problem for Jamie. Now, I guess what you could do, well, you still have the Orc Army, so you can go
and Saga tokens.
Yeah, that's true. So you can go end of turn Saga token, float mana off of the Saga, get the Spell Bomb, revolt the push off of the Saga, pop the Spell Bomb, and then you can rend down the Cat token, and then if Nathan chooses to flip, you can then just attack it with the Orc Army token.
Sure.
Could do that as well.
You also have 2 Rens, right? Like we know about another backup Ren. It depends on how much you value the loyalty on there, and specifically also picking up your Saga next turn. There's some components here.
Yeah.
So there's the push, this patience with this Fatal Push. So impressive. And here comes a Construct. So we're going to do it all. Be very mana efficient here in the end step. Still a pretty healthy 8 for there being like 3 Flages or whatever cast. A lot of life points.
Yeah, and we go back to that, 2 turns ago, right, where Jamie decided not to cast that Fatal Push and was kind of just setting up for this whole thing where, Jamie realized that if I cast this Fatal Push now, Nathan's going to have a Flage in play before I get the Spell Bomb. So, the patience to take that big hit, and then now is going to get the Spell Bomb, and his reward is getting both Flages out of the graveyard, and that is a massive problem here for Jamie.
Yeah, incredible. And up to 3. Looks like we're going Construct mode. And then we get to go grab the Spell Bomb. Don't think there's really consideration to anything else.
No,
Yeah, there's the
God,
Spell
no.
Bomb.
Not at this point.
And
I believe Nathan's last leftover card is a 3rd Discharge, I think.
Right. And his timing on the discharge matters, right? Because now you already know face up that you can't do the attack down the Ajani thing. Your Orc Army's dead. So you have to think about the Ajani in a different context now, and that information's all face up. But he has another push.
Ooh, push Ren Ragavan. So now you could go, you know what you could even do is you could Ren. This is kind of a heads up play. Ren the token, see if he decides to flip. Well, no, if he does flip. Oh, okay. Interesting.
We have 3 artifacts.
Well, if Nathan's last card is discharged, we can kill one of the constructs that's attacking the Ajani. So we would actually keep the Ajani in play.
Yeah, you just kill the construct that is attacking Ajani. Here's a look at Ajani Nakadal Avenger. Can't activate this now. We are on the opponent's turn, but very powerful for its ability to make some tokens. We're dashing a Ragavan. Very lethal force threatened here against the Ajani. I think both are attacking the Ajani. There's a discharge going to go after the construct. Let's see if it is true.
So we should.
That is attacking Ajani, or is it attacking player?
I think player because.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say he wants to hold up the Fatal Push because you do have the Black Source to be able to use the Spell Bomb already. I'm very interested as to. I wonder what Jamie was holding the Fatal Push for because we could have pushed that Ajani.
Maybe you don't care about it. Like the 2/1 tokens don't matter, right? You just pick those off with Rens.
Yeah.
So like maybe it's just a card you could just ignore, kind of, for the most part.
Yeah, and there's that Spell Bomb. There's the patience from the Spell Bomb. It still has the Fatal Push up. Found a Nether Goyf.
More Goyfs. Goyf Kindred strategy.
I was going to say eight Goyf, but there's only 6, so it's Jund 6 Goyf.
Jund 6 Goyf. I think Jund Saga is a better name. I don't know that 6 Goyf is going to... A little too mapped to a specific number here.
Yeah, because then you can't play a 7th one. You're only allowed to play 6.
We're allowed to play it now, too. It's a huge 6/7 for 1 mana. I mean, this deck got some upgrades from MH3.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a masterclass. Now you can just go Ren, ping down the token, kill the Ajani, have the Nether Goyf and the Construct left over, still have a push, still have a second Ren and a Ragavan. You even have Ren plus Saga going now. If you want to, you can go towards that. So Jamie just has the world at his oyster.
Yeah, he's got everything. And like you mentioned, do you even need to answer any of what's going on? I don't even know. Like, it's pretty free to pick off the tokens. I think we will, but I mean, Jamie kind of made a pretty loud statement. He doesn't really care that much about this.
Yeah,
Johnny. I can just pick off your tokens. I do not care. And you're going to die to this massive Nether Goyf before that matters at all. As here comes some beat downs. Thinking about where we want to send stuff.
Yeah, honestly, with Nathan on 17, if you just send everything at him, I guess
I
the
think that's a
6.
little too
Well,
disrespectful.
yeah,
I think like
6 to
Jamie just being like,
11.
all right, fine, I'll kill it. You talked me into it.
I guess might still be
And
lethal anyways next turn. Well, the guy to souls
we
off before
found
red is
Guide
the
of
Ragavan.
Souls, could just cast
Nice.
that right away. Thank you.
Yeah, because now the Goyf is 6, the Ragavan is 2, that's 8, 9, 10, plus the Ren Pig will be 11 next turn. So
Pick up
close, but
Saga.
not
I don't even need
quite.
to do that. We'll win when we feel like it. No need to. We don't need to get ahead on lethal here. This is Junding at its finest. Jund him out. Who cares? Red ping face? No. Pick up lands, more cards. Get it out of here. There's Seasoned Pyromancer. I mean, one of the better draws here, I think, for Nathan. And it's another land that's not going to be good enough. And game number 1 goes to our Jund, my Jund hero. I'm not going to say ours. I think some people rooting for some Boros energy creatures out there somewhere. But for me, my hero, Jund Saga, is going to pick this up.
I mean, if you show me a deck with Tarmogoyf and Dark Confidant, I'm on your side.
Nothing against Nathan. You know, obviously, I think he played a tight game. I think there was a lot of really good back and forth there. But come on, Jund. Anyways, to the sideboard we go. And speaking of Nathan, here is his Boros Energy deck. Let's go take a look at the sideboard, see what he has for Jund Saga, if anything. In the sideboard, we have 1 copy of Drannith Magistrate, 1 copy of Ghost Vacuum, 4 copies of Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Orum's Chant, 3 Stony Silence, 1 Surgical Extraction, 2 Wear and Tear, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. How we boarding against good old Jund?
Well, I think Nathan has a couple of interesting tools here. Wrath of the Skies, pretty good at killing Ursa Saga, construct tokens, Nethergoyf, Tarmogoyf, all that kind of stuff. So I think Nathan's going to want to go towards that, especially because his red removal is maybe not so good, or not. It's harder for him to kill the Goyfs with the red removal. So maybe he wants a cleaner answer to those. In a similar vein, maybe Wear Tear to be able to blow up the sagas, although it might be a little too narrow. And then if you expect the games to go long, I don't hate the Ghost Vacuum. Not only just turning off or making the Goyfs smaller, but also just being able to, sacrifice Ghost Vacuum and have some large creatures later on in the game.
Yeah, I love the Ghost Vac. I mean, that reminds you of the Relic of Progenitus play patterns that used to matter a lot against Tarmogoyfs as far as cutting them down power and toughness wise. And then ultimately, you can exchange it for a card. In this case, you can exchange it for threats. That's a big deal. I think the Ghost Vacuum is really appealing to me. And the other stuff, I don't know, kind of just depends on what your plan is. I don't know that any of it, outside of answering sagas, is really good against what the Jund decks are. Not a deck I think that was on Nathan's radar building this sideboard. On the flip side, let's take a look at this Jund Saga, the new look of modern Jund, and see what we have for the energy matchup. A lot of one-ups in this sideboard, so here we go. Strap in 1 Besaja Who Endures, 1 Engineered Explosives, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Graveyard Trespasser, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Meltdown, 1 Nihil Spellbomb, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 1 Pithing Needle, 2 Pyroclasm, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Terminate, and 1 Torok Dread Canter. Classic stuff here. What do you want against Boros Energy?
Too many one-ups, Drake. Okay, so I'm gonna go down one by one. So Haywire Might has a couple of targets: Static Prison and Goblin Bombardment, to name a couple. But now you already have one in the main deck. Don't know if you want to go towards a second copy. Turok doesn't line up super well against the red removal. So even though it is good against Ocelot Pride, Johnny Goddess Souls, maybe you don't want to go towards that. Trespasser, that one's probably a slam dunk against Flage. I do like that quite a bit. Pyroclasm, slam dunks. The Boros deck is trying to go very wide with creatures, so that one is quite powerful. The Terminate, I don't know if there's like one particular specific card that you're fighting over, although you may just want more removal spells to break up the God Pride stuff. And then past that, you could go towards the Lantern maybe to have more graveyard hate against Flage, but other than that, just Jund him out.
Just Jund him out. Yeah, a little bit. I like a lot of the artifact stuff that was coming in. Yeah, like any of the Graveyard Hate, take care of the Flages. And of course, Graveyard Trespasser, a card that I think people were calling embarrassing in Pioneer. We're playing here in our sideboard in Modern. Here we are. I mean, showing its stuff. As Guide of Souls on turn 1. Nothing from Jamie. Taking the beatdowns. Let's see what the follow-up is for Nathan. Ajani, I think, could be a good follow-up. Exposes yourself to Pyroclasm a little bit, though.
Believe it or not, Drake, there was actually a period of time, I want to say it was prior to the ring ban, where the blue-black decks were main decking like 2 or 3 Graveyard Trespassers just for Flage. I think we've kind of moved past that point now, but
I don't know.
There's
I just
some
remember
Graveyard
people,
Trespasser truthers.
Yeah, people called that deck embarrassing back when Rakdos was all the rage and people were doing that. You're like, what is this thing doing in our deck? It's so anemic compared to everything else. Well, sometimes you need some Graveyard Hate. Guide of Souls finally getting Fatal pushed, I think, on the end step. Awkward
looks like
hand
there
there
was
from Nathan.
no play for Nathan, so very reactive with, I believe, a Flage, a Fable, and a Pyromancer. So just kind of heavy on threes with two prisons.
Yeah, if he bricks on a third land, he is in
Yeah.
a lot of trouble.
Now the question for Jamie is, do we have a Bowmaster? I
I
see.
don't know
There's the
if there's any
vacuum.
questions. I mean, if he misses a land drop, you don't have to worry about anything. Is Ghost Vacuum going to hit the battlefield? It's going to make Flage a little more awkward. Thinking on this Raucous Theater Surveil. Decides to keep. Back over to Nathan. That's a flip card. I don't think it's a
Johnny?
pathway.
I think it's in a Johnny.
That's at least a play.
Yeah.
There's a Johnny. Going to bring the token with it. As you get a look at Ghost Vacuum, the rare from Duskmourn, kind of the newest 1-mana Graveyard Hate artifact of choice, can exile target. This one targets, unlike Relic of Progenitus, which I was talking about earlier. You get to target a card from Graveyard, going to go ahead and pick off Guide of Souls from Nathan's Yard. And of course, 6 mana, sacrifice it, put each creature card exiled with Ghost Vacuum on the battlefield under your control with a flying counter. Each of them is a 1/1 spirit, and you can only activate as a sorcery. So get a little bit of value if you need to get off it later in the game. If it's no longer doing its thing.
Yeah, and I mean, in a matchup like this, where you expect the games to go pretty long, and you expect Jamie to just fire off removal spells on every creature that Nathan plays, that could be a really powerful 6-mana play. If you have, say, like, a Guide of Souls and a Johnny and a Pyromancer under that thing, and you just do it for 6 mana, like, whew, that's powerful. And Pyroclasm is going to do a nice 1-for-1 cleaning up the Ajani.
Speaking of lining your cards up, how about Pyroclasm into Ragavan? Nice.
Well, I mean, cast the Pyroclasm first. You can also dash
always
the Ragavan.
cast that one first. Yeah, what's the problem? Static Prison going to take care of the Ragavan, so we have an answer to that, but no third land for Nathan. That's kind of a disaster. Can Jamie capitalize? Is the question. Is Graveyard Trespasser?
Jamie heard the smack you were talking earlier.
He's he heard me talking nonsense. He said absolutely not. Notably choosing to exile it with Graveyard Trespasser instead of Ghost Vacuum. Real choice there. I mean, do you want to try to get it later on versus get the life now? Valuing getting the game over with. I respect that a lot. As you get a look at the front half of the rare from Innistrad Midnight Hunt. Got Ward, discard a card, hard to do. And then it enters the battlefield or attacks. You get to exile a card from the graveyard. And if it was a creature, opponent loses life, you gain 1. Backside, pretty similar. 4/4 can hit 2 cards. So
still no lands here for Nathan. Just had I kept a hand that was very heavy on threes, which makes sense in a matchup like this. If you expect all of your cards to get traded 1-for-1, having a bunch of powerful 2-for-1s makes a lot of sense. And just really getting punished for not finding this third land. You would assume if Nathan can find a third land, we maybe still have a game here, because the leftovers are pretty good. But he's gonna have to find it real quick.
And that's the awkward thing with this deck, too, is like these hands are pretty safe to keep because even if you don't find your third land immediately, your cards are all cheap. You can play 1s and 2s and you're pretty happy with that for the most part. And then when you do find your third land, all of your quote unquote expensive spells are just 3 mana. So this hand is still pretty safe. And like you said, if he does find a third land, he is in it, but he does not have a lot of time left as Molten Collapse going to take care of Guide of Souls. That one exiles it, I think. No, it destroys it. That one destroys it out of the box. Yeah.
I think Jamie picked up a Saga this turn, so the pressure is going to be increased significantly. Nathan's already under the gun with this Trespasser, but now the pressure is going to be quite a bit more. Land 3, okay, we maybe have a game now.
Yeah, this is maybe the last turn to find it. Did find it, and now it's time to start getting something going. Energy expired as far as the Static Prison goes. So, if we don't find a way to produce more energy, potentially getting the Ragavan back next turn, maybe suited up with the Shadow Spirit a couple turns. There's some things to think about if you're Nathan, but you have enough mana to cast your expensive spells now, so you can start to stymie the bleeding.
God, those planes, man. And the question for Nathan is, where do you start? You got a Flage, you got a Fable, and you got a Pyromancer. My instinct is maybe you probably have to Flage the Trespasser first, because you might, if you go Pyromancer, discard Flage, it just gets eaten by the Trespasser, and you kind of need that Flage to get back into this game. So I think you kind of just have to go Flage the Trespasser and maybe discard 3.
It just gets got by the Ghost Vacuum, right? Like, I think you kind of
can we
line up a removal spell on Trespasser and Static Prison the Ghost Vacuum and then get Flage into play somehow? I mean, that's maybe a lot, but Flage buys you a lot of time.
If you wait till you get the 4 mana, you could do that. So, like, maybe you just 3 and Charm the Saga this turn, take your licks from the Trespasser. You can also just Prison the Vacuum this turn. Yeah, Prison the Vacuum. Then next turn...
Oh, maybe we're prisoning the Trespasser, discarding Fable. Okay. 2 mana left over. We can Thraben Charm now. Going to go after the Saga. So we did choose to do the Thraben Charm plus Prison, but the Ghost Vacuum's still around. You get a look at Thraben Charm. A lot of targets or options are on this one. Can destroy an enchantment, exile any number of target players' graveyards. A lot of graveyard aid here. And can deal damage. You go twice the number of creature you control to target creature. Bowmasters.
Yeah, but this, like you said, this Ghost Vacuum is just really kind of making it so Nathan can't get towards that Flage, and that's kind of really where he wants to be at some point this game. That's, you know, how he kind of gets back and is able to fight through all these 1-for-1s. We see a Bowmaster here, so you know, Nathan with leftovers of Pyromancer and Flage. The Flage not great against Vacuum. The Pyromancer not great against Bowmaster.
Ooh,
so
what a draw!
And there's the Ren for Saga
pick
too.
up the Saga. Oh, that is a beating. Here we go. And yeah, that Flage, I mean, really, like you said, you really wanted to be building before the Flage. It's really one of the ways you grind in this deck. And if all of Jamie's cards just exile Flage, I mean, that's your grinding option, then you're not going to be able to grind at all. And that is a major problem as a second Flage joins the party.
Well, another thing that we got to mention too is, I mean, look at the energy count. There's no energy. Those prisons are going away next turn. That's going to be a Trespasser and a Ragavan for Jamie.
Yeah, and I think we actually did rethink the energy spending. Say, hey, you can have this Ragavan back. I actually need to keep this Trespasser off the board. And it might be time to Flage something, but then it just leaves it to the Vacuum. This is a tough spot if you're Nathan.
Honestly, we might even see Ghost Vacuum sacrifice for a Flage and a Gata Souls.
I'd take that. That sounds quite good. Wait, does the Flage just die? Does the token just like go away because it's not escaped? Oh, this doesn't feel good. But I mean, you just kind of have to. I don't think you can.
Yeah,
you need blockers.
You probably don't have a choice. Well, the blockers aren't going to happen, right? Because Jamie could just kill both elemental tokens.
Yeah, and Ren picks one off. I mean, really, you just. Oh, yeah, this is tough. 2 new cards coming, a flip card, and another Thraben Charm. Away goes Flage number 1, and Vacuum's going to suck up the second one, too.
I think a land is lethal.
Yeah, because you get 2 helixes.
Right, you can go Ren, ping a token, attack with everything. Oh, well, there's only 1 helix now. Right.
Right, and you need to tap it to sacrifice, so you don't get 2 right away.
Yeah.
I mean, again, what's the rush? There's no, like, how is Nathan clawing out of this in a single turn cycle? Yeah, we're going to Vacuum up. Whee! Suck up that second Flage.
We can just double helix next turn, and that's almost certainly lethal.
Yeah, pick off a token, and yeah, sure. Here's a 3/3. You want to block? I mean, it's lethal out of the Vacuum. If you talk about magic cards in a vacuum, a lot of times that's a saying we use. Well, now there's actual magic cards in a vacuum,
literally,
that are presenting lethal here.
Yeah, really rough draw here for Nathan. You know, we mentioned kept the hand with a 2-lander with some 3-drops, really good in the matchup, but was really just never able to find that third land.
Yeah, I mean, that was the story of the game, and then, like, you know, normally, I really want to stress that. Normally, you have time. You have time to cast your spells. I mean, we saw Nathan drew castables. That's the thing. No matter what you draw with 2 lands, if it's a land, you can cast your 3-drops. If it's not a land, as long as it's not a 3-drop, you can just cast whatever you draw. That usually leads to success in a lot of spots. I mean, you'll find your land or you'll find castables, and that'll lead to a victory. In the case of this Jund Saga deck, though, you have so many tools in the post-board game that line up well against your plan to just kind of tread water and then win later, which is, of course, Flage. And because of that was the story of the game, right? Those Flages being vacuumed up, that's exactly what Nathan needed not to happen. And because of that really directly led to a loss. Like, he could beat the mana problems, he can't beat the mana problems, and just never, you know, none of his Flages staying in the graveyard.
Yeah, and on top of all of that, you know, some of Nathan's best cards in the matchup were cards that draw extra cards, Fable the Mirror Breaker and Season Pyromancer, and both of those games, they just kind of got clowned by Orcish Bowmasters, which is, you know, there's just so many cards in Jamie's deck that line up very, very well against what Boros is doing. And, you know, I mean, if you got a Boros problem, maybe Jund is the way to go.
And it doesn't stop there. And this is something I'm excited to talk to Jamie about as we do work on getting him in the booth here in just a moment. The de facto best deck, I talked about this a little bit, but in my mind, because I'm such a Mox Opal stan, that's kind of the deck to beat in my mind. It's like, okay, whatever's going to be playing Mox Opal, that's what I'm scared of. Traditionally, Jund was good against those style of things. And if you're loading up on Graveyard Hate, that's already good against Boros Energy. You're great against their creatures because you're a Jund deck. But if you're loading up on Graveyard Hate to beat their Flages, that also just beats the Brightning. Yeah, here we are. Jamie, congratulations. I was just ranting on a little bit about your deck choice, but I'd rather hear it directly from you as you're now 6-1 on Jund Saga. Talk to me about Jund.
I basically only play Jund in Modern or like Black Green X. I don't really play Magic like too much anymore, so I don't really want to like learn a new deck. And I saw this deck did well at the European RC, and I'm like, okay, well, this has like Dark Confidence in it. I'm going to play this, and then probably O2 drop, and then I'll play in the team tournament tomorrow. But instead,
Now we're here.
You've done it. I mean, I told Doom that you did look, you struck me as someone, you had the mannerisms of a Jun guy, and I'm glad to hear it. It warms my heart. A dying breed, potentially. Now you're so back with Jun. So you just chose to sleeve it up and show up. I love it. A 6-1 performance. Congratulations there. Talk to me a little bit about your day, talking about your matchups and kind of the new face of this Jun deck.
yeah, so I got like destroyed by the Black White Taxes deck in round 1, and I'm like, okay, the O2 drop is coming, and then I just like I've played like a different deck every round. I played against like I think my matchup against Breach is good, and I 2-0'd the one Breach guy I played. I think my matchup against Eldrazi is terrible, but luckily my Eldrazi opponent who I played just like flooded out, so I was able to win that match. Trying to think of like the other interesting one. Oh yeah, and then last round I played blue-white, and that's like probably the first time I've ever beat like a Wrath of Disguise deck, because that card just says destroy target Jun player's board for like 2 mana. So
Yeah, so you talked about some of these matchups. The Boros matchup in particular, Drake and I were talking about this as you were just kind of dismantling Nathan over there. It seems like this Jun deck really lines up well against Boros. You have a lot of ways to kill 1 toughness creatures, the graveyard hate. So was that kind of something that was on your radar and maybe inform some of your deck choices?
yeah, very much so.
card
Like
choices?
I played that entire first game was just like I need to like deal with these flages. So like I just like took a flage hit because I'm like, okay, if I kill this, he's just gonna bring it back, and then I like don't have a way to deal with it. But with a spell bomb coming in, could just like kill it and then go from there.
Yeah, and that seemed to be what the Cyber game was about too. Kind of getting back to that match, and like really heads up. I mean, we're so patient. We really were highlighting how patient you were with that fatal push in game number 1 to line up, getting all the flages in one go. I don't know that both of us in the booth have the patience for that, but really well executed there. And in the sideboard games, I mean, it was really just the story of if you're missing land drops, flage is how you catch back up, and you had just all the answers to
Right,
flage.
it's
It
just
really
like
speaks, I think, a lot, to your deck
I wasn't
building.
gonna get flaged, and then like I ripped the red in 6 at like the perfect time. I was like, okay, well, this works.
Yeah, that's incredible performance there. And obviously now at X-1 going to your last round, not clear. I don't want to speak to, what your actual top 8 chances are, but, seeing some Dark Confidence in a Jun deck in top 8 here in 2025, I don't think it was on anybody.
There's probably a good chance if I like top 8, that is the only Dark Confidence that will be in like a top 8 the entire year.
It's a good chance. You never know. Last question for you here, Jamie, that I have. So you mentioned the Eldrazi deck you don't want to face. Is there any other matchup that you're looking to dodge?
I really don't want to play the Black White Taxes deck again.
Okay.
It's really like the Overlord is just so hard to keep up with, and like even if you kill it, you're behind on cards because they like got a trigger out of it already. And then also just because like damage based removal is like pretty bad, at least in my mind, because of like the Frog deck, which I have not played all day. But like I really didn't want to play like Lightning Bolt or a bunch of Unholy Heats because you run into that deck, your removal is terrible. So you play a bunch of Fatal Pushes, and then you run into the Black White Taxes deck, and the Fatal Pushes are like dead against the cards you want to kill. So.
Classic Jun problems. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And the Blink deck, like there's a lot of hype around that one. I know, obviously, we talked a little bit earlier in the broadcast about our NRG champion, Theo Jung. Did you choose to register that? So is that the best deck? Tell me, before we go, what's the best deck in the format right now?
I think Breach is probably the best deck. I mean,
Okay.
it seems like very resilient to hate. And like the joke is, well, you don't need to ban Breach because all of your sideboard is good against it, but it keeps winning. So that it has 8 mocks in and can just kill you on turn 2 in some cases. I don't know how like the percentage wise, but that feels pretty good when you can do things like that. And then also just like survive a bunch of hate and like kill people anyway.
I was expecting you to say Jun, so.
No.
Yeah, I was
not
a part
lying.
of me hoped you said Jun, but I appreciate the nod to realism. As you know what? I hope you take it all down. I would love to see some Jun representation at the end of the year championship. And congratulations on your run so far. I very much look forward to watching you play out the rest of this tournament, however that takes shape. Good luck. All right. Well, thank you, Jamie, for talking to us about Jun Saga. I have so much respect for deck building. It's like, this is all I do. This is all I play. I'm going to show up and play. And if I owe to, that's fine. There's so much peace in that. And, I'm very glad, somebody I'm happy to cheer for. And, I'm sorry to Nathan. Unfortunately, I don't know how the tournament's going to work out. X2, kind of tough usually to make it in top 8, but still a chance we see more of Nathan as the tournament progresses. But we're not done with Magic here for round number 7. We do have a backup match that we're going to get through really quickly. And it's Grinding Breach, the deck that Jamie said is the best deck in the format, versus something I have not seen in many moons. You were bashing it a little earlier in the broadcast, talking about Mox Opal. Azorius Affinity.
I wouldn't say that I was bashing it. I said it wasn't as good of an Opal deck as Breach was, which is probably true. And I guess we'll have to see who the real Breach deck is in this matchup. Now, I don't exactly know how this matchup goes typically, but I will say the Azoria side of things does have a little bit more interaction than your typical, Mono Blue Affinity deck, because they have Portable Hole 4 copies in the main deck. So that can help fight over, if an early grinding station gets deployed or something like that. It is a little awkward because the Breach player can sometimes just wait to play the combo pieces on the combo turn. So it can be a little awkward at times. But yeah, it's really just going to come down to counter spells as well. There's Metallic Rebuke, Sink into Stupor, and then once we get the post board games, there's a few more counter spells as well.
Yeah, this is kind of what I would call like an asymmetrical mirror, even though these decks are not even the same colors, not really even like the same generic strategy. Obviously Underworld Breach versus like artifact creatures. The core components that glue the decks together are very much the same. You're talking about Urza Sagas, you're talking about Tamios, which are both in play right now, and you see both players making clues. Urza Sagas, Mox Opals, like all those things, and backed up by counterspell interaction. That is a lot of the same, just meat and potatoes. It's a lot of the same stuff that glues your deck together. It's just a different payoff. And I think really a lot of the question that people are having right now is, okay, what are the advantages and disadvantages of both these directions? And in this case, who's the head-to-head favorite?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to probably assume that the Breach side of things, I would probably rather take their side, just because you have that kind of combo potential out of nowhere, and you have Jacob who's playing. We got Urza, Lord High Artificer in Jacob's deck, so really kind of respecting more playing towards the late game. Thought Monitor, Urza, Thoughtcast wants to play more of a longer game. Doesn't really have some of the like a similar closing speed that the grinding Breach deck has, and I think that could be a little bit costly in this specific matchup.
Yeah, no Arcbound Ravagers, no Steel Overseer, not a lot of the affinity cards of your kind of the new stuff. We got Thought Monitors, Urzas, that kind of thing. Kind of more of an 8-cast deck really than anything else. We got the 4 Thoughtcast as well as Metallic Rebuke going to come down, I think, on a Malevolent Rumble. It's aggressive, but we have it. And we have Esper Sentinel to refill cards too. I kind of like what's going on here. I like that exchange actually quite a bit.
Yeah, no, we talked about this earlier, how good Malevolent Rumble is. I think it might be the best card in the Grinding Breach deck. And there's definitely, it's definitely a take, but I've heard some things about, people force of negationing Malevolent Rumble on turn 2 out of like the blue-black frog deck. And I mean, it kind of makes sense. It is what holds this deck together. It allows you to find combo pieces, fill the graveyard for Breach, Delirium for Woodland. It gives you back a mana. It just kind of does everything. And there's definitely some circumstances where if you counterspell the Malevolent Rumble, they can't dig towards that combo, and it buys you a little bit of time, which, Jacob missing a whole bunch of land drops definitely needs that kind of time.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get to cheat it. That's kind of the affinity joke of old. You get to cheat it with these artifacts as we do attack with Tamio to make another clue. And then that gives us the necessary artifact count here to get the Thoughtcast going, try to find a land there. And of course, that will also flip Tamio. So a little synergy there going on.
Yeah, Thoughtcast Tamio is nice.
Oh, yeah. Talk to me. And
the question for Jacob is, did we find a land?
Right. Mox Opal carrying a lot of the weight so far. I don't see an abundance of lands. Maybe there's a Darksteel Citadel far left. Yeah, okay, we got Citadel.
That's something. Then I think we got a Tamio, a Sentinel.
Relic. Ooh, that gives you a lot of time.
Yeah, that's definitely good against it is a little bit awkward sometimes against the combo, because the way that the combo works is if they have the Breach in play, a station untapped, and an extra 0, like you have to respond to you relic their graveyard, right? They can just go station, sack, mill 3, and then kind of keep going from there. So it's a little awkward to time the relic pop, but it certainly does stop the Emery, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, and I kind of like, honestly, being a little proactive with it. Like, there's an Emery in play, like you said. So, like, just going for it, nuking the graveyard ahead means that you need a little bit more time to build up a graveyard to even breach combo to begin with. You get your card exchange. You need to make land drops. You need to get some pressure going. You don't really have time to sit around and, like, sit behind the relic and try to, like, you're not laying any beatdowns or anything. This Esper Sentinel's going to trigger Metallic Rebuke going after the Flame of Anor.
Yep.
Good grief.
Yeah, and I think it looks like that was all with the Saga trigger on the stack. So now we're resolving the Saga trigger. Alden, no mana floating because we spent 3 on the Flame of Anor, and then we used the Scion to sack to pay for the Sentinel. But worth noting interesting thing to point out here, Drake, that Relic of Progenitus is in play. There's no mana for Jacob. So if Alden has a combo turn, you can just kind of, you're good to go.
And we do see a breach, does find Mox Opal. That's really smart with the way he sequenced. I really want to give Alden props there. Sequencing it before, a lot of people see float the mana and then go grab something, can make the decision on what to grab based on what happens with this Flame of Anor. So that was a really heads up way to do things there for Alden. It does get to activate Emery, and like you said, no more mana for Jacob means that no Relic in response, which means Mox Amber comes back from the graveyard. And here comes another clue from Tamio. So we just finished combat, no damage dealt. Soul Guide Lantern, the follow-up. No combo turn yet, it looks like. So we're going to hold on to the Breach plus. It looks like a blue card, the leftovers, maybe a backup Emery.
Yeah, I believe it is an Emery. I think he was just a little bit short on mana to go for like Breach into Rumble, because that's where you kind of want to start to get it going. I think there might have been an Amber in the graveyard. I'm not positive. So maybe you could like take a little bit of a gamble where you go Breach, Amber, Exile 3, but you don't have a green source left over because you have to use the Opal to cast the Breach. Never
and it's
mind.
Urza, which is going to do
Ooh.
a good job turning those clues into functional mana here for Jacob. So Urza, a card from with the original Modern Horizons that had a lot of heat on it then. It's been 2 Horizon sets since, and here he is, a comeback and a Thought Cast coming as well. Tamio still not activated yet. Options there based on what you want to do with Tamio. And some cards drawn, plenty of mana available now.
It's all coming full circle, Drake. Remember when Mox Opal was banned, I mean, a lot of the decks that it was in at the time had Urza. Now, granted, they also had Oko in them, but we don't talk about that.
A little different, yeah.
And,
it's a little
but yeah, I mean, this was kind of the more popular version of artifact-based decks back then. And I'm a little surprised to see more people, or I'm a little surprised to see people have not tried to like cook with Urza, because it is an extremely powerful card if you compare it with a bunch of these cheap artifacts.
And Jacob's done a good job of that. And like I said, you had some mana problems early. Now even the Esper Sentinels represent mana. Like we're full cooking here. As
now we're flooded.
Yeah, now we're flooded. Exactly. We got the 3 lands and now we have too many, as Urza solves all of the mana problems and the pressure problems. So now there's honestly a real pressure on Alden to get this game over with as soon as possible, which is a lot harder to do now that Relic can be popped. And that's what's going to happen in response to this Emery activation. Did not see what it was targeting. Doesn't matter. Cash in the Relic.
Now there's a Saga, a Breach, an Emery, and an Unknown. I don't know what the last card is. So now you can use the Emery to mill over. Oh, we found a station. I think that's just game then.
Is that it? We have Breach. Can we get a second mana? We don't have another Mox to get rid of the other Mox.
We have a land, right? Land drop.
Right, yeah, we have a land. Okay, so now we Breach. And
now, is there any interaction from Jacob's side? There is 3 Rebukes. I believe we've gone through 2 of them. There's also 1 Sink into Stupor in Jacob's main deck. So those are
we
the
have
only
3
artifacts
artifacts,
that we can
so
have.
We can cast that stuff, yeah. Notably chose to tick up Tamio last turn. I mean, we could have ticked that down and picked up a
picked up
right?
the Rebuke. Yeah,
yeah, could have done that. That might have mattered. Maybe not. Here comes a card.
Looks like we're popping a clue.
And then, yeah, there's Grinding Station out of the yard. And yeah, we've done it. We have 0+ Grinding Station. That's enough plus Breach there to mill the whole library. And of course, we can make Bloom out of the whole time. That's game right there.
Yeah.
Going to take a look at the library. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what you have. That's it. Alden. I mean, we mentioned it was like time. Urza hits. This is really your last window to do it. And you mentioned around Relic of Progenitus. It got the graveyard nuked right there, had the backup Emery to refill, and we did it. We assembled the kill after the Relic. And so Alden's going to win game number 1 in an impressive display of beating some hate. So with that, we're going to go to the sideboard games, take a look at the new Face of Affinity in the hands of Jacob Tanner, and specifically, of course, the sideboard. Let's take a look at 4 Consign the Memory, 3 Damping Sphere, 3 Dispatch, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Relic of Progenitus, 2 Spell Pierce, and 1 Teferi Time Raveler. How are we sideboarding against the Teamer Grinding Breach deck?
I mean, honestly, Drake, there's really not a ton here. I think you want to go towards the Cage and the Relic, those graveyard hate spells. You could maybe go towards Spell Pierce, although it does kind of line up awkwardly against the Moxes, because the Breach deck has so much extra mana lying around sometimes, so the soft counters aren't as good. Past that, I mean, I don't know if you want to go towards Damping Sphere. It's kind of a weird one where, there's enough ways to answer them because I believe, there's like Nature's Claims in the sideboard. We'll get to that in a second. So I don't know if you want those. The Graveyard Hate for sure, but past that, maybe the Teferi?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Fairy's got text about stuff. I don't know. It's got a lot of text. I don't know why it's not in your main deck if you're going to want this card at all. But I mean, maybe just counterspell protection. I mean, it's got a lot of targets. Can do a lot of things. I can see the Damping Spheres. I mean, your Nature Claim's already going to have good targets in this deck, so maybe that's just fine. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a fair bit to like. A lot more counterspells and maybe some Damping Spheres if you want to go toward the prison pieces as well. And over to Alden we go, and their take on Grinding Breach, a deck we've seen quite a bit already today. We have one copy of Besieger Who Endures for Consigned to Memory, one Flame of Anor to go with the main deck copy. A Jace Wilder Mysteries, 2 Nature's Claim, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Unholy Heat, 2 Veil of Summer, and 2 Whip Flare. What do you like here?
I just want to point out that we're playing Whip Flare over Pyroclasm and we're playing against Affinity. I just wanted to throw that
that's tough.
So those ones not coming in. Consign, you would think normally great against an Affinity deck that has a lot of artifacts, but all the artifacts are kind of colored, right? Esper Sentinel, Kappa Cannoneer, Thought Monitor doesn't stop any of that stuff. I guess it still stops Opal and, some of the sideboard cards, but I don't know if you want to go towards Consign here. The claims are great. Probably wants to go towards the Heat and the Flame and the Beseju. You could also maybe talk me into Needle on Saga, although that turns off your sagas. But most of the time, I would guess that Jacob's sagas are going to be better than Alden sagas with more permanence in play. So just some options there for Alden.
Yeah, a lot. It really, I think the nature of it is how much do you want to battle what's in play versus what's going on the stack. Do you want to try to battle in the counterspell axis with consigns and Veil of Summers and stuff like that, or do you just want to go only removal, Nature's Claims, maybe Unholy Heat and that kind of stuff? We'll see, and maybe you can split the difference too. It's just really a question of what Alden wants to do here on the draw. Is Grafdigger's Cage? We're starting out with the hateful permanence. No wasting no time. Is Jacob as here is Grafdigger's Cage.
Yep. Yeah, that is that's the Graveyard here. You're gonna want to give that one a read, Alden. So that is gonna turn off Underworld Breach. It's not gonna turn off Tamiyo though, and this is kind of exactly what we talked about in the previous match that we saw on camera, where the Breach player was just able to kind of board into more of a grindy plan post board and in the face of all of the sideboard cards, and that's why it's one of the best decks. And I see Jacob on 3 cards in hand. That's a lot of mulligans there, Drake.
Yeah, I think it was a mold of 5 on the play. And so we've deployed Moxel, we've deployed Grafdigger's Cage and some other stuff, but not a lot going on. And that's going to let this turn to Malevolent Rebel and Tamiyo really start to go to work as far as not just finding, you get selection out of the Malevolent Rebel, but just getting card advantage as well with Tamiyo. And we're going to choose Mox Amber, so you get an actual just Mox Sapphire off of your Malevolent Rebel, effectively a free spell as you have 2 mana after the fact.
Yeah, Tamiyo's going to make some clues. This is just everything firing in all cylinders here for Alden. Yeah, but this is, and Tamiyo is going to be flipping. There's a Breach in hand, which already got some cards in the graveyard for. I think I saw an Explosives. I think there might have been a Heat. So now looks like
a lot of good stuff. Having the Breach already, I think, a big part of the equation as well. I mean, sometimes you just need to find the Underworld Breach. It's part of what I think the Shifting Woodland is kind of a nod for. Is like if you're just milling and you just can't get the Underworld Breach in hand, it keeps going to the graveyard. You're in some trouble. As Pithing Needle does come down. Not clear what you're naming with that one.
Another Opal here drawn for Jacob. That's not what you want.
Not what the doctor ordered at all. And if you're not putting any pressure on Alden,
you're a grinding station. That's funny.
Hello. So do we have the answer to Grafdigger's Cage?
I don't think there's no red mana. That's a good point.
And red mana.
Yeah, okay, we need the answer because I thought there's a Nature's Claim in hand, but I think we're missing red mana is the problem.
Sure. Okay. I mean, so Alden needs some stuff, but I mean, he has so much time.
Yeah, he does have a lot of time.
There's the Grinding Station. All right. So, yeah, I mean, that doesn't really do anything yet.
I think the leftovers for Alden are Breach, Oracle, and Claim. So this turn you might want to go for
some
Claim
good leftovers.
Claim on Cage, peel a red source. You could even wait to cast the Claim next turn to see if you draw the red source first. give you a little bit more information. And like you mentioned, Alden just has tons of time. You can even, if you just draw a land, you could also flip Tamio, right? And if Jacob's still just going to do nothing, maybe that's a better plan, because that doesn't kind of, it exposes you to less stuff, and you can draw half of your library before going for the combo, which drawing half your library seems pretty good.
Well, we found more good ones. We found red mana, and we found a Sink into
Okay.
Stupor if we want to go that direction. So we're Nature's Claiming the Grafter's Cage right now. No counter spells for Jacob, no lands either. It means he's in some trouble, and Alden might just have a kill right now. Yeah, we're just revealing our hand and we're done. That's it.
There you go.
Bam. There you go. Check it out.
Tough mulligans there.
Breach plus this other stuff. And I mean, we talked a little bit about this asymmetrical mirror because these decks are doing very similar things as far as what their best cards are. We're talking about Mox Opal, we're talking about Urza Saga, we're talking about all those kinds of cards. At the end of the day, having just a kill out of the box that you can assemble, as well as any of the like Saga token stuff you're doing, is what makes the Breach deck so powerful, and something that the Affinity deck doesn't really bring to the table. It can grind, but it needs to attack to win just at a base level, and that is a weakness that deck has that the Breach deck doesn't, and I think we see that come into play there. It's like, Alden able to just kind of win out of the box, doesn't need to like even play the Affinity game in any kind of aspect, and is able to just slam the door on the game when he has all the pieces. There you go.
Yeah. And I think a big part of that matchup too is the Affinity deck is a lot more about critical mass. You need to assemble a high number of artifacts to make cards like Thought Monitor and Thoughtcast and Kappa Cannoneer functional Magic cards. And the Breach deck can just say, it doesn't really need that, right? You can mill over some stuff with Rumble and Emery, plenty of ways to do that. And then it just has a 1-card combo. You just draw the card Underworld Breach. There's really no setup required. A little bit of graveyard, but and then on top of the fact that they also have sagas. So just in terms of like card quality, it seems like the Breach deck has a bit of an edge there, and no surprise that the Breach deck took it down.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. So that will conclude round number 7. I'm going to talk a little bit about actually a new format before we cut to a break and bring you the final round of Swiss. We're going to talk a little bit about some value vintage. So this is a really cool take. I like this a lot. So instead of vintage has its own deck building restrictions, if you can even call it that. There's a bunch of restricted cards, this long ban list, but at the end of the day, the decks still cost just thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to assemble. Well, check it out. If you only have a $30 budget, you're not going to be able to put any Mox in your deck at all. And, you can actually build entirely new decks, but a lot of cards, I mean, you see some of them pictured here, Soul Ring, Balance, Golgari, Grave Troll. Those cards are really cheap. So you can still play with powerful stuff, but, a lot less of the expensive investments that Vintage is kind of known for. So having such this wide open thing gives you a lot of options for deck building, $30 budget. It is value vintage. You can scan the QR code on your screen to learn a little bit more about it. And we're going to have some official side events at our NRG series events all through 2025. That's pretty sweet. Low cost to get into and a lot of deck building room, quite literally a brewer's paradise, and something that I had not really spent any time thinking about until it was introduced to me here on the series. And I think there's a lot of things you can do with it that are really cool just off the back of some of these cards being really cheap. And it's awesome stuff. Really cool new format to support as far as NRG series goes. And of course, the budget means there's a rotating format, right? Like if something gets too expensive, then it kind of has the Penny Dreadful thing going on that MTGO has. So a lot of cool stuff there. Something that you could do at our NRG series events. And some of the players that dropped, they get a chance, really the first crack at it here at the 10K Modern Showdown. But that will do it for round number 7. Thank you for bearing with me through all of that. And we will be back for the final round of Swiss here in just a little bit. Make sure to follow and subscribe if you don't want ads to support the stream. You're not going to want to miss the rest of the action today and tomorrow. We'll see you in a bit. All right, we're back for the final round of Swiss here at the 10K Modern Showdown in Chicagoland. The first event of the 2025 season 1 here at the NRG series, and a lot of line. I mean, our top 8's taking shape. Breakers are weird, and there's some 6-1s that are going to be playing some Magic, and we're going to waste no time jumping in because these players aren't wasting any time either. I'm here with Devin O'Donnell. We're going to be watching Charlie Dusterberg on the left playing Black White Flicker versus Alden Cates on the right playing the Grinding Breach deck. Talk to me about this matchup. Kind of one of the new faces, but featuring a lot of old favorites.
Yeah, so I think it really depends on who you talk to, which camp. This is one of those classic matchups where the Orzhov players think they're favored, the Breach players think they're favored. I think really the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. You want to talk about the like hate bears, right? You normally see a death and taxes style deck. I don't want to use that exact phrase because there's no death and taxes here per se, but there is some hate bears, right? You have Aven Interrupter, Bogart Trawler can mess with the graveyard, Emperor Bones as well. You have, Solitude that can hit Tamios and stuff like that, Witch Enchanters that can hit Urza Sagas, and that is kind of what this matchup is going to be about. As far as the decks themselves, we've seen Breach on camera a couple of times, and we saw Black White Flicker in the hands of Theo previously. Really, just kind of about putting a bunch of creatures into play, getting a bunch of value with Ephemerate. The powerful lines that include, Felia, Flickering Overlord. This Black White deck has a lot of play to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the classic look of these like hate bear style decks. I mean, you used to see it done with whatever Leonin Arbiters and all these other kinds of, embarrassing by today's standards cards. Not saying they could never come back, but certainly not good with what's going on now. Now it's kind of more of a flicker deck. You see it instead of taking that Death and Taxes name, it's more of a flicker thing because of, Flicker Wisp in addition to the Felia stuff going on. And particularly, like you mentioned, calling out those interactions, it's more of what's going on, even though it is still, very Death and Taxes shaped. Creatures, Aether Vial, and really the first Aether Vial deck we've seen since Modern Horizons 2. Fury deleting and Solitude kind of comboing together to delete all of the Aether Vial creature decks that used to be all over the place in Modern. Really, this is the first comeback that I've seen in a long time is Malevolent Rumble on turn 2 after having both of the namesake Moxen on turn 1 alongside Urza Saga for Alden, somebody we just watched win, now here having to play again in the final round at 6-1.
But Drake, would you say those are two good cards to hit off Rumble?
That's a pretty good Rumble. That's not bad Rumble. You're rumbling around, you're finding what you need. Charlie Dusterberg, of course, stoic as always. You see a nice championship jacket. This is somebody we've seen quite a bit through our series. No reaction at all to the very extremely powerful Malevolent Rumble hit there. And just waiting to Felia on end step, untap. And any follow-up needs a good one.
Yeah, this is the turn for Charlie. What can he do to sort of stop Alden from going for the combo next turn? Because he knows about the breach, the stations in the graveyard. He does have an Emperor of Bones, so that can take care of the grinding station at least and make Alden find another copy, and that's what Charlie is going to go for. So yeah, like I said, Alden will now have to find a second copy of that grinding station before we can combo. And looks like Felia's going to flicker out the Scion too. So really doing a good job of not only, nuking the graveyard, but also kind of taxing Alden's mana a little bit.
Yeah, great way to do it, right? You get to tax the mana, like you said, and hit the graveyard. That's two angles you're fighting on. It's really good for a turn 3. Great follow-up. And of course, laying a little bit of pressure with the Felia as well. Got to deploy the Witch Enchanter back half as a land as well. I'm not sure I'm familiar with the name of that one. Let me get that. That's Witch Blessed Meadow tapped as well to be potentially Flicker Wisped later. And kind of gets the disenchant effect, start flickering that with Felia, then you're really cooking. Disenchant all these Moxen and stuff, and that's really where the lock aspect of this starts to take effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Flickering all these destroyers of artifacts and enchantments, as well as the White Orchid Phantom style stuff, really start to constrict the mana for Alden. So, even though he's got Moxen, mana situation's not solved, especially with Saga going away.
Ooh.
Mishra's Research Desk coming off.
Yeah, we want to cycle the saga, dig a little bit deeper. We do need to find a second station before we can go for it. And Alden's kind of in this weird position, right? Where you don't want to go too crazy, because if you mill over station and don't kill Charlie on the same turn, then the Emperor Bones is going to hit that station again. So you kind of need to sort of do it all in one shot, which, Alden does have a decent amount of mana now with the Amber online as well as the Opal. So does have a little bit of mana, but didn't find one off of the Emery Mill. So I believe the leftovers in hand are... we know about the breach. I don't know what that last card in hand is for Alden. I think another Emery. Looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Emery, which we're going to deploy now. Wasting no time. Just mill another 4, please.
Find the station.
If we do, we win, right? There's a station.
I think we have enough mana.
We have breach mana. I can't imagine you play this if you're not planning on playing the breach after, right?
Well, I think we're missing a Mox. We've already played a land for the turn. So you have one floating. You use the Opal and the floating one to play the breach. You have the Saga untapped, but you don't have the second mana to play the station, I believe. So I don't think he hit a Mox.
Well, then, yeah, that's awkward. I'm interested. I wonder I wonder if that's maybe a misstep. Alden, I mean, a shake of the head there. I think you're right, and I think Alden's kind of piecing that together now. I don't think we want to deploy for exactly the reasons you mentioned. I don't think we want to deploy the second Embry to find the grinding station this turn if we don't have it all rolled up, because otherwise we just lose it to the Emperor Bones, and that's pretty rough. So we'll see what Alden wants to do. A big shake of the head there. So we can crack Mishra's research desk, which we did just get on screen a second ago. So we get to look at the top the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them to actually play that card. We found Mox Amber.
Yeah, now it's enough. Yeah, so now you
and then now we have the other
Amber
Mox. So we got bailed out.
Yep.
We did it. Oh, we have Solitude.
Oh, we didn't do it. I didn't think about
We
this.
didn't do it at all.
Henry.
Charlie's got more in the chamber.
Crazy. So now the Ambers are offline, the Opal's offline, and you're going to lose the second station off of this Emperor Bones. This is a really, really brutal swing here for Alden.
Yeah. So we did that. I think Charlie did that with the Amber on the stack. So we do still have to sacrifice the other Amber, get rid of it. Don't get to bank it anymore. And now Alden on basically no permanence was about to win. Charlie gets to untap here, exile that second station, and that might just be it. I don't know that Alden could cover the Solitude at any point in time, but I mean, a huge play there from Charlie that might have just won him the game. Having everything there already rolled up on turn 3 with a Skyclave Apparition follow-up, a nice follow-up as well. And this is so brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're in Alden's seat, you do have a Saga in play. So maybe you could rip a land, and then the land could let you go towards Saga tokens. But Charlie kind of has that covered too with the Felia, right? If you go towards Saga tokens, Charlie can just start flickering those.
Right. And permanents don't work anymore because Skyclave Apparition, just exiling these Moxen and stuff, that doesn't work. Your tokens don't work as a Felia. Emperor of Bones is covering your graveyard. I think we're covered on all angles here, even with the Saga in play, but we're going to be preordaining, looking for something else. Is Alden, who had, a super powered Malevolent Rebel on turn 2, got bailed out by the Mishra's research desk to find the second Mox, to think that he had it rolled up. But Charlie, with that critical Solitude, looks to be good enough, as Alden's life total quickly diminishing, and Charlie just wasted no time laying these beatdowns.
Yeah, and I mean, really, this game came down to just Alden kind of putting the grinding station into the graveyard before he had the opportunity to combo, right? Where Alden, had basically everything set up, but because he put the station into the graveyard and passed, was able to, Charlie is able to eat it with the Emperor Bones at sorcery speed, and that that Flicker Wisp is going to go after the Urza Saga. Where I think we're trying to see if we can just go, the Coalition victory style, where it's just no permanence, flawless victory, I guess.
Yeah, because we get to get rid of the breeding pool, and then we get to Witch Enchanter the Urza Saga with the land, and we're approaching flawless victory time, because Charlie cracking a smile, normally quite stoic. Yeah, you have no permanence. We're done here. We're done. All right,
flawless victory achieved.
1. Yeah, we did it. Flawless victory indeed. No life points, no permanence, and eventually no graveyard. I mean, Emperor Bones would have taken care of that. So a convincing victory for Charlie Dusterberg back on the series. And for Alden, somebody we just saw win a very convincing victory, has some uphill work to do. Let's take a look at the sideboard, see what Alden has to work with against this Orzhov Flicker deck. Excuse me. So back to the sideboard go. Seen it before, gonna be seeing it again, I think. We have 1 Besage Who Endures, 4 Consign to Memory, 1 Flame of Anor, 1 Jace Wielder of Mysteries, 2 Nature's Claim, 1 Fifthing Needle, 1 Unholy Heat, 2 Veil of Summer, and 2 Whip Flare. What do you want against the Orzhov Flicker strategy?
All right, so Whip Flares, fantastic card, being able to kill all the small creatures. Flame of Anor is something you could go towards at killing very specific surgical pieces. It is 3 mana, so it's a little expensive. Beseiju could maybe go after Aether Vial. But honestly, Drake, the card that I am the most interested in out of Alden Cates' sideboard, which might sound kind of strange, is Consigned to Memory, where, normally good against colorless Eldrazi decks, but believe it or not, the Orzhov deck has a lot of triggered abilities. You think Flicker Wisp, Solitude, Witch Enchanter, Skyclave, Recruiter. You can even counter the return the battlefield trigger off of both Felia and Flicker Wisp, so the permanent just stays exiled forever. I feel like Consign is a really big part of this matchup, and I think a card that, honestly, Alden might just want all 4 copies.
Yeah, even especially the play, you can tag like Aether Vials too. There's a lot of utility there, and that's, the reason we see it in 4-ofs and so many sideboards in the modern format. Unsurprised to see it has applications here as well. So a lot of tools here for Alden, it sounds like. Let's take a look at Charlie Dusterberg and his take on the Orzhov Flicker deck. Again, we saw Theo Jung piloting this strategy earlier. Let's take a look at what we're working with here, specifically in the sideboard. We got another copy of Even Interrupter, 2 copies of Deafening Silence, 2 March of Otherworldly Light, 1 Plague Engineer, 3 Thoughtseize, 3 White Orchid Phantom, and 3 Wrath of the Skies. What do you want against the Breach strategy?
So Charlie wants to go towards stuff that prevents Alden from doing the combo, right? So Even Interrupter, very good at being able to tax cards from the graveyard like Underworld Breach. Same thing with Deafening Silence, can't cast more than 1 spell per turn. March of Otherworldly Light is fantastic against Urza Saga, and to a lesser extent, Wrath of the Skies as well, which is a little more mana intensive from Charlie's side of things, but does clean up all of the zeros and the sagas and the construct tokens. So Charlie has quite a few options here, and it kind of depends on how much he wants to sideboard out. Because looking at the main deck, it doesn't seem like there's a ton of bad cards, and not exactly sure how Charlie wants to kind of position himself in the post-board games.
Yeah, I think the crux of it is the removal. How much of the Solitudes, how much of the Fatal Pushes do you want?
Yeah.
Versus do you want Thoughtseizes to go after combo stuff? Do you want to is just taking care of the Tamios and Emerys going to be good enough of the time? It certainly wasn't game 1, right? Being able to very easily pick off the Emery during a critical moment. Is that how it plays out a lot of the time? Less sure, but I can tell you who knows, and that's Charlie Dusterberg, as the players are shuffling up here for game number 2. Very quick Magic played by both of these players. And again, this is the last round of Swiss. We'll be bringing you the top 8 of our 10K showdown. A lot on the line for these players. Charlie Dusterberg, I'm sure, looking to make it back to the championship for 2025. And, for Alden, someone I've not seen play as much, an impressive run with Granny Breach so far. Been very impressed with the sequencing and certainly the power level of his choice of deck. Let's see. Both players mulliganing here, though. Who operates better with less cards? Have to kind of like Charlie's spot. At the end of the day, his interaction attacks. I really like those kinds of cards on a mulligan.
Well, and on top of that, Charlie has, a lot of ways to recoup the cards, right? You have Recruiter of the Guard, goes and finds a card. Overlord of the Baelmerk plus Felia, if you can assemble those 2 cards, like that just undoes a single mulligan by itself. So Charlie has a lot of ways to kind of get that card back. Now, that's not to say that Alden doesn't either. And I think in the post-board games, Alden just kind of wants to... I don't really think you we've talked about this before, where the Breach deck has this ability to sideboard into a bigger kind of sort of grindier deck. I'm not sure this is the matchup that you want to do that in. I think Alden wants to try and just get the game over with as quick as possible before Charlie gets that value train rolling.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me, especially after that incredibly convincing Game 1 victory. And we are off to the races here. Speaking of, Alden very quickly sacrificing a Scalding Tarn. Going to be doing some fetch shock action, I imagine. There's Steam Vents. We have a little Preordained or something more powerful. Tamios and stuff like that. It's funny to think of Preordained as once on the ban list, and now not even the most powerful blue 1-drop we could play, as Tamio is going to hit the battlefield for Alden. Inquisitive Student.
Any Aether Vials from Charlie?
You don't have to worry about consign. Be a good time for it.
Not a lot of ones in Charlie's deck, unless you board it in the Thoughtseize. Which,
okay,
there you go.
And good targets for it, too. Both these cards are good. I think the Breach is a little bit better, but
Yeah, I would say so. But as I mentioned, not necessarily wanting to go toward, or maybe Alden didn't. I'm not sure if Alden wants to go towards the grindy plan, but in a spot like this where you got 2 Urza Sagas, it doesn't sound that bad. It's Charlie does have 3 Wrath of the Skies in the sideboard, so does have some ways to stop that, but is going to need one of those. And we're going to just get rid of the Tamio. Love it.
Yeah, these Solitudes have looked great from Charlie. Just excellent timing and they're really good. They're worth the 2 cards, which is surprising to me. This is, when you think of the Grinding Breach deck, there's enough going on that you don't really think that a 2-for-1 removal spell is going to be that good. But just being 0 mana, obviously is powerful. Being 0 mana in instant speed and exiling, all 3 of those things really come together really nicely to make Solitude a really good tool for Charlie's strategy in this matchup.
Yeah, and the thing about being in a spot like this from Charlie's side of things is if you don't kill the Tamio, right? So you're 2-for-1ing yourself to Solitude the Tamio. If you don't kill the Tamio, Alden's going to get an extra card out of it. So he's already going to be up sort of like his own 2-for-1. So you're sort of just in a weird way trading even on cards for the Tamio rather than giving Alden the extra clues and the extra material to make the sagas better. So and what that signifies to me is that Charlie understands the role here where just got to look at Alden's hand, knows there's not really any threat of a combo, wants to try and, like, at this point, Charlie wants to sort of play that bit of a longer game because that's where Alden is kind of forced into, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. And I think that Alden, as much as Alden's forced into it, it's kind of awkward. You're not really going to be able to maximize the tokens here, right? You get to make the third one here. I guess you can't if you get a mana source. So no, yeah, you can't if we're going this direction.
I think we might have missed the bobble trigger there. Not sure.
You're not clear. Also, interesting play there. I want to go back to Charlie's turn. Chose to put a tap land in. I think we had the chance to make it untapped, and we have an even interrupter. Yeah, bobble trigger was missed. Got confirmation on that. That could be huge.
All right. Well, missed the bobble trigger, but then we'll get a card back off the desk, so it's even, right?
Is that how that works?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine. So 2 constructs here, and Alden's going to deploy that other saga, so Charlie's going to be under the gun here. Not exactly sure what the leftovers are here, but going to need a pretty good follow-up
Like
here.
I said, he chose not to deploy the interrupter. I kind of wonder if he's playing towards a Wrath. This guy certainly has, I think, a Witch Enchanter in hand can start to pick off some of these problematic creatures. And of course, if you start flickering that, then all of the saga plan falls apart. But as for right now, I mean, Charlie's almost half dead, and we've really only gotten one attack in.
Yeah, I think Charlie's hand is land, Aven Interrupter, and Witch Enchanter. Which, the Interrupter is good against the combo plan, but if Alden's going towards this construct plan, those Interrupters don't really look nearly as good.
Ugh, Felia picked up, but late to the party. We'll see what Charlie can assemble. Might just be, and I mean, this is classic creature decks without Aether Vial, right? Aether Vial would have made this entire game very smooth for Charlie, even on turn 2. Like, even if you just do it on turn 2, like, you're still good here. Not having none of that going on means that, I mean, Alden with the Maxin and all these kinds of cheap spells is really going to be able to kind of get underneath Charlie a little bit, which is kind of what you called out Alden should be really reaching to do here.
Right. Yeah. The white-black deck, when you're under the gun and playing one spell a turn, it's kind of tough because a lot of Charlie's cards, like something like Felia, sort of require an extra turn to get going. Felia is great against constructs, but not when you're in a spot like this where you're just facing down lethal the next turn, right? Because Alden can just go make a saga token, fetch a 0. They're both 6/6s. And Charlie's going to shock here, presumably kill probably one of the constructs, I would guess, over the saga.
Yeah, I think you have to, or you're just dead, right? Or you have to like chump block. Oh no, we're going after the saga. Okay, so I think that prices you into chump blocking. Does that give you enough time to get Felia going? I don't know that it does.
Yeah, see, the weird thing is now you chump block and you're still on the hook for minimum 4 damage.
Right, exactly. Minimum 4 damage is kind of the key.
Yeah.
Malevolent Rumble doesn't necessarily fix that, but like a Mox Amber ups the clock. So does Aether Spellbomb. Aether Spellbomb. Is that just lethal?
If there is a blue source in hand, I don't know if Alden has a land left over.
We'd be one short, right? Because that'd be 2 4/4s.
Oh, sure. Right, because you get the Scion. Yep, okay.
Yeah, so we get the Scion. We have Mox Opal online.
If we you can use the Opal to sack the Amber, but then you're still short an artifact.
But then you're short an artifact for lethal, but then one creature isn't good enough anymore, which is appealing. I mean, we could wait, we could not. We'll see exactly what direction Alden wants to go. I don't know that it matters. Attacking with both, I mean, a block is required and you're in the same spot, but bouncing a lot of Charlie's creatures isn't good. So I do like going here because bouncing Witch Enchanter is just bad, even with Charlie going to 1. So just this
any Wraths?
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Wrath Disguise or Bust looks like the equation to me.
I mean, if Charlie draws Wrath, I would say he might even be a favorite at this point.
I would agree. I mean, you put him to 2 lands or whatever, 1 card, man. Like that's a completely different game.
Looks like it's a black card, either an Overlord or a Bowmaster. Looks like Overlord.
Overlord. Okay. This is our first chance. Let's see if Overlord can be good here. I haven't seen it. Impending 5. Enters or attacks, mill 4. Then you may return a non-avatar creature card or planeswalker from graveyard to hand. Okay, so Solitude back to hand is meaningful.
So now our hand is Solitude Interrupter Felia. So now you can go Solitude. Well, it's not good enough, right? You can go Solitude Pitch Interrupter, kill 1 token, then the Spellbomb bounces the Felia to. Oh, but if the Spellbomb bounces, it's a 3/3, so you get a 1.
Right. and you could chump block, and then a good draw maybe gets you out. I mean, you're empty-handed, right? And that's no good. Oh, found a Haywire Might. That might be the door on everything.
Yeah, because that even just an extra artifact, assuming there's enough mana for Alden to both play the Haywire Might and sack the Spellbomb, I think it's enough because now you have 6 artifacts right now. Solitude kills a construct, that's 5 artifacts. Spellbomb, Sacrifice, Bounce Failure, that's 4, and Charlie's at 4, so. And heads up play for Charlie playing the Felia first to see if Alden will let him go to blocks rather than play the Solitude. I mean, the Solitude is face up. He just
he's not, and that's exactly everything's face up. And you can only assume his other card in hand can't be better than just a white card. So if he has it, he did the math. The calculations. Aether Spellbomb was lethal thanks to that Haywire Might punching the door on the game. Was a heavy favorite to win anyway, but did manage to get it done with the Saga strategy. One thing was kind of unexpected for me. I mean, I did not expect against all the Flicker Wisps and the Felias and the Witch Enchanters for the Saga plan to really be good enough, but it certainly was, and 2 of them I'm sure helps. But I mean, no Aether Vial. There's a lot of other things going on for Charlie that were not as favorable, I'd say, in that spot to make it to where the Saga was able to close the door on that game.
And I think a big part of that, right? You saw Charlie draw 2 sideboard cards, an Aven Interrupter and a Thoughtseize. Neither of those cards are good against the Saga plan. So if Charlie loads up and draws too many sideboard cards that are not named Wrath of the Skies, that is a spot where Alden can actually sneak a win with those Saga plans. And drawing 2 of them helps too. But yeah, I think that was a very good showcase of, it's like the Breach deck is so good because you need to have a very specific number of sideboard cards to be able to interact with the combo. But a lot of the times the cards that are good against the combo are not good against the fair plan. And that's why this deck has so many different angles of attack.
Right, exactly. Both these players, I mean, we got a little look-see at them as they were shuffling up. No sideboard changes for either one. So they like their configurations, all the things that they chose to bring in, and maybe some information to be gained there. I mean, we saw Thoughtseizes for Charlie. Obviously, wants those on the play more likely, but you maybe can at least fake it a little bit. I didn't see any kind of reaching for the sideboards at all. These players playing, like I said, a very quick Magic, and Charlie wasting no time, firing off an early Thoughtseize, some zeros, a lot of zeros, and Lance.
Charlie has another Thoughtseize in hand too. So yeah, like you said, maybe a play draw thing. Maybe wants to go towards more copies on the play than the draw. I would have to imagine the vials got cut because I'm not exactly sure. Like if you cut creatures and add Thoughtseizes, then maybe your creature count is too low. So not entirely sure if maybe the Aether Vials hit the sideboard.
Well, if you have Wrath of the Skies, you just blow up your own vial. That's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah. So good. Yeah, that's a good point too.
We'll see. We'll see exactly what Charlie said. I mean, it would have been good last game. I don't know that it's good every game, right? Because normally the Sagas are handled. You have so many cards good against the token plan. So it's not even like Wrath of the Skies is good in every game. Now, we'll see how game 3 plays out here. A lot more traditional hand. No Sagas to be seen for Alden. A lot of 0 mana artifacts and Haywire Might. Breach, of course, gluing it all together. No Breach. What can we make shake? We can cycle a Boggle. Bobble. Wow, I can
cycle a Boggle.
Boggle. Slippery
Boggle has cycling?
Yeah, wouldn't make it playable. It's still embarrassing. Wrath of the Skies, see you later.
We'll get there eventually.
I don't know about that. I mean, the format's coming full circle. We're not going that far. Haywire Might is deployed. Going to bobble now, holding the other artifacts for the moment.
All right, so I saw a second Thoughtseize here for Charlie. See if there's a failure. That's kind of the 2-drop that we want to play the most here because it just unlocks so many different plays on turn 3. So we are going to go for a Thoughtseize instead, where, curving Felia into either Overlord. And see, this is the big problem with Thoughtseize, right? Charlie leading heavy on those Thoughteizes in post-board games, but, you draw too many sideboard cards. Sometimes you get buried by a Saga. That's what happened in game 2, and maybe that might be what happens in game 3. We'll have to see.
Well, it's not a 0, right? We get to take Mox Opal, which slows down the Saga activation. You can't do it as quickly.
Yeah.
I think that could be meaningful. I mean, especially with Charlie on the play, right? We're just gonna have more time to get established with these creatures, and we've seen what happens when that happens based on game 1. Now, game 2, I mean, even though it kind of looked like a blowout, Charlie was not that far from stabilizing. He was doing a very good job weathering the storm, and obviously, if you can get any of the flicker engines going at all, things end very quickly. So we'll see what Charlie can cook up here. But even though the Saga was found, I don't think it's a 0. I don't think we're done. I don't think this is necessarily bad news for Charlie quite yet.
No. Yeah, he does have a lot of
the beatdowns.
a lot of answers to it, like you mentioned, Witch Enchanter, plenty of things that can answer the saga. And with Charlie on the play, has a little bit more time to deploy that, isn't as under the gun like he was last game. On the draw, Alvin had the fast saga, had the second one too. Whereas, we found the answer.
Yep. Do you want Wrath of Disguise? Yes. And what a powerful Wrath of Disguise. Back to one land goes Alden. A great draw here for Charlie. And once again, a great reason. If you have those in your deck, I don't think you have Vials in your deck. I agree with you. And honestly, really smart from Alden. Chose to hold the Mox Amber. And that's actually why I didn't play the Mox Opal last turn, right? There's no Storm counter or anything to really think about. So the reason to hold Mox, and even in the face of a Thoughtseize deck, is not to get destroyed by Wrath of Disguise. Did a good job of that. Got to keep this Mox Amber around as the consolation prize. Now that Wrath of Disguise was still quite good, but we'll see if the Amber, got to hold it. Don't want to lose it unnecessarily. Is that good enough to help rebuild afterwards? We're about to find out.
And Drake, I think Charlie has a second Wrath in his hand.
That's going to be pretty hard to beat. I mean, there's no pressure. So these Wraths, they're good. But if you're not ending the game anytime soon, they're not as good. And we've seen that come up, right? When you can sweep this deck, you can exile the graveyard, you do all these things. But if you're not ending the game as well, if there's no pressure to back it up, this Grinding Breach deck can really rebuild from not a lot of resources. And here is an Underworld Breach proper.
Huh.
Okay. Bobble time.
So just draw a couple cards. I wonder if that signifies, would that signify to Charlie that there's another Breach in hand? Or maybe either that, or there's just not really any action in Alden's hand. Maybe it's a bunch of air and he just feels kind of pressured into, using this as a sort of like a divination style thing, or just wants to get a couple of cards because, 2 lands in hand for Alden.
We're shifting Woodland specifically. So if you need a Breach later, it is a Breach. So that's a big reason to kind of pull for it too.
Does have the Woodland.
All right.
Yeah, and that's a
that's
a huge part of this deck too, which we saw come up a couple of times before, right? The Woodland, when we saw it on camera last, just being able to, you can kind of go for a small value Breach early and then have access to that Woodland later on.
The most face-up Aven Interrupter in the universe. I love cards like this, where it's like, what could it be? I pass in my deck of all cards that cost less than 3 with 3 mana up. What could it be?
the green player passing with 4 mana open, could be anything.
The
Don't worry
face
about
of
it.
telegraphing. But again, with Aven Interrupter specifically, what could you even do about it?
Okay. And it's not a 0 on the battlefield, right? It still taxes Breaches from the graveyard, Emeries from the graveyard, so it still does some things.
Yeah, it's still a hate bear. It doesn't cost 2, so it's like a hate Windrake? We're going to use Windrake.
Hate Ogre?
Sure. It flies. Come on. Windrake.
All right. Hate. Well, you could just say hate Drake, but...
You know what? That's fair. I'll take that. I deserve that, I'm sure. Here's Overlord of the Bale Merc going to be impending. And that gets a Felia. That's a great pickup.
Yeah, Felia is nice here. It does have the land to be able to deploy it. And now, see, you mentioned Charlie didn't have any pressure earlier. Felia flickering the Overlord.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure.
Went from 0 to 9 power in play.
Speaking of zeros, we have 2 zeros, 2 Mox in here for Alden and a Jace. Yeah, that turns on the Mox Amber. You can draw cards, get the graveyard restocked. it's not weak. Oh, we have Ephemerate. Ooh. Tameo follow-up. Chose not to Ephemerate, even Interrupter. A lot of patience. Look at Jace
I think
with their mysteries.
Part of that is he really wants to get this Felia down.
Right.
Because not only does Felia draw an extra card off the Overlord, it also represents so much pressure. So if you use the Ephemerate here, you only have 2 power in play versus letting the Jace happen, dealing with the Jace at some later turn. As long as you're stopping Alden from comboing, I think Charlie is now at a position, as we see the Wrath of Disguise being cast, Charlie is now in a position where he can win the long game. Right, this is Felia, Overlord. Charlie's got the long game locked up. He just needs to not die to the combo. And I think Felia is a good way to do that because it also puts so much more pressure into play to kind of close the game out before Alden can find the pieces.
Absolutely. And it can't get a look at Felia there. That powerful pickup here. Again, one of those kind of not immediate standouts of MH3, now really getting its time to shine. This one is a bear. 2/2 flash. And of course, whenever it attacks, so you do have to actually attack with it, not an ETB, you can exile it to one other target non-permanent. That's opponent's or yours. And then at the beginning of the next end, separate from that card of the battlefield under its owner's control. If it entered under your control, you get a counter. So now you see that Felia being upgraded to a 3/3. You see this Overlord losing its impending counters because it just gets flickered and all those get shaken off. And now, as you mentioned, Alden under the gun as far as pressure goes, but got to keep Jace in play, as it was not a lethal attack for Jace. The Felia as a 2-2 in the even. So we do have that going for us, but not much else.
Yeah, there is a window where Alden can. Now we have Delirium, right? So Alden does
Right.
have the ability to woodland into a breach. The problem is the interrupters there. So even if you were able to. What are we copying? We are copying breach. Now, I'm not sure that does that much because the interrupter.
Yeah, the interrupter says spells your opponents cast from graveyards or from exile cost 2 more.
Yeah.
So can we? Whip Flare costs 4.
Right. He has a heat in the graveyard, but that costs 3. We can't do this, right? Am I missing something on? Okay.
No.
Yeah, Charlie's
Alden just
pointing to it.
missed it.
Okay. Okay.
Wait.
Eee.
Yeah, I think Alden, based on Alden's reaction to that,
Yep.
it did not look
Yep.
like that was on
Okay.
Alden's radar, and that is a disaster if we just missed that.
I mean, that's just lethal, right? 9 damage in play.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he just counted that too. Oh, and there's lethal in play. Actually, nothing. I mean, to Alden's credit, I don't know if there's anything you could do anyway. I mean,
Yeah,
as you mentioned, the squeeze was on with this even interrupter card.
I don't really think Alden had a way out of this game. I think his hand is another breach, a station, and I don't even know what the last card is. But yeah, I think Alden was just dead no matter what.
Does the shifting woodland go to the graveyard? I think it does. The judge is going to point that out. Yeah, we did make that a breach. So as much as I know it doesn't matter, that does need to go to the graveyard. And I think Charlie, whatever. The judges, whatever. You both get failures to maintain. Let's move along with things. Great. Draw, attack you for 5 billion. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Fist bump, we're done. That is more than lethal as Charlie Dusterberg going to dust up Alden and punch his ticket almost certainly to the top 8 at X and 1 with his take on the Orzhov Flicker deck. New kind of hotness, and good to see Eighth of Vial back. We didn't get to see it those matches. Good to see it back in action, but that did end quick enough that we do actually have a backup feature match for you that I think we're going to get to play from the beginning. So it's going to be Mackenzie Endress versus Will Kowalczyk. Grinding Breach once again versus, I believe, also Grinding Breach. I think it's just a mirror.
Well, I think there might be a fourth color. No, there might be a fourth color. So Will is playing Teamer, and Mackenzie is also Teamer. There's no white cards here. So this is a Teamer mirror match. We got you baited.
Yeah, we did get you baited. Wow. And I was actually talking a little bit about how there's not a lot of Ren and 6 decks to go around. I mean, Will Kowalczyk has one in the main, one in the side. So did actually show up with some Ren and 6s.
Yeah, this was a card that I've seen floating around in some of the breach decks. Like I mentioned, there's these kind of different plans in post-board plans, like grindy cards that people have been trying out. I've seen some Ren and 6s. I've seen some Life from the Loams, Express Federations, like Jace's, all these kinds of things. And, again, the plan is just to make sure you have some sort of alternative threat in the post-board games. Ren and 6 is a pretty good one at that, too, because being able to rebuy sagas kind of leans more into that. Just, I'm just going to present a bunch of sagas, make you answer every single one of them, and then eventually get to a spot where I can set up a combo.
Speaking of setting up a combo, very powerful Malevolent Rumble on turn 2 for Will Kowalczyk as well. You mentioned one of the more powerful cards in the deck, found Mox Opal as an option, but took the breach, still has the sign left over, and a turn 1 Tameo is going to get to attack this turn. Clue coming for Mackenzie, and the follow-up is going to be a Rumble of his own. Rumbling all over the place for both of these players. Finds a similar rumble. It's Opal, it's breach, takes the breach. Seen this before.
Yeah, now as far as this matchup is concerned, the straight up Teamer mirror, there's definitely, like, if we were talking about actual 4-color versus Teamer, there's maybe some, interesting dynamic there where you have the portable holes against the other combo pieces. But when it just comes down to a straight up Teamer mirror, I mean, I don't have a ton of experience in this mirror match, but looking at the deck list on paper, I would have to imagine it's just a race, like who can get to the combo faster. If you look at these deck lists, there's not a ton of interaction against the combo. Haywire Mite's probably the most significant one, where if you leave up Haywire Mite, you can pop the breach on their turn. But other than that, there's not really a lot here that stops the combo. There's one spell snare in max deck, so
you got like 1 or 2 spell snares in the decks, and like a bolt.
At least in game 1.
that's not a lot. That is not a lot of material. As Will Kowalczyk, the first to deploy Emery, has a bobble as well, and not quite Metalcraft yet. Actually, kind of awkward. I mean, then now you have to use the spawn to activate the Saga to get the third artifact. It's kind of goofy. Does find Stomping Ground. A lot coming for Will Kowalczyk, and I mean, doesn't look like Breach is a kill yet, right? We have a Opal, and we have a
should be
grinding
good,
station.
right?
Is this lethal?
Yeah,
got
we have an Opal in the grave. So we can just go tap Opal, cast Opal, float mana, cast station.
Oh no, we have the Amber. I was like, we don't have a third artifact, and we did find a third artifact. We do have an Amber. I missed the Amber, so here we go.
Yeah,
now it's all trivial.
Yeah, so Amber, Opal, cast station, exile 3, leave 3 cards in the graveyard. Good to go. Now, looking at Mac's deck list, you did call out that one spell snare, but that probably would have happened by now. And there you go. Will take.
Yeah, the real thing is either Spellbomb. That's one's in play. You need to be able to beat that. But of course, the Mox Opals mean you do get to beat that. So, of course, Mac going to be down a game there for game number 1. Will Kowalczyk did, as you mentioned, just kind of assemble the combo on turn 3. Not really a lot else to analyze. Like I said, did have to kind of play around the Spellbomb, but was able to get it assembled thanks to a very powerful Malevolent Rumble. Not going to look at the sideboards. This is a time-shifted matchup, and you've seen the Grinding Breach sideboard a lot. Just imagine we talked a little bit about how counterspells and Nature's Claims are good in the matchup, and we're here for game number 2, where Mackenzie Endress will be on the play.
Yeah, they have very similar sideboards. The only thing I want to point out is you mentioned this. Will has a second Ren and 6, and Mac has none of that stuff. The Jace they both have, or actually no, Will doesn't have a Jace. So Mac has a Jace, Will has a Ren and 6. That's really the only difference here. I'm not sure if those cards really matter in this matchup. I mean, the thing is,
all that setup. I don't know if it even matters.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, like in post-board games, even if you look at the sideboards and try to figure out, like, are there more answers to the combo in the post-board games, right? There's a Boseiju, which kind of helps, and I honestly, Will's Boseijus are better than Mac's Boseijus because of the Ren and 6. So I think that could be a big part of this matchup, and Will maybe wanting to board in the Ren and 6. So that could be something.
That makes sense to me.
You know, they both have Nature's Claims, they both have Consigns, something like that. So I think it's a lot of the same thing, just kind of like racing to the combo, but there's a little bit more interaction in the post-board games, at least.
Well, Bobble on and a Preordain on turn 1 for Mac. Hopefully quite a bit of setup there to get stuff going. Doing some surveilling.
Oh, I'm going to put you to the test, Drake. What is that card that Mac milled?
Oh, I have no idea. It doesn't look like it does have power and toughness. So I'm going to go Thassa's Oracle is my guess. Final answer. I don't know.
Yeah, that it's some secret layer. I have no idea. Chat can tell us.
It looks like, okay, hold on. I'm going to zoom in here with my enhanced view. I'm trying to figure out what it costs. Is that what? That's not an Emery, right? It's an Emery.
Oh, yeah, we're being told it's an Emery.
It doesn't cost blue. It's a 2 and a blue. It's an Emery. That's an Emery.
Okay.
We're wrong. We're so wrong.
I
respect Mac and like all the full art stuff, but it's tough sometimes for me up here.
The lands too. See, the lands I can do. You know, I don't mind the lands. That's a Hedge Maze. That's an Odawara. We're good to go.
Sure. Haywire might come down off versus Saga for Will Kowalczyk, and back to Mac Endress we go. A lot less Malevolent Rumbling going on, which means there's a lot less setting up to be done, but very quickly fetching is Mac. Do we have a potential for a Breach this turn? I don't know. About to find out. 3 mana is it's an Emery.
We're just doing it the hard way.
Full retail.
No discount here.
Oh, there's all the zeros. We milled 2 Bobbles and an Opal. So we found all of the things that were supposed to make this Emery cheaper.
You should have drawn them in the wrong order.
Yeah. The classic skill issue. Should have drawn them in the different order. Well, Will has no problems with the zeros. Found a Bobble and a Mox Opal. This one has Metalcraft already. Has Saga already dialed up to 2.
See, all of this that we talk, all this stuff that we were talking about where the Breach mirror match just comes down to comboing. I mean, Will's just got a Saga and 3 artifacts, I mean, if Max see, this is the thing about Saga, right? If your opponent's draw fails and you just make 2 6/6s, like that's gonna get the job done a lot of the time.
Well, there's a little bit more going on too, right? Like we just talked about, we skipped over it, so maybe it's it's not as much, but like after sideboard, there's a lot more interaction to work with. Like just spells that stop the combo early. So the players are going to set up to be a little bit more of a mid-ranging mirror rather than just a straight 2 ships in the night combo race, I think. Now, Mac content to just play lands. Emery did get Unholy Heated without Delirium. So, I mean, all these cards are not really exactly functioning on all cylinders at the moment, but...
Get a breach, maybe?
Okay, breach time. A lot of cards in the yard.
Yeah, there is a Haywire Might on Will's side of things. So Mac is going to get to play one spell, right? One spell before Will has the opportunity, because you do get priority. There's no trigger with the breach. It's just a flat line of text that says you may cast spells, blah, blah, blah. So,
Right.
Mac has priority to cast one spell before Will can pop off that Haywire Might. So the question for Mac is, which one spell do you get? I don't have an artifact for Emery. There's the zeros that we talked about. I mean, I don't know. Past Emery's and zeros, I don't know what else there is. Yeah, he's just going to fire up a bobble.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's still like a 2-for-1-ish, right? Like you answer the Haywire Might and get a bobble for your trouble. It's like,
yeah,
not the worst,
you basically
especially nothing else going on.
Mac basically just cast Disenchant, draw a card, which is kind of fine, especially if you have a second breach and you kind of need to clear the Haywire Might for this, for the follow-up breach.
It stops a token from being made. Now we only have 1 mana, so we can't make an Urza Saga token. That could be a big deal if this game's going to grind for a little bit longer. And there's backup breach in hand. Yeah, I mean, overall, for being what looked to be kind of an embarrassing breach turn for Mac, I think a lot really went Mac's way.
Yeah, I kind of had to fight through that Haywire Might at some point. I don't think he milled over a station, so I don't think we're quite all the way there yet, but does have the zeros, has the Emerys in the graveyard, and some other stuff there. Can maybe, do a little bit of fetching with the turn as well.
Yeah, get a little plump graveyard and still have a little bit of a follow-up. Although Soul Guide Lantern off the Saga is going to shut a lot of that down.
Yeah, that too.
And so we did find Soul Guide Lantern. Mox Opal does not make mana. We do have the mana floating from the Saga. It chose not to make a token again. And it's going to be an Emery follow-up. Heck of a follow-up.
Yeah, now the question for Will is, does Will have the breach in hand for next turn? Because kind of has a good amount of setup here. Has, I guess, not a ton in the graveyard. There's a Haywire Might, a Bauble. Could do some bobbling. But yeah, like you mentioned,
Soul Guide. So that's something.
Soul Guide Lantern can kind of make it so Matt can't really combo off this turn. I mean, I guess you could do sort of a similar thing where if you have an extra breach, you play the breach to force the lantern, but I don't know. Then
I mean, he does have those breach. I don't know that he wants to do that. Well, I wonder how much just breaches are just like fair cards in the post-board games, right? Where we're doing stuff like this, where we're just kind of picking off Emerys, doing this kind of stuff. So like your breaches aren't really there to kill; they're there to just like put Emery back in play, like that kind of stuff. Because most of the time you're not going to be able to line up a kill through all of the various ways you can interact.
Yeah, definitely happens a lot more in the post-board games. I think Mac had another Unholy Heated hand. It's not red guard.
Yeah, I think so. No, it's a Lightning Bolt. That's much better because Unholy Heat, the Delirium could get shut off by the Soul Guide Lantern, and then it wouldn't kill Tamio. So mattered a lot to be a Lightning Bolt there, not an Unholy Heat.
Yeah, and I think Mackenzie has one bolt. Let me look at the list. Yeah, one bolt, one Unholy Heat.
I assume that's like another backdoor in case all your like Thassa's Oracle stuff's gone. You could just like bolt them to death or whatever.
Yeah, I cast it a bunch of times off of red mana from Opal.
And here is 2 mana for a Thassa's Oracle. All right.
Yeah, little Augurabolus.
Yeah.
Not even Augurabolus. Well, I actually see if you think about it, Augurabolus is 2 mana 1/3. Put the top 4 cards of your library in the bottom. Thassa's Oracle 2 mana 1/3. Put the top 2 cards of your library in the bottom. So
you can choose to keep up to 1, and so you can just choose to keep 0 if they're bad. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's Thassa's Oracle, 2 Devotion. Got to look at the top 2. Get to put up to 1, and then of course after that is when you win the game. I love using Thassa's Oracle for like whatever you want to call it, Augurabolus mode.
How about using Thassa's Oracle to attack your opponent for 1?
Beat downs. Talk to me. I gotta win that Haywire Might race. Yeah, this is just plan F for all of these decks. We got just a Thassa's Oracle beat down, 5 lands on each side, now 6. Just what are we doing?
I think we're at a point where we've used all the letters in the library, so we're now trying to letters in the alphabet, excuse me, and we're trying to figure out not plan F. This is like we're past Z at this point.
We're like alpha. We're under the Greek alphabet. We're done.
Yeah.
Alpha, beta, gamma. Here we go. Oh yeah, this is tough. This is a lot of mana. We're close to casting the Ulamogs.
What about Jace though? Talk to me, Jace.
I mean, Jace would be excellent. That does something. It has text.
Yeah. Yeah, Mackenzie.
yeah,
Mackenzie has one Jace, and Will's got 2 Ren and 6s. So that's
excellent.
kind of where we want to go.
Yeah, they'd be very good. I mean, picking up Saga over and over again. I mean, what a grindy match. We mentioned, does it get more grindy? Yes. And both of these hands are probably full. I mean, it's all spells, right? It's all spells, full of counter spells. Here's a Malevolent Rumble. Yeah, no. Snare that. Not a chance.
14
It's
turn
just full of
clock.
counter magic.
14 turn clock. You better watch out, Will. That Thassa's Oracle's coming for you.
Yeah, this is embarrassing. This Thassa's Oracle is actually just clocking in, doing some work.
I mean, he's got to kill it eventually.
The fetch lines are too.
You want to fetch? You want to fetch? You sure about
That's
that?
a turn. That's a time walk. This is embarrassing. Wow. Oh, nothing at all going on, huh?
It's kind of exactly what we talked about, right? Where game 1, less interaction, all 2 ships passing in the night. Game 2, stack of interaction, attacking with Thassa's Oracle. It's just this is how it goes, I guess.
Oh, 4 mana. We found a card. Jace! It's Jace. And the Will's reaction, I think, says it all. That's a good one here.
Yeah.
If nothing's going on, a Planeswalker is quite strong. And a lot of the counter magic doesn't really work. You need multiple spell pierces. This Sink into Stupor? Oh, Flame of Mana or Draw 2?
All right. Try and find something. I don't know if Will has a counterspell that can hit the Jace. You have a Snare, a Pierce, and 3 snares and a Pierce. That's it.
A Pierce, yeah, it doesn't even work right now. You'd have to like Sink into Stupor plus, I don't even know. And Jace is going to resolve Uptick, and yeah, here's a big swing of the game. Using the win conditions. I mean, we talk about these cards as normally just there to win the game, being embarrassing on their own. No, they're great here. Thassa's Oracle applying some beatdowns, defending Jace Wielder of Mysteries. You get a look at the very powerful rare from War of the Spark. Again, if you would draw the cards while your library has no cards in it, instead of losing, you win. And kind of Laboratory Maniac style, but does have a +1 that mills 2 and draws a card. So you can just get card advantage in the meantime with your win condition.
Yeah, and then you got to think, right? Casting all of those Malevolent Rumbles and Emeries, that's going to mill a bunch of cards off of that too. So you actually end up getting to the win condition on Jace even a little bit faster than you would normally.
Yeah, you can just do what the card says, like mill yourself, and then eventually just like win that way, not through any of the grinding station shenanigans. Well, Will just attempted a breach. That was a good answer, but Mackenzie had the Swan Song, which does give a 2/2. That can pressure Jace. That's like real, but I mean, the Jace is going to draw a lot of cards before that Swan Song gets rid of it. 2 cards milled, another card coming. Thassa's Oracle no longer can lay beatdowns, unfortunately. Rumble follow-up.
Now I wonder if Matt can just this turn cycle through a couple rumbles and then just mill over his whole deck or something. I don't know. I don't know how many cards we got left, but we're deep into this game.
We found a Shifting Woodland. That could just be a breach right now in a very uncounterable way.
Here's the Lantern, though.
Right.
So if you go for Woodland, I guess... trying to think if there's a weird timing window where you can activate or you can cast Breach. If Will responds with Lantern, then you can Woodland and then cast Instance. It's still in response to the Lantern. I don't know what instance there, that Mac has. I think
we have a bolt.
Flame, right? And there is the bolt.
It only takes 4 bolts to kill. I mean, that's a lot, but we have a lot of mana. I don't know.
Okay, so 2 for Breach. Will responds with Lantern. 4 for Woodland. Right, and then you would have 3, 4, 5, 6. You'd have 3 mana left over, so that's 3 bolts. We're almost there.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It's shenanigans. It's not impossible. As a Shifting Woodland of Will's own found. Let's see if he wants to pull the trigger on it. Seems like it's 3, 4 mana. Looks like we are. So we're going to respond here to the activation of Shifting Woodland with a Passaggio. Good answer.
Okay.
Only costs 1 thanks to Jace.
Yep. Yeah, normally Woodland is good against the counter spells, but Passaggio is a nice way to stop that without having the counter spells. So max leftovers, Breach and a land. I don't know what Will's working with over there.
Will seems to have a lot of cards in it, which is surprising. Mackenzie's had this Jace for a while. Seems to have 2 or 3 cards left.
Now here's the question. Will
Okay.
I don't know if Will knows that Mackenzie has the breach in hand. I don't remember if that was revealed off of a rumble. But if we do go into Mackenzie's next turn, Will would be aware of the breach, lantern, respond, woodland line. I wonder if Will is, heads up enough, do you pop the lantern main phase so that line can't happen?
Oh, so we turned our shifting woodland into a Tameo in response to the Beseju, so that the Beseju
with extra
effect
mana.
fizzled. And so you actually get to keep the shifting woodland around because it's a creature now.
But now I think we just have the win if we take that line, right? Because you have, I guess we're still 1 mana short, because I think we can cast 3 bolts off of it.
Yeah, I have to imagine we're short.
We gotta be
we
close.
think we're short. Put Tameo to bottom, Rumble to top. That flips Tameo, which can get back something. That can get back a bolt.
Yeah, you could even set up the same. You could even bait the same play, right? You go Tameo next turn, maybe Tameo minus target bolt. Will responds with lantern. You respond woodland breach and then bolt 3 times. But that's still only 9 damage.
Well, here's Breach. I think we're looking to pull the trigger on Breach. So here's Breach. I have to imagine we're doing the lantern thing in response. Will's just kind of trying to figure out to what end. What does this represent? And so that's why we have head and hands right now. Yeah, I mean, there's no universe you don't. The question is, what can Mackenzie do about it? Says, okay, sure, it happens. 2 mana rumble. So we're just going to start rumbling underneath it. Okay.
Yeah, I think Mackenzie is just trying to mill a bunch of cards, or just mill as much of his deck as possible to try and get to that chase win con, which also kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I still kind of like that breach woodland bolt line, or maybe at some point, but
I don't even know if that works. I mean, there's so much mana going on at play, and then of course what Will has in hand kind of comes into play. And here we go. We have 4 cards left in the deck. Is that true?
Not a lot.
Or is it 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 cards left in the deck.
5, right? Yeah, 5. So 5 in library. Rumble mills 4.
So
that would.
About?
You know what I want to look
at? We picked up Emery, right? So we can't cast Emery, but we can just rumble again.
Okay. So Will has an Odawara in deck. I don't know. I can't tell if it's in play and I can't tell if it's in the graveyard, but that could be something where if Mackenzie goes to draw a card with an empty library, Will can Odawara the Jason response.
Well, he's no mana. Come on. The thing even if he has
not this turn.
That costs 2.
I don't know if he has the ability to draw an extra card this turn though.
Jace draws a card, right? He mills 2 and draws. So
I think he already activated Jace, no? Because it was at 6 last turn, went to 4 off the bird, and he plussed it to 5 this turn. So I think Jace was already activated.
That would change things quite a bit. Okay. So what else? We have Tameo minus still on the table.
Preordain, maybe?
We have Bobble that could do it on upkeep, but again, then you still get Odawara.
Then you run into the risk of Odawara, yeah. The other thing that's interesting too, right, is if you have to pass to Will, then Will can say, okay, say there's say Mackenzie has an empty library, right, and a bobble trigger on the stack. Will can respond to the bobble trigger, woodland copy breach, and then heat the Jace.
That'd be bad.
So there's some play here. There's definitely some play here.
Haywire Might into play, which covers you against the shifting woodland breach that's face up.
Yeah, okay.
We didn't activate Tameo, right? Did we activate Tameo?
He plussed it. Tameo starts at 2, so he just flipped it that turn, so we did plus it.
I didn't even see the dice move. There's so many permanents in play. I'm just losing it. Oh, this is problematic.
Okay.
Breach out of the box. Yeah, you cast the second
and then immediately breach. Yep. And now Mackenzie does not have a window. And presumably, that's enough.
That's it. Wow. Breach cast another breach, mattering a ton there for Will Kowalczyk, who managed to pull that one out. I don't know. There was some crazy lines there, some stuff to consider with lightning bolts and what have you. But ultimately, Will Kowalczyk able to win the 2 ships tonight after almost a manual Jace win from Mac Endress. I'll tell you what, the teamer breach, the grinding breach mirror is strange. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of it over the coming weeks in the modern format if this tournament is anything to be believed as far as the strength of that deck does go. Well, either way, that will wrap up both our main and feature match for the final round of Swiss. And I imagine we're going to be seeing more of Will Kowalczyk and, of course, Charlie Dusterberg, who we got to see fell another Grinding Breach deck as well. In our top 8, we're going to get to see the rest of the top 8 and make sure that both those players did make it here in just a little bit. You're not going to want to miss any of that top 8 action. Before we do go, remember, if you're enjoying this content, you're enjoying streamed Magic, make sure you are following us here on Twitch. And, of course, subscribe if you want access to some sweet emotes and, of course, no ads. But beyond that, we will be taking a very short break, and we'll be back with the top 8 very quickly. Don't go anywhere. All right, after that grindy mirror match, I hope you had plenty of time for a break and some time to get situated as we're about to bring you the top 8 of our 10K Modern Showdown here in Chicagoland, featuring, of course, the post-ban Modern format. I'm Drake Sasser here with Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, and without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at how our top 8 took shape. And, of course, all these players did play all 8 rounds here, and we got... at the end, we got on the left side of the bracket, we got Charlie Dusterberg. We got to see him do quite a bit of winning with his black-white flicker deck versus Ted Lowenthal on Boros Energy. We also have Grayson Nemitz on Eldrazi Ramp versus Andrew Brewster on Eldrazi Tron. Little Eldrazi asymmetrical mirror. I think we're going to be seeing more of that here in just a moment. On the right side of the bracket, we have Will Kowalczyk with Grinding Breach versus Justin Brooks on the Ral Storm deck. And then we have Alex Pulaski on Boros Energy versus Robert Hayes on the 4-color Breach strategy. A lot of Breach, but overall a pretty diverse top 8.
Yeah, 2 Breach decks, 2 Eldrazi decks, Flicker, Boros, Ral Storm, 2 Boros. So 2 Boros, 2 Breach, 2 Eldrazi, Flicker, and Ral Storm. So pretty diverse top 8. There's some Mox Opals, there's some Ancient Tombs, Ugin's Labyrinths, and some Majanis. So it should be an interesting top 8 here.
Combo is so back. Wow, these players are playing for more than just all the glory. There's also money and points and invites and all those things on the line. So you take a look here at our 10K Showdown prize distribution. First place, of course, $2,400, 30 points, an invite to the NRG Championship right now, as well as the Regional Championship invite. And as we mentioned earlier, that custom token from Inkland Customs. Cannot forget about that. And then in second place, we got $1,200, 25 points, Regional Championship invite. And though you get Regional Championship invites for third through fourth as well. So kind of a RCQ little winning in here for all of the players, because you get $800, 20 points, and then an RC invite for third through fourth. And then, of course, from fifth on, you got $400 and 15 points. Quite a good weekend, but I'm sure all of these players are hungry for those invites. And of course, there is the look at the Showdown tokens from past winners, players that you've seen many times here, and some players you've even seen today. Theo Jung among the mix. And you can, of course, check out Inkland Customs at inklandcustoms.com. And of course, if you want one of these tokens, you got to win a showdown. Well, there's one of those going on right now. There's plenty more this season as well. We'll take a quick look at the events for 2025 season 1. There at the top left, you can see the Chicagoland February event. That's where we're at right now. So if you're not there, you're not going to have a good time unless you can get there really quickly. You got that 10K Modern Showdown. Of course, the 10K Team Trios trial that we will be looking at tomorrow. That is Standard, Modern, and Legacy. Then next in March, we're going to move to Madison, Wisconsin for 10K Standard Showdown, a 5K Pioneer Trial. In May, we'll be in Chicagoland once again for 10K Modern Trial and a 5K Standard Trial. And then the capstone of Season 1 in June will be in Indianapolis for 2 showdowns, a 10K Standard Showdown and a 10K Team Sealed Showdown. Good to see some limited representation here on the Energy Series, and for very high stakes too, because you can bring your team, and if you win it, you will all qualify for the end of the year championship. A lot on the line there, a lot of really sweet events, and yeah, you're not going to want to miss Season 1. And of course, Season 2 events will come later, but for now, a lot to focus on here, and for these players, some winning to focus on for the moment. And we're going to watch some what I imagine is going to be some really sweet magic. We got Grayson Nemitz on our left and Eldrazi Ramp, and Andrew Brewster on the right on Eldrazi Tron. Devin, can you break down what's going to happen here? What are these viewers in for in just a moment between these two players?
Who's in the play? That's my answer.
Huh?
No, I mean, so if you look at the deck list, they're both playing Myco Spawn. They're both playing Eldrazi Temple and Ugin's Labyrinth. They both have talismans. A lot of similarities. Kozilek's commands, all that stuff is the same. the big difference here is Grayson has blue cards, right? So not only in the main deck where Grayson has access to Null Drifter, maybe not as relevant in this matchup. Kozilek's Return, the Eldrazi Tron deck is colorless, red cards, green cards, blue cards in the side of Grayson's thing. So the K returns don't matter too much. The one thing that I will point out is Grayson has 3 Worldbreaker and 3 Emrakul the Promised End. The Eldrazi Tron side of things does not have any Worldbreakers or any Emrakuls. So if we get to the stage of the game where, heaven forbid if players actually start having lands in play and they're not just micro-spawning each other, then I believe Grayson has a pretty big edge there, having those Emrakuls and those World Breakers. The difference here is on Andrew's side of things, you have more like Thought Knot Seer, which I guess can maybe come in and pick off a Myco Spawn if that comes down before Grayson gets to 6 mana. Andrew has his own bricks here, like Breaker's not great, All His Dust is not great, Chalice of the Void in the main deck, not the best card here.
Yeah, can't imagine that
Sphere. So both these players do have some bricks, but I think I like Grayson's side of things, if only because he's on the play.
Makes sense to me. And Grayson, of course, a player that we saw in our 2025 championship. Our last championship. I'm just confused myself there. Actually won a showdown with the Belcher deck, with the mono blue Belcher deck and the Tamashis and all that stuff. Pretty big pivot here, showing quite a bit of range for Grayson to go ahead and pivot to Eldrazi Ramp for this event off of the Belcher stuff, despite not really getting hit by the bans. Doesn't think it's well positioned. Here is a Tron land plus a map and some mana acceleration for Grayson. Got a basic forest into Utopia Sprawl, and here's 4 mana. You got Eldrazi Temple.
Okay, so Rumble mana. Floating 1.
Right.
So
yes,
I believe Grayson might have a second Rumble. No, it looks like a Worldbreaker, a Sprawl, and a Temple. I think it's a second Temple.
Yeah, that looks like to me. Hit Kozilek's Return to the bin. That's a notable one if we start casting big Eldrazi like the Devourer of Destiny we just picked up. But overall, not some great hits. None of these things blow up lands.
Well, yeah, the Worldbreaker does, though, right? So 1, 2.
Sure.
So right now, if you count the mana, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, any land drop for Grayson will turn on their Worldbreaker next turn, and we do see the land in hand. So there's a land, a Worldbreaker, and a Devourer. That might actually be a Sanctum, which is kind of sick because you can actually sack the Sanctum to get, you guessed it, another Worldbreaker, or maybe even a Myco Spawn.
Yeah, here we go. So the Eldrazi Temple means you don't have to sack the spawn, which is a huge deal. Yeah, so it's Eldrazi Temple. And that's going to pick off a land. Then get a look at Worldbreaker. That's 7 mana, but we have it thanks to 2 Eldrazi Temples and a Utopia Sprawl. And of course, when you cast it, exile target artifact, enchantment, or land. I think we're going to go for a land. And then you can pay 2, it's a 5/7 with reach. It's got the hidden reach mode. And 2 in a colorless, sacrifice a land. You can return it from your graveyard to your hand. So a lot of relevant text really used to be played in Tron. I mean, it's funny to see, there's none in the Tron style deck right now, but in true, not actually Eldrazi Tron, actual Tron, they used to play this card in multiple numbers just because of how versatile it was and what a great blocker it was. And of course, if you kill it, you just bring it right back, and that's quite powerful as well. In this matchup, it's an A+. Blows up lands. Check.
Yeah. Another important thing to note here, it is very telling where if you look at Eldrazi Tron, you kind of associate it normally with just a colorless deck. There's no colored spells. Well, it turns out the only colored spell happens to be probably the best one, and that's Myco Spawn. It's the only card that is in Andrew's deck that is not a colorless card. And, really going out of his way to play it. There's 1 Forest, 1 Cavern of Souls, 4 Talisman of Resilience, and then the maps to find the green sources. So realistically, not a ton of green sources here that Andrew is working with, but because that card is just so unbelievably powerful, decided it was worth it just to splash that 1 card.
So Chalice on 1 coming down for Andrew Brewster. That only hits Utopia Sprawl, of which there are 2 in play, I believe. I'm checking. Quick check for more 1-drops in the main deck. I'm not seeing any. So yeah, that just hits Utopia Sprawls, of which are already in play. Not a lot of text. We mentioned that. Chalice of the Void, probably one of the first cards to get launched from the deck in the sideboard games. Does have Ugin's Labyrinth follow-up. Not quite a 3rd Tron land, but still does accelerate the mana some. Gets to put All His Dust underneath that.
Yeah, you don't want to be happy. That is a good use for All His Dust in this match.
Yeah, another card that is going to get launched from the deck, I imagine, in the sideboard games as well. All right. 4 mana? What do we got? Oh, so well, this would be played Karn is the answer based on reaching to the sideboard.
This could be a Karn, and I think under normal circumstances, if both players have a boatload of mana, Karn's fantastic. But Karn not looking so great on this board. Grayson just has a 5/7. Andrew can't really do anything with the Karn immediately. So it's just going to be minus, get whatever, and then immediately die. Which, I mean, looking at Andrew's sideboard, there is quite a few options. Depending on whether or not he has Tron lined up, you could get something like a Cityscape Leveler. You could also maybe go for a Bridge if you want to try and play a longer game, but
Yeah,
that one's kind of
Bridge.
sketchy.
That's what I was looking for.
Emrakul.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Emrakul is.
Yeah. Guess you're probably
That's
yeah.
a problem.
Ooh, that's
And we
also
have
a problem.
Kozilek's Command 2 for 7. Right.
So this is what, double Black Lotus and Demonic Tutor, basically?
More or less, yeah. It's functionally, yeah, a lot. And I mean, obviously a huge problem. You can look at Kozilek's Command. An X spell, pretty good. It's also a Kindred instant Eldrazi, which means you get to use your temples for 2 mana to cast this thing. That's pretty good. I don't know if you know that. That's pretty powerful. And so, X was 7 there. So we did Scry at 7 and then draw a card. And then, of course, we also made 7/01. So infinite mana for Grayson, and really Grayson's choice in card, as here comes the Worldbreaker Beatdowns. Of course, Ensnaring Bridge is still in hand from Andrew, thanks to the Karn down tick from last turn. Does Grayson have a meaningful follow-up?
Yeah, Grayson picked up a copy of Karn. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mana. Karn with 9 left over. So Grayson... Now, I will say that these Teamer Eldrazi decks don't tend to play a ton of Haymakers, although now that I'm saying that, Grayson does have a Leveler in his sideboard, so presumably going to maybe go towards that. Or you could just go for coding, just start blowing up lands. Yeah, that probably just ends the game more quicker.
Yeah, I mean, dealer's choice at this point, and like you said, notably, Microsoft Lattice is still banned. That would be just actual lights out right here, but they did ban that card for this exactly this reason. Yeah, it would be really good. So none of that, but we do have the Stone.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, just name Urza's Power Plant. I'm down with it.
All right, and put the Devour underneath. So we're kind of hiding this as well as being able to activate Stone Brain. Okay, let's get a hint of what the name is.
I would have to guess it's Power Plant.
I mean, Power Plant's nice. I mean, is there just one? You just name Sowing Mycospawn or something? Does that do anything? I don't know.
Yeah, I think once you've gotten to this point, Grayson kind of realizing that the way he loses is right. So, if you look at Andrew's deck list, Andrew has the Karns and maybe has some other big mana. And because Grayson has such a huge mana advantage, one of the only ways he can possibly lose this game is giving Andrew one turn with a Tron. And if Andrew has one big play, maybe that can get him back into the game. But now, because, looking at Grayson's battlefield, he has 15 mana and Andrew has 4 with no prospect of getting to more mana. This one just seems I don't really know how Andrew comes back from this.
It does seem hard to obtain. And some of the cards too, they're normally big mana payoffs. Talking about Breaker of Creation, here's a card. Hexproof from each color. Nice. Colorless matchup. Gaining life, not really what this matchup's about. So there's a lot of cards that we've seen in Andrew's just opening sequencing here that are just not really the good cards in the matchup. All is Dust, Breaker of Creation, Chalice of the Void. Looks like there's a lot of room for improvement on the sideboard. So honestly, if you're going to be losing a game on the draw or whatever and need to claw back, this is a good one to do it because you just drew a bunch of your bad cards anyway. It looks like not really a fair fight because it isn't. Grayson's drawn the cards that matter. Andrew kind of hasn't, as we do go back 4 mana, make it 5, but I mean, what is beating any of this with 5 mana?
I mean, Thought Knot Seer, take a card out of Grayson's hand. We got the Bridge, but Grayson can just, eventually answer that at his leisure once he's blown up all of Andrew's lands with the coding. Because I presumably, Grayson's going to get the coding next turn.
Yeah, there's a million things you could do. Drew a land's not good, so game for Grayson is about what's on the table at the moment. Doesn't have a Devourer of Destiny. That thing can, I don't know, be a 6/6 that attacks.
Yeah, that's another card. No targets in this matchup. Although I say that Andrew has targets. Grayson's got Sprawl, so Andrew at least has something with his.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so going for the Leveler. Well, that just picks off the thing.
Oh, yeah.
But you do have to use normal mana. You can't use the temples, really. They only make 1 for that thing. I don't think that matters. 7.
I think you still get 8, right?
Yeah, it just doesn't matter at all. Yeah, you just have 8 already. Don't even need to use your spawns. Don't even need to reach for them. Get to keep them around. All right, have a Power Stone.
I think Grayson's goal this game is to cast as many spells as possible and win without using a single one of those 7 spawns. That's the gambit here.
They're just sugar. They're the
Yeah.
cheerleading squad over in the corner. A Power Stone coming for Andrew is more beatdowns than the World Breaker. Half dead is Andrew Brewster, but I think the reality is it's full dead. I mean, is there a single draw? We got anything? About to find out.
Kozilek. I mean, I guess if he has another Labyrinth, that could get him to 7, and then a Sire could do something. The Sire of 7 Deaths.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. There's a card. Foundations Mythic. 4 lines of text. It's all keywords.
That just gets got by Leveler, so that's not even good enough.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't do anything either. What is Ward? He has to pay 7 life.
That's fine. Grayson's got more than 7 life. I think he can allow it.
Where's Karn? It's awkward because if we exiled the bridge, you could buy it back, and then Leveler wouldn't get it, right? Because like it has to attack and it can't. But no, we can't do that.
Yeah,
a lot of things we can't do.
That's a big difference that you point out between Worldbreaker and Leveler, where Worldbreaker exiles but Leveler doesn't. So, if Grayson say had a Worldbreaker on the bridge, then Andrew may have had ways to go find it, but now he doesn't.
Giving the sideboard another look. I mean, literally has 15 one-ofs, so unclear if there's something, but
I think we're backing it up.
Andrew has seen enough.
Yeah.
Grayson, as you mentioned, you said whoever's on the play, Grayson was on the play, and we're done. So that is going to end game number 1 between these Eldrazi stratagems. And that means to the sideboard we go to the beautiful 15 one-of masterpiece that is Andrew Brewster's sideboard. So without further ado, let's dive in. Ready? 1 Cityscape Leveler, 1 Cursed Totem, 1 Disruptor Flute, 1 Ensnaring Bridge, 1 Forsaken Monument, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Liquid Metal Coating, 1 Sundering Titan, 1 The Filigree Silex, 1 The Stone Brain, 1 Tormod's Crypt, 1 Torpor Orb, 1 Trinisphere, and 1 Walking Ballista. Do we board anything, or is it just only a wish board?
Well, this is where it gets a little awkward, because Andrew does have some real stinkers in the main deck. I'm looking at the All Is Dusts and the Trinispheres. Trinisphere is maybe more reasonable on the play, especially if you can pair that with a Labyrinth and you cast it on turn 2 before before Grayson can deploy like a Rumble or something. Even in those games, it's still not that great. So I really want to get those 5 cards out of here. And I think a lot of times when people see Karn sideboards, they just assume no sideboarding. But I think what you have to think about is the cards that you are least likely to Karn for that have any amount of meaningful impact in the game. So like Cityscape Leveler, you probably want to Karn for that often. Stonebrain, you probably want to Karn for that often. But past that, like Sundering Titan could pop a land with a Utopia Sprawl on it. Forsaken Monument could do something. Walking Ballista. So cards like that can maybe like board in that you can do something just to get these 5 blanks out of the deck.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, like you said, there's some cards that are just actually textless. So at the end of the day, we don't have 15 cards. Can't tutor all these things. Let's get something in the deck with text. But overall, I mean, unfortunately, despite having some really bad cards in the main deck, we don't even have that many great upgrades in the sideboard. I mean, obviously not set up for the mirror or these Eldrazi decks. Well, let's see if that's true for Grayson as well, as we take a look at slightly different, no Tron lands, but still an Eldrazi ramp deck. We have some colored spells in the sideboard. We have not 15 one-ofs. We have 1 Chalice of the Void, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 2 Dismember, 1 Disruptor Flute, 1 Engineered Explosives, 1 Kozilek's Return, 1 Liquid Metal Coating, 1 Soulless Jailer, 3 copies of Stone Rain, 1 copy of the Stone Brain, 1 Tormod's Crypt, and 1 Trinisphere. What do you like here?
So it's technically 4 Stone Rains, right? Because there's 3 in 1. No? Okay. Anyways.
No.
Okay. So give me the Stone Rains for sure. Definitely. Those are slam dunks. That's kind of why you play the colored spells in these kinds of decks. Stone Rain is a fantastic card in these kind of, double land mirror matches. Past that, I assume Grayson wants to save a lot of these for the Karn Wish board, like the Leveler, the Liquid Metal Coating, and the Stone Brain. Those probably want to stay in the board. So I think it's just cut the K returns, add in the Stone Rains, and Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing, right? Grayson has a lot less dead cards in the matchup. Everything else
Right.
is just fine, Whereas I feel like Andrew has a lot more cards to board out and not nearly enough to bring in. So I think just a clean swap of Stone Rain for K return, and we are off to the races here for Grayson.
Makes sense to me. Not a lot of changes you want to make. And honestly, like I said, even just having a few more cards available could be a big difference maker in this matchup. I mean, the Stone Rain seems like they're going to be pretty good. And it seems like Grayson, I mean, Stone Rain, what else is it good against other than ramp decks? I mean, very clearly
Mirror
came
match.
prepared. Yeah. Came prepared for this kind of a setup, and really doesn't necessarily feel like Andrew Brewster did, but we'll see. On the play, you mentioned whoever's on the play is heavily favored thanks to just the ability to get the Stone Rain effects going earlier. Can just be the big difference maker. Now with Andrew Brewster on the play, we'll see if that's true. As a hand with 2 Stone Rains in it has been pulled for Grayson Nimitz here.
Oh my god, he has the Labyrinth too, so I think Grayson can actually turn 2 Stone Rain even on the draw.
Does he have red or green because he's Utopia Sprawl?
I see Labyrinth. I see Big Creature, 2 Stone Rains, Sprawl. I think it might be 2 colorless lands. I think it might be Labyrinth, Ghost Quarter.
So he might just need a colorless land to make any of this work. But Devourer of Destiny. We did it. Opening hand Devourer of Destiny here for Andrew Brewster. That means you get to reveal his card from your opening hand. He just did that. If you do, which he did, at the beginning of your first upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top of your library, exile the rest. So 3 cards going to exile here, 1 going to the top.
Yeah, and then as far as the hands are concerned, in terms of what hands you're looking for, I actually think Andrew is more interested in Eldrazi lands that have Eldrazi lands rather than Tron land map, Tron land crack, because in those hands, even if you play your 3rd Tron land on turn 3, you cannot access green mana unless you also have a talisman. Which I guess in a similar vein, you also need a talisman with these hands. But it just kind of exposes you a little bit less to the Stone Rains and the Myco spawns, because if you have multiple soul lands in play, even if you get one of them Stone Rained, you still have another one to potentially access the Myco spawn of yourself next turn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, and I think the exiles there make a lot of sense for exactly that purpose, right? You have Tron Land map went to the exile zone, as here comes a Ghost Quarter on the Ugin's Labyrinth, which of course will be tapped to re-pick up that Devourer of Destiny, and then of course get destroyed, and a forest coming there for Andrew Brewster. Eldrazi Temple as the other land does still mean Andrew has an almost, has representing 3 mana for Eldrazi, but didn't have anything with 4 mana for Eldrazi. But now that he has green, that might actually have helped him a little bit. Give him an extra land for selling Myco Spawn on 4.
Yep. Mana? Yeah, because now he can just play any land, Myco Spawn, maybe get a 2nd Temple, and then be able to have a lot more mana the next turn.
Yeah, if his hand had Myco Spawn no green, then that forest actually could be helping him here a little bit. We'll see what he does have. There's Ugin's Labyrinth. We know he has a target for that. Yeah, the same Devourer of Destiny can go up under that thing. Follow up. Got 5.
So I wonder if he has Myco Spawn, but also maybe another land in hand, and is thinking about holding the Myco Spawn to try and kick it. But I think I would just jam it here, especially if you have another follow-up the next turn. Actually, we're going to go for Karn.
Karn's a fine consolation prize, especially if you have exactly what you were just talking about. Here's a Karn, can go digging right away. Only 1 land for Grayson, and going to cycle the Kozilek's command. X equals 0 on that.
Yeah, he just needs to find that untapped land here. Well, found a Temple of Tilt in the commercial district.
Well, you have to put untapped lands in your deck to draw them. So the commercial district is not an untapped land. So back over to Andrew Brewster we go. And now I didn't see what he grabbed, but if you grab Liquid Metal Coating, this game might be over right now.
Yeah, or I mean,
lands.
Yeah, either the coding, or maybe if he didn't grab the coding, he might have already had the Myco Spawn in hand. Honestly, he could Myco Spawn for Labyrinth Pitch, and then coding as well. He could just do both this turn.
And there's a kicked Myco Spawn. It's exactly what you were talking about. Let's take a look at this card.
Yeah,
it's a concession from Grayson. Let's spend some time talking about this card when they shuffle up. 3 and a green. This is an MH3 rare, devoid, even though it is green pipped. It is colorless. It has kicker for 1 and a colorless. And then, of course, when you cast it, you may search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. That doesn't say tapped. That enters untapped. And then also, when you cast the spell, if it was kicked, exile target land. So kind of like a nod to the Mulwani Acid Moss. kind of be able to destroy a land plus go find one for you, but obviously much more powerful as it comes with this 6/6 body, or sorry, a 3/3 body, not a 6/6. I don't know why I thought it was 6/6.
Can you imagine?
It's a 3/3.
Ooh, baby.
It's better. Why not? And this card's seeing some play in Legacy and stuff, and I mean, seeing its debut really in Modern now that the One Ring's gone, just being able to do exactly what you just saw, as early as turn 3. That was turn, I think, 4 there, but able to start nuking lands, go get your own, and like you mentioned, you can grab lands that blow up other lands too when you're doing.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, in Legacy, it's even more brutal when you go blow up their land, tutor for wasteland you. In Modern, it's more, blow up your land, get another soul land, which kind of curves into my next expensive play. The brutal thing here is it can get basics. So, normally if you put, like, say, Utopia Sprawl on a basic forest, it's safe from, the things that would normally destroy, like Blood Moons and things like that. But Mycospawn does not care if it's a basic. It's going to get it regardless.
Yeah, just exile target land. Nasty. And I mean, part of the reason to have Utopia Sprawls, I mean, you can put them on basics that normally saves them from a lot of the hate. In this particular matchup, that's not true, but you can't really cut them because you do want the mana acceleration. That's what this matchup's about, is just getting there first. And, these players wasted no time. Just shuffled up, no changes. Here we go. Devourer of Destiny underneath Ukin's Labyrinth versus Utopia Sprawl. I didn't draw that right. He would have revealed it.
I wonder what the draw step was.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Could be anything.
I see a Sowing Mycospawn in hand for Grayson. Could play it this turn. Go grab a land.
Yeah, see, it's always tough. Like, if you have another play this turn, maybe a Rumble, which he does, you probably want to save the Mycospawn for the next turn. So yeah, he's just going to go... Oh,
it's a Talisman.
Oh, I've never seen that art before. That's the red-green one, right?
Yeah, it's the red-green Talisman. Okay. I think it's from like one of the Universes Beyond. Like, I think that might be Doctor Who. It's my guess. Either way, it's a Universes Beyond Talisman that is going to cast the Malevolent Rumble. So we, like you mentioned, we do have another play, so we get to do that instead of just running out the Sowing Mycospawn to grab a land. That way we can kick it, because kicking it is so impactful in this mirror.
Yeah, and you see Andrew just cycling here. Because he knows.
I mean, this is the most I've ever seen this card cycled. It's just like, it's very clear, such a nod to, we need to hit our lands, we need our deck to function. We can't afford to wait for this thing to have a big X. We just need to cycle it now.
Well, I mean, and Andrew is almost like, in Andrew's spot, he is almost assuredly, like, he knows he's going to get his land blown up next turn. And, do we have a Karn that could prevent us from getting Mycospawn because
that
of the
shuts
Talisman?
Off the Talisman. That's huge.
Yeah.
This could be a big swing for being able to win a game on the draws. Here comes Liquid Metal Coating. That can threaten to start pulling up some lands. So do we have to cut our losses now if you're Grayson?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Especially knowing that Andrew has the coding now. You can't really afford to wait. Because also, if you don't put the Mycospawn into play, the Karn, you're not pressuring the Karn. So you need to have something in play that can kind of go after this Karn. But yeah, I mean, that was a huge, huge play from Andrew here, being able to find that Karn, knowing, that's not necessarily a common play that you would make, but knowing when you are in a spot where you need to cycle that command just to make sure you can find that Karn is, a very heads-up play here for Andrew. Oh, well.
Answered with a Karn. Okay, so that shuts off the Liquid Metal Coating and actually can also animate
Talisman beatdowns.
The Talisman to stop another card being gained here.
Yeah, that's huge, because that not only means that Andrew can't minus, but it also means that Andrew can't activate the coding on Grayson's lands.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big pickup. Now, obviously, still has 2 soul lands in play that we're untapping with, but the follow-up Karn, and that means the Sowing Mycospawn still just hanging around in Grayson's hand, threatening to be kicked with any additional mana source. So a little bit more value there as Eldrazi Temple comes on. That's 6 mana for Eldrazi. Getting green, a lot of mana is Andrew.
Yeah, very importantly, Andrew, no access to green. And, I talked about earlier how Andrew doesn't play a lot of green sources. This is mostly an Eldrazi Tron deck. Realistically, there's 1 forest, 1 cavern, 3 maps, and 4 talismans. Well, 7 of those are offline. So he only has 2 green sources that he needs to naturally draw to get to this Mycospawn.
Okay, so I didn't see exactly what happened there. It looked like we ticked up before playing the coding, so I guess we chose not to create coding as a blocker. We chose to deploy coding and not animate, I think.
Yeah, that's tough, because you would presumably you would want to trade here.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. It might still be a blocker. but it looked like it was not very intentionally there from Andrew Brewster. So we'll see what he's up. Maybe another Kozilek's command available. Still has like 4 mana for Eldrazi up. Is Malevolent Rumble number 2 being resolved for Grayson Nimitz? Not a lot to like coming off of it. Bunch of lands and a Devourer of Destiny.
Yeah, most importantly, no soul lands. That's kind of what Grayson wants to keep finding, just as many of those as possible. More temples, Labyrinth if he has a way to pitch. I think I saw an Emrakul in Grayson's hand too. I don't know what we're at for delirium types. Land, creature, sorcery at a minimum. I think that might be it. I don't think there's a Kozilek's command.
Yeah, I don't see one. Eldrazi Spawn made. A lot of mana still left over for Grayson, but I think without having to do the Rumble first means that we can't Sowing Michael. Oh, we have 2 Sowing Michael spawns. Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, we can start to make those rain in the following turns. Really? I mean, Andrew needs to stop that from happening. Okay, so we did animate the coding. That's interesting. Like I couldn't tell. It looked like he gestured towards it. I couldn't tell if that was acknowledgement that it was or wasn't, but it looks like I guess we did choose to animate it. Interesting.
I wonder if Grayson is thinking about cutting his losses here and just saying, because I have 2 Myco spawns, I don't need to get full value out of both of them, and he's just going to cast 1 to ramp here. I feel like I'd maybe be more inclined to do that with the Emrakul, because if you play the Myco spawn, you can play Foothills and not have to sack your spawn token. That gets you a temple, and you get a lot closer to the Emrakul.
Sure, yeah, just be able to say I'm going to win the game with only 1 Myco spawn and then slam the door with the Emrakul instead of trying to win the game with just the 2 Myco spawns, basically doing their thing and ignoring that. It makes sense to me, and also I think covers you a little bit for some of the better draws Andrew can have, because I mean he's threatening to get to 7 mana, and I think that's really where his deck starts to function. It starts to resolve big creatures and really just get a lot of the mana going. Is that critical 7 number? If you can kind of set yourself up as best as possible to not get destroyed by whatever he has dialed up. If that happens, then you're in a much better shape. And I think Sowing Michael Spawn does some of that as we do go back. Takes a draw step. Big turn for Andrew here. If he wants to try to win a game on the draw, it needs to be with a big turn here.
That's 7 mana. So card liberated?
Is that even in the deck?
No, that was a
sick.
throwback, okay?
I mean,
how about a Sire of 7
be good
Deaths?
here. Sire of 7 Deaths is not an F. A lot of keywords on this thing.
It's actually an S.
It is an S. There you go. Sire 7 Deaths, 7 abilities, 7/7. 4 lines of text there. You got all of them are keywords. First strike, vigilance, minutes, trample, reach, lifelink, wards, and pay 7 life for the ward. No haste. That's tough. No haste.
I believe, unless there's a card type that I'm not seeing off screen. Oh, I forgot about the talisman. The talisman traded. That's the 4th type. So artifact, land, sorcery, creature. 4 types. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. 9 mana, 4 types. I believe we can Emrakul this turn.
It's a lot of mana being tapped. It seems like you might be right. Boop. Yeah.
Emrakul has hit the stack.
Trigger. What's the saying with this card? It's a different story every time.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Really?
Take a look at Emrakul the Promised End, a mythic from Eldritch Moon. You got your 13/13 for 13. Costs 1 less to cast for each card type among cards in your graveyard. And when you cast a spell, you gain control of target opponent. I wonder who's going to target. During that player's next turn. After that turn, that player takes an extra turn. It is a 13/13, of course. It has flying, trample, protection from instants. So you actually can't Kozilek's command this thing. It's protection from instants.
True. You know, the funny thing about Kozilek's command that I actually had this come up when I was playing a mirror match online today. If you take your opponent's turn, Kozilek's command is target player scries then draws. So you just
you just target your opponent. That's target, so sick.
Yeah, that's so good.
Great.
What do we got here though? There's a Myco spawn and a Devourer. Still no access to green mana. So yeah, I mean, I guess you just send in the Sire, block with the Emrakul, down tick the Karn, find nothing. I don't know if you know this, and I don't know if anybody in chat knows this, if we have a judge. What is the ruling with Mindslavering your opponent and cards that search outside of the game? And I think that's what Grayson is maybe asking right now. I don't know what the ruling there is.
You can't like just look at their sideboard anymore, right?
I don't think so.
I think they changed that. That was something that's all it always worked with for me. That was like one of the first things people did. If you took control of their turn, they kept playing. It's like, I would like to see your sideboard. And a lot of times people would just concede in response to that or whatever. But I don't think you can do that anymore. But if you're searching with Karn, you have to be able to do that, right? So
well, I think it would just be minus and fail to find at that point. I think.
Okay. Is there even anything we could do better? We could, like,
You can
grab the list.
you can return both of the cards from the labyrinth. Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, that is not great. Okay, so we're down ticking. That's what we're about to find out. I don't see
Yeah, I
reaching
don't
for the
believe
sideboard
we
happening.
can. Yeah, I think Grayson knows that. It's just a -2 for nothing, which is still good. 2 loyalty on the Karn, double Stone Rain you, and good luck.
Yeah, and rebuy both of those creatures. I mean, that actually might be the most brutal thing happening this turn. Is
Yeah,
like,
just -2 mana.
yeah, just basically double Stone Rain you, and there's like you can't just put it back. that's not how the cards work.
Yeah.
So now you just have these big chunguses and no mana to cast them with. Awkward. And obviously still the massive Emrakul on the other side of the table to deal with. So here's the extra turn. A lot of cards in hand. Yay.
Andrew is at 27, did gain 7 life from the Sire attack. So is going to
Sure.
get at least one more turn. Maybe if Andrew draws back-to-back Tron lands?
Well, transferring it. He does have one, so he could draw another one
He
still.
has a tower. Okay. Yep.
Well, I think Grayson also still has a backup sewing microspawn. So that might be the door on everything. But we do have a Ugin's Labyrinth. So that brings us to 4, 5, 6. Right? No, we have Temple 2. So that is 7. We can Sire again. All right. That means we can start taking some Emrakul hits and not die.
Oh, right. We had the Temple. I forgot about the Temple. Okay.
Right. So, yeah, like Emrakul can hit us. We can just not block. And then we have, I mean, it's a 14-point life swing. We actually are kind of winning the race.
So 13 to 20 or 13 to 14. Andrew cracks back for 7. Grayson goes to 8. You go up to 21. Yeah, 13 down to 8, I guess. Assuming nothing on the other side. Yeah. Ooh, we're even going after the card here.
We have World Breaker too. I think we might be at the nothing matters because we have Sewing, Mycospawn, and World Breaker. So there goes the Ugin's Labyrinth and a land coming for Grayson.
Trying to think if we have enough for both. I don't think so, right? Because Soul Land off of this gets you to 4. Soul Land from hand gets you to 6 for the World Breaker.
Yeah, short this turn. But going to be able to do it long before the Sire actually wins the race because it's just a 1-point deficit right there. A hit for 13 plus the chunk for 7.
Yeah.
Gain 7. It's just going to be... It's going to take a long time to actually kill.
Yes, it is. It's going to be a while.
There's blockers and stuff. I mean, there's problems.
I think there's also another Emrakul in Grayson's hand too. So if things get dicey, he can just take another turn off.
All right, liquid metal coating works now. Okay, there goes another land.
Alrighty. So one player has 12 mana. One player has 3 mana.
Hey, 4 mana.
That's a Tron land. We got the tower in hand.
Yeah, we have it all. We have Tron.
You know, maybe if Andrew could resolve a free Mindslaver of his own, then we'd have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's really only like a turn away. If he could get this Tron land online, he could start to make something happen. But and the Sires aren't Fs. Like I said, a lot of life gain, let you slog through some of these attacks. But really, the problem, as you'd expect, is these Stone Rains just over and over again. Doesn't matter how much time you're weathering against taking Emrakul hits. It's just, all your lands are being blown up in front of your eyes. What you can do about that?
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of just always how Tron mirrors have gone, right? It's like whoever can get to Karn plus coding first. And now instead of Karn plus coding, you just also have the Mycospawns too.
Excuse me. Back in the day, it was who could get Karn liberated first and then get to Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger. Come on.
Sure, that's fair. Turn 3.
If we're going to go down the history lane, when it goes further back before War of the Spark.
When's the last time Karn liberated saw play in Tron? It's been a long time.
It has to have been like last year or the year before. Come on, the card's not bad. Come on. No, cards like Wormcoil, that thing hasn't seen play in a century. Yeah. That card is just an F. Solitude, see ya.
I'm gonna nurse his mind, so we get 2 Tron lands. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way for Andrew to come back in this game, and I just don't see it.
I don't think Andrew sees it either. He started laughing. He's like, yeah. Now your Trinisphere is going to start to shut down your ability to play anything.
It's really a question of, will Andrew continue playing this game to give Grayson the flawless victory? That's the real question.
Yeah, it's on the table. We have liquid metal coating. We're cooking. flawless victory definitely possible.
You know what's really good at making the flawless victory a lot more achievable is another Emrakul, because then you can send the sire into the Emrakul. See, I'm
true.
cooking.
You are cooking. You're
oh wait,
cooking.
no. The bet. You know what's better than flawless victory? Leaving Andrew with the only non-land permanent in play being Trinisphere. No lands.
Yeah. So there's
Good
a
luck casting
certain
spells.
taste of your own medicine going on there for sure. I mean, all told, yeah, a brutal way to go out. Like, I think Andrew's Karn early in this game was a good way to kind of try to fight back and try to win a game on the draw, disrupting some of Grayson's mana. But I mean, just being able to get to that Emrakul mana on the following turn, really heads up play from Grayson. I think a lot of players would have started casting the Sowing Myco spawns a little bit earlier. Grayson didn't, and really lined up the Emrakul, and I think that Emrakul was just too game breaking. That double Stone Ring virtually by tapping those, or Ugin's Labyrinth, sorry. Really big player for shifting things in Grayson's favor. Here is a Cosmos command with X large enough to exile Sire of whatever. And
Take 7, please.
Yeah. Sire of 7 deaths is now going to get its first death.
Grayson can afford the 7 life.
Yeah, true. Down to 8, but unfortunately, life totals are not how the game plays out. And Grayson gonna win this one. 2 games to 1. Really, like you mentioned, every player on the play won there. So that's, I mean, it is what it is. It's colorless mirrors as they've always been. Who can get the stone rains going first? Part of the equation, but there was some play back and forth with some of the cards and stuff like that. And unfortunately, only one of the colorless decks can move on to the semifinals. So congratulations to Grayson Nimitz on that. And we're going to head here to, I guess, a break, it looks like. So it looks like, yeah, we do not have a backup for this round. Unfortunately, we're going to miss out on some of the Flicker versus Breach action. Or sorry, it was Boros Energy action that we had previously. So we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with a updated bracket for you. And then, of course, we'll be moving on to the top 4, getting closer to crowning a champion and the second player in the NRG Championship very shortly. So we'll take a quick break. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we are back here for the semifinals, and I assume we're going to cannonball straight into the finals of our 10K Modern Showdown here in Chicagoland. Of course, the first event of the 2025 Season 1 of the NRG series. So right now, the NRG championship for this year, only the returning champion, Theo Jung. That will change today with the winner, one of these 4 remaining players, here in just a little bit. I'm Drake Sasser here with Devin Doomwake O'Donnell here to take you the rest of the way home. Apologies for the long break, but we're back and we're here with Magic, and we have a top 4 for you. So we're going to pull up that slide, let you see what we're going to be watching. So we should be able to, I think we're going to have time to get both of these matches in. We're going to see Ted Lowenthal on Boros Energy versus Grayson Nimitz, who we saw win the Eldrazi pseudo mirror just a second ago. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Will Kowalczyk on the Grinding Breach deck versus Alex Polowski on the Boros Energy deck. So both copies of Boros Energy that were in our top 8 advanced to the top 4. Not deterministic, but, you know, meaningful. The deck seems to be certainly still in the mix. And 1 copy of Breach, 1 copy of Eldrazi Ramp. So...
I mean, this is a pretty accurate representation of the modern metagame, right? You have 3 of the 3 best decks in the format. Most people would agree with Boros Energy, Eldrazi Ramp, Grinding Breach, and it's really just kind of seeing which one of those 3 decks can rise to the top, because they are definitely doing the most powerful things.
Right, and there's also a diversity of archetypes here, right? Like, you're talking about Boros Energy largely just an aggressive deck. You're talking about Grinding Breach, which is at its core a combo deck, and then Ramp deck is its own strategy in its own right? You know, big mana is usually the umbrella for that one. And there's other stuff in the fringes as well. We've seen other people doing, you know, tempo-style stuff, and we actually... kind of notably missing. You could talk about that a little bit too. The Murktide deck with the frogs and all that stuff. I haven't really seen a lot of that today. It seems to be maybe one of the bigger losers of this event. But kind of doing something similar is the return of Aether Vial in the form of the Orzhov Flicker deck. But only 1 copy in top 8. Charlie Dustenberg lost to Ted Lowenthal. And the Energy deck was able to be the better creature deck and advanced to the semifinals. So again, if your criticism of Modern was it's too homogenous, the One Ring means that you can't do any combo at all because you just get fogged until you die, and after you get orbs chanted out of fair decks over and over again until you die. This is very much a return to form for the Modern format, and I think our top 4 reflects that. These players are taking a look, reviewing deck lists, shuffling up, getting ready to play for the top 4. But again, I think I've been throughout this broadcast critical of the Mox Opal unban. That was one that really raised my eyebrows seeing it come off the ban list. It was a card that was, I think, problematic long before it was even banned. I think it got other cards banned, like we have seen happen through Magic's history. KCI among the mix, and in this case, I think that really this looks like I can look like a fool, right? There's only one Mox Opal deck really in the top 4, and overall looks to be not that different. We get to see some other stuff from MH3 shine, some old favorites come back. It's really been a nice diverse metagame, and I don't know. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Excited to see if NRG is able to take it down despite making up 50% of the top 4.
Yeah, and one thing that's really worth noting, this is one of the first tournaments since the ban list and since the unbannings. Faithless Looting nowhere to be found. I don't even think we saw a single Faithless Looting cast on camera. We didn't really see any in the top 16, and that was a card that people really thought was going to be making an impact. Now, granted, it's not 2019. We can't be putting Phoenixes. We can't be putting Arclay Phoenixes into play. I know you want to be doing that, Drake. But
look, people reached out to me. I was like, "What do we do? Have you read Solitude? Like, if you picked up the card and read it and put it back down again? Like, come on! Like, what are you doing? Don't put Arclay Phoenix in play."
Yeah, and I mean, there have been some people doing Faithless Looting like Goryo's things and looting in persist decks, but you kind of need to be doing that like more broken thing with it, and it's not necessarily like a Phoenix card or a Martyr Pyromancer card. Like you can't really be doing that stuff right now.
Right, and that's 100% what's going on. And I think that overall, I am a big fan of cleaning up the ban list. This is something I'm always going to advocate for. I want to see more unbans than currently happen. So I was actually a big fan of the ban list update, right? If we're going to ban 3 things, let's get some stuff off the ban list. So love it. Like I said, I don't know if Mox Opal's the card. I think we could reach for other stuff, but I thought the other stuff was really fine. Split and Twin, miserable card, but way underpowered. You're talking about Faithless Looting. Again, not underpowered, but just doesn't really have a home right now in a playable deck. And then Green Sun Zenith is just, I mean, there's way better. If you want to tutor creatures, better ways to do it. And reaching for Green Sun Zenith over Birthing Pod, I think is also quite smart. Birthing Pod is still one of those cards that, I don't know. That card does still strike me as potentially too strong. That one's a lot. That's a lot of power.
That one's close. Yeah, I mean, that one is also another one of those cards that scales a lot with the power level of like power creep, right? Where Birthing Pod, the pool of available creatures to be able to tutor that had, meaningful ETBs and things like that was much smaller, even when Birthing Pod got banned. And they just keep printing every single year creatures, lots and lots of creatures that have good ETBs. So yeah, that one is certainly up on the list of potential changes, and see some hands being kept here. I'm looking at Alex's hand. It looks like Double Discharge, Parlor, Fetchland, Fable, Ocelot Pride. So mana's a little wonky here. Does have a 1-drop and a couple of discharges. Although, I guess the question you have to ask yourself is Double Discharge something you want in this, in the Breach matchup? Which is not clear.
They know the matchup, right? So you have to imagine he's at least somewhat interested in it. It does pick off cards like Emery and like Cameo. Yeah, there's a lot of zeros. We have Mox Opal online turn 1 here for Will Kowalczyk, who did mulligan. So we have all this on the mulligan. Mishra's Baubles represent a redraw. So we have 2 mana here in turn 1 and 2 potential redraws. Quite a strong opening hand. Yeah, like I was saying, I think, Alex wants to have some cover for a powerful turn 1 creature or a turn 1 Planeswalker.
Oh my goodness. Turn 1 Renin 6. And, funny story about Renin 6, 4 loyalty. Discharge can only deal 3 to it. And, God, Renin 6 on the play and your hand is Ocelot Pride, Galvanic Discharge. Like, if you're sitting in Alex's seat, it's like, this could not have gone possibly worse for me.
Yeah, what a mulligan there. A disciplined mulligan for Will Kowalczyk. And honestly, was there one Renin 6 in the main deck? Really the only player I've seen
just
playing Renin 6 at all. Outside of, we saw some Judd players doing it. But, like, for the most part, that card's been really quiet. Suspiciously quiet, I'd argue, since the ban list update. And, one main, one side could be the return of Renin 6. Looks incredible here with a great follow-up in Malevolent Rumble. And chooses to play nothing turn 1. Those Alex Tamio picked up.
Yeah, looks like, a couple of spells in the graveyard, so a couple of instants and a sorcery. So if we're looking towards something like, maybe a shifting woodland, not quite getting there. But yeah, it does have the Scalding Tarn, can go ahead and deploy the Tameo. Interesting, worth noting that Will did not crack the baubles, right? Had the opportunity on a mulligan, could have cycled them, but chose to keep them in play. And I think part of that was he wanted to keep the Moxel bloodline, but also holding the baubles gives you an option, now that you found the Tameo, to then flip the Tameo next turn.
Sure. Yeah, that's a big point in that favor as well. As Tameo's going to be deployed, and now these galvanic discharges kind of awkward. As Rin out now up to 5. Tameo takes the entire energy charge from galvanic discharge to pick off, and you have multiple problems here already on turn 2 to deal with. And Will Kowalczyk showing the power of having access to Moxen, and of course turn 1 Planeswalker, quite powerful, especially on the play. Our number 2 seed looks to be in good shape here, game 1. And yeah, once again, just blanking Ocelot Pride. Incredible deal here for the Ren and 6. Can't even deploy a creature to start trying to pressure the Planeswalker. Ren and 6 looking very good. Can't grab Elegant Parley. Yeah, that one they just tapped. You need something untapped.
Yeah, and I think Alex's plan here might have actually been to just discharge, just bank 3 energy, untap, play second land, kill the Ren and 6, then deploy the Ocelot Pride. But now that Will has the Tameo and the 2 Mishra's Baubles, Alex no longer can take that line. You have to respect the Tameo, and now you're in a spot where your discharge can't touch the Ren, and your Ocelot Pride is offline. So, what are you really doing if you're in Alex's side? There's, he doesn't really have any good plays here.
Yeah, there's nothing really going on for Alex at all, which is awkward considering, also Pride just not even a few months ago was one of the best cards in the format. Here's this thing that is really holding a lot of the format hostage and really putting the demand for turn 1 removal. But Ren and 6 looks to be cleaning up here very nicely. And of course, can't understate the impact that Moxel has on that. But beyond that, also Pride looks taxless. This Galvanic Discharge not good enough somehow. And Fable's really slow. We're kind of not doing anything this turn otherwise. Maybe you grab Elegant Parlor and then what?
I guess you can double Ocelot, right? And then Will can only kill one of them. Maybe?
Oh,
look, it's a tough way to do it, but
yeah, it is a tough way to do it. Back to Will Kowalczyk again, who we fetched an island, maybe notable, thinking he might have more mana sources. Not really worried about his colors. Is Will Kowalczyk?
Yeah, and also worth noting, there are no Blood Moons in the main deck for Alex. The only Blood Moon in the sideboard, there's one in the sideboard, but none in the main, so 1 total in the 75. So for the most part, Will does not have to worry about that aspect. But what Alex has to worry about is there might be a combo kill here. I don't know if there's a
Grinding
Breach in Will's hand, but
is a big deal here because as we've seen, really having that in play already just makes Underworld Breach really just a kill out of the box. You could just find it. You don't even need a Moxen. You don't need Emery. You can just use a bobble and start going to find stuff. As long as you have a graveyard and your grinding station already in play. It's kind of like this weird, the card's not good on its own, but it just implies so much more about how the game is going to progress if you're able to deploy it ahead of schedule.
Oh, actually, there's a good point. How did the Mox Opal get tapped for mana? We don't have 3 artifacts, correct?
We had another bobble just now, and then just cracked.
Oh, we sacked it to the grinding station, right? Because we did the trigger on the stack, sacked the bobble. Okay, never mind. You're right.
Yeah,
the artifact wasn't in play, and the station was untapped, so I was confused. But yeah, you're right. We sacked the bobble.
And now we're surveilling with Hedge Maze. So yeah, we had the artifact count, and did not see what happened with the Hedge Maze.
I think he binned a Saga.
Binned a Saga? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which makes sense, because even if you want access to the Saga, well, I was going to say that. You want access to the Saga later, you can get it off the Ren.
Yeah, you get off Ren, but no. Okay, Thraben Charm exiling the Grave. That's a good way to use mana this turn. I was kind of critical that Alex really isn't just able to do anything with his mana until he gets his Fable going. And then the Fable, of course, is going to solve a lot of your problems. As far as the Ocelot Pride being blank can turn that into something different. And really start to solve some of the problems you have as long as you don't just die to an Underworld Breach top deck. But the Thraben Charm does a lot to mitigate what the Ren's got going on and to mitigate your potential of just dying to an Underworld Breach out of the box. Although, again, Grinding Station being in play, I think, makes really a lot of the graveyard stuff not matter that much.
Well, I mean, think about it this way too. That Ren and 6 was a huge threat here for Will. Now that Will had the Saga, Will had the Fetch Land. Now you've kind of cleaned up the Ren and 6, or at least for the time being, until Will can find another land. And now you sort of have a little bit of time to deploy the Fable. Sure, you're at the mercy of Will just drawing an Underworld Breach, and that's going to end the game on the spot. But if Alex can dodge that top deck, man, Ren's going to be on 7, but it's not clear how much the ultimate. Let's take a look at the spells that Will has access to. So Will has 1 Grape Shot, 4 Malevolent Rumble. Oh, okay. Well, he's also got a Breach.
Go with the breach, just like you're dead. Like, I know you're getting
Never mind.
out, you're making decisions. I got the breach. We're done here, and that we are in fact done here. That's going to do it for game number 1. Wow. I mean, wow. What a testament to Red and 6.
That's all you got to say is wow.
Yeah, Red and 6 really shut down everything the energy deck had going on, and then allowed Will to make all of his land drops, and everything came up Will game number 1. So we got to see exactly what Alex can do about that. So we're going to go to the sideboards for that reason. And in the sideboard, we see 1 copy of Blood Moon, 1 copy of Containment Priest, 1 Deafening Silence, 1 Drannith Magistrate, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 3 Obsidian Charmaw, 1 Orange Chant, 1 Showdown of the Scalds, 2 Stony Silence, 1 Surgical Extraction, and 2 Wear and Tear. What do you want against the breach strategy?
So I actually really like Alex's sideboard here, and the reason for that is it seems like he's layered his interaction quite well. And what I mean by that is there's not just like 4 Stony Silence or 4 Wear Tear. There's a very good mix here, and it's going to make, with open deck lists, it's going to make Will respect certain things a little bit more than he would like to. So the Drannith Magistrate, very good, stopping breach. Orm's Chant can be a pretty clutch card to, it's like in response to a breach, you can chant so they can't cast spells off of it. Surgical, if you can ever hit breach with that, that's fantastic. Wear Tear, good against the Saga plan. Deafening Silence, good at stopping from casting spells. Ghost Vacuum, and 2 Stony Silence. So Alex has a lot of cards to bring in, and presumably wants to shave on some of the interaction and maybe some of the 3 drops as well.
Yeah, you're at the point where you have so much like cards that you can actually like upgrade stuff that has text in the matchup, but maybe isn't that exciting. I can point to like whatever, like Galvanic Discharges, Static Prison, that kind of stuff. Like maybe those cards are fine, maybe you don't want all of them, and you can actually just upgrade those slots because you just have enough cards to go to. I think that's always really attractive when you're able to kind of build your sideboard in such a way where you can do stuff like that. Well, over to Will Kowalczyk we go. Take a look at the Grinding Station sideboard. This one a little bit different. The Grinding Breach, excuse me. We got 2 copies of Besage Who Endures, 4 copies of Consigned to Memory, 1 Fire Spout, 1 Flame of Anor, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Thassa's Oracle, and 1 Ren and 6. So a couple oddballs, but for the most part, a lot of the same tools. What do you want against Boros Energy?
So I think part of Will's sideboard plan in I'm not sure if it's exactly for this matchup, but kind of like the Ren plus Boseiju lockout aspect. Now, if you look at the Boros side of things, they have Arena of Glory, Fable the Mirror Breaker, Static Prison, but more importantly in the post-board games, Stony Silence. So I think Will definitely wants the Boseijus. I'm not sure if you want to go all the way and do like the full Ren Boseiju lockout plan. That's a little bit tougher. Definitely want the sweepers, Pyroclasm and Fire Spout. Both seem fantastic. Spell Snare could be interesting, not only because there's a lot of 2-drops in game 1, but a lot of Alex's most potent sideboard cards also happen to cost 2 mana. The Nature's Claim for that reason as well, Stony Silence, the Ghost Vacuum, and things like that. And I think that's about it. Maybe the Flame of Anor if you wanted to maybe try and fight over a Johnny plus a Ghost Vacuum, but that one might stay at home.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of good options here. And who knows? Things could change on play draw. I mean, obviously, Ren on the play there looked insane. And, maybe it still has quite a bit of text, just the downticks and all that stuff post board that you just want it anyway. And the Boseiju stuff is just extra sugar. Not clear, but I think that there's certainly a strong argument for it, especially given how we saw game 1 play out there. As these players do still take a look there at Shuffle Up for game number 2. While they're doing that, let's take a quick look at the events for next season, as this event is coming to a conclusion really quick. And we have, let's take a quick look here. We got the Chicagoland. We got a team trial tomorrow. That's Standard Modern Legacy. No Energy Championship on the line there, but still a team event. A lot of fun there until $10,000 on the line. Then Showdown weekend every weekend, May, March, June. We got one in Chicagoland that's Modern, followed by a 5K Standard trial. Then we got one in standard. That one will be in Madison, Wisconsin, accompanying a 5K Pioneer Trial. And then, of course, the Piste de Resistance, the June Indianapolis event with 2 showdowns qualifying 4 players for the NRG Championship Series. That's the 10K Standard Showdown and the 10K Team Sealed Showdown. So next event is, of course, in Madison, Wisconsin. That's a 10K Standard Showdown. So a little bit of standard action. A lot of hype around that. I know you've been playing a lot of standard. I think
a lot of
standard
standard
format. Yeah, it seems like it's a lot of fun, and it's good to see the revitalization of standard. It's something I think players talked about for a long time, wanting to see standard make a comeback. Not just for like I think budget reasons, like standard decks are obviously cheaper, but like the gameplay changes a lot faster, it gets stale a lot less quickly, and that's something that's really attractive to a lot of players. Good to see it making a comeback here on the NRG series as well.
Talk to me about Team Sealed though. NRG for the first time ever, Team Sealed Showdown. That's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, I actually played a team event that was Modern Legacy sealed. So we had like one seat that was sealed. A lot of fun. I played that with Connor Mullally, one of our championship competitors, and a good friend of mine named Chad Harney. And it was a ton of fun having like a sealed player that like is just doing something completely different. You can kind of like help with, and that was a lot of fun in its own right because team events are just a lot of fun. Team Sealed, I've only ever done once in my life. I played a GP in Nashville that was team sealed Cons of Tarkir. Ton of fun. Of fun. One of my favorite GPs. And really, hooked me on competitive Magic. And I have not. So what's that? 10, 20 years ago, whatever that was.
The only one that I played Battle for Zendikar Team Sealed, which was I think Washington DC. I want to say it was about that. So that was a fun event though, and that was great because it was one of the earliest ones where you could open the like whatever the bonus sheet foils or whatever. And I played against somebody who had a wasteland. I was blue white. I had one dual land in my deck, and I just go like tap dual land pass, and I get wastelanded on turn 1. I'm like, all right, come on, what are we doing?
We're done. We can pick it up. Just wasteland me, bro. Yeah, that's tough. It's better than like the Kaladesh Inventions where you can just play against Soul Ring and Mana Crypts. Like, how about that?
That is true. That's a good point.
Can't imagine that was a lot of fun. Cons of Tarkir was a lot of fun just because you had a bunch of you had a lot of fixing, right? All the multicolored stuff. Brings me back. They brought it back to Arena to introduce fetch lands. I was in those trenches, casting all manners of.
I saw a Ghost Vacuum, I think.
Okay.
No, maybe I didn't. I don't see a lot of lands in this hand though.
It's got a Deafening Silence. And I think we're already on a mulligan. This might just be a keep.
Wear Tear Silence, Double Guide of Souls, Bombardment, Ajani, 1 land. Yeah, probably send it.
Talk to me about Bombardment in this matchup. Is it a card you like?
I don't want a ton of copies. Like Alex has, I believe, 3 in the main deck. Let me just pull up the deck list time. I'm pretty sure it was 3. Yeah, 3 copies in the main. So I might shave 1, maybe even 2, but I do think it is a card that you kind of want access to. It's much better in sort of like the matchups that are much more about playing to the board, like the mirror match, the black-white matchup, things like that, where the 1 damage can actually kill meaningful things. And so it's much better in matchups like that. But as far as this matchup is concerned, it is a nice tool just to finish out a game.
Yeah, that's the kind of what I was thinking. It feels like it's really only good for just a burst to end the game versus like normally, you see the card in a style like this, good against removal spells. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of that going on, but we seem interested in it, at least from Alex's side, as we do Elegant Parlor here on end step off of the Flood Train. No play, turn 1 either player.
Yeah, very interesting decision here from Alex. Had the choice to kind of gamble a little bit and play the Guide of Souls or turn 1 fetch for the Parlor. And I think that given that Alex has, I believe, 2 sideboard cards in hand, I kind of like just guaranteeing, or not guaranteeing, but making it more likely you hit your land drop. And, because if you hit the land drop here, which is an Arena, that's kind of an awkward one. But yeah, you just want to make sure you can hit your land drops here. Yeah, you can't double spell. I guess
you reach for Ajani to be mana efficient. Maybe
you could also
bombardment for bombardment first. Okay.
Yeah, bombardment first is a little bit better if you suspect Will has a kill spell in hand. Where say like you play bombardment first, next turn, then if Will has a kill spell, you can at least use the creatures to fling him at Will, or maybe like try to flip the Ajani if that's your plan next turn. Because presumably you want to draw land 3 and then just go like Ajani hold up a sideboard card.
Yeah, like Ajani, Deafening Silence or whatever would be just a great turn. Like if you draw a land, it could be a great turn. If you don't draw a land, you still could be mana efficient. So that is appealing. The only I think downside that I see is it's a little slow as here comes a Surveil Land, but that's fine, right? Both players are just fetching Surveil Lands. Being a little bit slower makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that Will is maybe like showing a little bit of weakness here. It's possible he has some zeros that he's holding on to just to make, give Alex the fake impression that his hand is a little bit weaker than it actually is. And then maybe we see like a little bit of a burst here. But we
Sure.
will looks like there's a saga. So that, can get that one's pretty good here.
There's a zero. There's another one. Looks like you were right. Yeah, oh yeah, you were definitely right. Here's all the zeros. Little burst, as you said. And now
And
the
see that
deafening silence is like, oh, maybe we should have cast that one.
Yeah, it's nice too, because this, like I said, it kind of like by not playing the zeros the turn before, you do run the risk of running into deafening silence, which, that would have been really awkward if Alex had played the silence, but you kind of like, you don't tell Alex that how strong your hand is, or you give him a little bit less information that way, which is nice. But Alex
And
did
now
find
the
a
deafening
land
silence might
too.
be a little too late, but he did find, yeah, like you said, he did find a fetch land. So now we can play a 2 and a 1, could play multiple ones. We have, a multi-spell turn here for sure. And this is part of the power of Boros Energy. It starts double, even sometimes triple spelling as early as turn 3. Is that the direction we want to go? Not sure. It is tempting to like use the wear tear here, right? You get 2 targets. That's nice. You could do that. But once again, then you're not committing to the board. That's a real cost.
Yeah, I think you probably just want to go a Johnny plus silence this turn. But then, yeah, I mean, it's awkward, right? Because does the Ajani plus silence, does that even compete against the Saga tokens? Because your
Yeah, do you just
bombardment
lose
is
to
not
the
really
saga
good at
tokens over time?
Right, exactly. But I mean, I guess you could, if you make a couple of cats, presuming Will doesn't have a kill spell for the Ajani here, the cats can hopefully maybe kind of keep up with the. Oh, I don't hate
You
this
like him to
either. We're just gonna.
fuse.
Ooh.
Yeah, I love it. This is really tempting for me. Now, it does get kind of destroyed by like a spell pierce or whatever, but I mean, if it works, this is a huge deal. This is like 2 mana sources, effectively a double Stone Rain. I don't know. It's not that bad. Gets the Saga out of here ahead of time.
I
Cuts
mean,
off
hey,
a lot of the artifact stuff.
we saw Grayson Nibbit's last round play at Stone Rain. This is just 3 mana for 2 Stone Rains. So
Yeah, you get 2 of them. All right. See you later. From 5 permanents to 2 goes Will Kowalczyk. And still no pressure. This is the downside. There's no pressure coming from Alex, but if you can basically bring the game back to the early game by sending Will back to the Stone Ages, then maybe you don't need pressure yet anyway. Does make the deafening silence look a little awkward with the way this game is sequenced, though.
This game looks a lot closer than it did last turn, right? When Will just kind of deployed the Saga and all the zeros, had a ton of stuff in play, was threatening the 2 construct tokens, and now Alex has like you said, a little bit more time, can deploy. Looks like the hand is guide, Ajani, and silence. Yeah. Okay. So you can't triple spell. You could, I think you still maybe want to go towards the Ajani. Although the other option is maybe just guide and try to maybe bait removal spells out of Will before deploying the Ajani. Because you are maybe a little bit worried that Will has a piece of interaction here.
Yeah, I think if he has a piece of interaction, he would interact with deafening silence or the wear tear. So at the point in which this happens, you have to assume it's removal spells. And I think the bombardment is good, makes you good against removal spells. So that's what he has. If he has any interaction, it's not guaranteed that he does. But if he has any interaction, it's probably not counter spells that hit your stuff because you didn't counter anything yet. So okay, Johnny token happens. I think the only trick that you can glean from that is that maybe you don't want to flip him proactively like you see a lot of players do. You might just get trying to do that.
If you sacrifice the cat and Will did have the red removal spell, it's kind of brutal for you. Now, we can take a look at deck list. That Will has 3 Unholy Heats in the main deck, and then in the sideboard, that's it. So 3 Unholy Heats total. That is the removal spells that we're looking for here. And presumably those are all still in the deck here for Will. I can't imagine those would get cut. So it's a question from Alex. Do you want to do it now? I think I like waiting because you can also double Guide of Souls next turn, which might bait Will into casting or you can just do it now.
Okay, we got a Boseiju who endures on the deafening sound. So that gives Alex a land.
Artifact, land, enchantment. This is so worth noting. Will, if I'm looking at Delirium, I believe land, artifact, enchantment. So 3 types. If you flip the Ajani now, Ajani comes into play with 3 loyalty counters. So if you flip that thing now, it's not going to be able to get hit by an Unholy Heat.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a big deal. Although it's awkward that it's on your instep, you can't activate right away. Like maybe the actual like attacking damage is something you care about versus like having to make a token and doing it that way. I don't know. It's kind of the same, I think, either way. The question is, how do things go wrong for you? We managed to get an elegant parlor off Besagio. I tell you what, these surveillance making Besagio a much bigger cost. You just get
Yeah.
extra value. Leave on top, says Alex. Back to Will we go. This game seemed like it had a really bursty start, at least from Will's side. But Alex, I think, getting pretty rewarded for playing slow. Bombardment into Wear Tear, just no creatures in play all the way to turn 4. Now has some pressure and doesn't look like Will has a ton going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's so scary with these breach decks, right? Will's got a fistful of cards in hands. And I mean,
Yeah.
he could just easily be slow rolling a couple of zeros, maybe has a breach looking for the other piece. Like, it's not impossible for Will to just end the game this turn. It's the breach deck does not need a lot to get going. Even just a breach by itself, like say breach in a fetch land. If Will has an extra breach, you could go breach, fetch land, bobble, and then just draw a couple cards off of that. So, Will's got some options here. If there is a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, that's the thing here is Will's got a lot of cards and keeps looking over the graveyard, and I'm not going to pretend to be some kind of like social cue expert, but it makes me think that we're doing some combo math, which I think if you're Alex has got to not feel great. He's like, come on, I spent all this time interacting, you still almost have a kill, and back to Alex we go. No play, not even a land from the member of Team Flex Slot. Will Kowalczyk. Back to Alex we go. Seems
7
like we might
cards,
be
all
close, but
spells.
not there. Yeah, exactly. All spells. I mean, you got to be a little nervous here, Alex, but you did leave on top with the Surveil, if you remember, right? Didn't get a great look at what it was, but here's Guided Souls number 1. Now, we do know
Yeah,
there
we knew
are
about
2 of
that. We
those.
knew that there is also a second guide. The last card, I think it was a charm.
Ooh, Thraben Charm could be big game.
Yeah, because now, if you, So now that Will has let that resolve, I wonder if that gives you. I mean, even if Will had an unholy heat, he certainly would still save it for the guys.
Oh, it's Ocelot Pride.
Oh, this is huge because now if Will has a kill spell, say you sack the token, right? If Will then has a kill spell, you can sacrifice the Ocelot Pride to then guarantee flip even in the face of a kill spell.
Yeah, having that extra cat, a big deal. And now we have 3 energy, so the Guided Soul stuff starts to kind of matter too, right?
Yeah, so I wonder, it's a little awkward because if you attack with either one of your creatures and then use the energy for the Guided Souls, you ideally are either going to lose the cat token or flip the Ajani. So the counters don't matter a ton here. But remember, because Will doesn't have Delirium, you could use the energy, target the cat token. Will has to respond here if he has. Well, no, because I guess he can just hold the heat for the Ajani. So forget what I said. But yeah, basically is like, is this worth the 2 damage? Because if you do want to sacrifice the cat token, you do lose the energy. But maybe Alex just is going to keep the cat in play and is content with doing this.
Yeah, I was wondering if this is a 2-turn clock? Like we have 3 power for 5. This is an attack for 5. The next turn we have the same attack for 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus, so that puts you to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We're 1 short of a kill. Is that right? No, we get a token. No, we don't, because we're not gaining life.
Well, we're getting we are gaining life this
Oh,
turn.
we did gain life from Guided Souls. Yeah, okay, so we
Guided
get a
Souls.
cat token. So we do have lethal.
We get 2 cat tokens because we have the blessing.
Oh, yeah.
So we get 2 cat tokens this turn.
So yeah, we just assembled a 2-turn clock. And that means that it doesn't really matter what we do with the Ajani. I mean, we have lethal, I think, both directions. Now it kind of comes to the what do we do if things go wrong is here, like I said, is an attack. And it looks like we spent energy to try to jump the cat token.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty big tell that Will has the Unholy Heat. And I think he's thinking about, do I want to fire the Unholy Heat now? Because if I don't do it now, I can't kill the cat token because I only have 3 types in my graveyard. But again, if Alex decides to go for the flip Ajani line, you can just heat the Ajani, which that would also kill the Ocelot Pride because presumably Alex would want to flip the Ajani, which means he would also sacrifice the Pride. But like you said, I mean, at this point, the other thing to consider is the sweepers, right? Where if you're worried about Will having a sweeper, because has some cards in hand, didn't play a land last turn, maybe didn't feel like the sweeper was good enough last turn. Now that you've deployed these 3 creatures, he's going to cast a sweeper if he has it. So you might want to insulate yourself against the sweeper by trying to flip that Ajani this turn. So I think I like this.
But you could do that at any time, right? You could just like, oh, sweeper, I'll respond by sacking my Ocelot, right? Now I have Planeswalker.
You do get a lot more damage this way if you do it, because you get to flip the Ajani, get a 0, which is, what, 3 more damage? But you're giving up the Ocelot Pride in the exchange. So, yeah, I guess that's kind of tough.
Oh, I mean, either way, Alex has decided to sacrifice the token, and that's going to target Will. And then, like you mentioned, we have the option to sacrifice the Ocelot Pride, but it's not obvious to me that that's better. It looks like he agrees that it is. And I think likely the reason for this is exactly what you mentioned. This is respect to sweepers. Because, I mean, you're just kind of sacrificing a lot of your board, getting a little bit of damage for it. But the Planeswalker, what that really buys you, obviously other than another creature, is some insulation against some sweepers. And I think that Alex is valuing that very highly based on how he is sequenced here in the post-combat main phase.
Yeah, so this next cat will get him 2 energy and 2 damage, right? So up to 4 energy, or excuse me, 2 energy, put Will down to, 3 damage. So put Will down to 9. Then next turn, you can 0, make a cat that's 4 damage, Will down to 5, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 2 from the guy to 6. You have more than lethal next turn. So this is still a 2-turn clock. And this is, I believe, no, not through a sweeper, though, because Will casts a sweeper, you sack 3, he goes to 6. Then you can 0, he goes to 5, then sack goes to 4. So if Will does have a sweeper, he gets 1 more turn, but really going to need a sweeper right now.
Yeah, I mean, Will needs something right now, or a kill. I mean, that's really the other part of this is like, Will last turn was taking a lot of look at the graveyard. Now things have changed. I mean, another card in the graveyard is a big deal. I mentioned Delirium being something that potentially matters as well. As Ajani Nakata Pariah does give some insulation against sweepers. You mentioned needs the sweeper now, but I mean, really, I think what Will wants is a kill right now. And so we'll see if he does have access to that. Doing some counting. It's clearly not obvious, whatever the path forward is for Will Kowalczyk here.
That Unholy Heat notably did put Delirium, or is the 4th type. So if Will had a second Unholy Heat, that could take care of the Ajani.
And then you're still taking beatdowns. I mean, almost a lethal kill here, right? This is a 4 + 3, 7. It's 2 points short of lethal. A creature makes it lethal.
Yeah, basically.
Like even just killing Ajani is like not even that good. And he does have looks like he does have another heat. Finally got to look at the hand a little bit.
Doing a lot of math here.
Yeah, this is tough. And you mentioned a lot of patience from Will on those heats, especially given he has 2 of them. It might be 3 breaches.
Well, we got to look at the hand.
3 breaches, a Mox Amber. Is it Grape Shot, not Heat?
Gotta look at the hand. No, it's Grape Shot, I think.
That's Grape
Shot?
Shot?
3 breaches, a Mox, and a Grape Shot. So this is why he's been taking so long, really trying to piece together and figure out. See, the problem is he doesn't have enough mana, right? You can go Breach, Bauble, but then you don't have mana to cast the I guess there's an Opal in the grave. So I wonder if he's okay. Can you go Breach, Opal, Bauble? I think you're 1 card short of that, right? 4.
Well, yeah, it looks to be 1 card short right now of that. And yeah, the classic tank concede move from the combo player. I think, Will kind of reach the same conclusion we did, where it's like, whatever you have, you're like either a card or a mana short to even really live another turn. And Alex Polsky going to win game number 2 over the Grinding Breach deck. Those sideboard cards mattering a lot. Deafening Silence had to be answered, which gave Will some critical scry and Surveil and some additional mana. The Wear Tear was huge, choosing to take the turn off for that. And I mentioned Bombardment, how much of a player is it? Looked to be pretty big there too. Really did a lot to represent lethal as far as a burst of damage goes at the tail end, doing what it does since it was originally printed, before foils even existed. So back to the sideboards, both those players go. Looks like some moving of some Ragavans around.
So one thing that I didn't mention about Bombardment, which we kind of saw on display there, it is a good way to kind of close out a game. It also is very good against interaction. And the post-board games, I think, has the heats in the main deck, but against those sweepers, having access to the bombardments, not only to get something out of your creatures if they get swept, but also to protect your Ajani against those removal spells. So that is, probably the most important thing that it does in this matchup.
And makes a lot of sense to me. And as these players are taking a look at the sideboards here, reshuffling up, let's take a look at our next event. Of course, we're going to have one more event tomorrow. We're going to have coverage of our team trial tomorrow, but we have an event coming up right after this, I believe this one is going to be in Madison, Wisconsin. Look at Garrick. This is going to be a standard showdown, a 10K standard showdown, just like this modern showdown, but you get to play standard. Get off arena, get out to Madison, Wisconsin, Blade in standard, and punch your ticket to the 2025 championship. And Sunday is going to have a 5K Pioneer trial as well, March 15th and 16th. Mark your calendars. If Devin wasn't in the booth with me, he would definitely be playing. Big standard fan is the Doom Wake here.
No,
I would
right.
not be. I would be at home enjoying myself because I don't know. Anything just that's been printed in the last 5 years, I hate it. It doesn't matter what it is. I hate it all. Is Arclight Phoenix in the last 5 years? It's not right. I like that.
I don't know exactly when the date of that is, but you might want to rescind that statement if that's the case.
Yeah. Okay. Conditions apply. See store for details. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, make your way out, play some standard. No, I'm really glad to hear. I can't talk enough about how excited I am to be able to see more standard and honestly interact more with standard formats that change more often. I was really heartbroken to see the death of standard over the COVID break. Back in action. 10K championship showdown invite.
Yeah, and I mean, a big part of that is tournaments too. NRG allowing standard to be showcased on the tournament series is a boon. It gets more people interested, and that is the most important thing. Is because I think we can all probably agree that standard is the best gateway for newer players that go into the game because they're more, they're being exposed to the newer product. That's what's readily available to them, and it's a good. We want to grow the game.
Yeah, it was really weird that we ended up at Commander as an entry point for a lot of players because Commander is actually kind of a horrific way to enter. Like multiplayer Magic, only really barely functions. Like Eternal formats are there's so many cards, you get blown out by everything. Like the social format thing is just awkward. It's just not a good way to introduce people to Magic. But because Commanders are so resonant with new players, because I like this card. Doesn't matter what my other 99 cards are that has too few lands and I can never cast my spells. I like this commander. And so I get to attach my identity to that. That's a big deal. And I think, whatever, maybe there's a lesson to be learned there in 60 card Magic, but I would like to see more players introduced through traditional means because really, the commander pipeline is really just nowhere to go because it's just not, I don't know, it's not great. It's not a good representation of Magic as a game at large, even though it is quite fun. Big commander fan myself.
I got a glimpse at Alex's hand. I don't know if you see what I see, Drake, but there's a sideboard card in it, and that is a heater. Now, it's a little awkward because if Will doesn't mill over a breach early, then you get station 2, I guess, but you want to hit breach ideally. That's the first target you want to hit with that surgical. But it could put you in a position where, say, if Will just has the combo pieces in hand and doesn't mill them over, then it's really hit or miss in this matchup sometimes.
It certainly was an odd one, and a card that throughout history I think players have over sideboarded versus under.
Yeah. Oh,
and
that's an understatement.
This is a matchup where I think it actually does have text. This turn 1 Tameo, one of the cards that Surgical is not good against. If you're going to highlight those, same with Wear Tear. So maybe this Tameo might actually be really clutch. Not really what Alex wanted to see on turn 1 from Will's side, and Plains doesn't help that mix.
It used to be
update. Grayson Nemitz is victorious on our other backup feature match, so we're going to have some Eldrazi action in the finals.
It used to be if your opponent had Magic cards, you would board in Surgical against Magic cards. But, now people have kind of realized over the years that maybe that's not the best idea.
No. Throwing a card in the garbage can.
Sometimes you just want to look at their hand, just target a fetch land, see what they got going on over there.
Back in my day, Delver mirrors you would board it in because they would only play 2 lands or whatever, so you could just surgical all of 1 land and they just have no lands. Your Delver decks only play Volcanic Isles; they can never make red again. If you just surgical their Volcanics, and that was good enough to be worth a card. Yeah, horrific. They got next level. You play a Taiga in your sideboard because that way you want an extra land for the mirror. Oh, horrific!
1 Taiga, 1 Underground Sea, just these random off-color lands.
Yeah. No, gone are the days of taking their Magic cards, and now we actually do hit things in the graveyard. As Tameo going to make a clue. Guide of Souls on turn 1 from Alex. Does not block Tameo very well. Not that you need to. It doesn't do any damage.
Okay, here's the Emery. Do we mill a combo piece? This is huge.
Yeah, Surgical could be mattering here. No.
3
lands and a spell snare. Not even Delirium.
Or snare.
That's tough.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So yeah, Alex not really having a good surgical target, but this is kind of what I mentioned. Where now, if Will just has the breach and if Will has the 2 combo pieces in hand and doesn't mill them over, that surgical is not going to be good enough. Now, good news for Alex fans, there is quite a few more sideboard cards in hand. I think I saw a Wear Care and a 3-bin Charm, so not really shy on sideboard cards. But this is kind of the thing that I wanted to bring up too, is when you kind of sideboard this much against the breach deck, like look at this position, right? Tamio, Emery, just kind of cards that generate other pieces of cardboard. Alex has very, very surgical sideboard pieces, no pun intended, where those are good against the combo, but Will's not necessarily going to be going for the combo anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the Tamio makes it such that you have a good plan already in play for all of the sideboard cards. And so if we just exchange resources and things kind of even break your way a little bit, well, I don't really care. I mean, I'm just going to Tamio, redraw, got my Planeswalker, got a bunch of stuff going on. This Unholy Heat can pick off the Guide of Souls. I think there was some thought to Thraben Charm in response, chose not to. Back to Will we go. Attack with Tamio we go.
Yeah, Alex thought about killing the Emery with the 3-bin Charm, which was realistically the only legal target because Will the Tamio wouldn't die to the 3-bin Charm. It's only 2 damage to
Right.
it. So decided not to do that because Will didn't mill over an artifact to cast off of the Emery. So it feels like maybe we'd rather hold up a piece of interaction for the combo rather than kill an Emery with no targets. And mill 4, still no targets for that Emery.
Yeah, and it's awkward too. Even like Rumble, like maybe there's a universe you hit 2 breaches there, and like Alex is super happy to see that. Get the one out of your hand, get them all out of your deck, kind of thing. But did not happen. Follow up is another Mox Opal to the Legend rule, and yeah,
We don't have
there's 3
Metalcraft.
artifacts.
Right? Do we? Oh, we have
we have 2 clues.
The clues, right? I forgot about those. I see
and
the
that's
die
what
in
we're
them. Yep, you're right.
breaking now. Yeah, we're sacrificing an Opal after tapping it for mana, making another one, and then using that to draw a card. Looks like we drew a land. I can't imagine we sequenced that. We have the whoa.
Well, now you can Emery back the Opal, play the Opal, keep the new one, and then flips the Tamio.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you're right.
Clue, if he wants to.
Yeah, I don't know that that's better than just making a clue every turn. Seems good to me. It's like, you can crack this clue on your opponent's turn, untap, make another clue, and then you're cooking.
Yeah, it's just personal Howling Mine and play the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you're going to power through a lot of this stuff. Like, you want to 1-for-1 my pieces, you want to disrupt my combo, that's fine. I'm going to have 8 cards in hand. Like, I really think Tamio is such a big problem and really demonstrates some of the pivots this deck offers, where it's like, okay, you have all these cards great against my combo, things that blow up enchantments, things that blow up artifacts, things that hate the graveyard. Awesome. You cover me on all those angles. Here's a Tamio. Beat this thing. And it's like, oh, can you? I don't know.
And you also just kind of put him in the squeeze, right? Where Alex is at a point where Will has a stocked graveyard, a Mox Opal in play, 2 legendary creatures, feels kind of pressured into, well, I kind of have to hold up my sideboard cards so I don't just get KO'd. But the longer you hold up your sideboard cards, you're just going to get buried by Will drawing, 2 to 3 cards a turn if he can get the Emery online. So it's a really tough, it's a really hard line to straddle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tough to toe that line here. Is Tamio going to crunch in, make a second clue, Metalcraft back online. A lot of mana available for Will. See if he wants to start cracking some of these clues. He does. First one cracked. How do we feel about number 2? Found a bauble.
Ooh, now we got stuff for the Emery.
Yeah, that's food for the Emery for sure. Bauble you. And now, flicking the 2 lands back and forth, you have multiple graveyard hate options. And you can respond here to this Emery. Now, do you want a 3-bin Charm nuke the graveyard, or do you want a surgical? Will, I think, is aware that there's graveyard hate available. The pauses in response to the casting a mobile and stuff, I think really clued Will in that there is some graveyard hate. I don't know that he knows exactly how much and of what flavor.
I think you want to go for 3-bin Charm here because remember, going back to what we talked about last turn, where you don't want to be in a spot where you feel like you're forced to hold up mana the entire game. And the surgical, not only would you rather hit the combo piece, but you can also hold that up on a later turn, even in a turn you're tapped out.
And some graveyard hate the other direction, as here is a Soul Guide Lantern coming in for Will Kowalczyk. Much less, I think, effective. I mean, obviously covers the flages and stuff, but especially if this game goes long, like it's not a 0, but it's like, the World Synergy deck isn't a graveyard deck. Just something to grab off Saga in the case of Flage. As here is one card left in hand for Will. Going to cycle the Soul Guide Lantern now, which does flip the Tamiyo.
Decided not to do it last turn. This turn, now that we have some more information, I think. Oh,
We
okay.
have
Well,
the
that makes
Tamiyo
sense
is what
too.
we have.
Second
That's
Tamiyo.
pretty informative. It is good.
Yep.
Just have a Tamiyo you want value out of. All right.
Just get it all.
I mean, yeah, you actually just get it all. You get the personal Howling Mine. You also get this thing that is pressuring by just ticking up to threaten ultimate. I mean, quite a bit coming up here for Will. And it's, like I said, mostly just off the back of these Tamiyos. Like the Emery thing got blown out by Draven Charm, theoretically. As here's Fable. That going to help get Alex caught back up, potentially.
It just feels like he's kind of, it feels like he's too far behind at this point, just not in the card race, right? Where in terms of like accruing more resources and pieces of cardboard, Will has him covered by a lot. And,
Right.
Usually you would look towards, well, okay, the Boros deck has a pretty fast clock. Well, not really when you draw this many sideboard cards. So, yeah, this is just kind of a masterclass here from Will, just kind of sequencing pretty well, showing what this breach deck is truly capable of, and just the ability to play these kind of longer games and not have to worry about the combo, as long as if the Boros deck is not pressuring you, you just have infinite time to do stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. That's just the crux of it all, is Will has a lot of time. And you see actually going to deploy a duplicate Emery, which kind of funny, not a 0, because it just lets you mill for and potentially get more options for the existing Emery to buy something back after that graveyard got a little nuked. And that's card disadvantage, right? Like we have put a card from our hand into the graveyard, but it doesn't matter. All this stuff, we're getting so much card advantage off these Tamiyos. And, obviously Emery herself also providing card advantage, that you're able to make plays like this just to give yourself some more options, because you're already ahead on the card advantage axis, assuming that's what this game's even about, right? Like you're still, at the end of the day, we're talking about all this, like who's up on cards, who has all these things, like who has the card advantage, who is applying more pressure. But at the end of the day, the power of the Grinding Breach deck is it can just win out of nowhere. Like here's another World Breach, you're dead. And that is what makes this deck so powerful. You attack on multiple axes, and then just when, card advantage is what matters because of Tamiyo, okay, that's fine. I'm winning on card advantage. Okay, Underworld Breach, you're dead. And that's so powerful.
Yeah, and one important thing, Alex has had this surgical in his hand the entire game. Will has not, Will has cast multiple Embrys and a Rumble, as has not milled over a single Breach or a Grinding Station. So didn't even have the
Will
option.
had the option to Emery something last turn, right? And just didn't. Is that accurate?
Yes? Question mark.
So we're just holding up a pile of mana? That seems... What do we got? Flame of Anor? I don't know. I'd be thinking...
There's an Amber. The Amber could have just been played basically for free, right? I wonder if he's thinking about chump blocking with the Emery to keep the Tamiyo with... Oh, no. So the Tamiyo Plus makes the Fable token a 1/2, and the Emery can block it for free. So maybe he values preventing 1 damage to Tamiyo more than casting the Amber out of his graveyard or a Lantern, which is...
Yeah, I mean, I guess
I don't hate it.
You can cast Amber at any time.
Yeah.
And ticking up... Right now, Tamiyo is what you have going on. Ticking up to Ultimate is like a real
That's clearly
thing.
his plan at this point, right? Yeah.
At least until he draws Breach. Well, once again, all that whole tirade just went on about how he decked went out of nowhere. I mean, other aspect of this.
You see, Drake, the thing about drawing half of your deck is you're pretty likely to find your combo pieces once you do that.
Tell me about the mathematics. I'm a big... You know what? Actually, can you give me a graph? I'm big on graphs. I mean, I'm involved in corporate America at this point. A pie chart.
That's the best I can do is a pie chart.
I can work with a pie chart. Double Ocelot Pride, checking Ascend. Looks like we have ascended. We have the City's a Blessing. And 2 cyber cards left in hand. Can't be a bad spot. We have pressure now.
Well, define pressure, because Ocelot Pride, not great against Tamiyo Plus.
Yeah,
that's not that much pressure.
Crack a clue, says Will.
It's like the classic Jace Architect of Thought versus Deceiver Exarch. You remember that gamble, or that back and forth?
Yeah, I do.
Oh yeah,
I love me a Jace. Come on, I'm a Jace. I played that card in Standard. The entire time was legal. So sick. What are you supposed to do? Uptick, downtick, factor fiction. Beat it.
How does Will keep casting these mill spells and does not hit a single combo?
It's all terrible cards.
It's
Just
so
all
unfortunate
lands.
for Alex. Yeah. He's just like, just give me a target for this surgical. I've had it in hand the whole game.
And Alex has got to have had it. Like, because Will's going to be like, oh, wow, these have been so bad. I can't believe I'm so unlucky.
Yeah.
Alex is like, no, I want you to hit these cards. Where's my surgical? Just doesn't have text.
Although I guess
What
at
is
this
happening?
point, at this point, if he hits a breach and 3 bricks, he's just going to take a breach anyways. But maybe he hits 2
Yeah.
breaches, and then you can, leave him with one in the graveyard at least.
Yeah, maybe
But this is kind of the problem.
Who knows?
This is the problem too, because once Will ultimates this Tambio, then that surgical is not going to really matter anymore because all the combo pieces are going to be in Will's hand. So that one's kind of off the table. I guess you still have the wear tier to buy a turn, and Will's kind of choked on mana, but presumably he's going to find some Moxes if he draws half his deck.
I mean, he already has Amog, another one coming potentially. It tapped Emery. Not sure what it targeted, but I mean, a lot of options. We got Haywire Mites. We got the Soul Guide Lantern still. We got the Mox Amber. Got a lot of juicy targets. I think you do need to pick off this Fable eventually. Fable activating the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki with Offset Pride is not really something you can let happen, but we got turns till that matters.
I wonder what it's targeting. I think it might be Haywire Might. And Alex was really in the tank thinking about whether or not to surgical it. Looks like it was Lantern.
Yeah, Soul Guide Lantern. Okay.
Respecting Flage a little bit. I get that.
It's also just a redraw, right? We don't have a bobble anymore. So if you just want to draw cards, that's the card that does it.
And funny thing about Soul Guide Lantern versus Flage, where if Alex has 7 mana and a stocked graveyard, you can stack the triggers to where you resolve the damage trigger, then resolve the sacrifice, and you get priority before your opponent does. So they actually have to pop the Lantern before the Flage goes to the graveyard in that case, which might matter. Probably doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but just something to think about.
Notably, keeping Tamio on defense here. We chose to use the Emery instead. We got the Spawn as well. Really keeping the Tamio high, right? Like we are threatening ultimate next turn, even if it takes a point, where it's 7, or we're at 8 now. So if it takes a point, it goes to 7. So you can actually let it take a point and you're still good. And now it's kind of in this awkward spot where some of Alex's draws that are good are like damage spells just to kind of buy some time against that Tamio uptick. But I mean, we mentioned the Tamio ultimate was the real plan and we drew a land. It might be Tamio ultimate time.
And these Ocelot Prides can't really do anything. Yeah, Alex just
nothing, just concedes to the Tamio ultimate. That's it. We're done.
Yeah, respect it.
Wow. Soloed by the Tamio. I mean, that was the Tamio. That flip Tamio was the one that was played on turn 1. Like, literally just
drew half the deck.
I mean, to 0. But
and I mean that was just kind of a perfect example of not necessarily. I'm not going to say over sideboarding because the cards that Alex brought in were cards that also have some text against the alternate plans, right? Like Wear Tear is good against Saga, Thraben Charm good against Saga, Thraben Charm can kill Tambio, Thraben Charm can kill Emery. So these cards have multiple uses, but it just kind of like you have to line your sideboard cards up with whatever plan the breach deck is on, and that's why it's so hard to attack because it's like hard to find cards that are good against all those plans. And if you if you zig when they zag, then it's going to be rough for you.
And that's been the story of Modern for as long as I can remember. Is people have talked about you almost want more sideboard slots in Modern than like you almost feel like you need them because you just can't cover everything. In this case, it's like one deck, right? Like there's no card that covers every angle. We mentioned Wrath of Skies and cards like that can kind of get multiple plans in one go. But for the most part, no matter what you're doing, the grinding breach deck has a way to pivot around it, no matter how you're trying to hate on them. So you really, even post sideboard where you're bringing in hammers, you still need them to line up against their game plan, and that might be a big game winner here for the grinding breach deck, as there's an Eldrazi ramp deck waiting. So we're not going to keep you guys waiting too long as these players are getting set up. I don't even know if we need to cut to a break. We'll get an update on that in just a moment, but we are going to see Grayson Nimitz versus Will Kowalczyk here in just one moment. So we're going to cut to a break. Yeah, it looks like these players are still backing up.
They're not quite there yet.
Yeah, well, that's all right. So we're going to cut to a very quick break, and then we'll be back with the finals here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back after 10 grueling rounds of Modern Magic. We have a finals for you here at our 10K Modern Showdown here in Chicagoland. Of course, the first event of Season 1 of the 2025 NRG series. Thank you all for joining us. I am Drake Sasser with Devin Doomweek O'Donnell. We'll be casting the finals. And of course, before we do that, we need to go over exactly what's on the line for these two players. Now, we know that we've locked up the RC invites. We did that as soon as we hit the top 4. So all those players already had their regional championship invites delivered. Now there is a $2,400, 30 NRG points, and a ticket to the NRG champs on the line. And for second place, still quite a bit, $1,200, 25 NRG points on the line. And for both these players, I mean, these players that we've seen quite often in our event, Will Kowalczyk and of course Grayson Nimitz, players that we've seen in our championship, players that we've seen in our series. And so these points are going to be important for them as well. But that's not all they're playing for. There's the winner of the showdown, like all showdowns, will get a custom token made by Inkling Customs. All showdown players you can see there receive a custom token. Here are some of the past winners from the previous season. You got Matthew Hoey, Nikachu, the team event winners, because of course even team showdowns, they're going to get a token with all 3 of you on there. You can kind of see that. You got Dom Harvey, May French, Sean Gallagher, and Theo Jung all have their tokens on display. And of course, these players were as part of our championship as well. So get to use those tokens, get to use them in the championship, and you can check out Inkling Customs and all her work at inklingcustoms.com. Big fan of her work. And yeah, this is really a sweet treat to go with all of the victory, the spoils, and of course the trophy that comes with winning the finals. Here we go. You got Will Kowalczyk on Grinding
Speaking
Peak
of trophy,
on your left. Yeah, Grayson Nimitz on your right. Trophy in the center. Devin, break down what we got here. I don't know anything about the Ramp versus Breach matchup. Relatively new to Modern, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely a matchup that, I mean, people were playing Eldrazi decks before the recent announcement, but they weren't quite as the same as what they are now, like what they've kind of morphed into. They definitely were still playing Kozilek's Command, and I think that is a huge part of this matchup if you are on Grayson's side of things, where Kozilek's Command, which we've talked about a couple of times today, traditionally, if you see a big mana deck versus combo deck, you would normally associate that with combo deck being heavy, a heavy favorite against the big mana deck, because the big mana deck needs a little bit more time to get going. The expensive cards don't matter as much. But the big difference here is Kozilek's Command being able to hit, and like it's good. It's kind of good against all the plans that Will has going, where early on in the game you can hit an Emery, or well, not early on, but you can hit a Tameo. That was a pretty good one to hit. This we see a turn 1 Emery, but it's also graveyard hate.
zeros.
So if Will's going for a breach, then it can help interact with that too.
Well, as you mentioned, we got Hedge Maze too. We can play a tap land and still put a turn 1 Emery into play, thanks to all the Moxen. 3 mana now in play for Will Kowalczyk, and all Grayson has is, well, he doesn't have this Devour of Destiny. He just had to reveal that. That's not in play. Although it's not clear to me if this is in play, if he would automatically win. So that's something to be said for how powerful Will Kowalczyk's turn 1 here is. And I mean, I think we've seen previously already in top 8. The ability to just make multiple mana on turn 1 has just come up over and over again, whether it's Ren and 6 or whatever this is about to be.
Is it Tameo too? Oh, Haywire Might. I was going to say
Haywire Might.
I've seen some turn 1 Emery Tameo draws, and when that happens, when the Breach deck has that, it's like, what are you even supposed to do about that? But yeah, and Grayson Grayson sort of have the ace in the hole in this matchup, where some Eldrazi decks don't play Karn, some do. And Grayson is sporting the full 4 copies of Karn this weekend. So, we talk about, the cards that Grayson wants to ramp towards. Sometimes the Myco spawns, that gets you more ramp. By the time you can cast Myco spawn on turn 3, it's not clear that Will cares about losing 1 land. So, that is certainly a much more powerful card to ramp into, because it turns off all the artifacts, can go get graveyard hate, can kind of do everything and solo the breach deck by itself. Now, I will say, Will has, I would argue, more removal spells than most. He has 3 Unholy Heats, where I think most play, somewhere between 1 and 2. So having 3 copies does give him a little bit more of a fighting chance against Karn, at least.
And the Grape Shot, he's not just doing the Thassa's Oracle thing. He's using a Grape Shot, which can just pick away at some loyalty. That can matter too. I mean, I have been on the storm side casting some grape shots to kill some X1s, X2s, and obviously Karn got a little bit more loyalty in that, but you got some creatures to pick it down. As here's another tap land. Gonna do some surveilling. She's gonna keep that one on top. Still 3 mana available for Will. Going to pick off the Utopia Sprawl with the Haywire.
Oh, love it. Stone Rain. Will's like, Grayson, you are playing 4 copies of Sowing Mycospawn. You think you're the only person who can Stone Rain? I got those 2. Don't you worry.
Yeah, don't worry. My deck can do it too. And that's kind of the story of the Grinding Breach deck. Whatever you can do, I can do better. As here comes the Soul Guide Lantern to really annihilate Grayson's graveyard, and all the cards will go in exile. Just a forest to this pile of permanents on the other side of the battlefield. Back to Grayson we go. Gonna need to get some ramping started. Eldrazi Temple matters.
Well, you mentioned gonna need to get some ramping started. Grayson's ramp is actually all artifacts and enchantments, right? There's 4 talismans and 4 Utopia Sprawls. And because that Emery plus Haywire Might is just sitting there, Grayson, like you're gonna deploy a talisman here. Will can just kind of pick it off next turn, and it's gonna buy Will so much time here.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Actually, just being able to recast the Haywire Might here is a big deal for shutting down the ramp. I mean, outside the Soul Lands, right? Like, obviously, Eldrazi Temple is what it is. As here's the Emery trick. Going to go ahead and mill 4. Hits another Emery, including the Grinding Station. All right.
Station. Are we dead?
And there's Breach out of the box. Yep. That's lethal. And we're done. We're done.
That's Breach, folks.
What?
We're done.
You can't just blow up somebody's, like, mana thing and then just... let's go to the sideboards.
So the combo deck, the combo deck casts Stone Rain and 1 on turn 3. So,
I mean, what happens when you have 2 Mox sideboards? We got 1 Chalice of the Void, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 2 Dismembers, 1 Disruptor Flute, 1 Engineered Explosives, 1 Kozilek's Return, 1 Liquid Metal Coating, 1 Soulless Jailer, 3 copies of Stone Rain, 1 The Stone Brain, 1 Tormod's Crypt, and 1 Trinisphere. How are we fixing this?
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because a lot of these artifacts look appealing. Soulless Jailer stops the Breach from, doing anything realistically. You have Chalice the Void, which we've seen before, come in against the Breach deck, which can be pretty potent. Tormod's Crypt and Stone Brain and Trinisphere. All those cards are great against the Breach deck. But you got to remember, this is a Karn deck, so you want to keep in some number of those. Now, it really is going to come down to how many cards Grayson wants to cut. Right? If you have cards that you just feel like you absolutely have to get out of the deck that don't do anything, then maybe you want to board in some of those artifacts, because in, like, let's say, for example, in a game where you don't have as much ramp, maybe you don't have time to get to Karn plus artifact and you just want to draw the artifact in your opening hand. So, maybe you want to cut the Kozilek's Returns. There's not a lot of creatures on Will's side of things. They can be good at killing Emery, but even then it's kind of slow. So I might consider cutting those and just boarding in some of the slightly less impactful artifacts that are still going to be good in your opening hand.
Yeah, and that's really, like you said, that's been the equation with a lot of these Karn boards. And in this case, I mean, I think it matters more than most, just because, as you mentioned, Karn out of the box is already so good. Doesn't really need that much help from the Wish board. And with that, let's take a look at the Grinding Station Menace, a deck we've seen quite a bit in the hands of Will Kowalczyk. And what he's got to work with, a sideboard we've seen before, because Will wins a lot. And we got 2 copies of Bestage Who Endures, 4 copies of Consigned to Memory, 1 Fire Spout, 1 Flame of Anor, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Thassa's Oracle, and 1 Wrenn and 6. How do we want to adjust for the Eldrazi ramp deck?
Well, I got to tell you, Will definitely came prepared. Will, if there's any one matchup that he prepared for the most, it kind of seems like it was Eldrazi. There's 4 Consigned to Memories, a Nature's Claim, a Spell Pierce, and 2 Besejus. Those, I think, are pretty much all slam dunks. You could maybe consider boarding in Needle to stop Needle on Karn. But I mean, like we talked about, Karn, the static is still good enough where maybe that just doesn't matter that much. But yeah, the Consigns, the Claim, the Pierce, and the Besejus, I think those are all slam dunks. Probably wants to get some of the kill spell. Well, I was going to say you want to get the kill spells, but you kind of have to keep in heat for Karn. So maybe you shave on some of the cheaper blue creatures at that point.
Yeah, I mean, really, kind of all A pluses here for Will Kowalczyk. And that's, I mean, what's so impressive about this deck is you're gluing together all of these plans with Moxen, which is a great way to do it, obviously, but you're gluing together those plans, and then also your sideboard just supports what's going on in the main deck very nicely in addition. For it being so soon after some major format shakeups. I mean, this deck really seems to be oppressive. Like we were talking about, how do you attack this thing? All your sideboard cards only hit one axis, and there's so many going on that now you just need to draw multiple sideboard cards. That's a tough thing to do, especially when there are other decks in the format that you still need to prepare for.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough line to balance. And, I don't really have a great answer for you. We've been talking about this the whole day, trying to figure out how the heck we're supposed to beat this Grinding Breach deck. And I mean, it's just pressure plus disruption, which is, I guess, what Boros is, the role that Boros is supposed to play in the matchup. But, again, you have to layer your disruption. You can't have too much of it, because if you draw too much of it, you just get buried by their card advantage. And it's a lot, Drake. It's a lot.
It seems like a lot. Both Boros Energies, of course, fell in the semifinals that were in our top 8, but Grayson Nemitz potentially punching his ticket, of course, member of our previous championship, qualified also on a Modern Showdown, his take on the Charbelcher deck. So likes his big colorless spells, I guess. I mean, very different flavor of colorless spells here than the Charbelcher deck. And of course, for the member of Team Flex slot already up a game is Will Kowalczyk. Looks to be very well set up to punch his ticket to the championship.
I see a 3-ball in Grayson's hand. That one did come in.
Yeah, I mean, that's a card you just want, right? Like, you just cast it on 3. That's, like, good.
Well, you say cast it on 3. Grayson's casting it on turn 2. I think there's a Sprawl and I think it's Sprawl, Talisman, Trinosphere, 4 lands for Grayson.
Seems good to me.
Turn 2 Trinosphere, not bad. Now, heads up from, Will can deploy the zeros, which you might want to do that anyways in the face of something like, Chalice or Trinosphere if either of those came in. So if Will deploys the zeros, maybe can still play a spell on turn 2 if there is a Mox, the Mox that's turned on, of course. Having second land plus the Mox will allow him to play a spell through that Trinosphere on turn 2.
Yeah, and that's part of the crux, right? Your mana problems are like kind of solved, so you can still fight. And obviously 3 Besejus, I mean, that's a lot of answers too. So obviously a great start for Grayson, but Will does have draws, so Grayson's going to need some pressure to back it up. Like you mentioned, pressure plus disruption is the formula for beating these very effective combo decks. We'll see. I mean, we know Grayson has the disruption. Does he have pressure? We'll find out. Has some draw steps to find it, if not. And just Utopia Sprawl on the basic forest. Back to Will. Got a Scalding Tarn. You mentioned deploying the zeros being an important aspect. Not seeing a lot of cards being vomited into play.
Yeah, and I wonder, not clear whether or not Will has them in his hand, but it's also a thing where maybe you don't expect the Trinosphere to get boarded in. You're not, worried about casting them or wants to slow roll them. Again, not clear if there's actually any in Will's hand, period, but presumably Grayson will be casting that Trinosphere this turn, and that's going to be a good one. Or we're going to go for Talisman first, maybe. I don't hate this because
Cavern. Yeah, so we have 2 Talismans. We
that makes
one
sense.
per turn. So now we can actually springboard ourselves to 5 mana, and with no zeros, maybe you're not really worried about the Trinosphere getting worse.
That's a good point, because you would maybe guess that if Will had the zeros, maybe from Grayson's side of things, you would expect Will to play them out potentially. And yeah, getting that second Talisman into play is pretty big, because now if you play the Trinosphere this turn, you can't double Talisman next turn because they both cost 3. You can play one of them on the following turn, but it kind of like you're basically giving Will a 1-turn window, but in doing so, you get the extra Talisman into play, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, and it's awkward because we had an Ugin's Labyrinth, but we had no Eldrazi thing to go with it. So really, that could have helped our mana situation on the previous turn. Maybe our turn looks entirely different, but we just drew another land in Eldrazi Temple. And now, even if we Trinosphere, there's a Saga in play, which can do, a good job of operating under any kind of Trinosphere lock. And that's assuming there's no counterspell for it already dialed up.
I wonder if Will just says, yeah, sure, you can have the Trinosphere.
Maybe.
Look, if you got a Consign and another kill spell in hand with the Saga in play and land 3, like maybe you just don't even care, which is kind of insane, right?
You can grab Haywire Bite and that picks it off, right? Off your Saga.
Yeah,
after 3, just make a few dudes and whatever. All right. No, we're going to go for it. And we're going to replicate. Oh, here we go. Replicate.
I think part of the reason he wanted to use the counterspell this turn is because if he feels like he's forced to use the counterspell next turn, then he doesn't get to make a Saga token. So maybe that's something that's going through Will's head, where it's like, if I know I want to make a Saga token, I'd rather use my mana this turn.
Now we're kind of opening up a spot where a draw and sowing Micah's Wand. You mentioned that land destruction not really mattering. I feel like it would matter a lot. Picking
How
off
about a Null Drifter?
Oh, that also matters a lot.
That one's not
Big
bad.
body, draws cards. That's a good one to start laying some pressure down, although the disruption has been answered already.
Now here, Grayson has an interesting decision to make, where you can just divination and try to find a Myco spawn, then you can go soul land Myco spawn kicked, or you just tap 7 mana for the Null Drifter. This is close. Given the fact, I was gonna say, given the fact that you have the ability to Myco spawn, the only problem is none of your 7s are good, right? Devourer or Breaker, because you can only get the 6 mana after you divination, even with a soul land. So I think it makes sense to just full hard cast, but it's a really tough decision here for Grayson.
Speaking of awkward, Sanctum of Ook in the follow-up. Think we would have wanted that one before casting the 7/1 Eldrazi Elemental of Null Drifter, but we do cast that one full retail. Of course, the riff on Mole Drifter, but supersized for the sake of being an Eldrazi. Goes from 5 to 7, but gets gets to double its power and toughness and gets Annihilator 1 for its trouble. And so we made a construct much smaller than a Null Drifter. A lot of cards in hand for Will. What is he working with over there?
It's smaller than a Null Drifter now. I'm wondering if Will's thinking about like construct token, go fetch an artifact, play an artifact from hand to size them up to 4/4s, and then maybe you can attack through the Null Drifter and try to race it. But I mean, hey, that Annihilator 1 is not insufficient.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have that. You don't have all those zeros and random things lying around to sacrifice.
Yep.
Grabbing Mox Opal. All right, so we have an artifact. And we have Metalcraft thanks to making that construct. But still, I mean, surprisingly tied up on mana here a little bit is Will compared to, I mean, what Grace has got going on the other side of the field, actually ramping, unlike what we saw in game 1. Bobble follow-up, as you mentioned, those are 4/4s now. Can attack and trade. Breeding Pool untapped.
One more artifact would be huge here for Will. Yeah.
Oh, he has it.
5/5s.
Needle. What are we needling?
My guess would be
probably?
Karn.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the only one I think that's relevant here. But this is huge because now Grayson can go to, it's like Grayson takes 5, goes to 14, and then you have 10 power in play. So you need 2. Oh, I was going to say you need 2 artifacts for lethal next turn, but I actually only need 1.
Yeah, so we did name Karn the Great Creator with the Pithy Needle, and Tamio follow-up. I mean, this is quite an explosive turn, and holding on to a lot of those artifacts, I think, was Will. Interesting in the face of Chalices and Trinisphere, but, I mean, obviously very timely. Is Malevolent Rumble, kind of the card of the hour on the other side of the equation, going to find some great
that was,
here.
I think, perfect, because he hit the Kindred instant, and he found an Emrakul. So if we do a count at sorcery, land, artifact, Kindred instant, that's 5. Then can we do a quick count here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Any land should be Emrakul, I think.
And we know he has an Ugin's Labyrinth in hand still, I think. So I think he can Ugin's Labyrinth, not imprint, and he has it, which is huge.
Yep.
How timely is this?
Yeah, this is going to be a brutal turn here for Will, because now the Emrakul is going to make the constructs go. You're just going to kill the constructs. You can sack the bauble, make them 4/4s. You could, I guess, there's not really a way to make them 3/3s. I don't think. Not before combat.
Chalice for 0. So are we short? I mean, Grayson's not slamming. Okay, there it is. Like, what are we thinking about? Slam the big thing. There you go. All right, we've done it. Emrakul the Promised then. Oh, yeah, here we go. The 13, Eldrazi legendary creature from Eldritch Moon. Costs 1 less to cast for each card type among cards in your graveyard. Whenever you cast a spell, gain control of target opponent during that player's next turn. After that turn, that player takes an extra turn. Flying, trample, protection from instants. I hate Mindslaver effects. They're so miserable. I hate them so much.
Will also hates them.
Awful. Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously it's got to be even more miserable to lose to it in like the finals or whatever. This is so miserable. Nice. Got permanents? Over the graveyard.
Yeah. Well, thinking about what to sacrifice here to the Null Drifter. This is interesting that we're sacrificing an artifact, because now, well, I guess it wouldn't matter because there's only 1 creature untapped anyways, but all right, how bad is it going to be? Well,
Breach makes me think
at least Breach
bad.
for nothing.
You can't besiege yourself, thankfully.
Is there anything cool we can do with like Breach? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, not a lot going on, huh? A lot of lands.
Not a ton. You can. Oh, actually, I wonder if Grayson wanted to sacrifice the Sanctum last turn. I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. You seem to keep it in play pretty intentionally. I can't imagine that. I mean, unless you have another big play, I feel like you wanted to go grab something, but who knows? I mean, the Emrakul might just be good enough on its own. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So you can run the Tameo into the Emrakul if you're worried about that thing and get some of the artifacts out of here by sacrificing Bobble and make the things tiny.
Do we have life totals updated? Am I missing something? Because didn't Grayson take 5 last turn from the construct? I don't remember. I mean, I know he took 5 last turn. I don't think he blocked, right?
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, I don't know if he gained life
We'll
somewhere.
double
The
check
deck
that.
does have some gain. Like, whatever. We'll get it updated here, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll double check.
Whatever it is, as these players are trying to figure out how to navigate. Oh, there's a clue, right? So there's a clue made by. That's kind of awkward. The clue made by Tameo killing the Tameo is.
Yeah, you can't choose to not make the clue.
Right. That's so awkward.
We did kill the Tameo, and now we get the Breach online. We can.
You do any cute consign stuff?
I guess what you can do, you can play Hedge Maze and consign the Surveil trigger.
All right, now we're just gonna play the Visaggio, I guess,
okay,
and play Opal, nuking the graveyard, basically. All right, and that's gonna go into the Chalice on 0, so that just goes back to the graveyard. Do you sack Bobble? That's my big thing. I've been thinking
probably not, because you're just giving Will an extra card on the Time Walk turn, right? So you probably wait. Yeah, I mean, Will's going to sack it eventually, but you don't want to just give him the card up front. You want to make him wait at least one more turn on that card, because Grayson does have lethal. That, I mean, Will's at 13.
Yeah, I mean, Emrakul's so big.
So. I believe, and I mean, looking at Will's deck list. Looking at Will's deck list, there's not really a ton here. There's the one Otawara, but other than that, not really much that's going to deal with an Emrakul.
I mean, Otawara's the card, right? But even now, it doesn't feel good. It's like, okay, do it in combat.
You bounce it, you just like, all right, I'll do it
again.
again.
Cast it again. And that might be the reason that Grayson wanted to keep the Sanctums. If it gets Otawara, that's like maybe the one way you lose. So whatever, just have your mana to cast it. Don't sacrifice your land.
Yeah.
Yeah, Will not loving it. Different story every time. Here comes the Emrakul, the Promised End, threatening lethal, notably the same number as Will's life total. Does not bode well for Will's chances of living another turn with this Emrakul in play. Does he have an Aether Spellbomb at least? Anything? No. Great. Just Otawara.
No. All right. One Otawara. That's really all we got. Nothing else is even going to come close to killing an Emrakul.
So Will and his construct tokens versus a giant plate of spaghetti on the other side of the field.
Drake, how does Chalice Check work versus Mindslaver?
I don't know. I don't want to make any accusations, but I think if you intentionally miss it and it's beneficial to you, that's not going to be a judge call you're going to have a good time with.
True. Let's not get into that. That's I
don't want to speculate too much, but I can imagine however it goes, it's not good. Don't do it. Don't Chalice Check yourself.
Will kept the card on top. He surveilled. He actually looked at the card off a bobble and then surveilled, kept it on top. So it is something. I don't know what it is, but it's something.
Okay. So we can sack that. We have the Otawara.
Okay. Grayson's like,
okay. We did. I mean, we have it.
I promise you, I'm going to do it again. I promise. It's going to happen again.
So wait, we know he kept the card on top, so it has to suck, right? Like it can't be good.
It was the Otawara. The card that Will kept on top was the Otawara.
Sure, because he drew it.
He drew it off the bubble. Right. Which so I mean, it buys you a turn, but I don't really know where Will goes from here. You know.
Well, I mean, running your contract, that's not a plan anymore, right? So you just need more draw steps to Underworld Breach number 2. So you need to hope it's 2 cards down. I mean, that's a plan. It's like a plan.
It is something.
My favorite plan, but it's a plan.
Okay, we're going for imprinting Null Drifter.
Does this mean we can sack the Sanctum of Ugin now? I think so.
We should have more than enough, right?
Yeah, so I think so can we follow up with anything?
4 mana left over. We could Myco Spawn with no kicker. And we can Myco Spawn with no kicker, get Bajuka Bog.
Oh, we can grab Soulless Jailer. Grabs any colorless creature.
Oh, that too. Right.
That's
okay,
much
that's
better.
even better.
Yeah, that is much better. Oh, yeah. And this is Will doing the, it doesn't just grab Eldrazi check. It grabs any colorless creature? Yeah, it sure does.
I've gotten a few ballistas off that in my day.
Yeah, you used to grab Ballista in Tron all the time.
Oh, yeah.
A little fireball for lethal. Robo fireball. All
you
right.
know what's really good when you have a lot of mana is Walking Ballista.
Yeah, as it happens. Walking Ballista is just kind of a nonsense card. Just combos with everything. It's good if you just have a lot of mana. Card's just kind of some nonsense. Soulless Jailer, a
There's the
solid
Jailer.
follow-up. Able to grab that one. Get a look at that one. Permanent cards in graveyards can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast non-creature spells from graveyard or exile. So yeah, Underworld Breach, not a chance. Take that somewhere else. Nice and holy.
Do a little fetch shocking, or I guess fetch failed to find is probably better than fetch shock because 9 and 6 don't matter that much. Could heat the construct. Not really. I mean, there's really not much else you can do.
I don't know what matters. I mean, even if there's somehow a miraculous Wrath of God that happens, Grayson still has a Null Drifter on dial-up from the other Ugin's Labyrinth, which could end the game. So, yeah, what are we doing here? Yeah, fetch, fail to find, unholy heat yourself. And we're gonna look through the deck. All right, here we go. I'm looking.
I guess Will could have conceded in response to the fetch because you don't want to give away sideboard plans, but I mean, most of it's probably obvious, or most of it's
I mean, they have they have access to each other's deck lists at this point, so yeah, it's literally all you get is the
seeing how much of each. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But
which might change play draw. You don't know.
It could. But the cards that are good in Will's sideboard, you would expect all of those to come in, regardless player or draw, like the consigns.
Exactly. Yeah, I think ultimately it doesn't matter one way or the other. These players, I mean, like I said, they're both series mainstays. They know each other, and I don't think this is not one of those spots where I think that's a leverage point that matters. We're just gonna take a draw step on Emrakul the Promised End, just make sure it's not some kind of
maximizing camera
Black
time.
Lotus combo card, and call it.
Do you mean Oracle of the Alpha?
Sure, that'd be cool. That's going to do it. The second promise. It's not the first Emrakul the Promised End trigger that gets you. It's always the second one. Every time.
Emrakul lived up to its promise. Just saying.
And yeah, that's true. You're right. Well, a very different game from game number one. Obviously Will Kowalczyk kind of blew the doors off the game in game number one, but Grayson really able to get the mana set up in game number two, and that was obviously a huge difference. When you're playing out of a ramp deck, it's going to need to get the mana set up. And now we're down to a game 3 in our final match. One game of Magic will determine which one of these players is going to be in our championship right now. And I know both of these players are fiending for it. And like I said, Grayson's somebody that's got it done that way before too. I think basically one of the last possible tournaments to do so last year as well. So somebody that is very familiar with winning showdowns as the path to qualify. And Will Kowalczyk, like I said, no stranger to the series as well. Member of Team Flex slot, playing arguably the best deck in the format. Versus Grayson, I don't know. Eldrazi, one of the best decks. Looks like there's multiple different builds out there, and it's not clear they can keep up with everything, but Grayson's put on quite a performance today.
Yeah, I mean, going into the weekend, it was kind of a big test whether or not these Eldrazi decks could keep up with everything else, like Breach and Boros. We kind of saw that bore out a little bit last weekend with the RCs, where Breach beat Eldrazi in the finals in Prague, and I believe I can't remember what happened in the Canada finals, but yeah, there was definitely a lot of Breach last weekend. It was kind of the talk of the town. It was on everybody's radar. And here's the thing, right? It was maybe the most popular deck, but everybody going into this weekend knew what deck they had to beat. It was grinding Breach. And turns out not everybody could do that.
Yeah, I don't know that we did a good job of that, team.
Not sure. We need to have another meeting about this.
We'll reconvene. We'll realign, an alignment meeting, if you will. Now, this is, and of course, we've seen Will in the past. Loves his combo decks. I mean, I've seen him win with the Amulet Titan deck. We've seen him. I mean, he played Rhinos back in the day. Really somebody with a lot of range, a lot of versatility. Unsurprised to see him have the ability to pick up this extremely powerful combo deck and come battle to the top here between these two players, both on mulligans. It's maybe a little scrappy game as we begin to determine a victor among the two. I mean, obviously, like I said, a best deck player through and through is Will Kowalczyk. Plays like Nadu and whatever the best deck is at the time. He's going to be someone that's supporting it. Less so on Grayson. I mean, obviously, right? Like Belcher was not the deck to be playing when he won an event on Belcher. And here, as you mentioned, I think Breach the deck to play as far as if you want to be playing, quote unquote, the best deck for the weekend. Eldrazi Rep, not really it. So Grayson kind of off the beaten path a little bit, but has seen a lot of success.
Likes big mana.
True. Likes making
That's
a
what
lot
it
of
seems
mana.
like. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I too like making a lot of mana. So I get
fan of making a lot of mana. I don't know. I can get behind making little mana. I like cheap spells. I do. I'm a big cantrip guy.
See, Drake, technically Mox Opal makes a lot of mana. It's on turn 1, more than you should have access to, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, it breaks the fundamental rules of the game. Yeah, I mean,
well, I mean, I'm just saying, if you're a fan of having a lot of mana, then maybe some Mox Opal.
I see. I see what you're going with here. Maybe you should put Mox Opal in your deck if you like having mana. Okay, all right, I'm with it. Grayson's
Not saying that
like
Grayson should play Mox Opal, but
yeah, I don't know. Whatever Grayson's doing is working. Kind of reminds me of Dominic Harvey too. Like Dominic Harvey's the same way. Just kind of plays whatever he wants, wins everything anyway. I don't know how those players do it. I can only win. I needed the crutch of busted decks to do any kind of winning.
It's the big mana conglomerate, you know.
Oh, there's like a society for this.
There is, yes.
Okay, the Ramp Illuminati or whatever. These players are resolving mulligans. This is a lot of nonsense here, all for one game. I mean, a lot on the line for these players. Like I said, we're up here goofing. They're down there stoic as ever. Ton of money, ton of points, ton of equity in the invite, and of course a trophy on the line for our victor, which of course we're going to get to hear from them after the match as well. I think as there's a world breaker underneath an Ugin's Labyrinth on turn 1. Got a Soul Land.
Soul Land incoming, and game 2 or the previous game, Grayson had a turn 2 Trinisphere. Don't quite see if that's in the grip, but I do see there's an Emrakul, a Rumble, a Wooded Foothills. Not sure what the follow-up is past that, but maybe looking towards a turn 2 Rumble, and then the Rumble can maybe find one of those hate pieces.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble, this is a card you talked a lot about earlier in the broadcast about how it's like really one of the best cards in this deck and really one of the unsung heroes of putting this deck back on the map prior to kind of its fall off pre-MH3 and even a little bit post, because the One Ring was, such a big deal. And obviously, there's talk, the One Ring went in the Breach deck, so now what's going to happen to it? But I mean, Malevolent Rumble really propping this up alongside Mox Opal and stuff, and big upgrades means the great increase in
Awkward draw step here for Grayson. Didn't deploy that one last turn. That's because that was the top card. Really would have liked to have that Talisman last turn, but still is able to make a good turn here, right? Can play the Talisman, going to play the Rumble. Really just wants to try and find one of those hate pieces. Now, I'm curious to see how many came in, right? We looked at Grayson's sideboard. I think we said, I want to say 4 or 5. Trinisphere, Stonebrain, Soulless Jailer, Chalice of the Void. And so those were the ones that could potentially come in. Not sure if maybe all of them did, because then you lose a little bit of luster on your Karn. But as you mentioned earlier, the Karn static ability is good enough where maybe you just board them all in.
Right, and that's exactly the case. It's like you don't really need the minus, so that means you can just board a lot more of the stuff in. There is a card, speaking of which, a lot of good options here.
Yeah,
gonna pick the card up very quickly. Yeah.
That is definitely
for later too.
That's definitely the card that Grayson wants to have access to at all times. Now again, we know Will has 4 copies of Consign, so really gonna see if Will has one of those available. But if there's no Consign next turn and that card hits the battlefield, with no graveyard, I think is that 2 cards?
2?
I think it might be 2.
That's a great way to power through. Just have a second one.
Yeah, because Will doesn't have a stocked graveyard already. So there could be a situation where if Will has Delirium, Grayson goes, okay, Karn, get maybe Tormod's Crypt, and then, if Grayson goes to use the Crypt, then Will can respond at heat. But with no graveyard, you can just pop the Crypt off immediately and not have to worry about the Karn getting heated too, which is interesting here.
Here's Emery as a follow-up. Did end of turn fetch for a Thundering Falls and Graveyard and Underworld Breach. That could be potentially meaningful as 4 more cards joining the graveyard, including Tameo, Besiju, and Saga.
So land, enchantment, creature, I believe, which is only 3, so it doesn't quite have enough for the Unholy Heat, if that's what we have. Presumably this is getting consigned, yeah.
Yeah, sure is. Consigned and a little tough, but not too bad. I see an Emrakul in hand among the other decks. And, obviously, with the heat as part of the equation, maybe there's a merit to ticking up the Karn to pick off Mox instead of reaching for a minus. Not sure. Depends on how much mana is left over. Obviously, the context of the game matters a lot, but just kind of planning for your Karn to get removed. And of course, if you get to tick it up twice, then maybe you're actually okay, and that's like fine.
Yeah. And it also matters how many of those pieces he boarded in, right? If he boarded in all 4 of those lock pieces and has nothing good to get off Karn anyways, then might just say, okay, well, I'm just going to
have to imagine like one. There's got to be something.
Yeah,
the question is, how much mana does that cost?
Yeah, could be Chalice. I feel like maybe you keep the most impactful one in the sideboard because that's the one that if you keep it in the board, you effectively have 4 copies of it, as opposed to boarding it in and only having 1 copy to draw, which I think is the Stone Brain. But you could also maybe make an argument for Trinisphere, which we did see that in the last game.
Well, there's more to the equation too. It's like which of the cards is good at the spot where you can cast a Karn versus which cards could be potentially good earlier. And like Trinisphere is a good example. Like Trinisphere is a card you can play on 1, 2, 3, those turns before Karn can even come down. That has a lot of text. Where Stone Brain, not really need to play it, activate it. It's a lot more work, and you kind of want to be able to do it all in one go, which you can't do until after you already kind of have the mana for Karn the Great Creator anyway. So there's a little bit more to the equation. And we're going to look at the sideboard here. Tormod's Crypt going to be the grab off the Karn down tick that did resolve. Dismember in hand among the leftovers. Some good leftovers too. Null Drifter, Emrakul the Promised Land, and Dismember working with.
Yeah, those are all pretty good leftovers. And Will is in a really tricky spot here. Has the Emery going, but any artifacts that he could even play off of the Emery, which I don't even know if there is an artifact in the graveyard. But even if there was, it would get shut off by the Karn anyways. Does have Delirium, but because of that Tormod's Crypt, if there is a heat off at the top, then Grayson could just pop the Tormod's Crypt. Yeah, Running Station, 2 mana.
Not what the doctor ordered.
Does not do a lot here.
2 mana blank text box is not exciting. As here is a Dismember on the Emery on end step. Or I think on attack step. Sorry.
Just want to protect the Karn.
We're attacking down the Karn.
As possible.
Right. Back over to Grayson we go. Getting to untap with Karn has to spell bad news, and Will does not look excited about that at all. And Grayson has the mana set up. I mean, this is really the spots where we've seen Grayson be able to slam the door on this game. Only 1 game away from his ticket to the championship on the first weekend of the 2025, season 1. The first opportunity to do it.
Yeah, looking at the graveyard, I believe Grayson has instant, planeswalker, creature, land. So the Emrakul costs 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8.
Land is 8 plus Scion is 9. I think that might be enough. Right? Well, or no, I think I counted the Talisman as a temple.
I think we're 1 short.
Yeah, we're 1 short.
Your graveyard count is correct.
I think it's 4.
Okay.
I see land, planeswalker, creature, sorcery.
Instant.
Instant.
Wait, no, it's instant sorcery. Instant sorcery, planeswalker, land, creature. That's 5.
Oh, it is 5. So there is enough. Yeah, okay. Well,
which means 9, which means Emrakul the Promised End already. And yeah, Will looks at his 1 card like, come on, my cards don't even work. What a beating. Emrakul the Promised End.
See, here's the thing, Drake. Emrakul the Promised Land is not as good when you have a card in play, because normally you would want to sacrifice their artifacts and do stuff with them. But now with the card in play, what are you going to do with the Time Walk turn?
Yeah, what are you supposed to do with your 13-13? I mean, it's basically textless. You might as well got them.
This Stasis Oracle's going in the trash, but
what a frustrating draw for Will too. Drawing the consign, the turn of your Mindslaver from Emrakul the Promised End is just not how we wanted to draw this up at all.
Yeah, I mean, just I think what you want to do is, I think you want to go bin the Oracle and then play the Breach, play the Opal, exile the Oracle, and that'll get the Oracle out of Will's, the Oracle just out of the equation. Now, Will has a Grape Shot. Presumably, maybe that came in, maybe it didn't, but yeah, heads up play from Grayson here. Just wants to get rid of that Oracle, I would guess. Yeah, you see him just reaching right for it. Get out of here with that.
Yeah, get that garbage out of here. All right, we're going to cast this Opal. We're going to counter it. We're going to nuke the graveyard at an end step, and you can have nothing. You can have 3 lands and a textless grinding station.
We can also consign the Opal too. Sure.
Yeah. Get that out of your hand. I don't want you countering my spells. Come on now. Oh, we're going to cast it again.
Yeah, he just wants to get rid of more stuff out of the
graveyard. He doesn't want to actually use the crypt. All right, sure.
I think he wants to try and turn off Delirium, maybe.
Sure.
Heat is one of Will's better draws, I guess. But Heat's not even close to good enough because the Emrakul's just going to kill him.
Yeah, this Emrakul is a 2-turn clock right now. And all right. Yeah, it's a land as the draw. That's not good enough. And Grayson going to win this game, match, and tournament. 2-1 of Will Kowalczyk, punching his ticket to the NRG Championship weekend 1. How does he do it? He shows up, plays whatever he feels like playing, wins. I don't know how he does it,
mana.
but I'm going to ask him.
He just keeps playing. You know, all he wants to do is make more than the amount of mana that he is supposed to make, and he's doing a good job of it. Got Lotus Blooms in the previous event. Now with the Eldrazi Temples. Shout out to Grayson. Congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. Speaking of congratulations, get the name updated there. All right, yeah, awesome. We're going to get over and cut on down to Grayson Nemitz, who has once again won a Modern Showdown. Congratulations, Grayson. Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Help.
Uh-oh. Norm, we need help.
I can hear myself in the headset.
Okay, there we go. I can hear you.
There
now.
we go. Now we're better.
Okay, now we have audio. Good to be back. This is a
Yeah,
good
all
seat
right.
to be in.
I believe it. I believe it. So talk to me. I was talking to Devin a little bit of this before cutting down to you. How do you do it? You show up, you never play the deck to beat. You won a showdown on Belcher when you're supposed to be playing the One Ring. You didn't do that. And now here this weekend, you're supposed to be playing Mox Opal, Breach, all this busted stuff. You show up playing Eldrazi Ramp, you get it done once again. What's your secret? Tell me. I need to know.
So the secret to the deck selection for this event is to have it down to 2 decks and have the tiebreaker be the house only being able to come up with 8 Mox Opals and me being the one that's most equipped to not play Breach.
So you were trying to play Breach and couldn't, and you just won the whole tournament
if I had
anyway.
the cards, I probably would have played Breach today.
Good answer.
Yep.
Why? Unnecessary crutch, apparently.
It works out. I don't know, man. Just cast Emrakul. It works.
Yeah, I guess it's a good thing that you decided that your team couldn't come up with the 12th Mox Opal.
Yeah.
But yeah, talk to me. I know that you said you just said you wanted to play Breach, but as far as the Eldrazi deck is concerned, it can't be that bad, right?
Yeah,
as far as the tournament is concerned, it should well for you.
Yeah, there were sort of 2 decks that we were working on. It was sort of split between Eldrazi and Breach because Breach is like sort of the level 1 deck of this format. It's like generally the best thing to be doing, but Eldrazi is nice in that it has a pretty reasonable Breach matchup, especially with sort of the configuration that I have that's a little bit heavier on hate for Breach. And it's also got a very good energy matchup, which is sort of the other thing that you can play that has a reasonable Breach matchup.
Yeah.
So it was sort of a meta call thing. Eldrazi's done really well at the last couple rounds of RCs over the last couple weeks, and I've been playing it on Moto to decent success. I was like, send it. I'm a little bit heavier on Breach hate, playing the Chalice, the Flute, and the Trinisphere over the pile of Stone Rains that most of these lists are on. And I think that served me well. I only had to play against Breach twice, but I beat it both times. So worked out.
Easy. And you played against kind of the asymmetrical mirror where the other player had Stone Rains and were able to win that too. So why you don't even need the Stone Rains? You don't even need them the matchup that they would be for. So talk to me a little bit about your tournament journey. You said you only played Breach twice. You played this deck because it was good against Breach, but obviously, you didn't play against that much Breach. It had to be good against other decks as well. Talk to me kind of about the journey after you, I guess, decided that you couldn't play Mox Opal.
Yeah. So I was pretty much locked on Eldrazi as soon as I figured out I couldn't play Mox Opal. So we drove down last night. There was the traditional last second change of the 15th sideboard card that did win me a match. I really wanted to find room for the Disruptor Flute, and I had noticed just playing the deck on Moto, it's like you never wish for Ensnaring Bridge. Like you only wish for that against Domain Zoo or in the mirror when you're really behind, and it's like a Hail Mary. And it was like, I'm gonna just cut that, play the Flute, and then it won me a game in Swiss in my first match against Breach, where my opponent flipped a Tameo on turn 2, and I was able to just go Karn Flute name Tameo.
That's sick.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's super awesome to be rewarded by the last minute changes. You're inspiring people to make horrible decisions the night before tournaments all across the nation.
Always change the 15th sideboard card before the event. That's the way to do it.
See, if you always change the 15th one, then at some point you're going to start changing the 14th one, and then where does the rabbit hole end? You know what I mean?
Exactly one. That's the trick.
The other question that I wanted to ask you was the more popular version. You talk about Moto. The more popular version on Moto has been the red-green version.
Yeah.
So interested to see why you chose to play the Null Drifters instead of just playing the Chrysalis.
So the biggest reason that I was on Null Drifter was I think I misread how quick people were going to be to adapt to the RC results. I expected Domain Zoo to be a lot more represented, and then also this is an NRG in Chicago, so Frog is always going to be overrepresented relative to where it should be. And having the ability to quickly trigger Kozilek's Return flashback off of Null Drifter, I thought was too valuable in specifically those matchups, and then also against Energy. Chrysalis, I played it, and it's all right. You get to do the explosive thing sometimes, but it's not a great top deck late game. It's just a guy once you've sort of stabilized and gotten to late. I'm sort of splitting the difference. Like I'm playing the commercial district and only one blue source, and then I am playing the Stone Rains in the sideboard over Consign. So the Null Drifter is literally the only blue card in the 75. I just couldn't. I really wanted to have those extra percentage points against Zoo and Energy.
Sure. Obviously, once again, it came up and you were prepared against the wide range. And I mean, obviously shows some of your expertise being on the series as well, knowing that frogs do show up. And honestly, kind of got beat up. None in the top 8. We didn't really see too much of it today. The frog decks kind of got put in the dirt this weekend. And ultimately, I mean, you came out victorious. So congratulations to you. Of course, going to give you the floor. You got any kind of shout outs, any kind of, the floor is yours, whatever you want to say, as long as it's appropriate. Please don't.
Yeah. Okay. So shout outs to Mario and Jules and Dewey watching at home as usual. Shout outs to my team for helping with prep, to Fletcher Johnson and Matt Weiss, especially to Fletcher being willing to just play Breach versus Eldrazi post-board games for like hours 2 days ago. And then shout out to Innistrad Remastered for making these Emeralds that I had to buy for this deck, not $1 zillion.
That's the most important one.
Nice
That's the most important one.
That's a nice shout out. That's clever.
Yeah.
Getting the arts in action here and, inspiration to play it. And I mean, I hate to see it. I can't stand mind flayers, but obviously I'm very happy to see you winning. I'm excited to see you in the championship once again.
Yeah.
Got it done.
I get the free for. I get to do a Matthew Hoey this year, just win the first event and then don't have to try hard for the rest of them.
Is that your plan? Huh? You're not going to go for the player of the year. You're just like,
I get to register so many Acerax now.
I love it.
That's the best part.
Yep.
You're already not playing the best decks. I'm excited to see what you register in the future. Grayson, congratulations once again.
Yeah,
and I can't wait to watch more of you throughout the season.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
And speaking of throughout the rest of the season, that'll do it for our first event. And we do have an event tomorrow that is, of course, the standard Modern Legacy team trial that we're going to be doing some coverage of tomorrow. And so make sure you stick around for that. If you've been enjoying this, you're going to want to follow and, of course, subscribe if you want to remove ads and get some sweet emotes to watch that tomorrow. But, of course, we have events that follow after that. We have the rest of the season one schedule up. I want to talk about those very, very quickly before we close the show for the night. And we are doing our Modern Showdown. You just watch that. Then we have our 10K Team Trios trial tomorrow. Like I said, $10,000 on the line there for a team event. Then in March, we're going to be in Madison, Wisconsin for a 10K Standard Showdown, followed up by a 5K Pioneer trial. Then May 10th to 11th, we're returning to Chicagoland for a 10K Modern Showdown and a 5K Standard trial. And we're going to wrap up the season with quite the haymaker of a weekend. In June, we'll be in Indianapolis for a 10K Standard Showdown, followed by a 10K Team Sealed Showdown. So get ready for some Sealed. Sharpen your limited skills, make it out, and qualify with your buddies for the championship then. I am Drake Sasser. I was joined here by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. Thank you very much for bearing with us this whole time, Devin. It was a pleasure working with you, and I'm excited to bring you coverage of the Team Trios trial tomorrow, and have a good night.